Brother Zifeng, don't ask father. He is very weak right now. He hasn't slept for the entire night. No way. It's that serious? Yi Zifeng furrowed his brows and looked carefully at his father. Yi Chongtian's lips and teeth were turning dark purple and the area between his eyebrows were turning dark green. He was shocked and yelled out, "What sickness is this?" He was obviously poisoned. Poisoned? Yi Chongtian shook his head and made an effort to sit up. No way. I went out with many old friends last night. How could they have poisoned me? While saying that, he coughed heavily and turned even more pale. Yi Shuai became very worried and lightly patted his back. Who cares about them being your old friends? If they got some benefits, they might have sold you out. Yi Zifeng sighed. If Yi Chongtian is so careless and open all the time, he won't even know who he will die to in the future. No way. We've been old friends for many years. Our clans have been very close. They won't backstab me just because of some benefits. What if it's not just some benefit but a big benefit? Yi Zifeng shook his head. Yi Chongtian was a straightforward guy. When the Yi clan was at its peak, it was easy for friends to be loyal to him. However, when the clan fell, he still believed in their loyalty and was easily tricked by his friends. As a martial lord in his past life, he's seen many situations like this before. Yi Zifeng sighed, let's not talk about this. These few days are very important to us. We have to get the smaller clans on our side. If we lock them out on the first day, they might go and talk with the Wang clan and the Liu clan for business. If that happens, then our Yi clan will not be able to prosper at all. Yi Chongtian understood this, so he didn't tell anyone about this. He wanted to rest for a bit and then talk with these people. Zifeng is right. Come. Help me up and bring me to the living room. He forced himself up and put his legs on the group. However, he felt as if a mountain was on his back and couldn't move at all. Come on. What are you guys standing there for? Help me out. Yi Shuai was very worried. Alright Dad, don't force yourself. If you go out like this, you might even faint later. I'd say that we leave it like this. How can we leave it like this? This is an opportunity of a lifetime for the Yi clan. We can't let the Wang clan and the Liu clan look down on us. While saying that, he tried to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Father, look at you. Yi Shuai complained. This time, no matter what, she will not let Yi Kanchen leave. As a martial spirit practitioner, he won't be killed with this kind of poison. However, he needs to rest up and won't be able to get out of bed for a day. Yi Zifeng sighed and calmly looked at his father. Alright Dad. You can rest up. I'll deal with everything. When the others heard this, they were all startled and stared at Yi Zifeng. What did you say? I said that I'll talk and discuss the business deals with them, but... After a while, Yi Chongtian's face changed. Are you joking? The business deals for the rights to use the market for Tiandao City is very important. Every clan have sent their most reputable representative here. Even if you're very talented, you're nothing in their eyes. Who would want to talk business with a 20-year-old kid? Yi Shuai agreed as well. That's right, Brother Zifeng. These are all stubborn old people. We won't be able to out-talk them. Yi Huichi shook his head too. Cousin Zifeng, I do admit that you are very talented in the martial way. However, business talks are for adults. How can we, of the younger generation, butt into their business? Yi Zifeng had a very solemn expression. Do you guys have a better idea then? Do you want father to faint in front of the guests? Or do you want to just leave them out there? The three of them looked at each other and became anxious. Maybe Zifeng was right. Maybe they should let him do the talking. If the Yi clan really wants to regain their place as one of the three great families, winning the gathering isn't enough. Neither is teaching the younger generation of other families a lesson enough. This is a good opportunity for us to show the Wang and Lu clan what we're really made of. As for the market shares and the business deals, we'll show them how the Yi clan really do things around here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61, Where the Wind and Wave are the Fiercest. Outside the Yi clan manor, the people who gathered started to comment on the situation. How long have we been waiting for? Why isn't the Yi clan opening the doors? Yeah. It seems like instead of having the noble air of a great clan, they have the bad temperament of a great clan. From I can see, we should go find the Wang clan and the Lu clan. Hold on. Look. The door is opening. When everyone saw the door open, they hurriedly went inside. They had been waiting for the entire morning. It's about time that they're let in. However, the person who came out of the doors was not Yi Zifeng, who they had expected. More than that, it wasn't the housekeeper or a servant either. It was an elegant-looking young man. He was wearing a dark golden and purple robe with a white jade sash. He had the air of a great noble that caused everyone to be startled. Yi Zifeng? Why are you here? Someone recognized them and called out. So someone from the Yi clan is finally here. We've been waiting for the entire morning. What's going on? Give us an explanation. That's right, Yi Zifeng. Don't think that because your Yi clan won the Heavenly Clan Gathering, that you can look down on smaller families like ours. Without our support, we'll see how you can match up to the Wang clan and the Lu clan. Yi Zifeng smiled. Before he could even speak, he was showered with comments. From this he can see that these people were all getting angry from waiting for so long. No matter how Yi Zifeng tried to explain the situation, he'll definitely still be yelled at. If he can't explain the situation, then he shouldn't explain to them at all. My father have sent his words. The first 10 clan who supports our Yi clan will get priority when discussing about the business channels in Legacy City. Not opening the doors in the morning was a test. We want to see if any clan would have our Yi clans back in this kind of chaotic situation. Everyone became speechless. They all started to calm down after hearing this. No matter what world they were in, having a good impression was the most important thing. Yi Zifeng didn't arrogantly reply to them nor flatteringly apologize to them. Instead, he went straight to the point and talked about thing that everyone here cared about, the business channel distribution. This captured all the elders' attention very quickly. After that, he talked about how the situation was a test, which explained the reason why the Yi clan didn't open the door. With such a reason, the anger in these people's heart disappeared. Right now, the entire area was silent. Yi Zifeng glanced at everyone that was present. He knew that this was a good chance for him to go on the offensive. To get their attention and soothe their anger was the first step. Next, he had to put out the bargaining chips. Yi Zifeng will represent the Yi clan and make a declaration. The first 10 clans who supports the Yi clan will reap more benefits than other clans. They will be awarded 1% of the business channels in Tiandao City. 1%? When Yi Zifeng said that, everyone was shocked and gasped. This 1% doesn't sound like much, but to the vast amount of business that goes on, this 1% can represent a small clan's entire fortune. This kind of special treatment cannot be overlooked by a small clan. To a small clan, this was a great chance for them to rise in power. Nonsense. This is simply preposterous. In the group of people, a middle-aged man started to yell, "My Lu clan and Yi clan have always been very friendly. Why would you give this 1% to someone else? I don't agree. Call you father out. TL, this is a different Lu clan." Yi Zifeng coldly smiled. "If your Lu clan have always been intimate with our Yi clan, then why didn't you come out and say anything for us when the other people were bad-mouthing us before? You were standing there bad-mouthing us too. This The middle-aged man's face sank. He didn't think Qi Zifeng would have noticed all this movements. Actually, before Qi Zifeng opened the door, he was hiding in the shadows and watching everyone's expression carefully. He took note of who was on the Yi clan side and who wasn't. In his heart, he knew who was two-faced even before they began to speak. The middle-aged man paused for a bit and then yelled out again, "I don't care. I don't want to deal with a hairless brat like you. Tell your father to get out here." He paused for a bit again and then started to incite the others, "Come on everyone. Aren't I right? We should talk with his father instead." Qi Zifeng laughed at his, "I will make a blood oath that I am representing the entire Yi clan and prove that I'm not just making empty promises. If I say that I will give you 1% of the business channels, I promise that I will give it to you." The middle-aged man wanted to get everyone else to call Yi Chongtian out, but no one else did anything. They all looked sullenly at Qi Zifeng and couldn't do anything at all. "Hey! What happened to you guys? Didn't we agree to rile up the Yi clan together? Now because of this 1%, all of you changed your mind? You should know that this 1% might not even end up in your hands. Aside from you, they all hope to get the bigger share." Qi Zifeng coldly snorted at the man. A smile appeared on his face as he slowly walked towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was startled. "What do you want?" Qi Zifeng shook his head and smiled, "I'm not trying to talk with you. I'm here to talk with him." Qi Zifeng's gaze stopped on the person next to the middle-aged man who was being quiet. "Senior, may I ask which clan you are from?" "Dong clan's Dong Wenkai has seen young Master Yi before." Dong Wenkai was startled and promptly answered. His Dong clan was a small clan and had never had any relationships with other clans. They always had to rely on others to live a normal life. Now that the Yi clan was giving other clans a chance to become relevant, he came here to see what he can get. "Good. So it's the Dong clan. Then do you agree to make a blood oath and form an alliance while becoming business partners with the Yi clan for the next 5 years? The Heavenly Clan gathering happens once every 5 years. After 5 years, everyone will be at the same starting point again." This was the reason Qi Zifeng didn't try to make an absurd deal and only made Dong Wenkai make a blood oath for 5 years. If it's only for 5 years, then everyone will definitely want to join the Yi clan. They can take advantage of the situation while the Yi clan had power. Even after 5 years, with Qi Zifeng's skills and talent, he was confident that the Yi clan will rise up above any other clan and retain these alliances. Dong Wenkai's expression lit up and quickly answered, "I agree. Of course I agree. Don't say 5 years, I'll agree even if it's for life." Qi Zifeng gave him a deep smile, "Not bad. Uncle Dong, it seems like fate has brought our clans together. Congratulations. This 1% is already your Dong clans." While Dong Wenkai was looking startled, everyone else had the same expression. "No way. The Dong clan got that 1% so easily." "Yeah. I don't remember the Dong clan having any connections with the Yi clan. Why would Qi Zifeng give it to the Dong clan?" Qi Zifeng smiled and explained, "In the field of business, benefits and profits are the most important things. I'm not here to talk about old relationships or anything special like that. Nevertheless, the relationships that the Yi clan had in the past are all worthless now. So, as of today, everyone will start at the same starting line. No one will have any special advantages. Even though his Dong Chan has no relationship with our Yi clan, he is willing to make a blood oath to make an alliance for 5 years and thus obtaining the 1% of business channels in Liu City. If he can get it, why can't you guys get it?" He paused for a bit and then surveyed the surroundings. "Right now, I, Qi Zifeng, am representing the entire Yi clan. I will become the clan master sooner or later. If anyone wants my father to come out right now, then you can say it now. You can leave right after, I won't be seeing you out." Qi Zifeng was unyielding and very imposing. Right now, no one wants to go against him unless they really don't want the benefits given. Qi Zifeng was right. He was the winner of the Heavenly Clan Gathering and the Master's eldest son. If he didn't become the clan master in the future, who will? Maybe Yi Chongtian wanted to use this opportunity and test his son out. He wants Yi Zifeng to see how the world works, so he sent him out to talk about the business deals. Everyone started to understand what was happening and nodded. Young Master Yi, you are very straightforward. A hero amongst the people. I'll listen to you. We'll trust you. It seems like the clan master have passed on some of his duties to you already. That's right. My Gao clan supports young Master Yi. We support the Yi clan. We hope to be able to obtain this 1%. My Liu clan also supports the Yi clan. I will listen to the young master's orders. Hearing how the people who were bad-mouthing the Yi clan before compliment him so suddenly, Yi Zifeng began to laugh in his heart. He had tossed the first bait out already. As long as he still has cards to play, he doesn't care if they take the bait or not. As long as he can earnestly rope the other clans into their alliance, the Yi clan will be able to easily rise again. Yi Zifeng laughed loudly. Many thanks for the compliments. How about this? We've been standing outside for a while now. Let's go into the hall and slowly discuss everything. While everyone was complimenting Yi Zifeng, the middle-aged man from the Liu clan coldly snorted. Guys! Don't listen to this Yi Zifeng's bullshit. The clan master Yi Chongtian is clearly lying on his bed and is unable to get up, so he had to get Yi Zifeng out to stall. He's only stalling for time right now. Don't believe anything that he was saying. With these words, everyone stopped and looked at him. Someone suspiciously asked, Liu Bingqian. That's strange. How do you know that Yi Chongtian is lying on his bed? Liu Bingqian coldly snorted. It's like this. I'm not afraid to tell you guys. Yi Chongtian went out with a few of us old friends last night and we poisoned him. Who told him to go against the Wang clan? You guys should listen well too. If you want to oppose the Wang clan in Legacy City, you will end up like him too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62, Stepping on Your Dignity. From the very beginning, Yi Zifeng knew that this wasn't going to be so simple. The Wang clan must have sent someone to stir up trouble here. However, what he didn't expect was that the person that they sent was the same person who poisoned his father. Everyone present knew what kind of relationship Yi Chongtian had with Liu Bingqian and couldn't help but gasp. What? Liu Bingqian? You're the one who poisoned Yi Chongtian? You guys have been friends for many years. How could you do such a thing? That's right. Chongtian had always treated you as a close brother. How could you do something like that to him? Liu Bingqian coldly snorted and looked at everyone. You guys don't have to pretend to care and try to kiss up to the Yi clan. Let me tell you this. The Wang clan will make trouble for anyone that become allies with the Yi clan. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They knew what Liu Bingqian meant. They all looked at Yi Zifeng with an embarrassing expression. However, Yi Zifeng had an indifferent expression on. He walked slowly towards Liu Bingqian with a calm look on his face. Liu Bingqian was startled and quickly yelled out, What are you trying to do? My cultivation is higher than yours. I'm not afraid of you. Liu Bingqian was a businessman and didn't spend a lot of time cultivating. Even though he was a middle-aged man already, his cultivation was still at the 6th stage of Qi refining. He was trying to act tough, but on the inside, he was feeling very nervous. Yi Zifeng slowly looked up at the man and a cold look appeared in his eyes. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Liu Bingqian by his collars. Before he could even react, Yi Zifeng had slammed him onto the ground already. Liu Bingqian was getting old already. His 6th stage of Qi refining cultivation was just for show. His actual ability wasn't even at the 5th stage of Qi refining. You actually hit me? So what if I really hit you? The impact caused dust to fly everywhere and the spectators all took a few steps back. They were all shocked in their hearts. This Qi Zifeng was swift and decisive. When he dealing with business, he was refined and elegant, just like a scholar. When he fought, he was like a fierce tiger. He didn't knock Liu Bingqian away nor did he hurt him. All he did was slam him onto the floor. He put Liu Bingqian's dignity on the floor and trampled on it. You're of the younger generation and you dare hit me? You should know that I'm from your father's generation. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. When he saw Qi Zifeng raise his fists, he was shocked. Liu Bingqian's cultivation was suppressed by Qi Zifeng's lightning and death qi and couldn't use any qi to defend himself. Qi Zifeng used his bare fists so Liu Bingqian can remember what happens when he offends the Yi clan. Poof. A clown like you still dare to consider yourself my senior? Take this. Nu. Qi Zifeng's mouth curved up and revealed a sinister smile. He ruthlessly struck the ground next to Liu Bingqian's head. A small fist-shaped imprint appeared on the ground with a violent qi coming out from it. If that had landed on Liu Bingqian's head, who knows what would have happened? Liu Bingqian was so scared that his face ashen. His heart was beating so fast that it felt as if his heart was going to jump out of his body. He gulped a few times and couldn't say anything. It's fine if you try to mess with our business, but to poison one of your own brothers and follow the Wang clan like a dog, your future is over. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be called my senior. Liu Bingqian was horrified. The Wang clan told him to mess with the Yi clan today. Originally, he wanted to make a small scene and then break off his relationship with the Yi clan. He never would have thought that he would be suppressed by someone of the younger generation and be taught a lesson by the same person in front of all these people. After today, he would never have the face to walk in Legacy City again. Qi Zifeng calmly looked at Liu Bingqian. Didn't you say that the Wang clan would cause trouble for whoever allies with my Yi clan? I, Qi Zifeng, can say the same. Whoever messes with the Yi clan or our allies will be looking for trouble. Qi Zifeng then slowly stood up and looked at everyone else. In the eyes of the Yi clan, there are only two types of relationships. You're either an ally or an enemy. If you're an ally, then you can be like Uncle Dong and receive benefits. You will receive a part of our business channels. In these 5 years, our Yi clan will help everyone and develop with each other. However, if you're our enemy then. Qi Zifeng suddenly stopped and looked at Liu Bingqian. His gaze was very cold. What do you want to do? Liu Bingqian was scared. He was a senior, but in front of Qi Zifeng, he was like someone of the younger generation. He wasn't worthy of Qi Zifeng's respect. Qi Zifeng slowly retrieved a dagger from his robe. Just with a look, one can tell that this dagger was very sharp. Don't come over. I beg you. Let me go. I don't want to do anything, I just want to tell you this is your master's dagger. This belongs to someone from the Wang clan. However, right now, this is in my hands. Do you know why? Liu Bingqian gulped and didn't answer. Of course, this means that even the people from the Wang clan knows the consequences when they try to anger me, Qi Zifeng. If the master don't even dare offend me, then don't even talk about a dog that blindly follow its master for benefits. You follow the Wang clan to try and climb up in the social standings, but look at you now. Is the Wang clan going to help you now? So everyone, think about this carefully. Qi Zifeng paused for a bit and then began to talk again. Why don't we do an experiment? Let's see if anyone from the Wang clan will come out and save you. His expression changed and raised the dagger up high. He looked directly at Liu Bingqian's shoulders as if he was going to stab him. Liu Bingqian looked as if he was going to cry. His eyes were devoid of hope, no. His face turned incomparably red and his heart started to palpitate. He fainted immediately. Qi Zifeng smiled. slowly got up and put his dagger away. He only wanted to scare Liu Bingqian a bit, but Qi Zifeng didn't think that this guy would be so useless that he would faint. However, this was not bad. This made him look even more imposing in front of everyone. When everyone saw how a youngster like Qi Zifeng was able to force Liu Bingqian to this state, they all became very nervous. However, in their hearts, they had a newfound respect for Qi Zifeng. Alright everyone. Liu Bingqian openly admitted that he had poisoned my father and became an enemy of the Yi clan. What does everyone think about how I handled this situation? Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Any smart person would understand what Qi Zifeng meant. On the outside, he was asking for everyone's opinion, but in reality, he was telling everyone to make their decisions. If they help the Wang clan, they will become the Yi clan's enemy. If they help the Yi clan, they will become the Yi clan's ally. In Qi Zifeng's view, there was no third option. You did the right thing. The absolute right thing. Liu Bingqian sold his own soul for gain and forgot his morality. He deserved it. My Gao clan supports the young master. That's right. Liu Bingqian is a blind wolf. The young master is correct in his doings. My Qian clan supports the young master. Young Master Yi, my Huang clan had decided to follow the Yi clan and fully supports the Yi clan. With these three people leading off, everyone started to follow. In just a while, everyone present was supporting Qi Zifeng's decision. Qi Zifeng's methods had left a deep impression with them. As a youngster, he knew when to act and when to back off. He didn't even hold back against Liu Bingqian, someone who was in his father's generation. They all believe that they will be able to reach new heights if they followed the Yi clan. With such a ruthless and talented young master, the Yi clan is sure to be on the rise. Great! If everyone supports the Yi clan, then my Yi clan will not treat everyone unfairly. Everyone here will obtain at least 0.1% of the business channels from our Yi clan. Hearing this, everyone started to cheer. The young master is formidable. The Yi clan is mighty. Qi Zifeng used 1% of the channels to attract everyone at first and led them to side with the Yi clan. The 1%, however, still had to be fought for. Without a doubt, Qi Zifeng handled the situation beautifully. He was praised by these businessmen who had been working for dozens of years. 20 years ago, other people were calling the young master trash, but I didn't believe it. Look at how he is today. The young master will become a bright new star in the future. The Wang clan's time have passed. With young Master Yi, the Yi clan will surely rise. Qi Zifeng laughed and cupped his hands together. This is too much, everyone. Qi Zifeng is still not capable yet. I'll have to rely on seniors' guidance in the future, but. Hearing this, everyone was extremely happy and the praises continued. They were all being very humble to this 20-year-old youngster. Alright, everyone who stayed will be our Yi clan's friend. Let us talk business inside. We will discuss our blueprints for the next 5 years and write down all of our contracts. Qi Zifeng smiled and gestured towards the door. Please. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63, Dominating Business Channels. In Yi Chongtian's room. Come on, Shui, help father up. I'm feeling a bit better. Yi Chongtian coughed and used both his hands to hold himself up. He slowly got up by himself, which showed that he had recovered a bit. Yi Shui gasped. She looked at his pale face and continuously shook her head. Father. I think you should wait a bit before getting up. If you're not careful and make your condition worse, I'm afraid. Yi Chongtian forced himself to look better. Even if my condition worsen, I still have to get up. I'm afraid that Zifeng can't handle it anymore. To make him face so many seniors, it's a bit too much for him. Hearing this, Yi Shui thought about her brother's situation and gritted her teeth. She finally went over and helped Yi Chongtian up.
In their minds, they believed that Yi Zifeng had lost control of the situation already and it was probably a mess downstairs.
At that time, someone quickly rushed into the room. It was Yi Clan's housekeeper. Housekeeper Du. His expression looked very anxious. Master. Not good. The young master and the people from the other clans are coming in right now.
As Yi Chongtian's most trusted aide, housekeeper Du naturally knew what happened to his master and what his condition was.
How can his master receive any guests right now? What?
Yi Chongtian was stumped. His heart dropped as if a strong weight was pulling it down.
So he couldn't hold on after all. But this is not bad. He bought me some time. Come on, Shui. This time, you really have to help me up.
Yi Shui sighed. Since the situation had become like this, there was no helping it. The people were all coming into their view and Yi Chongtian hurried himself up.
He wanted to get up before they entered the room to show that he was fine. The door suddenly opened up and Gao Tianyuan entered the room.
At first, he had a smile on his face, but when he saw Yi Chongtian trying to force himself up, his expression suddenly changed.
Brother Chongtian. What are you doing? Get back on your bed and rest up. Don't make things worse than it is already. As Gao Tianyuan was talking, people continued to walk in. When they saw Yi Chongtian's situation, they all earnestly showed their concerns for him. Chongtian, listen to Tianyuan. Look at how pale your face is. Why aren't you resting on your bed?
If you're like this, we're all going to be worried.
Uncle Chongtian, you're treating us all like outsiders. If you're sick, then you should just tell us. You don't have to force yourself. That's right.
With such a talented son, you should be living in ease and comfort and let him take care of things.
Yi Chongtian was startled.
Before he could even say anything, the group of people immediately hurried over and helped him back on his bed.
What happened to you guys?
Yi Chongtian was surprised.
He looked at Yi Shui and then looked back at the group of people.
The two of them had a look of doubt in their eyes.
Could these people be here to politely greet him instead of questioning him about what happened? How can these people be so kind-hearted?
Yi Zifeng slowly walked in after everyone else.
His had an extremely calm expression on his face.
He had an imposing and noble aura around him, making it seem like that he was the leader of this group of people.
Yi Chongtian looked up and asked, Zifeng, what happened?
They know about how you were poisoned.
However, the most important thing is.
Yi Zifeng showed a smile, negotiations complete.
What negotiations? Yi Chongtian didn't understand what his son was talking about. Yi Zifeng could have told these people about the poison, but what negotiation was he talking about?
The people from the smaller clans got closer to Yi Chongtian and smiled.
Brother Chongtian, your son is really talented.
We've been dealing with business for many years, but we have never seen someone like this. To be so charismatic and decisive at such a young age, he will grow up to be very successful. The young master is sure worthy of being Chongtian's son. 20 years ago, you, Chongtian, was one of the strongest and most charismatic people in Legacy City. Now it seems like your son is following your footsteps and is slowly climbing up. Yi Zifeng slowly walked towards his father and smiled.
I've already made arrangements for the business channels between Legacy City and Tiandao City.
We've talked about the future of our business and we'll talk about the distribution of the business channels later. Around half of Legacy City's clans have decided to ally with our Yi clan already.
Half?
Yi Chongtian was so shocked that he became as stiff as a wooden doll.
He sat there and didn't move at all.
Generally speaking, if they used the shares to get allies, the Yi clan should only be able to get 30 clans as allies with their 30% of business channels.
In the best possible situation, they should only have around 30 allies. How could there be around 50 clans that want to ally with them?
If it was Yi Chongtian who was negotiation, with his abilities, he would at most get around 20-something allies. There was no way that he could get around 50. This is simply too ridiculous. Yi Zifeng was a martial lord and a heaven-tier alchemist. His way of dealing with people were completely different from a normal person's. The way that he described his way of business to these smaller clans made them all feel impassioned. It was completely different from the same old method that the Wang clan and Liu clan employed. Even those people who were originally Wang clan's followers changed their minds and started to follow the Yi clan after listening to Yi Zifeng's plans for the future. Half of the other clans is only a starting point. Some clans were indecisive while most clans have decided to work with us already. Everything comes down to the distribution of the business channels. Yi Zifeng then paused and smiled. When other people form an alliance, they use a piece of paper. When our Yi clan make allies, we do a blood oath. The Yi clan's prosperity is everyone else's prosperity as well. When the Yi clan becomes the number one clan, then everyone else will follow suit and join our rise in power, but the Wang clan and the Liu clan both had similar promises. However, they would at most hand out some of their own extra wealth to the other clans and would never make an alliance like this. Yi Zifeng, on the other hand, uses the blood oath and makes a promise to the other clans. In Legacy City, this kind of thing was unprecedented. Only by doing a blood oath would the other clans be convinced. I agree to ride this wave with the young master. The Gao clan supports the young master. We agree to make a blood oath. For the young master to consider allying with a small clan like ours, we have to set an example for the other small clans too. We agree to make a blood oath. The Gu clan agrees to make a blood oath. The Qin clan agrees as well. The group of people were yelling as if they were some hot-headed youngsters. However, everyone in this group was way over their primes already. Yi Zifeng's heated speech touched their hearts and made them unleash the youngster spirit that lay dormant inside of them. All right. My father still needs to rest today. As for the distributions, I will ask our servants to make copies of my plans and send them over to you guys. As for the overall plan, we will talk about it another day when my father feels better. Yi Zifeng looked at everyone and bowed towards them. He was showing them all respect. After all, they were all still considered their seniors. This kind of attitude was needed when making a business deal. Before everyone left, they all said their goodbyes to the Yi clan members and praised Yi Zifeng. They all wished Yi Chongtian a quick recovery and walked out of the Yi clan very satisfied. They all forgot about how they were locked out in the morning. Yi Chongtian and Yi Shui were both still startled and speechless at what just happened. This was their first time watching Yi Zifeng handle things. They were still shocked after a long time. Someone of the younger generation was able to subdue all these business veterans by himself. Even Yi Chongtian might not have been able to do such a thing. Brother Zifeng, you're amazing. I don't even know what to say to this. Yi Shui had grown up with Yi Zifeng by her side. Yi Zifeng had always been bullied by people of the same generation. But now, not only was he able to subdue everyone in the younger generation at the Heavenly Clan gathering, he was also able to subdue these business veterans in the field of business. If Yi Shui also found out that her brother was already at the peak of 5th stage already, she would be even more shocked. Don't be so happy yet. I spent the entire day brainwashing them into believing me. When they go home and actually think about it, there might be some people who will change sides and choose the Wang clan. Hearing this, Yi Chongtian finally understood everything. I get this. This is why you made them make a blood oath. Even if they want change sides, they can't. Yi Zifeng was already 3 steps ahead of everyone else. He knew what he had to do. Yi Zifeng smiled. The blood oath is only a small restriction. The real deciding factor is still us, the Yi clan. Yi Chongtian and Yi Shui both nodded. Yi Zifeng waited a bit and then let out a cold laugh. Oh yeah. You were right, Dad. Bringing the Liu clan to our side is a good thing, so I'm gonna go over and have a little chat with them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64, The Esteemed Guest is Here. During all these years, the business channels between Legacy City and Tiandao City had been dominated by the Liu clan and the Wang clan. All of the smaller clans wanted to have a good relationship with them. Thus, when the Yi clan treated everyone else as equals, they gave the smaller clans a special kind of friendly feeling. Yi Zifeng's speech about how the Yi clan's prosperity will become everyone else's prosperity was a great bargaining chip for everyone. This time, the Yi clan was like a dark horse that appeared out of nowhere and fiercely struck the Liu clan and the Wang clan. What? The Yi clan was able to rope in half of the other clans as their ally? Wang Ruoxing was unconvinced by the news and looked at his older brother. Not even the flourishing Wang clan has so many allies. How could the fallen Yi clan rope in so many people? Wang Tianji thought about it and then asked, did Liu Xingjian failed? How could this be? He definitely told me that he had succeeded in poisoning Yi Chongtian. Young master, Liu Xingjian did indeed succeed. Yi Chongtian was lying down on his bed. The one who dealt with everything was Yi Zifeng. Wang Ruoxing was shocked. What? Yi Zifeng? He's someone from the younger generation. How can he rope in all these businessmen from the senior generation? It is true. The messenger didn't know how to explain either. He was only watching outside the Yi clan territory and didn't enter with everyone else. When he saw how everyone came out with a satisfied look on their face, he deduced that Yi Zifeng had done his job and persuaded everyone. Hearing this, Wang Tianji started to think to himself. He thought that Yi Zifeng won the heavenly clan gathering by fluke. However, this time, he was able to persuade so many seniors into allying with his Yi clan. This was definitely not by fluke. This Yi Zifeng is not simple at all. He is a threat to our Wang clan. Wang Ruoxing knew what his big brother was thinking about and murderous look appeared on his face. Big bro, how about we? He lifted one finger and ran it across his neck as if he was cutting it. Wang Tianji thought about it and then shook his head, not right now. He's very hot right now. If we go overboard, the Yi clan will definitely retaliate. We've already plotted against Yi Chongtian once. This time, he will be more careful. If he goes crazy, no one will be able to stop him. Wang Lin coldly snorted, I don't care. Big bro, big sis, we can't let him go like this. He'll just continue to grow and become a thorn on our sides. Even if we don't kill him, we have to cripple him. Wang Ruoxing nodded. He was the closest one to Wang Lin and cared for him the most. After learning about how Wang Lin was bullied by Yi Zifeng, he had been trying to find a way to get back at him. That's right, big bro, I agree with lil bro. Even if we don't kill him, we have to stop him from becoming dangerous. We'll have to fight sooner or later, so why not do it now? We can't wait until it's too late. Wang Lin and Wang Ruoxing were both waiting for Wang Tianji's reply. However, Wang Tianji was warned by Elder Shen already and didn't want to trouble Yi Zifeng for the next year. We'll talk about this later. You guys heard what Elder Shen said last time, right? To protect Yi Zifeng like this. He must have his own reasons. We shouldn't be so hot-headed. Wang Mengshi nodded, I agree with big bro. All right. I understand then. Wang Lin sighed. He then turned towards Wang Ruoxing and exchanged glances with him. The two of them then left together. As Wang Lin walked out, he groaned with displeasure, second bro, I don't understand. Our Wang clan can easily squish Yi Zifeng. Why aren't we doing so? Big bro isn't like how he was before. It's only a warning from an elder, he doesn't have to be so scared, but... Wang Ruoxing looked around and when he saw that no one was around he coldly laughed, from what lil bro is saying, even if big bro doesn't agree, you won't let Yi Zifeng go? Second bro, you're willing to help me? Wang Ruoxing laughed. Little bro, ever since we were little, we've been doing bad things behind big bro's back.
Do you think I'll leave you hanging this time around? Really? That's great second, bro. You're at the 8th stage of Qi refining. If you're willing to make moves, then this Zifeng will definitely not live to see another day. Wang Lin laughed very loudly. Wang Ruoxing shook his head. Maybe. Zifeng was able to beat that Liu Bingqian who was at the peak of Qi refining. He must have some special moves up his sleeves. I feel like we should mount a sneak attack against him. However, we need to wait for a good chance. Are you willing to wait?
Wang Lin was shaking with excitement. As long as we can kill that bastard, I don't care how long I have to wait.
Wang Lin had never been humiliated and bullied by anyone since he was born. Thus, his hatred for Zifeng was on another level. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was low, he would have made his moves already. Wang Ruoxing looked up at the sky. He somewhat had an idea of how he would deal with Zifeng already. It wasn't unreasonable for Zifeng to want to try and rope in the Liu clan. After all, their clans must be pretty close if they were able to have an engagement. If it was the Wang clan, he would definitely be chased out the second he walked into their manor. After changing into a brand new blue robe, he walked to the Liu clan by himself. Actually, Yi Chongtian wanted to go with him, but with Zifeng's disapproval, he gave up on going. At least he was going to the Liu clan and not the Wang clan. The Liu clan's clan master Lu Mu had a pretty good relationship with the Yi clan, so Yi Chongtian wasn't so worried. In the Liu clan's family hall. No way. Definitely not. Shinner, when did you become so muddle-headed? You can ask whoever you want to the alchemy competition. Why do you want Zifeng to go with you? That's right. Sister Bingqian. Did you forget that he was the one who beat you to become the number 1 in Legacy City? Father will never approve of this. Lu Ningzi sighed. She had a helpless expression on her face. She also didn't understand why her sister wants to invite the Zifeng to go with her. I don't care. I've already promised him. This time, I'll definitely bring him along. You guys will make me a liar if you make me take back my words. Liu Bingqian complained. Her face showed a resolute expression. Liu Bingqian saw how angry everyone was and immediately walked towards her dad and lifted his hand. Daddy, you've always let me do what I wanted. Come on. Talk to them about it. I've heard that we have a pretty good relationship with the Yi clan too. While saying that, she shot a glance towards Lu Ningzi. Everyone knew what she meant by doing that. Lu Ningzi and Zifeng had an engagement and the two families almost became relatives. Lu Mu thought of the old days and shook his head. He bitterly laughed and sighed. That was many years ago. At that time, the Yi clan was one of the 3 great clans. But now. He sighed again and looked at Liu Bingqian. It's not like Dad doesn't want to help you, but the two clans' relationship isn't like how it used to be. No one from the Yi clan will even come to talk with our Liu clan anymore. At that time, a servant came running into the room with a panic look on his face. Master. There's a guest who wants to see you. He's waiting in the guest room already. I hope the master can go over quickly. Lu Mu furrowed his brows. Is this the first time you've received a guest? Let him sit in the guest room for a while. I need to talk with my daughter and we'll go over later. Go and tell him that. In the last few days, many smaller clans have visited him to gain some benefits and give him gifts. He didn't want to pay attention to them anymore. But that guest is. Lu Mu was very impatient and glared at the servant. Who is it that's making you make such a fuss? Our Liu clan is one of the top clans in the city. We shouldn't do something like this in front of guests. Even if it's some esteemed guest, you should relax a bit and remember where you are. There's no reason to be shocked. Master, it's the Yi clan's young master. Yi Zifeng is here. What?
Lu Mu was shocked after hearing this. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 65, A Young Man's Ability Must Be Respected.
The entire Lu clan looked at each other with dismay for quite a while. They all had a shocked expression on their face.
Yi Zifeng? Why would he come to our Lu clan? Did you see correctly?
Other than a shocked expression, Lu Ningzi had another expression on her.
One that no one can tell what it represented.
Hearing this, the servant quickly answered, "Second miss, I am absolutely sure that it is the Yi clan's Yi Zifeng. I saw him along with the master during the Heavenly Clan gathering."
Liu Bingqian was completely shocked as well. She was thinking about why Yi Zifeng came over. Could it be that he wanted to find her? After all these years. I didn't expect something like this.
I did not expect that someone from the Yi clan would still come to our Lu clan. Lu Mu regained his composure and let out a long sigh.
He looked as if he was thinking about many things that happened in the past.
20 years ago, Yi Chongtian and Lu Mu were very close friends. However, a few years ago, due to some dispute over similar interests, the two clans slowly drifted apart. With Yi Chongtian's temperament, he made things difficult for Lu Mu and the two clans eventually broke off with each other. However, today, Yi Zifeng personally came as the Yi clan's young master.
Other than Yi Zifeng, did anyone else come?
The servant shook his head, "No one else.
It's only him." Lu Mu's expression changed and furrowed his brow. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger.
He's just a youngster and yet he dares to come to the Lu clan by himself? Lu Yige snorted, "Clan master, from what I can see, you should send him away."
Our Lu clan doesn't want anything to do with his Yi clan.
Liu Bingqian coldly stared at Lu Yige, "I told you already. When my Lu clan is talking, an outsider should not intervene."
You! Liu Yige's face turned red. He fiercely clenched his fist. He looked at Lu Mu and then at Lu Ningzi and finally calmed himself down. Originally, Liu Bingqian didn't hate Yige. However, this guy was always butting heads with Yi Zifeng and she didn't like that at all. Every time they family talks about Yi Zifeng, they would both go against each other.
"Father, the Yi clan didn't have anyone over in a long time. I feel like we should try and repair our relationship."
"We can use this opportunity to do so.
You can also see if he has the qualifications to come with me for the alchemy competition."
Liu Bingqian pouted and looked sincerely at her father. Lu Mu smiled and looked at Bingqian, "What's up with you? What kind of abilities does Yi Zifeng have? Why do you want to bring him with you so much? Can he even concoct a pill? Fine.
If you want it that bad, then I'll go ask that Yi Zifeng what he's doing here." But
a complicated expression appeared on Lu Ningzi's face.
She wanted to excuse herself and go back to her room but was stopped by Lu Mu.
"Ningzi, you come with me too." "I'm coming too." Lu Ningzi was startled. The Lu clan's guest room was completely different from the Yi clan's.
One can clearly tell that the master paid much attention to the room and extravagantly decorated the room.
There were many antiques and paintings everywhere. Yi Zifeng didn't get bored while waiting in the guest room at all.
He carefully analyzed the arrangements of the room.
Suddenly a smile appeared on his face. After a while, Lu Mu and the others appeared in his sight. Yi Zifeng greets Uncle Lu.
Yi Zifeng quickly walked over and respectfully bowed.
Lu Mu smiled and waved his hands. "Zifeng, there's no need to be so polite.
I still remember the time when I held you in my arms and now you're already an adult."
These words didn't have a queer feeling at all. It had a very intimate feeling.
However, it was actually telling Yi Zifeng that he was of the younger generation and if he wants to talk business then Lu Mu would not hold back and try to dominate him.
"Zifeng, let me reintroduce you. This is my eldest daughter, Liu Bingqian. You guys have met during the Heavenly Clan gathering.
Yi Zifeng smiled. Miss Bingqian is a both nimble and tranquil, well-versed in letters and martial arts, and has a very pure heart and spirit.
To be able to be friends with such an extraordinary girl is my luck. Liu Bingqian's face turned red. How can he say such embarrassing things? However, she was feeling good after hearing this.
This is my younger daughter. Lu Mu pointed at Lu Ningzi.
Lu Ningzi looked down. She wanted to leave because she didn't want to see Yi Zifeng. It would be very awkward if they met.
This situation was exactly what she was afraid of.
Miss Ningzi, we meet again.
Yi Zifeng smiled.
He understood what Lu Mu was thinking.
Lu Mu had a smile on his face, but his friendly manners were belying hypocritical intentions. He purposely introduced Lu Ningzi to make Yi Zifeng lose control of himself and make him say something bad. This will put Yi Zifeng at even more of a disadvantage when dealing with Lu Mu if that happened. Thus, all Yi Zifeng did was casually greet her.
You? Lu Ningzi was startled.
Seeing how Yi Zifeng didn't ridicule her, she began to smile again.
She was feeling much better.
Lu Mu, on the other hand, looked at Yi Zifeng with a deep expression and laughed. He then called for his servants.
Where is everyone? What are you guys idling for? Give young Master Yi a seat.
Yi Zifeng cupped his hands and smiled back. Many thanks, Uncle Lu. When everyone sat down, they noticed Yi Zifeng looking around the room. When I first entered Uncle Lu's home, I was shocked by the amount of antique and paintings throughout the house. For example, this picture of the Pearl Palace made from spirit threads. For Uncle Lu to have such an item, you must be a very serious collector.
So nephew recognizes this picture of the Pearl Palace? Actually, this was given to me by a friend. I thought it looked nice, so I hung it up. I don't really know what kind of profound meaning it has.
Yi Zifeng smiled.
Oh? So did your friend also give you the picture of the Jade Sea Sword on the left, and the Octo-Desolate Realm diagram on the right too? How about the Ancient Desert King diagram above the tea set? From what I can see, these 4 items should be part of a set. If a collector doesn't have the heart for it, they won't be able to complete the set.
While saying that, he glared at Lu Mu.
This? Lu Mu looked shockingly at Yi Zifeng.
Yi Zifeng looked as calm as always and continued to talk. The way that they are put up forms a small high-level formation. If you boil some spirit tea here, the formation will exert some sort of mental pressure where I am at right now.
Uncle Lu, what do you think? Yi Zifeng pointed and smiled at the tea set while talking.
When he said this, everyone else was startled.
This was the first time that Liu Bingqian and the others heard about this.
They felt as if they had been enlightened.
So it was like this. The 2 girls just realized that the antiques in their house could have such an effect. Lu Mu's expression changed.
He would have never guessed that this Yi Zifeng would know so much about antiques.
He even saw through the formation. It was rare for Lu Mu to find someone who knew so much about antique like himself. He's starting to see Yi Zifeng in a better light and won't treat him as a mere younger generation anymore.
Ha ha ha, that's right. Wow Zifeng, I didn't expect you to know so much about these rare antiques given your young age.
You really are a hero amongst the younger generation. Even uncle, I am admiring your...
Yi Zifeng smiled. Inside, Yi Zifeng was thinking that if these broken things were considered rare, then the gifts he received in his past life would all be considered priceless artifacts. They were all just interesting playthings to him that he looked at when he had free time.
Uncle, the main reason I came over here was to give you a present.
Present?
Everyone in the Liu clan was shocked. Yi Zifeng came empty-handed. What present was he talking about?
Liu Yaich had been standing there for a while now and couldn't hold it in anymore. You came here empty-handed.
What do you have to give as a gift?
I'm afraid that you came here to try and rope our Liu clan into your alliance to go against the Wang clan.
Lu Mu fiercely looked at Liu Yaich. Shut up.
This phrase sounded very angry, but in reality, Lu Mu was only pretending. If Yi Zifeng can't see through this, then he might as well go die right now. Yi Zifeng smiled and pretended that he didn't hear Lu Yaij. Nephew Zifeng, what is this present that you are talking about? Can you take it out so uncle can have a look? Lu Mu smiled. Of course. Yi Zifeng nodded, stood up and extended his hand out. On his hand was a jade interspatial ring. This wasn't the ring that he extorted from Wang Lin. It was the ring he got from Yi Shuai after their exchange. Uncle, the present that I brought is in this interspatial ring. However, it's a bit too big, so I hope everyone can take a step back and allow me to take it out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66, Unconditional Bet. Yi Zifeng was as calm as water. He inserted his qi into the ring and a large item slowly appeared from the ring. If he had a high-grade interspatial ring, the item would have appeared instantly. However, Yi Zifeng had a low-grade interspatial ring, so the process was a bit slower. Everyone from the Liu clan took a few steps back and had a confused expression on their faces. What kind of gift did Yi Zifeng bring? How come it's so big? Once the item took shape, Liu Bingqian's eyes lit up and suddenly yelled out, "Why did you bring the cauldron here?" The existence of the profound tier cauldron was a secret between the two of them. Now that he brought it here, he was basically trying to expose himself. Liu Bingqian became worried for Yi Zifeng. However, she looked at the cauldron again and felt that something wasn't right. AI. That's not right. This is a common tier cauldron. What's going on? She looked up again and saw that Yi Zifeng had a smile on his face. Lu Yaij laughed, "What a joke. Isn't this only a common tier cauldron? It's not even a Huang tier cauldron. So Yi Zifeng is so trash at alchemy that he can only use a common tier cauldron." He wanted to continue talking, but Lu Mu's glare caused him to shut up. This. Liu Bingqian looked at Yi Zifeng and wanted to see what he got up his sleeves. Lu Mu furrowed his brows and wanted to see what Yi Zifeng was trying to do. Nephew Zifeng, could this gift that you're talking about be this common tier cauldron? Did you want to give it to my daughter Bingqian? He heard from the sect that his daughter was lacking a cauldron and thought that Yi Zifeng was going to give her this cauldron. Yi Zifeng smiled and walked up to the cauldron. He rubbed it and shook his head. "This cauldron was a gift to me from the Gao clan. I thought that it was not bad, so I brought it over." Actually, it wasn't a gift from the Gao clan. Yi Zifeng went over to their house to look for a cauldron. The Gao clan did not have an alchemist in their house, so the clan master decided to give the cauldron to Yi Zifeng since he asked for it. Lu Yaij couldn't help but smile. He had been waiting for Yi Zifeng to embarrass himself. Has the Yi clan fallen that much? To treat this common tier cauldron as a treasure and try to gift it to our Liu clan. Just who do you think we are? Lu Ningzi coughed and pulled Lu Yaij to the side. "Senior brother, don't be so excessive. Yi Zifeng is still a guest in our home, but..." "Junior sister, what guest? Did you forget how he treated us when we went over last time? We're treating him like a guest, but how did he treat us?" Lu Ningzi's expression changed immediately. "All right. Last time, we were in the wrong too. Don't talk about it anymore." When she went over to cancel the engagement, everyone thought that it was the right thing to do. She, herself, even felt relieved to be able to escape a binding to the trash Yi Zifeng. However, after the Heavenly Clan gathering, Yi Zifeng became the #1 youngster in Liu City. Everyone started to pity her decision. Recently, every time she walked out, she would feel people pointing at her and talking about her. Her feelings about Yi Zifeng started to become mixed. Lu Mu furrowed his brow. "How can you say this? Even though a common tier cauldron isn't worth much, it's the thought that counts. Besides, Bingqian needs a cauldron anyways. I'm delighted by this gift.
Yi Zifeng, who was standing there, finally opened his mouth. I did bring the cauldron over today, but I didn't say that I was going to give the cauldron as a gift. Liu Bingqian thought it was weird too. She didn't know why Yi Zifeng brought a common tier cauldron over. She did need a cauldron, but to give something like this to her father, it was kind of unsightly. Yi Zifeng paused for a bit and looked at everyone. Bingqian has probably told everyone that she had invited me to the alchemy competition. I brought the cauldron here to concoct some nurturing pills for everyone. I can guarantee that as long as I have the ingredients, I will be able to concoct pills that are worth much more than this cauldron. What? You came over so you can concoct pills? Liu Bingqian was stunned and her eyes lit up. She understood what Yi Zifeng was doing. He wanted to show his abilities to her father and get permission to go to Tiandao City with her. So he wasn't here to talk business with her father. The reason he came here was because he wanted to go to the alchemy competition with her. Thinking about this, Bingqian's cheeks suddenly turned red. Other than Bingqian, no one present knew about Yi Zifeng's alchemy skills. They all believed that Bingqian only wanted to bring him due to her own desires. You know how to concoct pills too? Lu Ningzi stared at Yi Zifeng and couldn't help but ask. Yi Zifeng smiled but didn't answer her. It looked as if he was ignoring her. In Ningzi's eyes, Liu Bingqian was the #1 alchemist. For Yi Zifeng to dare concoct pills in front of her sister, wasn't he afraid of embarrassing himself? Liu Yaij laughed. Oh, I get it. Did you secretly learn some skills from Sister Bingqian so you came here to show us some tricks? If I can secretly learn from her, then you, Liu Yaij, should have been able to learn a thing or two from her too. After all, you've been in the Liu clan for quite a while now. Can you concoct a Qi nurturing pill? Qi nurturing pill was the most basic concoctable. However, those without talent in alchemy won't be able to concoct it. Liu Yaij was this someone without talent. I am attending the alchemy competition as Bingqian's assistant. I, Yi Zifeng, might not be better than her, but I can assure you all that I am better than everyone else in Liu City. Yi Zifeng is already a rising star in Liu City. It was very hard for him to continue to work in the shadows. His secrets will be revealed sooner or later. Thus, before anyone finds out his secret, he might as well show some of his own strength. If he killed too many tigers as a dog, then any smart person would get suspicious. However, if he killed tigers as a wolf, people would be less suspicious. Good, as long as you're better than everyone else in Liu City. Good one. Nephew Zifeng is sure ambitious. Are you trying to say that no one in the Liu clan besides Bingqian is stronger than you in the art of alchemy? Lu Mu had been holding back for a while now. However, Yi Zifeng said this phrase, Lu Mu immediately snorted and showed his true expressions. Yi Zifeng nodded. Other than Bingqian, I am willing to bet that the Liu clan does not have anyone that can go against me in alchemy. Right when Liu Yaij wanted to say something, Yi Zifeng's expression suddenly changed into a serious one. If I lose, then I am willing to give 10% of the business channels in Liu City to the Liu clan. I, Yi Zifeng, is willing to make a blood oath right now. What? 10% of the business channels as a betting chip. Once everyone in the room heard this, they couldn't help but get up from their seats. The reward for first place in the Heavenly Clan gathering was 30% of the business channels. The second place gets 20% of the business channels. Now, Yi Zifeng was so easily willing to give up 10%. He was basically swapping places with the Liu clan if he loses. Yi Zifeng, are you joking or what? Liu Yaij yelled out. Do you think I'm kidding? Yi Zifeng coldly laughed and took out two things from his interspatial right, a piece of paper and a pen. If you think I'm kidding, I can write down the details, sign my name, get my prince here and make a blood oath to complete the contract. You should know that I'm being real. A blood contract. You want to make this an absolute bet? Liu Yaij was very shocked and was speechless. This kind of blood contract was required for an official bet. If anyone goes back on their words, they will receive a divine punishment worse than death. Lu Mu thought about it and came back to his sense. Ha! Nephew Zifeng really do like to joke. To be ready to do something like a blood contract. I trust you completely. Fine. Tell me what you want. 10% of the business channels. If Yi Zifeng brought that to the Wang clan, they would have to be polite with him. Yi Zifeng nodded and smiled. It's simple, if I lose, then I'll give the Lu clan 10% of the business channels. If I win. The first, I want uncle to allow me to enter the alchemy competition with Bingqian. He then paused for a bit. Second, I'm not going to ask the Lu clan to become our allies. I just want you guys to stay neutral. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67, Up Against a Genius? To bet 10% of the business channels for the other party to be neutral? Yi Zifeng is either really confident or really knows how to spend and waste money. From the beginning, Lu Mu didn't care much about the alchemy competition. He just didn't want someone from the Yi clan to participate. He didn't think that so much would be at stake here. After Yi Zifeng stopped talking, Lu Mu stared at Yi Zifeng for a while. Lu Mu was someone who had experienced many worldly matters. After a while, he bursted into laughter. Good. Yi Zifeng. When you took first place during the Heaven Stairs competition, I thought that you won by fluke. When you beat Shinner, I thought she was holding back. But now, it seems like you do have the ability and can truly deserves to be called a young hero in Legacy City. This time, he didn't call Yi Zifeng by nephew Zifeng anymore. This old fox didn't want to pretend anymore. With such a big stake in front of himself, he had to show his true colors. Many thanks for the compliments. Then about this bet. I'm willing to bet. Why wouldn't I be? You're looking down on my Lu clan's alchemy skills, right? Then I'll open your eyes for you. Lu Mu started to laugh out loud and signed his name on the paper and then made a blood oath. He did everything in one go. It was very quick. He called for one of the servants immediately. You. Go bring Song Shiyun over. Make it quick. Tell him that I'll reward him with 100 gold coins. Song Shiyun? That alchemy genius next door? The servant was making sure. Who else could I be talking about? Lu Mu unhappily furrowed his brows. I'm going right now. Lu Mu turned around and looked at Yi Zifeng again. Zifeng, you said that there's no one better than you in Legacy City, right? This Song Shiyun has a pretty close relationship with my Lu clan. He's basically part of the clan. If I bring him here, you won't have any objections, right? Yi Zifeng calmly replied, well. Since he's basically part of the Lu clan, then I won't have any objections. Hearing this, Lu Yij coldly snickered. You can be cocky now, but when Song Shiyun comes over, I really want to see what your face looks like when you're in despair. I'll be looking forward to it. Yi Zifeng smiled slightly and his face turned cold. Same to you. The Song clan's residence was right next to the Lu clan's. They were very close. In just a bit, Song Shiyun came running in. He was dressed in a black robe with a silver belt. His hair was sleek black and he had a noble aura. One can easily tell that he was very well groomed and educated. This one greets Uncle Lu, greets everyone, greets. Song Shiyun had been in the Lu clan's residence quite a few times now. He knew everyone in the Lu clan, so when he saw Yi Zifeng he was a bit confused. I'm Yi Zifeng. No way. You're Yi Zifeng? That guy who got first place during the Heavenly Clan gathering? Actually, he kinda recognized the person in front of him. However, he heard that the Lu clan didn't have a good relationship with the Yi clan and didn't expect Yi Zifeng to actually be here. It is I. Yi Zifeng simply answered. Song Shiyun took a deep breath, looked over at Lu Mu and shockingly asked, Uncle Lu, could it be that the person that's going to compete with me is Yi Zifeng? That's right. Lu Mu smiled. Shiyun, this competition is very important to Uncle. You should give it your all. Don't disappoint me. I'm thinking that you can win even if you casually concoct pills. Uncle believes in you. He didn't say anything about the bet, so Song Shiyun won't be mentally affected. To gain 10% of the business channels with 100 gold coins, it was very worth it. It was a low-cost, high-reward move. Song Shiyun was the Song clan's alchemist. He's been studying alchemy ever since he was little. Due to the fact that his clan was close with the Liu clan, he would often see the old devil Muyon around and secretly learn some things. In Legacy City, he is known to be the second best alchemist after Liu Bingqian. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Zifeng appeared out of nowhere, Lu Mu would have asked Bingqian to bring Song Shiyun with her to the alchemy competition. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. If it's in the art of alchemy, then Shiyun, I have confidence that I can win. However, if it's martial arts, then I am definitely not his opponent. Yi Zifeng laughed and pointed at the cauldron. If you're so confident, then how about you go first? You can concoct whatever you want and do whatever you want. Song Shiyun chuckled. Alright then. I'll go first. I'll show you how to really concoct pills. Maybe you'll give up and save me some time. If you, Yi Zifeng, want to win against me in the way of alchemy, try again after 100 years. Other than Liu Bingqian, Song Shiyun was confident that he can beat everyone else in Legacy City. He was being very arrogant. Then please. Yi Zifeng smiled at him. Song Shiyun proudly snorted and walked towards the cauldron. A common tier cauldron, huh? That's fine. This is just right for a beginner like you. He rubbed the cauldron and then smiled. How about we compete in speed? As for the pill, let's see, do you know how to concoct Qi nurturing pills? Yi Zifeng looked calm like always. Qi nurturing pill is a simple pill. How could I not know it? When Liu Bingqian looked at Yi Zifeng, she couldn't help but laugh. However, before she could, Yi Zifeng shot her a glare, causing her to stop. Song Shiyun laughed out loud. Great. If you know how to concoct Qi nurturing pills, then don't say that I'm bullying you when you lose. Uncle Lu, can you prepare 10 sets of ingredients for me? I want to try and challenge my own limits in an hour. Qi nurturing pill was a very simple pill. It is used to recover a practitioner's qi. Every clan has some stored in their own home. A large clan like the Liu clan would definitely have a lot of ingredients for this pill. When Lu Mu saw the confident expression on Song Shiyun's face, he was extremely happy and immediately called for a servant. Did you hear that? Young Master Song wants the ingredients for Qi nurturing pill. Go find housekeeper Chen. He should know what they are. Go fetch the ingredients quickly. Yes, master. When the servant heard this, he quickly ran out to gather the ingredients. Liu Bingqian took advantage of this gap in time and slowly moved towards Yi Zifeng's side and worriedly said, Big brother rough guy, I know that your alchemy skills is great, but are you sure you don't have a problem competing in speed? Concocting speed is Song Shiyun's greatest field. What? Worried about me? Yi Zifeng smiled. Liu Bingqian's face suddenly became red and turned around. Who's worrying about you? Don't be mistaken. I just don't want you to lose due to a careless mistake. Lu Mu saw how the two was talking and coughed. Jenner, don't stand there like an idiot. Young Master Song took his time to come over. You should go make some tea for him. No need. There's still a lot of tea left here, but. Lu Mu's expression turned cold and yelled with a commanding tone, Bingqian, I'm telling you to go. Oh. Okay then. Liu Bingqian looked away and had a reluctant expression on her face. She walked out to get some tea. Lu Mu awkwardly smiled, I'm sorry young Master Song. You come by so rarely and we've neglected you this time. Song Shiyun waved his hands, no way. Uncle Liu has been so nice to me. I'm content already.
Yi Zifeng started to laugh in his heart. I'm coming by for the first time in 20 years.
Why are you neglecting me? Thinking about it, it wasn't weird that Liu Mu made Liu Bingqian leave Yi Zifeng.
Liu Mu must have had his eyes on that young master Song and wants to rope him in.
Besides, the Yi clan and the Liu clan don't like each other anyways. It was the right move to make.
After a while, Liu Bingqian brought the tea back and casually set it on the table.
She didn't even pour Song Shiyun a cup of tea and went to sit down.
The place where she sat was very close to Yi Zifeng. Liu Mu wanted to say something to her, but the servant came back with the ingredients.
Master. The ingredients for the Qi nurturing pill is here. All 10 sets.
Liu Mu nodded and looked at Song Shiyun. Don't give it to me.
Give it to young Master Song.
Song Shiyun laughed and received all 10 sets.
He put 5 sets of ingredient in front of Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng, the ingredients are here. Let me tell you the rules then.
We both have 5 sets of ingredients and whoever makes the most Qi nurturing pills in an hour wins.
What do you think, Dot? Yi Zifeng smiled and calmly answered, it's very simple. I like it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 68, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists.
When Yi Zifeng agreed, a sound of laughter sounded throughout the room.
Great! To be so daring. As expected of the winner of the Heavenly Clan gathering. But it's too bad. You're going to lose because you're too arrogant. Song Shiyun didn't waste his breath anymore and started to become serious. He grabbed the cauldron and moved it towards himself. At the same time, he grabbed the first set of ingredients. Oh? You're gonna put the ingredients in before lighting up the fire?
Well, this is technically a faster way to concoct pill, but only if you have an unlimited amount of ingredients.
Yi Zifeng smiled and engrossed in all of his opponent's movements.
In the very beginning, Yi Zifeng had pointed out a flaw in Song Shiyun's movements. If Song Shiyun continued what he was doing, it would be very awkward.
Whatever.
I'll light the fire first. The order of things don't really matter as long as I can make more pills than you. I'll show you the difference between the heavens and the earth.
Song Shiyun laughed and gathered the qi from his dantian into his fingers.
A red flame suddenly appeared from his fingers and scattered around.
It was a very magical sight. Liu Bingqian was shocked. No way. Song Shiyun, when did you condense a common tear flame?
If someone can condense a common tear flame, that means that the said person was basically a quasi-Huang tear alchemist. They only need to continue practicing using this flame to become a true Huang tear alchemist.
When this happens, Song Shiyun will become the second Huang tear alchemist in Legacy City.
Liu Mu looked deeply at Song Shiyun. Young Master Song, it seems like your efforts have borne fruit.
Congratulations. Song Shiyun proudly replied, thanks Uncle Liu. Truth to be told, I worked very hard to catch up to Bingqian. I hope that we can concoct pills together one day.
The way he looked at Bingqian clearly showed that he liked her and was very infatuated with her.
This was a normal thing.
Bingqian was very beautiful and many young master of noble families would try to woo her.
Very promising. If you can become Bingqian's helper and concoct pills with her, then I'll be very happy.
Liu Mu's expression was filled with praise. The meaning of his words were very clear. He hoped that his daughter would bring Song Shiyun to the alchemy competition instead of that Yi Zifeng.
Liu Ningzi giggled and pulled her sister's sleeve. Sister Bingqian, did you hear that? He worked very hard just for you.
Liu Bingqian didn't care about it at all, he's saying it to sound polite.
Why would he work hard for me?
He clearly worked hard for himself.
Also, we don't have any relations, don't talk drivel.
While saying that, she looked over at Yi Zifeng. However, he wasn't looking at her at all and was staring at the cauldron. This dealt a big blow to her maiden heart. Yi Zifeng suddenly and unexpectedly opened his mouth and laughed. Young Master Song, it's not that I'm calling you out, but you're losing time by talking so much. Song Shiryun coldly snorted, I got a whole hour, who cares if I waste a bit of time? I can still win against you anyways. He relaxed himself and looked back at the cauldron. I won't say anything, but I just want to remind you that your common tear flame is of the yin attribute. If you don't use it on the cauldron soon, it will continuously burn out the yang energy in your body. Don't you feel like you're getting a headache right now? Yi Zifeng's mouth curved up into a sly smile. This? Song Shiryun was startled. Yi Zifeng was completely right. What shocked him even more was that Yi Zifeng knew what attribute his common tear flame was. Any normal alchemist wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between yin and yang. He furrowed his brows and his expression regained its original composure. Yi Zifeng, it seems like you know the theories of alchemy very well. If you have the abilities, then why don't you point out all the flaws that I make? If you can do that, then I'll submit to you. If you can't, then shut up. While saying that, he closed his eyes and slowly inserted his common tear flame into the cauldron to heat it up. Yi Zifeng smiled, fine. You're the one who wants me to point out all your flaws. Don't regret it. First, your posture and positioning is incorrect. You're not directly in front of the cauldron and won't be able to insert your qi at any time. Also, if you close your eyes, you won't be able to control your flames. You won't be able to control the heat intensity and distribution to each ingredient. You. Song Shiryun opened his eyes and had an ugly expression. He knew that Yi Zifeng was right. He pointed out every single flaw in his movements. Song Shiryun wanted to retort but couldn't find anything to say. Yi Zifeng smiled and continued, your control over your flame is way too terrible. You can't even control the heat correctly and insert it into the cauldron. I'm afraid that you'll be making quite a bit of slag this time around. Hearing this, Song Shiryun stared at the cauldron for a while. Other than Liu Bingqian and her teacher, he had never seen someone talk like this in Legacy City. All of his words made sense. Young Master Song, don't just stare at the cauldron. The cauldron is continuously being burned and you might even make a hole in it. Please control your flame correctly. Song Shiryun hurriedly nodded and did exactly as Yi Zifeng told him and lowered the output of the flame. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in the Liu clan, he would have definitely pulled Yi Zifeng aside and begged for some advice. Lu Mu saw that something was wrong and advised Song Shiryun, young Master Song, all you need to do is be yourself. Don't listen to this guy. Song Shiryun nodded and inserted his qi into the ingredients. He slowly sent ingredients into the cauldron from the center and started to refine the ingredients right when it entered. Yi Zifeng started to speak again, that was wrong too. The cauldron is already at its boiling point, so you should not have put the ingredients in from the center. It should have entered the cauldron from the sides. Only after you finish inserting your qi into the ingredients would you move it to the center of the cauldron to be refined. The pill that you refine will have a slight burnt smell and will have some fire attribute due to your mistakes. You're right. It really is like this. Song Shiryun couldn't help but yell out. That's right. Don't blame the ingredients for being bad. Rich kids like you probably all have okay ingredients. The reason why you guys fail is all because of your concocting methods. Yi Zifeng deeply sighed and shook his head at Song Shiryun. His expression looked as if he was an elder feeling resentful towards a younger generation for failing to meet expectations. When Song Shiryun heard this, he didn't feel any anger at all. No. No way. Is my alchemy skills that bad? Song Shiryun's mouth twitched and his eyes were sticking out. His voice was shaking.
Since the beginning, all of his problems and difficulties were easily solved and explained by Yi Zifeng.
Right now, his confidence was slowly and gradually disappearing.
He couldn't win against Yi Zifeng. The most important thing here is that Yi Zifeng didn't even do anything yet.
All he did was talk. Yi Zifeng smiled and once again reminded Song Shiyun about his mistakes. Young Master Song, you should be careful with the amount of ingredients that you put in.
Your common tear flame was recently condensed and is very limited. Its usage can't even be compared to using firewoods. You're still not used to it at all.
Song Shiyun slightly nodded his head unconsciously. Without knowing, his head was filled with sweat already.
Then what should I do? Young Master Song.
Lu Mu coughed loudly, which caused Song Shiyun to come back to his senses.
I'm sorry, Uncle Lu. I was a bit too nervous.
From the beginning, Song Shiyun had been listening to Yi Zifeng talk and didn't even concoct a single pill yet.
This made Lu Mu very nervous. Shiyun, concoct the pills quickly. You only have half the amount of time left. Song Shiyun gulped.
He decided not to listen to Yi Zifeng anymore and concentrate on concocting pills with all his strength. He doesn't care about the grade of the pill. This was a contest of concoction speed, the quality of the pill didn't matter. He was still nervous and threw 3 sets of ingredients into the furnace. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but chuckle, more haste, less speed.
Don't try to run before you can walk. Did your master ever tell you about this saying?
Using 2 sets of ingredients was the limit for people in the Qi refining realm.
Even Bingqian can't use more than 2 sets of ingredients at a time.
When Yi Zifeng concocted the Thunder Spirit pill, he used a pill division technique to create 3 pills.
In reality, he only used 2 sets of ingredients.
Song Shiyun's confidence hit rock bottom. Then
what's gonna happen?
Well, since you put 3 sets of ingredients in, then I am sure that 1 set of ingredients will turn into slag. Yi Zifeng coldly laughed out loud. The sound of laughter caused Song Shiyun to feel numb. Ever since he was born, he had been surrounded by praises. He had never been attacked like this before.
Holy shit, I don't want to do it anymore.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 69, Winning Without a Fight.
Everyone that was present had a shocked expression on their face and were speechless. Lu Mu stared blankly at Song Shiyun. He didn't expect Song Shiyun to say something so demoralizing.
As one of the alchemy geniuses in Legacy City, he didn't even dare to compete with Yi Zifeng. His confidence was completely shattered by Yi Zifeng's words. Yi Zifeng didn't even start concocting pills yet either. All he did was talk for a bit. Shiyun, what are you talking about? Continue concocting. Don't be influenced by his blabbering. He's talking bullshit. Song Shiyun fiercely shook his head. No. He's right. If I continue like this, I will turn 1 set of ingredient into slag. He found all the crucial flaws in my concoction process. I can't do this. I'm not worthy to be his opponent.
When Song Shiyun looked at Yi Zifeng again, he saw that Yi Zifeng was smiling.
What happened today took all of Song Shiyun's confidence away. This kind of blow to his mental state might affect his future development as an alchemist. Lu Mu was getting angry.
To Song Shiyun, this was only a little friendly competition.
However, to Lu Mu, this match had 10% of the business channels on the line. Shiyun,
quickly concoct the pills.
Who cares if you make some slag? Concoct as many pills as you can. Yi Zifeng's only good at talking.
In reality, he might not even be able to concoct as many pills as you. Lu Mu was very anxious and wasn't acting like a noble clan master anymore. It was almost as if he had his hands around Song Shiryun's neck and forcing him to concoct pills. If it wasn't for the face that he didn't know how to concoct pills, he would have pushed Song Shiryun aside and work himself.
No, I can't.
I can't win against him. Lu Mu coldly looked at him and snorted, "Didn't you say that you've been working hard in order to be able to concoct pills together with Bingqian?
Could it be that you can't even step over a hurdle like this?"
Lu Mu was thoroughly disappointed with this Song Shiryun, who appeared fierce while he was cowardly at heart. After this, he won't regard this guy highly anymore.
Bingqian, okay, fine. I'll try. Song Shiryun thought about Liu Bingqian and his expression changed.
He gritted his teeth and walked back towards the cauldron. Yi Zifeng laughed again. "Your feelings are unstable, making it hard for you to form your flames.
Also, using 3 sets of ingredients is already past your limit.
From what I can see, it would be a miracle if you can concoct even 1 pill."
Yi Zifeng continued to exert pressure on Song Shiryun with his talks. Song Shiryun's face sank. 1 pill.
I have to concoct at least 1 pill.
I can't act like this in front of Bingqian.
He knows that if he can't even concoct a single Qi nurturing pill, then his title as one of the genius alchemists in Legacy City will mean nothing.
Yi Zifeng coldly snorted, "Who are you concocting pills for? Is it for yourself or is it for Bingqian?
If you don't understand this, then why are you even concocting pills?"
Lu Mu coldly stared at Yi Zifeng. "All right. Stop talking. If you continue, then. Am I breaking the rules? I don't remember you mentioning anything about not talking or commenting on the blood contract." Yi Zifeng answered with an unyielding and confident look. Lu Mu's expression changed as he realized that Yi Zifeng was right. Yi Zifeng was a gentleman who uses his mouth and not his fist. If Lu Mu wants to blame someone, then he should blame Song Shiryun for not having enough willpower and determination.
Lu Mu started to worry. Originally, he wanted to use Song Shiryun's alchemy skills to make Yi Zifeng back off. However, the one who backed off was not Yi Zifeng but Song Shiryun. Song Shiryun forced himself to calm down. It was just as Yi Zifeng had said. His control over his common tear flame is not very efficient. His fingers had started to shake and his heart sank. He looked up at Liu Bingqian and gritted his teeth. "I refuse to believe that I can't even concoct a Qi nurturing pill today." Song Shiryun's face turned serious. The flame on his fingers became much more exuberant and transmitted its energy into the cauldron. Yi Zifeng lightly shook his head and laughed. "Don't be too excited. If you use such a large flame to concoct pills, you will easily burn all the ingredients." He paused for a bit and then continued to talk. "Besides, to concoct something as simple as a Qi nurturing pill, why are you trying to show off by using your condensed flame?
It's fine to use firewoods, you know." "I don't believe it. I am the number 2 genius in Legacy City. How can I not even concoct a Qi nurturing pill?" Song Shiryun continuously shook his head. His mind was slowly sinking as if it was in quicksand. He couldn't free himself from Yi Zifeng's grasp. His flames became wilder and wilder. Time passed very slowly. Suddenly, a bang sounded from inside the cauldron. When Song Shiryun heard this, his entire body stiffened. He didn't move at all. He didn't know he should do this. "What kind of sound is this?" Lu Mu asked shockingly. He was very anxious. He can already guess what happened, but he didn't want to believe it. Yi Zifeng smiled. "If you want to know what it is, ask him to open the cauldron." "Shiryun, open up the cauldron." Lu Mu furrowed his brows and yelled out. Song Shiryun's face ashen as he looked up. His movements were very slow. It was as if he was moving towards his execution ground. "Song Shiryun, move quicker. You're a man, aren't you? Show us what you got and open up the covers." Lu Mu was extremely angry. He didn't call him young Master Song or Shiryun anymore but called him by his full name instead. Uncle Liu, Come on. Unless you want me to come over and open it myself.
Song Shiyun was biting on his lips. After hearing what Lu Mu said, he started to move quicker and reluctantly walked towards the cauldron. He felt his heart ache as he opened up the cauldron. Everyone looked over and a shocked expression appeared on their faces. Inside the cauldron, there weren't any pills at all. It was completely black. Lu Mu was stupefied. He thought that at the very worst, Song Shiyun would at least make something. However, Song Shiyun actually turned all 3 sets of ingredient into charcoal. You really are useless. Lu Mu was so angry that he couldn't control himself. Song Shiyun was the one controlling the flames in the cauldron. He knew exactly what had happened.
Uncle Liu, I'm sorry.
Lu Mu hatefully looked at him. Don't call me Uncle Liu. You piece of trash. How can you not even make something as simple as a qi nurturing pill?
Do you think that you can still call yourself a genius anymore?
Song Shiyun's face turned pale and couldn't talk back. If it was someone else who had turned the ingredients into charcoal, he would have definitely laughed and ridiculed them.
Lu Mu's reaction was very kind already. If he was really angry, Song Shiyun would have been kicked out of the house already.
Zifeng softly laughed and looked at Song Shiyun. You lost control of your flame, didn't control the temperature correctly and didn't insert your qi at the right time.
This is a good lesson for you. Remember this, if you want to teach someone else a lesson, you shouldn't mess up.
Song Shiyun looked at Zifeng with a surprised look.
Zifeng was a few years younger than he was, but when he talked, he looked like a mature and state-esteemed grandmaster. In the way of alchemy, Song Shiyun has no choice but to respect Zifeng.
Zifeng, where in the world did you appear from?
How come you know so much? Zifeng shook his head. I didn't appear from anywhere. My skills aren't that high now. I told Uncle Liu already. I'm not as good as Bingqian, but I can guarantee that I am better than everyone else. Zifeng then turned to Lu Mu and smiled. Uncle Liu, do you think that I still need to show my skills?
Lu Mu's expression was very ugly.
However, Zifeng was right. Song Shiyun couldn't even concoct a single pill.
Even if you randomly call a servant, they were guaranteed to at least a tie.
Thus, the match didn't have meaning anymore.
It was impossible for Zifeng to lose. Lu Mu trembled for quite a while and finally sighed, fine.
Zifeng, I admit that it's your win.
This match, you won without even fighting.
Winning without a fight?
After hearing this from her father's mouth, Lu Ningzi was at a loss. She stood there like a wooden doll, staring blankly at Zifeng.
The alchemy skill between the two of them. Was their skill so far apart that one side can win without doing anything? Liu Bingqian looked happily at Zifeng. Her eyes showed an extraordinary splendor. She knew that she didn't choose the wrong person. Uncle, I'll take my leave. Song Shiyun heavily sighed. His face looked extremely ugly. He didn't have any face to stay at the Liu clan anymore.
He cupped his hands and bowed to everyone. Under the guidance of the servants, he left the Liu clan's residence. From now on, it seems like Lu Mu won't be caring about him anymore.
Zifeng watched as Song Shiyun left and smiled. Uncle Liu, it seems like I won the battle without even competing. I wonder if our bet still counts. Hold on. Lu Mu suddenly opened his mouth.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 70, Who next? Zifeng looked at Lu Mu and frowned. Uncle Liu, you're not trying to act as if this had never happened, are you? Liu Bingqian was even more anxious than Zifeng. Father, how can you be like this?
Lu Mu gave his daughter a fierce glance.
I won't go back on my words, but You said that you can beat everyone in Liu City except Bingqian. Is that correct? Yi Zifeng couldn't help but laughed. He knew what Lu Mu meant. His entire expression turned cold. Even if it's like this, you can't get everyone to come and compete with me. Even if I compete until I die, I won't be able to finish competing with everyone. Lu Mu laughed. Of course not. Don't worry about it. You only need to win once more. After that, I won't find any more excuses. Father, you. Liu Bingqian couldn't stand idly and watch anymore. She wanted to yell at her dad, but halfway through, she remembered that Lu Mu was her dad and stopped. Yi Zifeng glanced at Lu Mu. If it's like this, then I need to add something else to the bet. The first 2 months after the bet, the Lu clan will be our Yi clan's ally. After that you will continue to remain neutral. Yi Zifeng doesn't like doing things like this without a good cause, so he added something to the bet. This. Lu Mu thought about it and nodded. If it's only for 2 months, then it's not that big of a problem. All right. I'll accept. Yi Zifeng smiled. Nice. Then who's next? Next? He. Lu Mu's mouth curved up and revealed a cold smile. Yaij. He turned around and told Lu Yaij to get closer to him. He then whispered a few words. At first, Yaij's expression was fine, but after a while, a shocked expression appeared on his face. He looked up at Yi Zifeng and also started to smile coldly. Lu Yaij coldly snorted, Yi Zifeng. Just you wait. It was very clear that these two were conspiring about something. Big brother rough guy, Liu Bingqian mumbled with a worried look on her face. Since Yi Zifeng used 10% of the business channel as a bet to be able to go to the alchemy competition with her, she'll feel guilty if he loses. She can also see that Yi Zifeng really wanted to go to the competition with her to fulfill both of their promises. While thinking about this, she looked warmly at Yi Zifeng. However, in Yi Zifeng's mind, he was thinking about the Yi clan's future. He wanted to win and have the Lu clan ally with his Yi clan. As for the competition, he wasn't going for Liu Bingqian. He wanted to go for himself. In a while, Lu Yaij returned with a smile. Clan Master, Miss Jing has arrived. Yi Zifeng smiled. Oh? Who could it be this time? After saying that, Yi Zifeng watched as a small delicate white hand opened up the curtain leading into the room. He watched as a fine young lady walked in. She was wearing a white silk robe and had a very angelic appearance. However, Yi Zifeng can see how white her lips were and deduced that she had some sort of illness. Jinger greets Uncle Lu. Miss Jing, there's no need to be so polite. Sit. Liu Bingqian was startled and looked at her. Senior sister, why are you here? The young lady was called Yang Jing. Like Bingqian, she was also the old devil Muyun's disciple. She was younger than Bingqian, but because she became the old devil's disciple before Bingqian, she was Bingqian's senior. Yang Jing smiled. Master Old Devil sent me here to pick you up for the alchemy competition. I wanted to go see you tomorrow, but Uncle Lu called me over saying that he needed my help in something. Why did Master want you to pick me up? You're talking like I don't know how to get there. Bingqian's eyes were twinkling and was a bit worried. Yang Jing bitterly laughed. If it wasn't for the fact that you're scared of being last again and is always looking for excuses to not go, why would I need to come to Liu City? On the outside, it looked as if she was picking up Bingqian, but in reality, she was making sure that Bingqian attends no matter what. Thinking about her own history in the alchemy competition, she started to become ashamed of herself. Ahem. If this continued on, the conversation will become a reminisce talk between two teenage girls. Lu Mu noticed this and intervened. Lu Mu smiled and looked at Yang Jing. Miss Jing, I'm very sorry. My Lu clan haven't properly entertained you and yet we're asking for your help. A smile appeared on Yang Jing's pale face. There's no need. Bingqian and I are basically sisters. The Lu clan is basically like a second family to me. It's my duty to help out at times. However, I'm still unsure about what I have to do. Liu Bingqian pulled young Jing to the side and whispered softly, "Senior Sister Jing, my father wants you to compete with my friend. Can you hold back a bit and lose to him? I want to go to the alchemy competition with him." "Your friend?" Yang Jing was surprised and looked deeply at Yi Zifeng. She knew Bingqian for quite a while now, and this was the first time that Bingqian cared about a guy so much. In the past, Bingqian was enthralled in the way of alchemy and have never talked about guys at all. She probably didn't even have any guy friends. Lu Mu's expression changed and solemnly said, "Shen'er. This has to do with the clan's interest. Don't try to do anything." Bingqian softly sighed and returned to her seat. Yi Zifeng looked at young Jing and furrowed his brows. "Uncle Lu, she came from Tiandao City. Could it be that everyone who's a guest in your Lu clan will always become a part of your Lu clan? Can she even count as someone from Legacy City?" Yi Zifeng wasn't scared of Yang Jing. He just didn't agree with Lu Mu's underhanded methods. Lu Mu cheerfully nodded and laughed. "Zifeng. You don't know this, but Miss Jing is actually someone from our Legacy City. It's because of the fact that she has a weak constitution that she moved to Tiandao City. She needed someone at the martial spirit stage to continuously give her pure yang qi, so she became a disciple under the old devil Muyun." He smiled and continued, "So, of course she can be counted as someone from Legacy City." Yi Zifeng nodded and looked at Bingqian. "How's her alchemy skills compared to yours?" Liu Bingqian thought about it for a bit. "Senior sister's talent is better than mine, but she has always been sick and cannot use her qi to warm up the ingredients properly. Thus, she is somewhere on my level. But you have to be careful. She is a lot better than that Song Shiyun." Lu Yaij coldly laughed. "Just give up, Yi Zifeng. Miss Jing's alchemy skills are far better than that Song Shiyun's. You should forfeit now to save some face." "So that's how it is." Yi Zifeng smiled. "All right. I accept this match. However, Miss Jing, how about you let me decide on how we're going to compete?" Yang Jing nodded. "Sure." In her eyes, there was no one else in Legacy City who can match up with her other than Liu Bingqian. Thus, she didn't believe that this youngster can beat her at all. Yi Zifeng smiled. "Cool. Then we'll compete in making a pure Yang Dan." Yang Jing's calm face suddenly changed when she heard pure Yang Dan and immediately stood up from her seat. "What? How can this be? You can concoct a pure Yang Dan, that." Her body was weak and needed a martial spirit realm expert to pass on their pure Yang Qi to let her survive. If she had a pure Yang Dan, then she won't need their help anymore and can rely on herself. However, even though the pill wasn't hard to concoct, there was an extremely low chance in succeeding. After trying for around 100 times and failing all 100 times, she finally stopped trying. Right now, from what Yi Zifeng can see, Yang Jing definitely doesn't know how to concoct a pure Yang Dan. Lu Mu furrowed his brows and looked over at Bingqian. "Shen'er, is this pure Yang Dan very hard to concoct?" Liu Bingqian was shocked. "Of course it is. If Sister Jing has a pure Yang Dan, then she doesn't need to stay in Tiandao City and receive help from martial spirit experts anymore. So that's how it is." Lu Mu looked at Yi Zifeng. From what he can tell, not even Bingqian can concoct this pure Yang Dan. If Yi Zifeng is able to, then he is probably better than Bingqian. Thinking about this, it wasn't bad if Yi Zifeng goes to the competition with Bingqian. However, he still wanted to win that 10% of business channels. Lu Mu quickly waved his hands and called for a servant. "Come on. Did you guys hear it? Bring out the ingredients for the pure Yang Dan." Liu Bingqian shook her head. "No, father. Not many people know about the ingredients for this pill. I'll personally go and get the ingredients. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 71, Pure Yang Dan Secret.
When Liu Bingqian went out to retrieve the ingredients, everyone in the room was silent. Yang Jing was unable to take her eyes off Qi Zifeng and continued to stare at him. Her pale face became even more pale due to excitement. You really know how to concoct a pure yang dan? You're not lying to me? Qi Zifeng smiled. Miss Jing, do you think an ordinary person would know the name pure yang dan? You? Yang Jing was shocked by his reply, but she knew that he was right. A normal alchemist would not know what a pure yang dan is. Only a Huang or above tier alchemist would know the ingredients of this pill. As for concocting it, one still need to reach at least the profound tier to be able to succeed. Originally, Yang Jing's master, Old Devil Muyun, can help her concoct one, but the ingredients are way too costly. The success rate is very low too. Even her master can at best succeed once in 3 tries. What are you call? Who's your master? When did you start concocting pills? If you know how to concoct pills, then why have I never seen you before? Yang Jing stared at Qi Zifeng, and without even noticing, she asked a series of questions. After the words came out, she felt that she forgot her own manners and felt embarrassed. After all, if the youngster in front of her can really concoct a pure yang dan, then he is definitely not a normal alchemist. However, she had never heard of him before and was suspicious. I'm Qi Zifeng. Also, Miss Jing, don't you feel like you're asking a lot of questions? Qi Zifeng smiled. What? You're Qi Zifeng? Then you're Miss Ningxi's. Yang Jing covered her mouth in surprise. At the same time, she looked over at Liu Ningxi, who was quietly sitting there. Yang Jing comes to the Liu clan very often, and the girls usually gossip with each other. Thus, she knows about Liu Ningxi's engagement. Liu Ningxi awkwardly smiled and shook her head. No. Not anymore. What's not? Yang Jing didn't know how to respond. Naturally, she didn't know that Liu Ningxi would go to the Yi clan and cancel the engagement herself. Right now, Liu Ningxi has nothing to do with Qi Zifeng. However, in Yang Jing's mind, she thought that Liu Ningxi was being shy and didn't think much about it. The thing she cared the most about was the pure yang dan. Yi clan's young master, if you can really concoct a pure yang pill, then I, Yang Jing, will admit defeat. I can't concoct the pill, but if you fail to concoct it, what happens? That's simple. If that's the case, then I'll admit defeat. Qi Zifeng smiled. What? You'll admit defeat? Yang Jing gasped. There were many people who challenged Bingqian and herself in the past. However, none of those people would give themselves such pressure before they even began to concoct. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Lu Mu's face. Just from seeing the reactions from Yang Jing and Bingqian, Lu Mu could tell that the pure yang dan was very difficult to concoct. Under this situation, Qi Zifeng proclaimed that he would admit defeat if he couldn't concoct it. He was basically courting his own death. Qi Zifeng, after the bet, the master might send me over to your house to pick up the documents for the extra business channels that we're gonna get. Don't try to back out of it then. Liu Yaij was laughing at how Qi Zifeng was going to fall. Move out of the way. I'm back. Sorry for making everyone wait. I've brought the ingredients. Liu Bingqian's soft voice once again sounded through the entire room. Lu Mu confusingly asked, Chinner, how come it took you so long? Isn't the storage room just around the corner? He wanted to say more, but when he saw Bingqian order a few servants to bring in a large bag, his expression changed and was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Qian'er. What are you doing? Why did you bring so much ingredients? Liu Bingqian giggled. When I went over to the storage room, I saw that we had way too much ingredients. The ventilation in the room is very bad and there isn't much sunlight either. I'm afraid that they'll go bad, so I brought a little extra. This is a little extra? Even the silent Liu Ningxi couldn't help but speak. The pure yang dan is hard to concoct, but it's not like it can't be concocted. Thus, Liu Bingqian brought every ingredient that has to do with the pill over. Her intentions were very clear.
She wants Qi Zifeng to succeed.
If his ability wasn't there, maybe he can make it up with quantity.
She lifted her head and facetiously looked at Qi Zifeng. Big brother rough guy, this is all I can do. Ah, this girl is at that age already. She doesn't even care about the clan anymore and would rather help an outsider.
Lu Mu sighed and sat back on his chair. At this time, Lu Mu didn't care about the bet about attending the alchemy competition anymore. Seeing how Liu Bingqian was helping Qi Zifeng, even if he didn't allow it, she would forcefully bring him along anyways.
Qi Zifeng smiled and thanked Liu Bingqian.
He then walked over the large bag of ingredients. He bent down and started to pick up some ingredients: Dragon Lord Ginseng, 100 grass nectar, celestial immortal flower, Yoxiang silk, and many other ingredients.
He only took a little bit of each ingredient.
Lu Mu's expression suddenly revitalized. Nephew Zifeng, are you trying to use one set of ingredient to concoct the pill?
If you fail then you lose, right?
After seeing this, he started to call Qi Zifeng by nephew Zifeng again.
Qi Zifeng smiled. I didn't say anything about that.
Since Bingqian was so nice to me, I'll just have to use all these ingredients to concoct a pure yang dan.
I can't waste her kindness like this. Hearing how Qi Zifeng was thanking her, Bingqian's face became red immediately. Lu Mu's heart sank again. If Qi Zifeng wants to use up all these ingredients, who knows how long it'll take. However, there wasn't anything wrong with doing that. However,
Qi Zifeng spoke softly.
However what? Lu Mu's face lit up again. As a senior and a clan master, his emotions were being toyed by Qi Zifeng. However, if you want me to use one set of ingredients, that's fine too. Really?
Qi Zifeng nodded. However, you have to extend the alliance between our clans to half a year if I win.
Qi Zifeng slowly increased the amount of time the two clans had to be allies.
He made it look like he had a disadvantage and made Lu Mu increase the time of the alliance. For Qi Zifeng to have such a cunning nature, it made Lu Mu continuously praise him in his heart. Right now, he hated that Qi Zifeng was Yi Chongtian's son and not his own son.
Lu Mu gritted his teeth. Fine. Half a year it is.
Even if the Wang clan is unhappy, I'll take responsibility for this. I don't believe that you can concoct a pure yang dan with just one set of ingredient. For Liu Bingqian to bring so many sets of ingredient over, she was obviously saying that this pill was very hard to concoct.
Alright then. Qi Zifeng laughed.
Without wasting any more time, he walked towards the cauldron with his ingredient and threw everything in there.
Lu Yaich couldn't help but be surprised. Qi Zifeng, didn't you tell Song Shiyun that you can't do this? Qi Zifeng smiled back. Song Shiyun is Song Shiyun and I am me.
Rules are never set in place.
He is considered a beginner. Only when you really understand alchemy can you use different methods to concoct under different situations. Changing the method to concoct under different situations.
Yang Jing was surprised by these words. She felt that this guy in front of her was not simple at all.
She couldn't help but keep her eyes on him.
In her eyes, for a man to be so close to Bingqian,
he must not be simple at all. Qi Zifeng took a firewood from the servants and put it under the cauldron.
After lighting it up, he turned to Yang Jing and smiled at her. A pill like the pure Yang Dan is considered a low mid-tier pill.
However, do you know why it's so hard to concoct the pill? Did your master ever tell you why the success rate is so low?
Yang Jing thought about it and shook her head.
She was curious. Failing to concoct a pill is very normal. What reason was there?
Qi Zifeng smiled. Experts don't think that this pill is worth their time and beginners don't know how to concoct the pill. As for the people in the middle, they've heard too many rumors about this pill and have never truly researched a proper concoction method.
If I'm not wrong, your master doesn't want you to understand this.
This is why he probably made it look like it was hard to concoct the pill in front of you guys.
He wants you guys to figure it out yourselves.
This, Yang Jing had thought about this already. However, if her master wants this, it was for her own good anyways.
Then how about you? What are you? An expert? A beginner?
Or someone in the middle, If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 72, I'll win even if you act shamelessly. Yi Zifeng thought about it and then involuntarily laughed. Which one am I?
Well, you'll know after you watch me concoct the pill.
You? Yang Jing's expression changed. In Legacy City, there isn't man who wouldn't honestly answer her when she asked a question.
There was nobody who answered like Yi Zifeng and kept her waiting.
This guy is simply too hateful. All right. I'm going to start. Please don't disturb me.
When Yi Zifeng turned to face the cauldron, he became very serious as if he was a different person.
A pure Yang Dan isn't as hard to concoct as the rumors.
However, to someone with a 5th stage of Qi refining cultivation, this was a pretty hard task to accomplish.
If he makes even one tiny mistake, the entire set of ingredient will turn into slag.
He looked at the cauldron and inserted his Qi into it to slowly warm up the ingredients.
After a while, he added some more firewood into the fire.
Yang Jing saw his movements and was surprised, dual tasking. To be able to increase his Qi's temperature and the flame's temperature at the same time while maintaining the same temperature for both.
This is a move that experienced alchemists use. As expected, this Yi Zifeng is not simple at all.
Yang Jing watched as Yi Zifeng slowly inserted the firewood into the flames and gasped.
Lu Mu furrowed his brows and looked at Bingqian. Xianer, is Yi Zifeng's dual-tasking method that extraordinary? Liu Bingqian was shocked as well.
When she heard her father's question, she started to laugh.
Of course it's extraordinary. When you insert your Qi into the cauldron, you need to know how much you inserted and need to feel around. While doing that, Zifeng is also controlling the temperature of the fire by adding more and more firewoods. Just look at what he's doing. The amount of wood that he puts in is different every time. Really?
Hearing this, Lu Mu started at Yi Zifeng's hand.
The first time, it was 2 small firewood. The second time, it was a large firewood.
The third time, Yi Zifeng chopped a firewood in half with his bare hands and inserted 1 piece.
It really is a different amount everything. Who would have thought that something as simple as inserting firewoods would have such a profound method? However, from what I know, Yi Zifeng doesn't have an alchemy master. Could he have learned this all by himself? Lu Mu stared at Yi Zifeng with a confused and surprised expression. I don't know about this either. Maybe he really did learn this by himself. Liu Bingqian shook her head. She didn't meet Yi Zifeng too long ago and doesn't know many of his secrets. If Yi Zifeng doesn't say anything, then she won't ask anything.
However, she was sure of one thing.
The Yi clan didn't have an alchemist. If Yi Zifeng wants to learn alchemy, he would have to read from books.
In just a while, a purple gas appeared from the cauldron.
What is this purple gas? Lu Mu saw the scene and couldn't help but ask.
Originally, he thought that Yi Zifeng would definitely not be able to concoct the pill, but when they saw the expression on the 2 girls' faces, it looked like Yi Zifeng was doing fine. Liu Bingqian smiled and explained to her father, when a purple gas appears, it means that the ingredients are slowly melting and condensing into a pill.
Lu Mu furrowed his brows. Could Yi Zifeng actually successfully concoct the pill? He looked over at Liu Yaij, signaling him to come over. Yaij saw this and hurried over. Plan Master, what do you need?
Lu Mu suppressed his voice and whispered, it seems like this Yi Zifeng is about to concoct a pure Yang Dan.
We can't just sit here and do nothing, but.
Liu Yaij felt delighted and asked, then Clan Master means.
You see.
Lu Mu pointed at where Yi Zifeng was sitting.
Liu Yige didn't know what he meant and scratched his head. This. May clan master clarify. Lu Mu sighed, you stupid blockhead. TL, in Chinese blockhead, is the same as log. Blockhead? At first Liu Yige thought Lu Mu was yelling at him, but when he looked over at the logs of firewood beside Yi Zifeng, he quickly realized what Lu Mu meant. Lu Mu wanted to mess with the firewoods that Yi Zifeng was using. Liu Yige understood this and smiled. Alright. I got it. I'll go right now. Be a bit more low-key. Don't be too excessive. Lu Mu delightfully smiled and nodded. Of course. Liu Yige looked around, and when no one was looking at him, he slipped out of the room. He quickly returned with a servant who put a bunch of new logs of firewood by Yi Zifeng's side. Yi Zifeng was concentrating very hard since he had reached a crucial moment. However, when he picked up one of the new log of firewood, a shocked expression appeared on his face. He felt it a bit more and realized what happened. He furrowed his brows and looked over at Lu Mu. It seems like this old fox still has tricks up his sleeve. Lu Mu sat there with a sly smile, waiting for Yi Zifeng to mess up. As the Lu clan's clan master, he was shamelessly trying to sabotage a youngster. Nephew Zifeng, why are you not concocting the pill and staring at me? Could there be a problem? Yi Zifeng smiled. I want to say something. The firewood that this servant bought is a bit too light. Liu Bingqian looked at the firewood and gasped, could those all be hollow wood? She walked over and picked up a firewood and examined it. Father, what's going on? While concocting a pill, one will need to use solid wood. Even a beginner knows that. If they use a hollow wood, then the fire won't be strong enough for the pill to take shape. After hearing this, Lu Mu's expression changed and coldly looked at the servant. You useless thing. What are you doing? Who told you to bring hollow wood? Go back and get some solid wood. I'm sorry, master. I saw that there were some leftover wood in the yard and brought them here. This one did not know that they were useless for concocting pills. I'm sorry. I'll go back right now. After being yelled at, the servant apologized and turned around. Yi Zifeng coldly snorted, no need. If I wait for you to come back, I'm afraid this pill will turn into slag already. Lu Mu pretended to awkwardly smile. Nephew Zifeng. I'm so sorry. I didn't know that my servants would be so useless. I hope you can excuse him. Yi Zifeng's expression turned very cold. For Lu Mu to do something so underhanded, he'll be losing face even if he wins. Whatever. When I came to the Lu clan by myself, I've already prepared for things like this. Yi Zifeng sighed and looked back at the cauldron with an even more serious expression. Liu Yige and Lu Mu looked at each other, shocked. It seems like Yi Zifeng is still going to continue. Yi Zifeng, if you waste this set of ingredient then you lose. You said it yourself. You only have this one chance. Liu Yige yelled out to remind him. I don't need you to remind me of my own matters. Yi Zifeng threw the last solid firewood into the fire. His eyes lit up and a glistening ray of light appeared from his body. On his fingers, a tiny amount of light entered the cauldron. Yang Jing's expression changed and stood up. Light from your fingers? This is something that appears before one condenses a common tier flame. Could it be that you're almost a Huan tier alchemist? It was a very crucial moment for Yi Zifeng, so he didn't answer her. Right now, he was only at the 5th stage of Qi refining. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Mu had forced him, he would not have used this move. If one doesn't have enough strength, not only will one fail, one will also feel a recoil effect. Because of this, Yi Zifeng didn't condense his flame but used a fire qi instead. He infused the fire qi with the last firewood to increase its temperature. You have to succeed. Liu Bingqian was shaking. She closed her eyes and prayed for Yi Zifeng's success. After a bit, the cauldron started to shake and make a hissing sound.
The last firewood had been burned out and the temperature of the cauldron wasn't high enough. Bingqian heard this and her heart started to beat very fast. After a bit, the shaking finally stopped.
Everyone was silent. Complete.
Qi Zifeng let out a long sigh.
His entire back was filled with sweat. Since you're done, open the cauldron up and show us.
Lu Mu was staring at the cauldron hoping that Qi Zifeng had failed.
Qi Zifeng nodded and opened up the cauldron.
When he opened it up, a burnt and charred smell leaked out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 73. Are you satisfied now?
After smelling the charred smell coming from the cauldron, Lu Mu was very happy. This was because if Qi Zifeng had failed, then 10% of Yi clan's business channels will be the Lu clan's. This was not a small amount. With this, the Lu clan's strength will increase once again. Lu Yaij saw this and started to laugh. Qi Zifeng, it looks like you've lost.
What do you have to say now?
Qi Zifeng stood in front of the cauldron and opened up the cauldron. All that could be seen was a bunch of black slag.
AI.
Yang Jing, who was looking forward to the completion of the pill, suddenly became disappointed. When she thought about it, this was pretty normal. The pure Yang Dan was very hard to concoct. How can he succeed in one set of ingredient? Why did she place her hopes on this youngster?
Liu Bingqian was staring blankly at the pile of slag.
In her heart, she was angry at Qi Zifeng for being so arrogant. She couldn't sit there and do nothing at all.
She walked up in front of Lu Mu.
Father, when Qi Zifeng was concocting the pill before, he didn't get to use solid firewoods.
We are the ones in the wrong.
So you should let him try Aegean.
Lu Mu was startled. His happy mood was suddenly turned sour from Bingqian's words. Lu Mu snorted, "Humph. What do you mean try again? Did we agree that he'll only use one set of ingredient to concoct the pill once? He can't say anything now that he's failed. You can't say anything for him." He wanted to stop Qi Zifeng from having any wishful thinking and immediately shut Bingqian down. Qi Zifeng laughed while his back was to the crowd. Failed? Who said I failed?
Lu Yaij fiercely looked at him. Bullshit.
What else is there besides slag? If you didn't fail, then what is it?
Lu Mu acted as if he understood what Qi Zifeng was doing. Nephew Zifeng, I know that you're in a bad mood, but this is reality.
No matter what happens, you can't change reality. Qi Zifeng's face turned cold as he moved out of the way.
A ray of golden light shined across the room. The sudden light filled the entire hall. Lu Mu, who was laughing, saw this golden ray of light and couldn't help but look up at the cauldron.
What's happening?
Lu Mu couldn't comprehend what was happening at all and was very shocked. In the pile of slag, a red striped pill continuously released golden light into the room.
Qi Zifeng didn't fail.
He was able to use the last firewood in his qi to condense the ingredients into a pill.
Pure Yang Dan. This is a pure Yang Dan. Yang Jing rushed up to look at the pill. Her pale face became even more pale. Impressive. Very impressive. This is simply unimaginable. If it was me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to concoct it. Yang Jing excitingly praised.
Lu Mu felt as if he had fallen into a hole. He was an esteemed clan master.
He was also someone from Yi Chongtian's generation. However, this time, he lost a bet to Qi Zifeng.
Lu Yaij also had the same look on his face.
His efforts of making the woods hollow were for naught.
He thought he could get back at Qi Zifeng, but Qi Zifeng still competed the pill.
Bingqian's watery eyes started to light up. I knew it. I knew that you would succeed,
Yi Zifeng smiled and looked over Lu Mu. Uncle Lu, I bet you're interested as to why I was able to finish concocting the pill even though my flames weren't strong enough.
Lu Mu quickly nodded and asked, yeah. How did you do it? Tell me. Yi Zifeng smiled. Actually, it's all thanks to Uncle Lu's help. Me? Did I help you? Lu Mu was shocked.
He had been against Yi Zifeng since the very beginning.
How did he help him? He didn't even move from his seat. Uncle Lu, do you remember what I said about the 4 paintings that you have here?
I told you that when the 4 paintings are together, they have a special effect.
Hold on. Lu Mu was shocked. Could it be? Could you have used the formation of the paintings to your benefit? Yi Zifeng nodded. Well, technically, I only used the ancient desert king diagram's effect. Look at where I am standing. It's right in front of the diagram.
When Yi Zifeng walked into the Lu clan, he scanned the room for everything that he could use and remembered their positions.
This? You can even use this to your benefit? Lu Mu looked at the ancient desert king diagram and it was directly in front of where Yi Zifeng was. The ancient desert diagram was able to arouse one's young qi in their blood. It was perfect for Yi Zifeng when concocting a pure yang dan.
No wonder why you're saying that I helped you.
So it was like this.
Lu Mu bitterly laughed and shook his head. His own collection and hobby had led to his downfall. It made him sigh with sorrow. While shaking his head, Lu Mu remembered something. He only knows the effect of this ancient desert king diagram because an expert had explained it to him. How did this Yi Zifeng who was still wet behind his ears know about this? His knowledge can't be underestimated. If I'm not wrong, the reason that you want to concoct a pure yang dan is because of this diagram, isn't it? It's one of the reasons. Yi Zifeng smiled and replied. Incredible. Even a sly old fox like Lu Mu was continuously praising like Yi Zifeng. However, Lu Mu had a weird feeling inside his heart.
Yi Zifeng's words and actions did not resemble someone that was 20 years old. If he knew that Yi Zifeng was so talented, he would have stopped Lu Ningzi from canceling the engagement.
After thinking about it, Lu Mu realized that he was short-sighted.
He lifted his head and looked over at Lu Ningzi. No one can tell what he was thinking about.
Lu Yige was still in shock. No wonder why you've been staring at the diagram instead of the cauldron before.
So you've been trying to use the formation from the diagram.
He realized that there was a purpose to everything that Yi Zifeng did.
You're not as stupid as I thought you were.
When talking to someone that he hates, Yi Zifeng didn't save them any face.
Lu Yige gritted his teeth. Yi Zifeng smiled and looked at everyone here. He saw that they all had a look of disbelief in their eyes.
When Yi Zifeng said that he was going to the Lu clan alone, Yi Chongtian and Yi Shui didn't let him, thinking that the people of the Lu clan would bully him.
They did try to bully him but wasn't successful in doing so. Uncle Lu, the bet states that if I can use one set of ingredient to concoct a pure yang dan, it is my win. So let me ask you this. This bet. It counts as my win, right? That's right. It's your win. A younger generation's skill should not be underestimated. It should not be underestimated at all. Lu Mu was feeling a bit depressed.
After all these years ruling over Liu City, this was the first time that he had tasted defeat from someone of the younger generation. Liu Bingqian tried to suppress her happiness and asked, "Then father, according to the bet, you'll allow Yi Zifeng to go to the alchemy competition with me?"
Lu Mu nodded. Since it was in the contract, then I can't refuse you guys. Go ahead. That's great. Liu Bingqian looked over at Yi Zifeng and blushed.
If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Zifeng came, then with her abilities, she will definitely be shut down by her father. Yi Zifeng came at such a good time.
Hearing this, Yi Zifeng's eyes lit up.
It was true that he had one, but it wasn't until Lu Mu admitted it himself that Yi Zifeng can consider this a victory. Of course, he had to be cautious and asked again, then about the alliance between our clans. Lu Mu thought about it for a while and answered, about this. After what happened today, I have a different idea. Father, how can you be like that? Allying with the Yi clan is part of the bet. Didn't you agree on it? Bingqian wanted the two clans to ally with each other and thus quickly yelled at her dad. Yi Zifeng's eyes turned cold. Could Uncle Lu be going back on his words? Lu Mu laughed loudly. Look at you guys. Do you think that I, Lu Mu, is someone so untrustworthy? Everything that I do is for the good of our clan. Then father's meaning is. Lu Mu patted Bingqian's head and looked over at Yi Zifeng. Nephew Zifeng. I've thought about it. With someone like you in the Yi clan, I don't have to worry about anything in the future. Thus, my Lu clan will ally with your Yi clan for at least 1 year. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 74, Departure. The alliance between the Lu clan and the Yi clan was announced the very next day. It quickly became the hottest topic in Legacy City. It was even hotter than when Yi Zifeng obtained first place in the Heavenly Clan gathering. After all, no matter how strong Yi Zifeng was, in the eyes of the senior generation, all he has is potential. In just a few days, they all forgot about it and started to think about more important things. However, the news of the Lu clan allying with the Yi clan was not a simple one at all. This implied that the major powers in Legacy City is changing once again. Everyone started to talk about how the Yi clan was on the rise. There were some who admired them and some who were jealous of them. However, all of the talk was undoubtedly about Yi Zifeng. Even the people in the Ashen Spirit sect were discussing about what happened. Did you hear about it? The first place of the last Heavenly Clan gathering, Yi Zifeng actually went and melted the treasure sword that he received from the sect. He's crazy. Brothers, what kind of old news are you talking about? Don't you know? A few days ago, many seniors from smaller clans went to the Yi clan residence to talk business. They've all to ally with the Yi clan for the next 5 years. Also, the one who struck the deal wasn't Yi Chongtian, but his son Yi Zifeng. Your news is pretty old too. Someone saw Yi Zifeng walk into the Lu clan residence alone. The next day, the Lu clan immediately announced their alliance with the Yi clan. Do you think that this has to do with Yi Zifeng? Hearing all these praises for Yi Zifeng, Wang Lin coldly snorted. He couldn't take it anymore and started yelling at these gossipers. Stop talking right now. Stop saying Yi Zifeng this and Yi Zifeng that. Is he a god or something? All these people were suddenly startled and looked over at Wang Lin. They realized that this was the young master of the Wang clan. They all stopped talking and walked away. Wang Lin was very angry and looked over at Wang Ruoxing. Wang Ruoxing's face looked as cold as ice and smiled. Brother Lin, tell brother the truth. Can you not bear it anymore and want to deal with Yi Zifeng? Wang Lin furrowed his brows and nodded, yes. If I don't deal with him soon, I'm gonna go crazy. His existence has been bothering me like a bad dream. He looked up at Wang Ruoxing and asked, second brother, last time, you told me to wait. We've been waiting for so long already. How about we? Wang Ruoxing coldly laughed. He knew what Wang Lin meant. He wanted to deal with Yi Zifeng himself too. Brother Lin, originally, I planned something out for half a month later. At that time, I can guarantee that Yi Zifeng will suffer. But, if you want to do it now, I can help you too. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and became very excited. Second bro, really? You'll help me teach Yi Zifeng a lesson? You don't have to take his life, just teach him a lesson for me. Wang Ruoxing nodded and laughed, since I'm your big brother, I have to take care of you. Take a guess at what I've been doing outside the sect these days. Wang Lin rubbed his head and asked,
I don't know. Could it be that you found someone to teach him a lesson? Wang Ruoxing laughed, of course not. Do you think it's that easy to find an expert to fight for us? You're right. Wang Lin sighed. He thought about how the people that he hired were all useless and was beaten. If they found any random cultivator, they won't be able to beat Zifeng. Wang Ruoxing smiled. Actually, for the past few days, I've been keeping an eye on Zifeng's movements. I had to understand his movements and habits. Also, I heard about something recently. What did you hear about? Wang Lin asked. Zifeng is going to participate in Tiandao City's alchemy competition with the Liu clan's Liu Bingqian.
Wang Lin had thought that this was some good news inside. I heard about this too. We can't do anything with Liu Bingqian, a peak-stage Qi refiner next to him.
Brother Lin, do you think there isn't an opportunity where we can strike? You should know that they have to leave Legacy City to get to Tiandao City. A sinister expression appeared on Wang Ruoxing's face.
It was filled with murderous intent.
Actually, he doesn't have any beef with Zifeng. However, Wang Lin was his little brother and he couldn't sit there and watch his brother get bullied. Leaving the city?
Wang Lin started to think about it as Wang Ruoxing started to talk again. Also, Zifeng won't always be with Liu Bingqian anyways. They have to separate at some point. When that time comes, we'll teach him a lesson.
Wang Lin was excited.
After listening to his brother's plans, he was feeling a lot better.
Second brother, I'll do whatever you say. Well, we'll wait until they depart tomorrow.
In the Yi clan's residence, everyone had smiles on their faces. It was all because of Zifeng. He was able to strike a deal with the smaller clans and had them ally with the Yi clan for 5 years.
The Liu clan has also allied themselves with them for a year.
At this moment, Zifeng told everyone about how he was going to Tiandao City with Liu Bingqian to represent Legacy City in the alchemy competition.
Everyone in the whole city was talking about this. The fact that Zifeng is an alchemist was spread throughout the entire city. Today, Zifeng was about to depart to Tiandao City.
Yi Shuai skipped her classes and came to see Zifeng off.
Yi Chongtian and Tang Feng didn't blame her. This was because Zifeng was going on a long trip and will be gone for a while.
If this was the old Zifeng leaving, no one besides his father and Shuai will see him off.
However, it was different now. Zifeng was now a very important person in the Yi clan. Even Yi Chun, who hated Zifeng in the beginning, couldn't help but admire him.
Yi Chongtian sighed with sorrow and helped Zifeng fix his robes.
Ah, Zifeng.
I didn't think that you would be able to rope the Liu clan into ally with us.
When did you get so close to Liu Bingqian? You're even going to Tiandao City to participate in an alchemy competition with her.
All these years, Yi Chongtian had wanted to repair the damages between the Yi clan and the Liu clan.
However, he was too stubborn to admit his wrongdoings and never had the chance to. However, who would have thought that Zifeng was able to easily ally the two families together?
Yi Shuai had a complicated look on her face. Father, you're talking like Brother Zifeng has some close relationship with that Liu Bingqian.
Don't be stupid.
She only invited Brother Zifeng because of his talent in alchemy.
Am I right, Brother Zifeng?
Zifeng lowered his voice a bit.
What? So you guys had some sort of relationship?
Yi Shuai pouted and furrowed her brows.
Her expression looked very weird, as if she was angry.
Zifeng laughed. The few days after going to the Liu clan, he had nothing to do, so he would always hang out with Yi Shuai. Looking at how she was happy and angry for him at the same time, he was feeling very blessed. He finally had someone who would care for him. He would work hard to provide for the people close to him and will always be with them.
This was what having a family feels like. It was because of this reason that Zifeng fixed his relationship with Yi Huiqi and started to guide him.
Yi Chongtian smiled. Alright Zifeng, let's not talk anymore.
Go over to the Liu clan. They're probably all waiting for you already. Father, Shui, Huichi, Madam Tang, second uncle. Everyone else, Zifeng is leaving first. Take care, Zifeng. Zifeng nodded and decided something at this moment. No matter how strong he becomes and how high he climbs, he will never forget the people who were there for him when he was a weakling. He took a deep breath and walked out the door. Liu Bingqian was standing outside of the Yi clan's residence waiting for Zifeng. When he came out, her eyes lit up. Why aren't you waiting for me at your own place? Why'd you come over here? Zifeng asked and walked over. Liu Bingqian smiled. My dad wanted you to save some energy and asked me to come pick you up. While saying that, she pointed at the carriage behind her. Zifeng raised his brow. No way. Is your dad that kind? Please. My dad isn't a scourge. Everything that he has done has always been for the good of the clan. Liu Bingqian smiled and walked over to the carriage. She opened up the curtains and looked back at Zifeng. All right. It's time to go, my big brother rough guy. Please come in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 75, I'll have to see. Zifeng was never a courteous person, so when he saw Bingqian invite him, he went right into the carriage. As he was climbing onto the carriage, he almost collided with a young lady inside. The young master was dressed in all white with very light red lips. No matter how you look at it, she looked like a very sick girl. So it was Miss Jing. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? Zifeng quickly cupped his hands and apologized. Yang Jing was here to bring Bingqian to Tiandao City, so her presence here wasn't a surprise to Zifeng. Yang Jing shook her head and didn't mind it. The carriage is a bit small. It'll be a tight fit with 3 people in here. Bumping into each other is something that's bound to happen. Don't worry about it. Bingqian giggled and got in the carriage as well. He's a rough guy. He won't be worrying about it at all. I'm a prudent person. How am I rough? Liu Bingqian started to laugh, because I said so. You can't retort against it. Zifeng raised his brows and shook his head while laughing. He really didn't understand women. Women were people that he couldn't argue with at all. He knows that he'll lose no matter what he says. Now that there were 2 women in front of him, he can't say anything carelessly. He started to think about something and couldn't help but open his mouth. It's kinda strange. The Liu clan isn't lacking money. Why are you guys using such a small carriage? Isn't this kinda making the Liu clan lose face? Liu Bingqian sighed and shook her head. To tell you the truth, I want to ride in a big carriage too. However, the Liu clan's carriage was sabotaged by someone last night, so we had to use the smaller backup carriage. Sabotaged? Who would dare touch something from the Liu clan? Zifeng was surprised. I thought it was strange too, but we can't help it either. It already happened. It's very hard to investigate something so insignificant like this. Liu Bingqian sighed again. She didn't want to look into this either and treated it as a prank from someone. Zifeng smiled. I got it. Since the big carriage is broken, we have to use the smaller carriage. So this was why Uncle Liu allowed you guys to come over and pick me up. Putting a small carriage in front of the Liu clan is really embarrassing for you guys, isn't it? Zifeng sighed in his heart. Lu Mu would go this far to save face for his own clan. So this was why the Liu clan was able to maintain their position as one of the 3 great clans in Liuzhou City for so long. It's because Lu Mu had always been working hard for the clan and cared for it so much. Compared to Yi Chongtian, Lu Mu was on another level as the master of a clan. Hold on. Zifeng thought about it some more and felt a bad feeling. The entire city knows about his plans to go to Tiandao City with Liu Bingqian.
If they dared to sabotage the Liu clan's property, then they're probably not scared of the Liu clan. With this reasoning, the chances of it being someone from the Wang clan is very high. He then thought about Wang Lin. What's up? Why did your expression suddenly become so unsightly? Liu Bingqian asked. Hold on, Bingqian. Don't talk for a sec and let me think. Zifeng calmed himself down and closed his eyes. A strand of cold qi flew from the carriage towards the Ashen Spirit sect. At the same time, in the nurturing heart hall, Shenlu's expression suddenly changed. Well, the lesson will end early today. You guys go and rest for a bit and I'll bring Elder Lin here for the next lesson. Shenli suddenly ended his lecture, which caused many students to be confused. His face sank as he quickly walked out of the lecture hall. He closed his eyes and started to connect with Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng, you brat. What is it now? Do you have some troublesome task for me again? Shenli is different from Elder Zhao. He calls Yi Zifeng by brat and Elder Zhao adds a word in front and calls him a stinking brat. Yi Zifeng smiled, Elder Shen. It's not that troublesome. It's just that I'm leaving Lijiao City right now and I'm afraid that someone is tailing me, trying to ambush me. Shenli became furious. I'll skin whoever that dares to harm you. The Wang clan. Do you dare to skin them? Oh. Someone from the Wang clan? Well then. I'll leave them be. Hearing this, Shenli stuttered for a bit and then awkwardly smiled. No way. How can it be someone from the Wang clan? I warned Wang Tianji already. I know how he is. Even if he's really mad, he won't do anything to you right now. You warned Wang Tianji. This doesn't mean that his brothers will let me go. If I'm not wrong, then the one who wants to harm me might be Wang Lin. Yi Zifeng muttered. The youngest young master, huh? If it's him, then that might be possible. Shenli thought about that bossy and domineer but weak younger brother Wang Lin. The younger brother Wang Lin usually do things without using his head and might really be ambushing Yi Zifeng. What do you want me to do then? Yi Zifeng smiled. It's simple. Use your soul's divine sense to check if there's anyone following me. What? You're calling this simple? Shenli was dumbstruck. If Yi Zifeng was in front of him right now, he would take his shoes off and smack him on the head with it right now. Then, you can come over and protect me. Nonsense. Do you think I have time to go over and protect you as one of the 3 elders of the sect? Yi Zifeng smiled. Is that so? Shenli was startled. He wanted to yell at him but stopped himself. He finally realized his mistake. Becoming a host of the Heavenly Clan gathering was a grave mistake. Meeting Yi Zifeng was the thing that he regretted the most in his life. Okay. I'll listen to you and use my divine sense to help you check your surroundings. Shenli took a deep breath and sent his divine sense towards Yi Zifeng. A while later, Shenli replied, Hold on. Brat. Are you almost out of the city? I checked the surroundings already. There's no one following you. Yi Zifeng was startled. No way. Are your senses limited because you're too far away? Shenli couldn't hold back and yelled at Yi Zifeng, You brat. How can you underestimate my abilities? Let's not talk about you still being in the city, but even if you're almost in Tiandao City, as long as I know where you are, I can easily check up on you. He didn't lie and say that he could sense Yi Zifeng even if he was in Tiandao City. Instead, he said almost in the city. This was because there was a special formation in cities that martial practitioner realm cultivators aren't able to feel through from the outside. If it was somewhere between the 2 cities, he was able to check up on Yi Zifeng if he knew his position. Yi Zifeng muttered to himself, That's strange. If Wang Lin wants to ambush me, he should be following me right now? Could it be that the ones who destroyed the carriage wasn't someone from the Wang clan? Was it just a prank?
Hearing this, Xinli became curious. What's that about a destroyed carriage?
Yi Zifeng thought about it again and smiled. All right.
I'm good. I'm getting a bit too far now. With my cultivation, I can't keep up the connection with you. If something really happens, then I'll notify you again. If something really happens, can I even get there in time? Also, you brat, what do you see me as?
Xinli started to yell at him. He saw how Yi Zifeng was treating himself like a bodyguard, casually calling for himself whenever he wanted.
Xinli was a bit unhappy about this.
Yi Zifeng didn't care at all and opened his eyes.
The connection between the two was cut off. What happened, big brother rough guy? Are you all right?
You look very pale, almost as pale as Sister Jing.
Liu Bingqian was very worried. Yi Zifeng smiled. I'm fine. That's right. Did something happen while I was dozing off? Something happen? Liu Bingqian thought about it and shook her head. No.
Nothing strange happened.
Oh yeah. We're almost out of the city.
Yang Jing looked outside and smiled.
Oh yeah. Young Master Yi, could it be that it's your first time out of the city? Is that why you're so nervous? Yi Zifeng laughed and looked out the windows. He looked afar and had a complicated look on his face. Could it be that I'm too sensitive? His expression then changed. Even if you want to ambush us, you can't go and deliberately destroy the carriage and inadvertently alert the enemy. Are my opponents retards or are they really smart? He. I'll just have to wait and see.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 76, Avoiding Confrontation.
Second bro, we've been waiting idly here for quite a while now.
Is Yi Zifeng really going to come? Wang Lin was a bit skeptical about this. There were only two paths to go from Legacy City to Tiandao City, a big path and a smaller, narrower path. The Wang brothers were already hiding at the big path outside of the city and waiting for Yi Zifeng. There was a clear advantage to hiding outside the city. Yi Zifeng will see that there's no one following the carriage and it makes the ambush more of a surprise. The only disadvantage is that Yi Zifeng might not take this path. Brother Lin, why do you think I asked you to get people to destroy the Liu clan's big carriage? Wang Lin thought about it. Truth to be told, he didn't really know. He thought that it would inadvertently alert the enemy and that his brother made a mistake. He shook his head and asked, why? Wang Ruoxing revealed a sly smile and explained, if the Liu clan's big carriage goes on the smaller path, it might be a little unstable but the people inside the carriage can still bear with it. However, if it's a small carriage going on the smaller path, it will be extremely shaky and unbearable. Wang Lin was still skeptical about the whole thing, but Yi Zifeng is very cautious. You should know that this guy is very slick and doesn't think like a normal person. Wang Lin knows Yi Zifeng's methods well enough. He had been wanting to teach Yi Zifeng a lesson and have observed him for many days. If he's traveling alone, then I would agree with you. However, you should know that he's also traveling with Miss Bingqian and an alchemist from Tiandao City. Wang Lin was startled and started to put the pieces together. Second bro is saying. Wang Ruoxing's smile grew bigger. Even if Yi Zifeng feels that something is wrong, he can't neglect the other two's opinions. I heard that Yi Zifeng wasn't good with women, so he might not be able to convince them. Also, with the fact that we're not following him, he'll probably think that someone pulled a prank on the Liu clan and destroyed their carriage. This time, I dare to say that he will definitely take the big path. From Legacy City to Tiandao City, the big path is shorter and smoother. Generally speaking, if one doesn't have brain damage, one would choose to go on the big path. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Second bro. It's been so long. Yi Zifeng didn't really take the smaller path, did he? Wang Ruoxing had been waiting for Yi Zifeng for so long that he became very anxious.
He had all his brothers and friends hide in the big path with him. If Zifeng really went on the smaller path, then all his efforts are wasted.
Let's wait for a bit more. Maybe there was some delay. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Second bro, it's been so long. No matter how much delay they had, they should at least be here by now. How come I can't even see a single shadow?
Now, even Wang Ruoxing was uncertain his own plan.
Did Qi Zifeng really go on the smaller path? Could the news about him being bad with women be fake?
On the smaller path, the carriage was jumping up and down as it moved.
Liu Bingqian's clear eyes were staring at the resting Qi Zifeng. Suddenly, the carriage ran over a small rock and landed very hard as the entire carriage shook. Liu Bingqian's delicate body shook slightly as she fell towards Qi Zifeng.
Under this situation, she reached her hands out and grabbed onto his hands. Qi Zifeng opened his eyes, helped Bingqian up and smiled. Bingqian, the carriage shook 12 times and yet you fell 13 times already.
You even fell a second time right after getting up once. When did you become so fragile?
Liu Bingqian's face turned red as she looked over at Qi Zifeng and muttered, "Mind your own business.
Who told you to go on the smaller path?
If we took the bigger road before, I wouldn't be in such a sorry situation, but..."
Qi Zifeng smiled. Well, if that's the case, then why is senior sister Jing able to keep herself still? Every time something happens, you always make a big deal out of it. Also, why do you always fall in the same direction? Towards me. I don't want to talk with you anymore. Liu Bingqian's cheeks turned red. Her intentions were seen through by Qi Zifeng.
Seeing how he was uninterested, she sighed and turned towards young Jing and held her hands. "Senior sister Jing, it's nothing for Zifeng and I to be on the smaller road, but it must be hard for you. Look how pale your face has become."
"I'm worried."
Yang Jing nonchalantly smiled and waved her hand. "My face has been pale for the past few years. Compared to that, the pure Yang Dan that young Master Yi gave me is slowly making me feel a lot better.
Come to think of it, I still need to thank young Master Yi for it. No need to be so polite. This time, we've caused trouble for Miss Jing for having you come pick us up."
Yang Jing needed the support of the pure young pill to live, and since Qi Zifeng was able to concoct one for her, she is very grateful to him. Therefore, when Qi Zifeng suggested to take the smaller path, she gritted her teeth and agreed.
As for Liu Bingqian, she immediately agreed.
She immediately thanked the people who wrecked her clan's big carriage.
Qi Zifeng smiled and looked out the window of the carriage.
The smile on his face became very serious. "I'm on the smaller path already.
Will you still try and catch me?" 2 hours passed. Wang Ruoxing's calm expression finally turned into an impatient one. That's strange. Could he really have gone to the smaller path? Wang Lin dully looked at his brother. If Qi Zifeng really went on the smaller path, then didn't they just waste their time waiting here? Second bro, what should we do now? How about we set off too? Maybe we'll be able to catch up to him.
Wang Ruoxing furrowed his brows and finally shook his head.
No. We can't do that. If we frantically rush over without preparing anything, we're basically publicly announcing that we're going against the Liu clan. That would defeat the purpose of us being cautious.
Wang Ruoxing had some people lay down a spirit formation here, and if Qi Zifeng had taken the bigger road, the formation would have been able to separate him and the girls. It's fine if they fight in some other place, but he can't afford to offend the Liu clan. No matter how much he wants to teach Qi Zifeng a lesson, he doesn't want to offend the Liu clan and make the two families fight. His father, the clan master, would definitely punish him. However, the Yi clan were already enemies with the Wang clan. If he beats Qi Zifeng up, nothing will change. So what now, second bro? If we don't decide quickly, they'll reach Tiandao City before us. Wang Lin was very impatient. It's starting to look like his wish of teaching Qi Zifeng a lesson won't be coming true today. Don't worry, lil bro.
Yi Zifeng can avoid us once, but he can't avoid us forever. When he gets to Tiandao City, he definitely won't be in the same room as the girls. We'll strike then. Hearing this, Wang Lin became happy again. Second bro. That's a great idea. Since Tiandao City is pretty far away from Liu City, Yi Clan's clan master won't know what happened. Even if we cripple him, he probably won't find out. Lil bro, when the time comes, I'll let you cripple him yourself. Thanks second bro. Second bro is the best. Wang Lin was extremely happy right now. The two had always been pranking and bullying others ever since they were little. They can already imagine the look on Yi Zifeng's face as he begs them to let him go. On the smaller path, inside the carriage. Ah. Being famous has its price. I don't even know if I'm right or wrong by doing all this. Yi Zifeng laid back on his seat and felt a bit tired. He wanted to silent concoct pills and only after his cultivation rises would he come out. However, if he hides too much, he might alert other people. Last time when Yichen sabotaged his cauldron was an example of this. Right now, he showed a bit of his own ability and became very important in the Yi clan. However, this came with responsibilities. With great power comes great responsibilities. All good things will come with bad things. His future will depend on what he does now. Seeing how Yi Zifeng was always in deep thoughts and not looking at her, Liu Bingqian was feeling a bit disappointed. Big brother rough guy. Since we have nothing to do, why don't you tell me how you learned alchemy? I didn't hear anything about the Yi clan hiring an alchemist master. Yang Jing smiled and nodded in agreement. Actually, I've been wanting to ask too. Who is your master? How can you concoct something so difficult like the pure Yang Dan so easily? The two girls stared at Yi Zifeng. Their gazes pierced through him. Actually, I don't have a master. I flipped through a few books and read about alchemy. Naturally, Yi Zifeng won't be telling them the truth. Let's not say anything about the girls not believing it, even he himself won't believe how he learned alchemy. Liu Bingqian looked disappointed. Fine. But I'm willing to bet that you'll tell me sooner or later, Dot. When she said that, she had a cute childish look on her face. Yi Zifeng smiled and didn't answer her. They've been jumping up and down so much that they've gotten used to it. Yi Zifeng closed his eyes as his mind returned to the Black Tortoise continent, the place where he started to learn alchemy. He sighed as silently muttered two words, Jialan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 77, Entering the City. The fact that Tiandao City has an abundance of qi from the heavens and the earth was something known throughout the many smaller cities that surrounded it. Unlike Liu City, this place was very suitable for a cultivator to train and cultivate. Many people would come from smaller cities to secretly train and awaken their martial spirits here. However, if you want to stay in Tiandao City, you must have your own residence or have a short-term stay due to special reasons. Otherwise, the patrolling black armor guards will deport you out of the city. When Yi Zifeng and the girls reached Tiandao City, it was already night time. Finally. We've finally arrived at Tiandao City. Yang Jing looked out the window and smiled. Traveling on the smaller road and jumping up and down had given her a headache. When she saw that they have arrived, she felt very happy. Big bro rough guy. Wake up. We're here. Liu Bingqian moved towards Yi Zifeng and tried to wake him up. In the past, she was always unwilling to attend the alchemy competition. Every time she went on the stage, it was as if she was going on to her own execution ground. But now, she has Yi Zifeng with her and wasn't feeling scared anymore. Yi Zifeng opened his eyes and returned to the present world from the world in his memories. Yi Zifeng still felt a bit dazed. He saw an elegant and refined girl right in front of himself staring right into his eyes. Bingqian. Big brother rough guy. We're here. At that time. Get out of the carriage. What business do you have to come to Tiandao City so late? Do you have the admission documents? Outside the carriage, a man impatiently yelled out. It was one of the guards from Tiandao City. A hint of anger flashed in Liu Bingqian's eyes. That guard is probably looking down on us because of our small carriage. That's why he's yelling like this. Yang Jing smiled, then. Do you regret sitting in the small carriage? This. Liu Bingqian's cheeks turned red. She looked at Zifeng. Well, there are some benefits. Did you hear me? I'm telling you guys to get out of the carriage. The man outside continued to yell. Coming. Coming. Stop yelling like that. Senior Sister Jing, give them the admission documents. Liu Bingqian sighed and looked over at Yang Jing. If one wants to enter Tiandao City, unless you already have your Qi registered as an honored guest, then you must have admission documents as proof. Yang Jing smiled and nodded. She took out a piece of paper with the words Tiandao City Old Devil on the front and handed it to the guard through the windows. Do you not know how to come out and give me the documents? The guard snorted and received the documents. He looked down and was startled. What? Old Devil? You're the Old Devil's guests? The guard stared blankly at the document as if he had been beaten by someone. His heart sank like a capsized ship. Old Devil? Another guard heard this and quickly walked over to hit his head. You can't even tell who's here and display such an attitude? You newbies don't know how to do things at all. After saying that, the other guard revealed a big smile and walked towards the carriage. I'm sorry. My friend is new here and don't really know the rules. It's late at night and he's feeling pretty tired. I hope you guys won't mind it. Yang Jing softly laughed. No worries. I know that you guys have worked very hard already. Now that you know who we are, quickly let us in. Hearing that Yang Jing didn't mind, the guards felt better and quickly commanded the others. Did you hear that? Open up the gates. Let Old Devil's friends in. If you are any slower and make them mad, don't even think about coming back tomorrow. The newbie guard's expression suddenly changed and quickly nodded. I'm sorry. I really am a new guy and don't know the rules. If I offended you in any way, I hope you guys can let it go. Yang Jing smiled. No worries. If one doesn't know any better, one cannot be held responsible. Now open the gates. We're in a hurry. Thank you. Thank you. The guard quickly took out an azure-colored treasure and inserted his Qi into it. With that, the gate started to open up. After this little incident, the three returned to their seats and waited. Senior Sister Jing. That guy was very rude. Why are you so polite with them? We're Old Devil's disciples. We don't have to be afraid of them. Liu Bingqian was a bit mad. Even though she was around the same age as Yang Jing, she was far less mature than Yang Jing. Just leave it. Even though they're a bit snobbish, it's part of human nature. The only reason why they were so vicious was because they wanted some benefits from us when we entered. They're probably not that bad. Yang Jing sighed and had seen through the guard's intentions. But Bingqian pouted. Compared to that, Zifeng had been silent for a while now and finally opened his mouth. Is Old Devil really all that? Even the guards know who he is? He's probably a top figure in Tiandao City, right? Liu Bingqian and Yang Jing both looked at each other and laughed. Of course he's all that. He's one of the best alchemists in Tiandao City. Since you came all the way here, I'll introduce you. Liu Bingqian laughed loudly and then a worried expression appeared on her face. However, Master Old Devil's temperament is a bit weird. So don't. Don't what? Right when Zifeng was gonna ask, his eyes lit up and immediately opened the curtains to look outside.
Right when the gates opened, an abundant amount of Qi energy gushed out from the city. The Qi would make any cultivator want to calm themselves down and try to absorb it. To be able to experience this every time I come to Tiandao City. This really is helpful for my cultivation. Liu Bingqian took a deep breath. Yi Zifeng's expression changed as well. Yeah. The Qi here is much better compared to Legacy City. If I can train here. Liu Bingqian smiled and shook her head. It's no use. Don't think about it. Tiandao City has a rule that prohibits outsiders from training here. This time we came because of Master Old Devil, but we can only stay here for at most half a month. It's pretty hard to get any results in half a month. Yi Zifeng furrowed his brows. Really? That's strange though. What if I hide in a corner and secretly cultivate? Can they still find me? In accordance of the rules, anyone found overstaying their welcome will be severely punished. Liu Bingqian opened the curtains and pointed outside. Do you see those black armor guards? They patrol the city every day to find such people. If any outsider were to be found overstaying, even with my master's help, they would get beaten up. Yi Zifeng looked at the black armor guards. All he can see is that they have a special treasure in their hands and was looking for something. He smiled and then felt the Qi around his body. He understood what she meant now. So when an outsider enters the city gates would leave a Qi imprint on their body for 15 days. After 15 days, the imprint would disappear and the guards will be able to find them easily. Big brother rough guy. What are you thinking about? Liu Bingqian watched as Yi Zifeng stare out the window. Yi Zifeng looked back at her and smiled. Nothing much. Oh yeah. Where are we going to stay tonight? Where are we going to stay? This. An embarrassed expression appeared on Liu Bingqian's face. Yang Jing had the same expression too. No way. We don't have a place to stay for the night? Yi Zifeng couldn't help but yell out. As of right now. No. Yi Zifeng was astonished. The two women in front of him. Can it be possible that these two had rushed things and forgot about the most important thing? Well, we were supposed to have a place to stay, but since you took the smaller path, we lost a lot of time and all the inns are probably full. Liu Bingqian's voice became softer and softer. How about we go and live with your master? Yi Zifeng's mouth began to twitch. This time, Yang Jing bitterly smiled and answered, Master Old Devil hates when people come over at night. If we go over right now, we will definitely be yelled at. Yi Zifeng looked at the two girls. If Yang Jing said this, then it must be true. If the three of you don't mind, you can come stay at our inn. A deep voice sounded behind the three. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 78. You want to take advantage of me? Yi Zifeng and the girls all turned around at the same time. The person talking was a middle-aged man. The man was slightly bald with thick black eyebrows. His eyes looked like they were full of spirit. This guy is someone who knows how to do business. That's great. This inn unexpectedly has some space when it's so late. Liu Bingqian's eyes lit up as she jumped up and down. Yang Jing smiled and felt that they were very lucky. Normally, all of the inns would be filled up. Who would have thought that there would be some rooms empty? Yi Zifeng looked suspiciously at the middle-aged man. There aren't any inns on this street. Boss, why would you walk so far to get some customers? Also, how do you know that we don't have a place to stay at in Tiandao City? The middle-aged man was startled and quickly responded with an apologetic smile. This little brother doesn't know. Usually, no one comes into the city this late. I just happened to see your carriage enter the city and saw that you guys didn't have anywhere to go. Thus, I deduced that you guys don't have a place to stay for the night. Oh? Really? Yi Zifeng was still a bit suspicious.
Liu Bingqian was very tired. The sickly Yang Jing was even more tired.
Bingqian looked at Yang Jing's pale face and urged Zifeng, "Big brother rough guy.
This guy is just looking for business and is probably randomly asking us. Don't think badly of him. It won't be too much gold coins, right?" The middle-aged man quickly shook his head. "It's cheap. It's cheap.
Our Tianfu Inn is in a kinda desolate place and can't compare to the bigger inns in the city. It's harder for us to get business, so we have to get customers by lowering our price.
Since there are 3 of you, how about I give you guys 2 rooms for 5 gold coins?" 2 rooms for 5 gold coins? Liu Bingqian looked at Yang Jing and smiled. They were both thinking about how cheap this is. "Let's go, senior sister Jing. We'll leave our carriage with the guards and follow the owner to the inn." Yang Jing smiled and nodded.
She was worried about having to sleep on the streets, but now it seems like she was overthinking.
Zifeng smiled.
However, in his heart, he was still very cautious.
For merely 5 gold coins. Is it worth for the owner to run all the way out here? I would lose face if I did something like that. Whatever. I'll just have to deal with whatever it is and concentrate on the alchemy competition.
Consequently, as the middle-aged man led the 3 of them, Zifeng surveyed their surroundings.
If he notices that anything is wrong, he will stop walking and look around. Liu Bingqian and Yang Jing were walking in front of Zifeng. The group had been walking for a while now, and Bingqian couldn't help but ask, "Owner, where is this inn of yours? We've been walking for so long already. Why aren't we there yet?" "Almost. Almost there. It's just up there."
The middle-aged man smiled and picked up his pace. With his back to Zifeng and his group, he revealed a sly smile.
After who knows how long, Liu Bingqian was already out breath. Yang Jing was in an even worse condition than her.
She was already sick and had to suffer the bumpy road of the smaller road.
She was so tired that she almost couldn't stand up anymore. "Oh no." Liu Bingqian couldn't help but open his mouth. "We're here. We're here. Look. It's right there."
The middle-aged man pointed at the shabby inn in front of them and smiled.
Liu Bingqian lifted her head, saw the shaking and almost falling signboard and bitterly laughed. "Wow, owner. Your inn is really shabby. It seems like no one has been here in a while. Whatever, we're only gonna stay for 1 night. Here's 5 gold coins, dot."
Even though Bingqian was the young miss of the Liu clan, she had been concocting pills since she was little and was used to shabby places already. She didn't care much about it. The middle-aged man accepted the 5 gold coins and smiled. "All right.
Please come this way. Even though the inn is a bit broken, we still provide great service. Have you guys eaten yet? How about I bring some food over later?" "There's food too? Well, I am a bit hungry." Bingqian smiled and had an embarrassed expression on her face. She did bring some rations for the trip, but it wasn't enough for her. Yang Jing giggled, "Junior sister, it's been so many years and you still love eating midnight snacks. You better watch yourself. If you keep eating like this, you won't be able to keep your slim figure anymore, but." Liu Bingqian's expression changed and gave Yang Jing the death stare, telling her that there was someone else here.
She turned towards Zifeng and noticed that he had his eyes closed and looked as if he was resting.
"Big brother rough guy. You've been pretty quietly lately. If it wasn't for the fact that you've been walking with us, I would think that you're asleep. Are you all right?"
Hearing this, Zifeng came back to his senses and opened up his eyes. "If you guys want to have so snacks, then count me in."
"Oh no. Give me some too. Put a little more in mine."
The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with coldness and smiled. "Of course.
There will definitely be a portion for the young master."
He turned around and instructed the worker, Tong Shang.
"Bring the 3 guests to the 2 rooms on the east side. Do it quick." Tongsheng smiled and quickly walked over. All right. This way please.
Liu Bingqian and Yang Jing sat in the guest room and was speechless.
A complicated expression appeared on their face.
Big brother rough guy.
No way. Is this inn really a black inn? The owner seems really kind. TL, black inn is it inn that robs and kills guests? That's right. Young Master Yi. Could it be that you're too tired and feel a bit nervous? Why don't you go rest? Yang Jing didn't feel that anything was wrong either. The two girls were inexperienced and naive. They were obviously not on the same level as Yi Zifeng. The owner's eyes. Yi Zifeng was able to see through his greed with one look. From what he can guess, the inn owner is probably companions with the ones who want to harm him. Based on what Yi Zifeng can see, there was definitely someone here before them. The inn was in such a remote place. It's a surprise that anyone can find it, let alone come in. Yi Zifeng smiled and shook his head. The dust in the hallway has been accumulating for quite a while now. It's obvious that this place hasn't been cleaned in a long time. The owner didn't ask us about our relationship and immediately gave us 2 rooms. Do you think that's a bit strange?
Liu Bingqian was shocked and embarrassed at the same time as she looked at Yi Zifeng. From what I can tell, you're the one being strange.
Why wouldn't the owner give us 2 rooms? Could you be thinking about sleeping together in one room?
Yang Jing was at the age where she understood these things and her pale face turned red.
Young Master Yi. I didn't think that you were this kind of person. It seems that I was wrong about you. Hold on.
Yi Zifeng bitterly laughed and felt that he had been wrongly accused. What I mean is,
why didn't he give us 3 rooms? The inn was empty anyways.
The 2 girls lightly yelped as their faces burned up. They were so embarrassed and had to look down.
You should say things more clearly. It's easy to misunderstand. Liu Bingqian bit her lips and finally answered again, fine. We'll listen to you.
If this inn really has some problems, then what do you plan to do?
Yi Zifeng smiled. Do you remember that they told us that they would get us some midnight snacks? Could it be, do they want to? Yang Jing's eyes widened and became very anxious. She was a scaredy cat and was very weak. She was at the 7th stage of Qi refining stage, but her actual abilities were only at the 6th stage. Thus, she was always afraid of fighting. Don't worry about it. I have everything planned out. The strongest one in their ranks only has a cultivation at the 8th stage of Qi refining. Also, they want to fight me so you guys don't have to worry about anything. Hearing this, Bingqian's eyes showed a worried expression while she looked at Yi Zifeng. No way. Big brother rough guy. How do you know that there's someone at the 8th stage of Qi refining around here? Using one's Qi to survey the surrounding was not that hard. However, only people at the martial disciple realm can utilize this technique. As to checking someone's cultivation, one must be at the martial practitioner realm. Yi Zifeng was a cultivator at the 5th stage of Qi refining. How did he do it? Liu Bingqian was continuously thinking about how Yi Zifeng did such a thing. Yi Zifeng smiled mysteriously and didn't answer her. Well, let's not worry about that right now. We're in danger right now. Bingqian, will you help me?
Liu Bingqian's face turned red and looked away. Humph.
Who wants to help you, you blockhead? Is that so?
Then I'll just have to ask Miss Jing, Yi Zifeng said indifferently.
Young Master Yi. Yang Jing slight smiled. To be between Yi Zifeng and Liu Bingqian. It was very hard to take sides. Hold on.
Bingqian turned around and looked at Yi Zifeng. Senior sister Jing is very weak and might get blown away by the wind.
Yet, you still have the nerves to ask her to help? Tell me what you want. I'll think about it. Yi Zifeng smiled. It's nothing much.
I just need you guys to pretend that you've been poisoned. By doing that, the masterminds will definitely show themselves. I want you guys to put on a show for them and show off your acting skills." His calm face became very serious. It looked as cold as ice. "This time, I need to teach them a lesson. To actually want to mess with Zifeng? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 79, Never Falter. Second bro. You really are crafty. Who would have thought that Zifeng and the girls would be stupid enough to enter the black inn that we opened up in Tiandao City? Your brother, I admire you. In one of the rooms on the first floor, Wang Lin couldn't hold back his excitement and continuously praised his brother. He will bow down to whoever that can help him teach Zifeng a lesson. Wang Ruoxing laughed loudly. Since they chose to go onto the smaller path, they were bound to arrive late at night. There won't be any inns open at all at this time. If they don't come over, then they'll have to sleep on the streets. Second bro is right. I think the drug's effects should be kicking in now. Should we get the innkeeper to check it out? Wang Lin was feeling very energetic. He was thinking about how he can beat Zifeng up later and started to crack his knuckles. It's not like you're going to sleep with the two girls. It's only teaching that Zifeng a lesson. You don't have to be so excited. Wang Ruoxing shook his head and lightly smiled. Right. What are we going to do with the two girls later? We can't offend them. After being reminded about the existence of the girls, Wang Lin started to fret. That's why we had the innkeeper separate them into two rooms. When they wake up tomorrow, they'll find Zifeng beat up and unconscious. They won't even know what happened. They definitely can't trace it back to us. Ha 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 ha. So that's how it is. Great. Second bro, to be able to get revenge this time. It's all thanks to you. Wang Lin felt very grateful to his brother. Wang Ruoxing nodded and called the innkeeper over. Feng Chang, go up and check them out. If the two beauties are out of it, come down and tell us immediately, alright? As you wish, second young master. Wang Ruoxing immediately called innkeeper Feng again. Hold on. Does the second young master have anything else for me to do? Innkeeper Feng was startled. Even though he was way older than Wang Ruoxing, with his position, he still had to be polite with the kid. Feng Chang. This time, you've done a great deed. I've brought some gold coins with me today. I'll give it to you as a reward. If you continue cooperating with us, you'll get endless amount of benefits. Wang Ruoxing smiled while taking out a small bag of coins and placing it on Feng Chang's hand. Innkeeper Feng received the bag and weighed it with his hands. He can feel that there was around 100 gold coins in there. He stood there and smiled. Many thanks to the second young master. All right. Now go up and check out the situation. Other than meeting up with Feng Chang, Wang Ruoxing also brought two of his brothers with him from Legacy City just to be safe. One is at the 8th stage of Qi refining and the other is at the 7th stage of Qi refining. With their large muscles, they look like two towers while standing next to Wang Ruoxing. Liu Bingqian, who is at the 9th stage of Qi refining, is the only one that can threaten Wang Ruoxing. Thus, he had to drug her and separate her from Zifeng. With that, Zifeng will definitely be finished. While thinking about what's gonna happen, Wang Lin couldn't help but smile. He felt so pleased that his mouth went dry. After a while, Feng Chang returned with a smile on his face and reported, "Second young master, I've already checked up on them. The two girls have eaten the food and are lying down on the table." Great! Wang Ruoxing had been suppressing his feelings because he was very anxious. Now that his plans have borne fruit, he can finally release his joyful emotion. He was stuck on the big road waiting for Zifeng for about half a day and could not get him. This made Wang Ruoxing very angry.
Wang Ruoxing revealed an evil smile. Lil bro, your chance has come. Come upstairs with me. Tonight, you'll be able to beat Yi Zifeng and no one will stop you. The two brothers laughed and with a few of their brothers, they rushed upstairs. It's the two easternmost rooms. Right here. Wang Lin smiled and kicked the door open. They saw the two beauties lying down on the table with the midnight snacks half eaten besides them. It seems like they were knocked out. Second bro. The drugs worked. Of course. At the same time, Wang Lin looked lustfully at the two girls' body. Images started to appear in his mind and he started to lose himself. Wang Ruoxing coldly smiled and looked over. Lil bro, are you having some wicked thoughts? Do you want to make moves on them? Hearing this, Wang Lin came back to his sense. How would I dare? I'm just looking. If I offend them, I won't be able to live anymore. Wang Ruoxing laughed. Well, they're drugged, so they won't know anything. Even if you want to do something to them, they won't know at all. Wang Lin smiled and revealed a mischievous look. Second bro is right. After I finish teaching Yi Zifeng a lesson, maybe I'll come over and cop some feels. Ha ha ha, lil bro. How many years have we been together? I know exactly what you want. The two brothers had grown up together and had done many deeds together. They know each other very well. Ugh. Suddenly a weak voice sounded from somewhere. Wang Lin stopped laughing and furrowed his brows. Second bro. Did you hear that? I feel I heard someone was groaning. Wang Ruoxing looked over at his brother and then at the people behind him. Did you guys hear anything? Nothing. The people behind them were pretty far and couldn't hear anything. Brother Lin, could it be that you're so excited that you're hallucinating? Wang Lin thought to himself for a bit. The other people didn't hear anything but he knows that he really did hear it. It was very weird. Could he really be hallucinating due to excitement? Whatever. I don't care about that right now. Let's leave the girls here for now. Second bro, let's go teach that Yi Zifeng a lesson. Wang Ruoxing shook his head and called his friends over. Alright. Let's do this. We're going to cripple that Yi Zifeng. We'll beat him until he turns retarded. Wang Lin laughed and rushed up to knock down Yi Zifeng's door. Yi Zifeng. Your time has come. Watch me beat you down today. However, before he could step into the room, he felt a surge of Qi energy coming from inside the room. Before he could even react, he was sent flying out of the room. He slammed against the wall on the other side and fainted. Lil bro. Seeing this, Wang Ruoxing was shocked and ran towards his little brother. Wang Ruoxing's reaction was lightning quick as he immediately helped Wang Lin up. He checked him out and saw that it was not a life-threatening injury. Wang Ruoxing looked up and saw that Yi Zifeng was solemnly sitting by the table, looking at the midnight snack in front of him. You're still awake? Yi Zifeng smiled and looked towards Wang Ruoxing. In order to teach me a lesson, you guys actually came all the way to Tiandao City from Liu City. You guys really have nothing better to do. You didn't eat the food? Wang Ruoxing's eyes widened and looked at Feng Chang. What happened, Feng Chang? Didn't you say that they ate the food already? It's true. They really did. Feng Chang was extremely shocked and scared. Yi Zifeng chuckled. All I did was throw the food out. Did you really think that I ate it? Wang Ruoxing listened carefully and smiled. You said that you threw the food away? That's right. Exactly. You know how to listen very well. Yi Zifeng laughed. Wang Ruoxing's eyes lit up. Good. Good thing I was prepared, or else I really won't be able to teach you a lesson this time. Feng Chang was startled and didn't understand what Wang Ruoxing meant. It seems like Wang Ruoxing had something else up his sleeves. The second young master means. Wang Ruoxing replied, Zifeng. I'm not afraid to tell you this. I didn't only drug the food. I also poisoned the plates with the 10-step Qi shattering poison. Since you've touched the plates, the poison in your body should be taking effect now. When Feng Cheng heard this, he was shocked and his throat turned dry. Second young master. This. You didn't tell me this at all. Wang Ruoxing impatiently turned around towards Feng Cheng. It's not life-threatening. It'll only make you faint. Get someone to bring you to your room to lay down. The poison's effect should be activating soon. The effects will disappear by tomorrow. All right. Feng Cheng's face ashen as he got someone to bring him to his room. Zifeng nodded and stood up. Oh? 10-step Qi shatterer. Well, is the poison what its name implies? If I walk 10 steps, will I fall too? Wang Ruoxing chuckled. If you don't believe me, how about you take a few steps and see? I'll even help you count down. Thank you for your trouble. Zifeng had a deep look in his eyes and really stepped forward. Wang Ruoxing laughed and extended both of his hands to help Zifeng count down. 1 step, 2 steps. 5 steps, 6 steps. 9 steps, 10 steps. Now fall. Wang Ruoxing had a cold look in his eye and yelled out. However, Wang Ruoxing was shocked. Zifeng was standing there, not falling at all. How? How is this possible? Zifeng laughed. Do you want me to help you continue? 11, 12. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 80, I'm gonna beat you down. Wang Ruoxing was shocked and gulped. Right now, even an idiot can figure out that Zifeng wasn't poisoned at all. You? Why aren't you poisoned? Zifeng smiled. Before the innkeeper brought me my food, I asked Bingqian for a handkerchief. I used the handkerchief to throw away all the food. Since Zifeng felt that something was wrong, he might as well be cautious all the way. He even thought about the plate being poisoned and used a handkerchief just in case. You can't blame Wang Ruoxing for not thinking things through thoroughly. You can only blame his opponent for being too cautious. Used a handkerchief? Wang Ruoxing's mouth twitched and looked at Zifeng with disbelief. Could it be that you already know that something is wrong? When did it start? When did you know that there was something wrong with this inn? Is there someone helping you? Wang Ruoxing thought that he was sneaky and cautious enough. He took Zifeng's cautiousness into consideration and didn't even send a single person to tell Zifeng. This was all because Wang Ruoxing didn't want Zifeng suspecting anything. Zifeng stayed silent and didn't say anything back. The fact that he can spiritually communicate with Elder Zhao in Tiandao City is a secret that only he needs to know. Unless he has to, Zifeng won't tell this secret to anyone else. After a long period of silence, Wang Ruoxing looked like he remembered something and a horrified expression appeared on his face. Hold on. Shit. Then Miss Bingqian and them already know about it. Your reaction speed isn't too bad. Liu Bingqian's cold voice sounded behind Wang Ruoxing. She had heard every single word that came out of Wang Lin's mouth before. If it wasn't for the fact that Zifeng told her to restrain herself, she would have attacked them already. Just now. Were you talking about how you can do whatever you want to us without us knowing because we're knocked out? Liu Bingqian's face turned colder. A murderous aura surrounded her. Wang Ruoxing couldn't say anything. This time he had offended the Liu clan. This was not something that he can afford to do. Yang Jing was also very mad. This is the first time that we've met. Why do you want to harm me? Wang Ruoxing's face ashen. This time, not only did he offend Liu Bingqian, he also offended someone with high standings in Tiandao City.
If the clan master, his father, finds out about this, he will definitely be beat.
Wang Ruoxing coldly stared at Yi Zifeng and started laughing. Good. 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 Yi Zifeng. You've plotted against me. I mean, if you didn't come find me for trouble all the time, why would I have to do something like this? Yi Zifeng knew that there were tigers on the mountain but went towards it anyways.
In reality, he wanted the two brothers to offend the Liu clan in Yangjing.
If not, he wouldn't have done all of this and avoided the inn.
The two guys that Wang Ruoxing brought along looked at each other and started moving towards Yi Zifeng.
They know that they're not Liu Bingqian's opponent, so they quickly moved against Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng. Die. If two cultivators, one at the 8th stage of Qi refining and one at the 7th stage of Qi refining, want to beat someone at the 5th stage of Qi refining, it'll be as easy as squishing a bug.
Wang Ruoxing thought about it already. Since he's already offended the Liu clan to a point of no return, all he can do is fight now. Before they fight Liu Bingqian, he wants to take care of Yi Zifeng first. In a split second, Qi energy exploded from Wang Ruoxing and his two friends. The strong energy caused everything in the room to start shaking. The shabby inn was on the verge of collapsing due to the pressure.
Wang Ruoxing yelled out as he threw himself at Yi Zifeng.
His two friends did the same as well.
They blocked Yi Zifeng's path of escape and forced him into a corner. Do you guys know why I'm standing here, waiting for you guys to make a move first? Hearing Yi Zifeng's laugh, Wang Ruoxing became very nervous. You. Wang Ruoxing was affected by Yi Zifeng's imposing look and became very anxious.
All he can see was the coldness coming out of Yi Zifeng's dark eyes. Wang Ruoxing and the other two all stopped moving when they saw those eyes.
They blankly stared at Yi Zifeng.
They didn't know what happened, but their bodies had become frozen in place.
This is the move you used on Liu Bingqian during the competition. Wang Ruoxing understood what happened and yelled out.
You figured it out too late.
Bingqian, Miss Jing, do it. Yi Zifeng's face was very pale. He had used up too much energy controlling the spirit's divine sense. It was very hard controlling 3 people at once. Got it. Liu Bingqian had been waiting for this moment. She was extremely angry at what Wang Lin had said before.
When she finally received Yi Zifeng's permission to attack, she immediately gathered her qi and sent a palm strike at Wang Ruoxing.
This was not all.
Yang Jing gathered her qi on her fingers and combined it with her common tear flame. If one were to be struck by her attack at full power, one would immediately blow up. As an alchemist, not only can her flames be used to concoct pills, she can use it to teach other people a lesson too. After beating Wang Ruoxing up, the two girls felt much better.
Ah!
Wang Ruoxing felt the flame explode on his face and flew back into the wall behind him. He then dropped onto the floor very hard with blood all over his face. Part of his face was burnt. It looked very scary. The two helpers that Wang Ruoxing brought had it better. Only a part of their arms were burnt.
They didn't take much damage. Wang Ruoxing rubbed the blood off his mouth and yelled out, Yi Zifeng.
If you have the guts, then fight by yourself.
Stop hiding behind the two girls. Yi Zifeng laughed, you have 3 people and we have 3 people. It's only fair for me to fight 3 on 3. This. Wang Ruoxing was taken aback.
Yi Zifeng was reasonable, however, thinking about all this made him angry while he looked over at his two brothers.
Get up. Both of you. Get up. Even if we can't win, we'll find a way to win. We have to beat them no matter what. He had already made up his mind. As long as they can win, they will beat Yi Zifeng up and cripple him.
Then they'll bring Yang Jing and Liu Bingqian to one of the Wang clan's experts in Tiandao City. They will have the soul-searching technique used on them and have their memories erased.
If they can't win, then Wang Ruoxing won't be able to afford the consequences. He was fixed on this plan already. Wang Ruoxing revealed a cold smile and retrieved a small bottle from his robes. Yi Zifeng saw this and was startled. Bingqian, don't let him eat the medicine. Yi Zifeng didn't ask Elder Zhao to come over because he felt that Wang Ruoxing was not a threat to himself. However, he didn't think that Wang Ruoxing would have a special pill. In the end, Yi Zifeng was still too careless. That's a spirit-increasing pill. It will allow a cultivator to increase their qi by twofold. In the qi refining realm, it can increase a cultivator's strength by 1 stage. However, the side effects of this pill was very severe. After a few hours, the user's qi will completely deplete and will feel depressed for a week to a month. Liu Bingqian and Yang Jing both moved towards the 3 guys and knocked the medicine out of the 2 brothers' hands. Yi Zifeng was already at his limit and released the soul spirit's divine sense on the 3 of them. Wang Ruoxing, however, moved very quickly and ate the spirit-increasing pill in one go. When Bingqian reached him, it was too late already. Yi Zifeng, you forced me! Wang Ruoxing hysterically yelled out. He had been waiting for Yi Zifeng to teach him a lesson. However, who would have thought that Yi Zifeng had seen through everything and was always 1 step ahead of him? His little brother Wang Lin was beat unconscious and he was beat too. He had no choice but to use the spirit-increasing pill. The spirit-increasing pill was something very uncommon. It was very hard to concoct. It wasn't a toy either. Sure, it can increase one's strength, but no one was willing to use this unless it was a life or death situation. Wang Ruoxing got this pill from one of his relatives in Tiandao City, however. For just a while, Wang Ruoxing is able to maintain the strength of a 9th stage qi refining cultivator. With this borrowed power, he is able to hold Liu Bingqian back. At the same time, the 2 brothers saw what was happening and knew what they had to do. They moved towards Yi Zifeng and Yang Jing. Yi Zifeng, you're finished. Let's see what kind of moves you have up your sleeves this time. Yi Zifeng's expression changed. As a top-tier alchemist, how could he not think of the possibility that his opponents might have pills skip past him? Right now, it wasn't time for him to regret not thinking about it. There were 2 large guys running right at him right now. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared in Yi Zifeng's mind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 81, The Martial Spirit's Might. The voice appeared out of nowhere. Yi Zifeng felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. The place was very foggy. There were mountains everywhere. This was the place that he had been trying to get to but couldn't. Starlight filled the sky. The stars were aligned just like the diagrams in the ancient times. A large eerie shadow appeared in the sky. Bring me back. Someone's trying to fight me. If this was any other time, Yi Zifeng will definitely stay and have a chat with the shadow ghost. However, right now, he was in a fight with someone. He didn't have the time to be here chatting away. Don't fret. The time here is tens of million times slower than the time outside. You can stay here for a year and not even a second would have passed. Yi Zifeng was startled. This kind of nonsense. He had never heard of such a thing before, even in his past life. Then what do you want from me? Yi Zifeng curiously looked at the mysterious martial spirit in front of himself. The shadow ghost coldly snorted, "You dumbass. What kind of situation are you in right now? You're about to be beat up. I had to step in before your body starts using my energy to recover itself." Yi Zifeng was surprised and continued asking questions. Then, you have healing properties and can condense death qi, could it be that you're a dual martial spirit? It is very rare for a person to have a dual martial spirit. If Yi Zifeng can awaken the dual martial spirit when he reaches the martial disciple realm, then without a doubt, he will be the #1 young genius in Legacy-City. Don't try to probe me with useless words. I'll stay this again. Right now, you have the strength and the ability to be on even grounds with me. You just need to remember one thing. Don't die. If you die, I'll have problems too. Yi Zifeng laughed. Then when I'm in danger or a life or death situation, how are you going to help me? Yi Zifeng likes to plan ahead. He knows that he will bring danger to himself in the future. He wants to see what this martial spirit will do when the time comes. The shadow ghost was silent for a bit and then sighed, "All right. Since you've been feeding me for so long, I'll lend you some of my power and show you what I can do. Don't get scared." When Yi Zifeng used the Thunder Spirit Pill, the Profound Tear Golden Marrow Pill, and even when he used the Soul Binding Pill, the spirit would absorb most of its power. Yi Zifeng laughed, "Heh. Nothing under the power of a martial lord will scare me. I'll see what this guy's got." As a martial lord in his past life, he had seen a lot of things already. There aren't many things that can scare him. Fierce, huh? I like it. But if this is the first time you see my power, you might even vomit. Vomit? Yi Zifeng was startled. Is it really that serious? At that time, light engulfed the space that he was in as Yi Zifeng started to fly upwards. When Yi Zifeng returned to his senses and opened his eyes, the two large guys that Wang Ruoxing brought along were standing in their original positions. They haven't moved at all. That shadow ghost didn't lie. The time and the mysterious space is completely different from the real world. Yi Zifeng's mouth curved up into a smile. Yang Jing was standing very close to Yi Zifeng and lifted one of her eyebrows. What shadow ghost? What lie? Yi Zifeng couldn't explain anything because the two large men had rushed towards him and was prepared to strike his chest. Yi Zifeng gritted his teeth and quickly dodged. He hurled the table in front of him to the two guys. Bang! The table exploded from the two guys' punches. So I'm the weak link here, huh? You're both focusing me. Wait. I forgot to ask that shadow ghost how I can use his power. Could it be the same way as before? Yi Zifeng started to concentrate. He felt a bit worried. Young Master Yi, how about we? Yang Jin looked at the doors. Anyone can tell that she was trying to run away. You want to run? Do you think you can get away? Wang Ruoxing smiled sinisterly. He cut off their escape as quickly as he ate the spirit-increasing pill. He had used the spirit-increasing pill already. How can he let them escape after doing all this? Big Dong, Little Dong. Go block the exits. Don't let them escape. Got it. One of the two guys quickly moved towards the door and blocked the exit. The other one stood in front of the on guarding the door and fiercely stared at Yi Zifeng. At the same time, Wang Ruoxing didn't waste any time and gathered Qi energy in his arms. He lifted a large cabinet and blocked the windows. Now that the doors and windows have been blocked, the entire place was like an inescapable cage. Yi Zifeng, either you die, or I die. Don't think about running away. Wang Ruoxing was furious. Yi Zifeng softly chuckled. Who said I was going to run away? I don't remember saying anything about running away. Even if he's weaker than his opponent, he won't choose to run. In such a small place, he won't be exposing his back to the enemy. That is something that a rookie would do, not something that Yi Zifeng, who has been through many battles, would do. You're looking to die. Wang Ruoxing snorted. His expression became twisted from anger. With an explosive and strong movement, 9 streaks of Qi energy appeared from Wang Ruoxing's palm like snakes and flew towards Yi Zifeng. Seeing this, Liu Bingqian jumped in between the streaks of Qi and Yi Zifeng. Qi energy condensed on her palm and formed a shield. The horrifying Qi landed on the Qi shield and created sparks. Wang Ruoxing, I'm your opponent. Watch yourself. A cold expression appeared on Liu Bingqian's face. Wang Ruoxing was originally at the 8th stage, but after consuming the spirit-increasing pill,
he was able to unleash the power of someone at the peak of the 9th stage. If Qi Zifeng really fights him head-on, Qi Zifeng will be blown away very quickly.
Wang Ruoxing was a smart guy.
He was controlled by the soul spirit's divine sense before and knows not to get close to Qi Zifeng anymore.
If he gets controlled by Qi Zifeng again and gets a beating from Liu Bingqian, he won't be able to survive. Qi Zifeng, stop hiding behind a woman. Fight me one-on-one. Qi Zifeng laughed, jokes. Do you think we're competing on a stage right now? Also, if you can't beat someone who's lost to me, what qualifications do you have to fight now?
Even though Qi Zifeng's cultivation was not that high, he still has his imposing manner to make up for it.
The fact that he has beaten Liu Bingqian is known throughout Legacy City. Wang Ruoxing can't rebut at all. Big Dong, Little Dong. Your mission is to take care of Qi Zifeng for me. But Wang Ruoxing was being hindered by Liu Bingqian and couldn't do anything.
All he can do now is command the other two to do his work. At that time, Qi Zifeng's expression became serious. He looked over at young Jing. Miss Jing, can you hold that guy at the 8th stage back for a bit? I want to see if I can take care of this guy first. He didn't want to fight against the 8th stage cultivator and wanted to test if he can use the martial spirit's power on the 7th stage cultivator first.
All right. Fine. Yang Jing nodded.
Even though she was weak, she still had to try. That guy at the 7th stage of Qi refining was Little Dong. Little Dong cracked his knuckles. It seems like I'm being underestimated. For a mere 5th stage Qi refiner to say that he'll take care of me. I don't even know where this guy got all that courage from. Wang Ruoxing turned around and reminded Little Dong, don't be too careless.
Don't fight in close combat.
I don't know what kind of secret this guy has.
It can stop your movements. Don't worry, boss. I know what to do.
Little Dong's mouth curved up into a sinister smile. For Qi Zifeng to say that he can beat himself was a kind of humiliation to him.
Little Dong really wants to beat Qi Zifeng up.
On the other side, Qi Zifeng was concentrating his energy and tried to condense the death qi into his palm. He can feel that all the energy in his body was flowing towards his arms into his palm. 2 of the very visible veins on his arms started to glow.
You dirty brat.
You're looking to die by standing there.
Little Dong coldly laughed.
He gathered his qi into his hands and created a white mist.
Go! He commanded the white mist to attack Qi Zifeng.
Suddenly, Qi Zifeng opened his eyes and struck his palm out towards the white mist.
A giant black palm appeared and dissipated the white mist.
The palm strike felt gloomy, cold, evil, and was filled with killing intent. As it flew towards Little Dong, it started to condense itself until it struck him. Right before it struck Little Dong, the black qi turned into a large monster and completely enveloped Little Dong. Seeing this, even Qi Zifeng was shocked at what was happening.
The 7-foot-tall Little Dong couldn't even react at all.
A large mouth appeared from the black qi and swallowed Little Dong. Immediately, an indescribable, miserable scream echoed throughout the entire inn.
Holy shit! What the hell is going on?
Wang Ruoxing was shocked as he watched the scene and stopped moving. He felt cold sweat running down his back. Both his legs started to shake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 82, I'll beat you anyways. The meat paste/mutilated body that Qi Zifeng had imagined did not appear. However, the 7-foot-tall Little Dong continuously screamed miserably without stopping.
This giant mouth was formed by Qi Zifeng's own qi, and after it swallowed Little Dong, it disappeared into the air, leaving no trace of its existence behind.
After suffering from such an attack, Little Dong unexpectedly didn't die.
The scene that unfolded in front of them seemed like a dream and reality at the same time.
It was simple, unimaginable.
Qi Zifeng shockingly looked at his own hands.
Even he didn't know what this martial spirit did. This was because when he gathered the martial spirit's death chi, it activated by itself. Yi Zifeng could not control it at all. Little brother Dong. What happened? Are you alright? Wang Ruoxing moved away from his battle with Liu Bingqian and rushed over to support his bro. Little Dong shook his head and looked blankly at Wang Ruoxing. Boss, what just happened? I feel like I was being eaten alive. It felt very painful. After a while, he looked down and his expression changed. His mouth was open so wide that he can fit a bowl inside. Holy shit. Boss, look. My hand. Why is my hand like this? After saying that, everyone looked over at his hand and was shocked at what they saw. Everyone saw that his hand looked like a dried-up rotten tree branch. Starting from his fingers, his hand slowly grew older and older until it rotted. This horrifying scene caused Wang Ruoxing to be scared shitless and took a few steps back. He looked at Little Dong as if Little Dong was a monster. Boss. Save me. What's happening to me? It hurts so much. I feel like I'm about to die. Don't come any closer. Wang Ruoxing was shocked and pushed Little Dong away as if he had contracted some sort of weird disease and didn't want it to spread. On the outside, Wang Ruoxing acts very differently compared to Wang Lin. However, Wang Ruoxing is someone who is afraid to die as well. When it comes to a life or death situation, he becomes a lot like Wang Lin. Boss. Little Dong had a look of despair on his face. The rotting process spread out through his hand and to his arm. It slowly moved up towards his entire body, causing Little Dong to continuously scream in pain. On the other side, Big Dong fiercely stared at Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng. What the hell did you do to my little brother? Big Dong was different from Wang Ruoxing. Little Dong was his blood-related brother. After seeing that his little brother was beaten up like this, Big Dong became furious. Yi Zifeng was at a loss of words. He was prepared for what was going to happen after the Shadow Ghost told him that it was going to lend him some of its strength. However, he didn't think that the Death Chi was going to be so powerful. It completely exceeded his expectations. Yang Jing was right next to Yi Zifeng and saw everything. She was completely shocked at what happened. Big brother rough guy. Liu Bingqian was confused. The attack that Yi Zifeng just had resembles a martial spirit's attack. When she thought about it, she immediately rejected the idea. How can someone at the 5th stage of Qi refining awaken their martial spirit? That's simply absurd. Big Dong watched as Yi Zifeng stayed silent, thinking that Yi Zifeng was pretending to be aloof. His anger exploded through the roof. Yi Zifeng. I'm going to kill you right now and avenge my little brother. Wang Ruoxing heard this and hurriedly yelled at Big Dong, don't be so rash. Do you see what Yi Zifeng did to your brother? He wasn't worried about Big Dong's safety. Instead, he was worried for himself. If Big Dong goes down as well, then he won't be able to handle Yi Zifeng, Yang Jing, and Liu Bingqian all by himself. Big Dong looked fiercely at Wang Ruoxing. Wang Ruoxing, I know what you're thinking about. I won't have a good time if I follow a scaredy cat like you. If you won't help me avenge my little brother, I'll just do it myself. You? Wang Ruoxing stared with a complicated expression on his face. After hearing what Big Dong said, Wang Ruoxing wanted him to go in and die by himself. However, he remembered that he can't fight 3 on 1 either and charged forward as well. Wang Ruoxing, Big Dong, and Little Dong, the 3 of them had been very close since they were just kids. They knew what each other's weaknesses are and could cover for each other. Big Dong was so angry that his eyes became bloodshot. Qi energy exploded from his body. A streak of bright red fire appeared on his palm as he charged towards Yi Zifeng like a rocket. Big brother rough guy. Use that move that you just used. Liu Bingqian was being held back by Wang Ruoxing and can't help Yi Zifeng. Yang Jing's true strength was at the 6th stage of Qi refining and couldn't help at all.
Alright. Even if the death Qi is too cruel, Yi Zifeng won't hesitate to use it if someone is targeting his own life.
Yi Zifeng calmed down and tried to remember the feeling of the move from before. He quickly gathered and condensed the death Qi in his palm. Streaks of cold, evil, and murderous Qi appeared in the air and attacked. The monster with the big mouth appeared once again. Big Dong! Run! Wang Ruoxing yelled out.
Big Dong gritted his teeth and yelled back, "Worry about yourself." However, at that time, the Qi that was coming out of Yi Zifeng suddenly stopped coming out.
The black Qi that he condensed suddenly dissipated.
It became a small drop of death Qi as it hit Big Dong on his chest. When it hit Big Dong, nothing happened to him.
What's going on?
The martial spirit's attack actually shrank and became nothing.
Yi Zifeng couldn't help but curse at it. Yi Zifeng reacted very quickly and dodged Big Dong's attack.
If he had stayed at the same spot, he would have a hole in his chest by now.
It failed? Yi Zifeng. I know what's going on. It seems like you can't continuously use this move. Big Dong laughed out loudly.
He wanted to charge forwards and suicide with Yi Zifeng when the strange Qi was on top of him. However, he would have never thought that Yi Zifeng would fail. This made him feel much better.
Even if I don't use that move, it's not like I can't be your opponent. I'll beat you anyways.
Yi Zifeng laughed and calmed himself down. It was a 3-on-2 battle already. Since Bingqian was taking care of Wang Ruoxing, it was a 2-on-1.
Big Dong laughed loudly, laughable. Do you think 2 people at the 6th stage of Qi refining will be able to beat someone at the 8th stage of Qi refining? Let's not talk about 2 people. Even if you bring 5, no even 10 more people at the 6th stage of Qi refining, the results will be the same.
Yi Zifeng eyes scanned the room and then smiled. "Miss Jing, when I charge forward, release your commandeer strength to the maximum and send it towards me."
Alright. But Yang Jing was startled. From what she can tell, it seems like Yi Zifeng wanted to suicide with this Big Dong. Don't worry, Miss Jing. Just throw it over. I'll be fine.
After saying that, Yi Zifeng moved like lightning and charged towards Big Dong.
Big Dong, don't let him get close to you. Wang Ruoxing looked over and reminded him.
After Big Dong calmed down, he looked at Yi Zifeng and threw out a punch towards Yi Zifeng. A red beam appeared from his fist and flew towards Yi Zifeng.
Yi Zifeng then smiled and suddenly turned around to dodge the attack.
The beam continued to fly towards Little Dong.
Big brother! Save me!
Little Dong was on the floor, still in pain.
He couldn't move at all.
The rotting process had already reached his shoulders.
His face ashen.
He was in so much pain that he couldn't even lift his own arm.
Yi Zifeng! You bastard! Big Dong cared for his brother and quickly retreated his attack while jumping back. He didn't want to get close to Yi Zifeng. Do you think that this is all I got? Yi Zifeng laughed and lightning Qi appeared from his hands. He looked at the lamps in the room and struck them with the lightning Qi. Wang Ruoxing's expression changed immediately. While fighting Liu Bingqian, he was slowly moving towards Yi Zifeng, looking for a chance to make a move. Who would have thought that Yi Zifeng would have a move first? Shit! Not good. That guy wants to run. Wang Ruoxing cursed inwards. He quickly condensed some Qi energy and struck the lightning Qi flying towards the lamps to divert it. After that, he took a deep breath. It was very late at night already. If the lamps were to go out, the battlefield will become chaotic and Yi Zifeng will definitely be able to control them. Wang Ruoxing gulped. This Yi Zifeng is very crafty and hard to deal with. Why did he get himself into this mess? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect,
broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 83, Defeating You in One Move.
The lightning Qi that Yi Zifeng sent out was quickly dispelled by Wang Ruoxing. In the next moment, Wang Ruoxing flew towards Little Dong and threw him over to Big Dong. After that, he turned around again and sent a palm strike filled with Qi towards his opponents.
There are some things that you either don't do or have to do.
After everything that had happened already, he has to kill Yi Zifeng.
Big Dong, leave your brother on site for a bit. Killing Yi Zifeng is our #1 priority.
Even though Wang Ruoxing was being blocked by Liu Bingqian, he was still able to see what was going on and talk.
You heartless thing.
I don't need you to teach me how I do things.
Big Dong yelled back as he caught his little brother.
He couldn't stop his movements and had to drop his brother on the floor instead of softly placing him down.
His hands moved like lightning as he knocked away Yi Zifeng's palm strikes and fiercely grabbed Yi Zifeng's neck.
Even with the martial spirit lending its power to Yi Zifeng, Big Dong was still 3 whole stages above Yi Zifeng and can completely crush him. He grabbed Yi Zifeng by his neck to show him how cruel he will be.
However, Yi Zifeng wasn't that stupid to let himself grabbed like that.
He had a plan to go against Big Dong the whole time.
Miss Jing, now. Yang Jing nodded and gritted her teeth.
On her fingers, the condensed flame had grown very big.
With Yi Zifeng's signal, she didn't hesitate at all and threw the fireball towards Yi Zifeng. When one's cultivation is lacking, one needs to learn to adapt.
One needs to learn how to create opportunities when facing a difficult situation.
On the path of cultivation, your enemies won't always be on the same level as you are.
When facing a stronger opponent, you must go above and beyond your limits. You must use everything in your arsenal and everything that's at your disposal. Even weak cultivators can have their own methods and deal with people stronger than themselves. Behind Yi Zifeng, a large blazing fireball was flying towards the Yi Zifeng and Big Dong.
No! Big Dong yelled out.
Even if Yang Jing's true power was at the 6th stage of Qi refining, she was still a cultivator at the 7th stage of Qi refining. After preparing for a while, her fireball had the power of an attack at the 7th stage of Qi refining. Along with her innate fire abilities as an alchemist, the fireball had a very strong destructive power.
Too late. You've already lost. Yi Zifeng laughed.
He was prepared while Big Dong wasn't. When the fireball reached them, Yi Zifeng quickly lowered his body and dodged the fireball. It slipped by his arms and flew straight into Big Dong's chest.
A piercing cry sounded.
When the fireball struck Big Dong, it left a deep imprint on his chest with a sizzling sound.
Big Dong's shirt was burnt and a bloody imprint could be seen. Ah! Big Dong's expression became twisted as he spat out a mouthful of blood. After yelling, the rough muscle on Big Dong's body started to expand until the veins started to pop out. After experiencing this devastating attack, Big Dong looked up as if he had been reborn.
After coughing for a bit and spitting out another mouthful of blood, Big Dong smiled. "This miss from Tiandao City, your abilities aren't bad at all.
If your cultivation was a bit higher, then I might have been burnt to crisps by now." Yang Jing bit her teeth.
Her face drained of color.
If such a strong attack couldn't kill her opponent, she doesn't know what to do anymore. Seeing how resolute Big Dong was gave Wang Ruoxing a shock.
Even he who have consumed the spirit-increasing pill would have a hard time dealing with that fireball.
How about you try this move then?
Yi Zifeng moved towards Big Dong.
Come on.
Big Dong laughed. "Yi Zifeng, your friend took so much time to form that fireball and I've taken the blow already.
Let's see what kind of moves you got now." Right now, Big Dong was feeling invincible as if he can block anything in the world.
Suddenly a hidden weapon type of thing flew towards Big Dong. Without even looking at it, Big Dong jumped backwards and caught the object.
This thing couldn't hurt him at all. Yi Zifeng. Do you have nothing better? You're starting to throw random things now? I'm disappointed. Big Dong. You? Wang Ruoxing was shocked.
His mouth was wide open as if his face had been pulled down by someone. Wang Ruoxing, looking at your face, it seems like you're shocked by my hidden strength.
Let me tell you something.
I've already broken through into the middle 8th stage of Qi refining.
Wang Ruoxing's face turned ashen and cursed, Big Dong. You retard. Look at what you're holding, dot. Hearing this, Big Dong wanted to curse back but looked down first.
When he saw what he was holding, his face swelled up like a pig and was extremely shocked.
What?
This, he was so shocked that he couldn't talk. He was holding the poison plate in his hand. The 10-step Qi shattering poison wasn't used on Yi Zifeng but on Big Dong instead.
Yi Zifeng had an amused look on his face. Yi Zifeng laughed, this time. Do you want me to count down for you? Let's see.
You walked quite a few steps already.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8, 9. Whoops. You only have 1 step left. There's no need for me to count down. Wait, no. When you grabbed the plate, you had 1 foot on the ground. So you only have a half a step left, Yi Zifeng revealed a cold expression and continued to talk, don't say that I didn't remind you. Even if your foot up by a little bit, you will faint immediately. Hearing this, Big Dong was shocked. Both of his feet felt like they were weighed down by an anchor. He didn't dare to lift his leg up at all. He had lost all his will to battle. On the other side, Wang Ruoxing sighed with a face filled with disappointment. This time he had traveled so far for Legacy City in order to mess with Yi Zifeng. Who would have thought that not only would he not succeed but will also suffer from Yi Zifeng? This is simply absurd. Yi Zifeng turned around and smiled, Wang Clan's second young master. It's the general's turn. Wang Ruoxing gaze swept through the entire room. Little Dong was painfully lying down on the floor. Big Dong couldn't move his feet at all, standing there like a statue. The two of them could not fight at all. The tides have changed very quickly. It was now a 3-on-1. Wang Ruoxing was by himself. His defeat was certain. Yi Zifeng saw that his opponent didn't want to fight and smiled. The spirit-increasing pills effects is very clear. However, it overdrafts your cultivation. Every time you overuse your strength there will be a load charge to your body. If you want to continue cultivating in the future, then I suggest you stop right now. Wang Ruoxing gritted his teeth and yelled out, I have no way of returning now. If the people in my family knows about this, then I will definitely be abandoned by my clan. They will give me up to the Liu clan, so what's the point of stopping now? Wang Ruoxing was clear. His father, the clan master, is a decisive man. As long as it benefits the clan, he is willing to give up his own son. Liu Bingqian coldly snorted and became angry, this guy is too stubborn. Big brother rough guy, I say that we kill him right now. Wang Ruoxing shuddered. He was someone who was afraid of death. He didn't think that by talking back just now would make Liu Bingqian have this kind of reaction. Yi Zifeng sighed and rubbed his hands, Bingqian. You're right. We have to deal with the roots of the problem. If we let him live, he'll be a threat to us. He looked at Wang Ruoxing with a cold expression. The three people walked closer and closer to Wang Ruoxing and forced him into a corner. Wang Ruoxing continuously moved backwards and yelled out, Stop! Don't kill me! I'm the second young master of the Wang clan. If you kill me, my big brother won't let you go. My father won't let you go either. Yi Zifeng smiled, even if I don't kill you, the people from the Wang clan still won't let me go. Why do I have to be scared anymore? Wang Ruoxing was scared and then remembered what happened to Wang Lin last time, big brother Zifeng. Don't kill me. I beg you. I'll do the same as Wang Lin. I'll give you all my treasures. I'll give you everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 84, Using Treasures to Trade for One's Life. Oh. So you know that I like treasures. A big smile suddenly appeared on Yi Zifeng's face. Wang Ruoxing cursed inwards. He still remembers how Yi Zifeng cleaned his little brother, Wang Lin, out last time. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Wang Ruoxing's face as well. Boss Zifeng, who doesn't love strong treasures? Here. Have everything that I have. Okay? Please let me go. I'm willing to make an blood oath too and never cross your path again. Yi Zifeng's mouth curved up. If making a blood oath really works, then why did your little brother come and bother me again? Wang Ruoxing's face became stiff and didn't know how to give an explanation. The blood oath is something that activates when one steps into the martial disciple realm from the Qi refining realm. For someone like Wang Lin who has no hope of stepping into the martial disciple realm, the blood oath meant nothing to him. Boss Zifeng, Wang Ruoxing wants to prove that he won't mess with Yi Zifeng anymore. However, Yi Zifeng coldly replied, "Don't call me boss. Do you think I'll believe someone who was trying to kill me just because they changed their tone of voice?" Wang Ruoxing's face turned ashen, and didn't know what to say anymore. Liu Bingqian snorted with a cold look on her face, "Big brother rough guy. This will continue to mess with you in the shadows. If you let him live, he'll try to get back at us sooner or later. I say we kill him. Am I right? Senior sister Jing." Yang Jing yelped in surprise. Her body was very weak, so she doesn't go out much less fight and kill. She wasn't used to this, so she was surprised when Bingqian mentioned killing. Liu Bingqian shot a meaningful glance at her. Yang Jing understood this and quickly nodded. Junior sister Bingqian is right. If we were the ones who ended up in his hands, who knows what we'll become? Since he is so vicious and merciless, we can't let him go either. Let's make it quick. Yang Jing smiled and looked back at Bingqian, showing that she's done her job. Wang Ruoxing didn't expect the two girls to be so vicious. He thought that he would be able to escape death by kissing Yi Zifeng's ass as if Yi Zifeng was his own dad. Yi Zifeng did do anything and smiled. Wang Ruoxing, don't be so nervous. When I, Yi Zifeng, do things, I do it with sincerity. As long as you can bring out items that's worth your life, I'll spare you. Oh yeah. Take out those spirit-increasing pills that you have and let me see their grade. Wang Ruoxing continued to curse Yi Zifeng inwards. Let you see their grade, my ass. He probably wants to take them. Even though he cursed in his heart, he still have a respectful appearance on the outside. Alright boss, I still have one more. Saying that, he gritted his teeth and painfully took out a spirit-increasing pill to give to Yi Zifeng. This spirit-increasing pill isn't cheap. If sold on the black market, it could bring in around 1,000 gold. Only one? Yi Zifeng raised his brow and gave Wang Ruoxing a cold stare. Yes. I only have one left. Really? I can make a blood oath to guarantee it. I told you already. I don't believe in those blood oaths anymore. Yi Zifeng smiled and shook his head, but it's too bad. This one spirit-increasing pill can only buy you an arm. What hand are you talking about? After thinking for a bit, Wang Ruoxing's face turned ugly. You mean I'm using money to buy my life right now? Yi Zifeng laughed loudly. I'd like to call it a sincere trade or an equivalent exchange. Seeing how vicious Yi Zifeng was, Wang Ruoxing felt like he offended someone that he shouldn't have offended. He was feeling bitter and dejected on the inside. Wang Ruoxing's mouth twitched as he retrieved a jade pendant from his clothes. An interspatial pendant? This seems like a common grade pendant. As for its value, it can exchange for 3 of your fingers. A cold smiling expression appeared on Liu Bingqian's face as she valued the pendant.
Wang Ruoxing felt as if his heart was being stabbed but still had a smile on his face. The thing that I want to show you isn't this interspatial pendant but the thing inside.
Do you guys remember the prize that I got from the Heavenly Clan gathering? Yi Zifeng's eyes lit up. Could it be that spirit tier first grade, violet gravel armor? Wang Ruoxing's jaws dropped and was surprised. No way. You remember?
He was just casually asking.
Who would have thought that Yi Zifeng would remember? Wang Ruoxing thought about it. Could it be that Yi Zifeng foresaw this happening and remembered what he received? Yi Zifeng really is fearsome.
However, in reality, not only did Qi Zifeng remember what prize Wang Ruoxing got, he even remembered what kind of prize Xiaomu got. Yi Zifeng would naturally remember what his enemies received so he can prepare for the future. Yi Zifeng smiled and took the violet gravel armor from the shaking Wang Ruoxing. He looked at it for a bit and nodded with a satisfied expression. This grade 1 spirit tier armor really isn't shabby at all.
Along with the pendant. It'll buy you another arm and a leg. What?
A grade 1 spirit tier armor, the third place prize from the Heavenly Clan gathering that happens once every 5 years is only worth. Wang Ruoxing was so mad that he took off his shoes and threw it at Yi Zifeng. Wang Ruoxing had seen all kinds of vicious people but had never seen anyone as vicious and hateful as Yi Zifeng.
Yi Zifeng smiled and patted Wang Ruoxing's shoulders. Wang Clan's second young master. Don't undervalue yourself.
You're worth way more than you think. This phrase seems like it was complimenting Wang Ruoxing, but to Wang Ruoxing himself, it was even worse than cursing at him. He even took out his prize from the gathering and yet Yi Zifeng still isn't satisfied. He can participate again after 5 years but at that time, he isn't so sure he can get something like this again. Under an immeasurable amount of chest pain, he took out everything that he had. A bunch of gold coins scattered all over the floor.
Qi recovery pills rolled everywhere. There was also a customs document for Tiandao City. This is everything that I have on me. Wang Ruoxing bitterly laughed. If Yi Zifeng still isn't satisfied, then he doesn't know what he can do anymore.
Yi Zifeng picked up the customs document without looking at the other things and smiled.
I guess that you had some relationships with someone from Tiandao City to be able to come in here. It seems like I was right. It seems like your Wang clan has some pretty good backings here in Tiandao City.
Seeing how Yi Zifeng was smiling so slyly, he felt that something bad was going to happen.
Yi Zifeng continued reading the document and saw that the recommender was someone named Wang Rue from the Profound Sect. Profound Sect's Wang Rue? Is he someone from the Wang clan? What's his relationship with you? Wang Ruoxing was silent and didn't want to say anything. Seeing how Wang Ruoxing wasn't going to talk, Yi Zifeng turned around and smiled. Bingqian, do you remember how much the second master exchanged for? Liu Bingqian smiled. Let's see.
The spirit increasing pill for an arm, the armor and pendant for another arm and a leg. All these gold coins and pills can probably get him half a leg back.
We'll just have to cut off the other half. Yi Zifeng extended his hand.
He calculated for a bit using his fingers and then nodded. Wang Clan's second young master.
Did you hear that? We'll cut off one leg. What do you think is the better choice?
Wang saying that, Yi Zifeng smiled as he looked at Wang Ruoxing's legs.
He stared at the left leg for a bit and then the right leg. Wang Ruoxing couldn't help but bitterly laugh.
This inn was open so he can rob other people.
He had done many bad deeds here.
However, this time, against Yi Zifeng, he was the one being robbed in his own inn.
All right. I'll talk. Wang Rue is my father's big brother, which is my uncle. It's all because of uncle that the Wang clan is able to become one of the top clans in Liuzhou City.
He pampers me the most, so if anything happens to me, he will definitely avenge me.
Of course, Yi Zifeng didn't believe him. How can his uncle like such a gross-looking guy? Unless, his uncle doesn't have eyes. He probably got this customs document from his uncle after continuously pestering him about it. Profound sect. Profound sect. Why does this sound so familiar? Yi Zifeng thought about this for a while and an image came into his mind. That's right. Elder Zhao. He's from the profound sect. How could I forget about this? A smile revealed on Yi Zifeng's face. He planned on asking Elder Zhao about joining the profound sect so he can raise his cultivation faster. I've already told you everything I know and gave you everything that I have. Can you? Let me go? Wang Ruoxing looked at Yi Zifeng with a sullen look. He doesn't even have enough money to go home now and would probably have to ask a few friends to borrow some. If Yi Zifeng doesn't want to let him go, then Wang Ruoxing would really fight them. He already started to gather his qi in his palms already. Yi Zifeng smiled and nodded, all right. Sure. Since you're so cooperative, I'll let you go. Hearing this, the qi that he gathered in his palms dissipated. He happily looked at Yi Zifeng. Really? You're not lying to me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 85, Letting Him Go? This time, Yi Zifeng had reaped a large profit. To be able to get so many treasure and gold coins after a fight, this was very worth it for his time. After taking all of Wang Ruoxing's treasures, Yi Zifeng feels that Wang Ruoxing won't go around telling people in order to save face. I'm letting you go because I'm a nice person. But how are you going to promise me that you won't find me for trouble anymore? Yi Zifeng smiled at Wang Ruoxing and reminded him, let me remind you. I don't trust blood oaths anymore. If you're like your brother and want to come at me with your life on the line again, I really am a bit scared. Wang Ruoxing cursed. You? Scared? How about you have a scared expression on your face before you say that? Boss. Please don't be like this. How about I make a inner demon's oath? Wang Ruoxing rolled his eyes and then smiled. Yi Zifeng shook his head, whatever. Don't think that I don't know about it. The inner demon's oath only affect people when they become a martial practitioner. Let's just make a blood contract. What? Blood contract? Wang Ruoxing was shocked. He knew that the blood contract is one of the strictest things there is. It has a very strong binding effect. If one party goes back on their words, then they will definitely die painfully. Boss, I don't think we have to make such a big deal out of this. Yi Zifeng's expression turned cold. So you're still trying to revenge for yourself? Wang Ruoxing bitterly laughed. Don't joke around, boss. After all this, my lil bro and I will never forget this day. After suffering so much, how would we dare to mess with you again? Oof. All talk. Yi Zifeng took out a piece of paper and pen from his interspatial ring. Seeing this, Wang Ruoxing's expression turned ashen. No way. You actually have a blood contract with you. Write your name down and leave your fingerprint there. Draw some blood and make a blood oath. If you even miss a single step, then. Yi Zifeng walked around Wang Ruoxing and then took out a dagger from his robe. It was the same exact dagger that he extorted from Wang Lin. Boss. Don't. All right. I got it. I'll do it now. Yi Zifeng had seen through Wang Ruoxing a while ago. Wang Ruoxing was all talk and no bark. This guy was afraid of dying. This was why he liked to fight against people who were weaker than himself. Wang Ruoxing gritted his teeth. He had completely given up. He couldn't do anything against Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng was only at the 5th stage of qi refining. Even those at the 6th stage of qi refining can't beat him. If he can't control Yi Zifeng now, then when he grows up, he will not be stopped. What are you thinking about? Put your fingerprint there and draw your blood to make a blood oath. Yi Zifeng reminded Wang Ruoxing very loudly. All right. Wang Ruoxing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then gritted his teeth and completed the blood contract. This time, Wang Ruoxing really admitted defeat. If he tries to mess with Yi Zifeng again, then he will suffer the consequences. Yi Zifeng smiled and put away one of the blood contracts into his interspatial ring. There are 2 contracts. You take the other one. Take a look at it when you're bored. You know what will happen if you go back on your words, right? Wang Ruoxing received his part of the contract and felt very depressed. He came all the way here from Legacy City to mess with Yi Zifeng. However, who would have thought that he would be the one that was messed with? Boss. I gave you everything that I have already and signed the blood contract. This time, can you let me go now? Wang Ruoxing was hopeful that Yi Zifeng would let him go. It's better to have a bad life than to have a good death. Wang Ruoxing gulped and looked at Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng looked at him with an amused expression. Well, I don't like to lie, people. I said I'll let you go, so I'll let you go. But Wang Ruoxing felt relieved at first, but when he heard the second half of what Yi Zifeng said, his heart shuddered. After everything that happened, what else does Yi Zifeng want? But what? I'm letting you go. But I don't know about Bingqian and Miss Jing. Yi Zifeng turned around and saw Bingqian's eyes lit up. It looked very cold as she looked at Wang Ruoxing. She really didn't plan to let Wang Ruoxing go. Wang Ruoxing was flabbergasted. He tried very hard to hold himself back. But, aren't you guys doing this together? It's fine if one person messes with him. But if they want to mess with him one by one, then Wang Ruoxing doesn't know what to do anymore. The most important thing is that Wang Ruoxing has nothing left on his body. If Yi Zifeng had wanted some more things, then he would have stripped naked and gave him his clothes. However, he made the blood contract already. If he wants to fight Yi Zifeng, then he will receive divine punishment. He can't do anything but comply to their demands. Who said we're together? He's from the Yi clan and I'm from the Liu clan. Senior sister Jing is from the Yang clan. He does what he wants and I'll do what I want. Liu Bingqian revealed a big smile. Wang Ruoxing also had a smile on his face. However, the smile looked even worse than if he was dead, then. What do you girls want? Liu Bingqian giggled and released her killing intent. You tried to drug us before, and if Big Brother Rough Guy wasn't so cautious, then we'll probably be in your hands right now. How can I feel good if I don't beat you for a bit? Beat? Look at me already. You still want to beat me? Wang Ruoxing started to sweat and felt like he was going to faint. If someone at the 9th stage of Qi refining beats him, it's not fun and games. Wang Ruoxing looked at Yi Zifeng and only saw that Yi Zifeng had his eyes closed. He was trying to say that he has nothing to do with this. Technically, Yi Zifeng didn't lie. He really did let him go without doing anything. Wang Ruoxing couldn't rely on Yi Zifeng at all. He turned to his right and saw Yang Jing standing in front of him. He saw her graceful, elegant and peaceful look and tried to beg for forgiveness. The miss from Tiandao City. I don't have any enmities with you. I've realized that I'm wrong and will change in the future. Please help me persuade Miss Liu to not beat me up. Yang Jing saw how sorry Wang Ruoxing looked and felt sorry for him. She took a deep breath and pulled Bingqian's sleeves. Junior sister. I think that he was muddle-minded back there. Let's give him a chance, or maybe you can hold back a bit. Don't beat him to death in one hit. What? Beat to death? Wang Ruoxing felt like he was closer and closer to fainting. What kind of women is Yi Zifeng traveling with? Liu Bingqian looked over at Yi Zifeng and smiled. Big Brother Rough Guy, it might get a bit rough when I beat him. Can you turn around and not look? Yi Zifeng raised his brows and looked back at her. It's okay. Yang Jing coughed a bit and smiled at Yi Zifeng as well. Young Master Yi, you should go rest for a bit. Leave it to us. Yi Zifeng was dragged into a room by the two girls and continuously shook his head. All right. I'll wait for you girls in here. After Bingqian sent Yi Zifeng away, she sighed. That blockhead, how come he still doesn't understand after all these hints? I'm so mad. Yang Jing laughed. You don't want to let him see your rough side, right? Bingqian giggled and didn't say anything. They were giggling as they chatted with each other. However, when they saw Wang Ruoxing again, a cold expression appeared. Please. We can talk about this. Aha! Wang Ruoxing screamed miserably throughout the entire ordeal. After a while, the two girls happily skipped downstairs towards the rooms. That Wang Ruoxing really is trash. I didn't even use 30% of my strength and he was screaming so miserably. Yang Jing giggled. You got the better part. Right after he saw that I had condensed my flame, he fainted. On the outside, Yang Jing looked weak. She really didn't like fighting at all. However, after being around Bingqian for so long, she learned some of Bingqian's methods of doing things. Big brother rough guy, do you want to beat that Wang Ruoxing up? Bingqian happily skipped down the stairs. At the same time, Yi Zifeng was walking out of his room. He lifted his head and smiled. I'm a righteous person. If I told him that I'm going to let him go, I'll let him go. Liu Bingqian shook her head. She was just casually talking. If Yi Zifeng were to go upstairs and beat Wang Ruoxing, then Wang Ruoxing will really go crazy. We taught him a lesson today and made him sign a blood contract. I don't think he'll find us for trouble anymore. Oh yeah. When are we going to the alchemy competition? When are we going to find your master old devil? Liu Bingqian thought about it and smiled. How about tomorrow morning? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 86, Definitely Cannot Offend. Being in the center of 5 small cities, Tiandao City was a place endowed with the energies of the heavens and the earth. To these smaller cities, it was a place that transcended the 9 heavens and was filled with unlimited resources. In the early mornings, a multicolored Qi would appear in the rooftop pavilion, located at the highest point of the profound sect. It gave off a unique feeling to cultivators. This was the reason why Tiandao City is said to have unlimited resources. In the end, the Qi energy here is sure plentiful. If I can stay here and cultivate, my cultivation will increase much faster than cultivating in Liuzhou City. When Yi Zifeng woke up this morning and took a deep breath, he felt as if his entire body had been refreshed. Even the violent and disturbed Qi in his body started to calm down. Quit dreaming. The people that can stay in Tiandao City is limited. Who in the 5 small cities don't want to stay in Tiandao City? Do you think you can stay whenever you want? Liu Bingqian smiled and suddenly appeared behind Yi Zifeng /. But if you want to stay, then it's not impossible. Liu Bingqian said as she lowered her voice. Hearing this, Yi Zifeng became interested in what Bingqian had to say. Bingqian, what do you mean that it's not impossible? A complicated expression appeared on Bingqian's face. It's pretty easy. Actually, my Liu clan has some relationships with an esteemed elder in Tiandao City. It's not hard for him to make an exception. He might help you if you become a part of the Liu clan. Hearing this, Yi Zifeng's expression changed as he coldly snorted. Impossible. Not with how Liu Ningzi treated me that day. I told you already. I will never be with her. There's no way you can talk me into it. Liu Bingqian was startled as a complicated look appeared in her eyes and muttered, You dumb blockhead. Am I not someone from the Liu clan? At this moment, Yang Jing's jolly voice sounded from behind the two. The two of you are up pretty early. Did you want to see Master Old Devil that much? Liu Bingqian giggled. I haven't seen Master in a while. If it wasn't for the fact that Master is nagging to attend this alchemy competition, I would definitely go and visit more often. But Zifeng looked around and smiled. Well, since we're done with wangruwashing, why don't we go to your master and prepare for the competition? Hearing the name wangruwashing, the two girls' mouth curved up to reveal a smile. Last night, the three of them had mercilessly punished wangruwashing and beaten him half dead. The other two were also forced by Yi Zifeng to sign a blood contract and won't bother them anymore. Yi Zifeng also handed them a sound transmission talisman and would try to extort more from them later on. The only thing that Yi Zifeng regretted was not keeping an eye on Wang Lin. He searched the entire inn and couldn't find him. Wang Lin probably woke up in the middle of the fights and slipped away when he saw that things weren't going his way. Liu Bingqian looked over at Yi Zifeng and replied, "All right. Let's go. We'll probably reach our destination by noon." Even though Tiandao City was big, the group was lucky that they were pretty close to their master's place. Under Yang Jing's guidance, the group moved quickly. When they reached the Muyun clan's residence, it was almost noon. "Welcome, Miss Jing. Welcome, Miss Liu." The Muyun clan had expected for them to come and had 2 rows of guards welcome them at the front door. When they saw the 2 girls, they welcomed them loudly. Yang Jing smiled and waved her hands. "I didn't even leave for that many days, there's no need for such a big welcome." The leader of the guards cupped his hands. "This is Master Muyun's orders. We don't dare to disobey." Yang Jing looked at Liu Bingqian and revealed a smile. "Junior sister Liu, look how much face you have. Every time you come over, Master always makes a big deal out of it. It's because Master treats me with such kindness that I'm here. If not, then I have no reason to be here. I always get last place every time. I always get embarrassed during the competitions. Do you know that?" Yang Jing laughed lightly and didn't say anything else. She turned around and looked at the guards. "That's right. Did Master Old Devil wake up? I don't want to make Master unhappy if we barge in." Yi Zifeng looked at Yang Jing with a shocked expression. "No way. It's already noon. How can your master not be up?" Yang Jing shook her head. "Well, normally, Master sleeps for about another hour. We can wait for a bit." The guard had an embarrassed look on his face. "This Miss Jing is correct. Master Muyun isn't awake yet. Please enter slowly." Liu Bingqian and Yang Jing looked at each other and stood in place. They were going to wait. Still an hour? Yi Zifeng suddenly remembered how Bingqian told him that her master's temper was a bit weird. But this is super weird. It's normal if their master doesn't want to be disturbed late at night, but it's noon right now. We can't even enter the house because their master is asleep? That's not normal. Yi Zifeng was suddenly curious about this Muyun Old Devil. How can a person be so weird? All right then. You guys can stay here and chat around. Since there's an hour, I'll go and take a stroll. Yi Zifeng told the girls what he was going to do so they won't get worried. Big brother rough guy. Be quick. I plan on introducing you to Master right when we go in. The guards saw Yi Zifeng and couldn't help but gossip with each other. Who is that guy? How come I've never seen him before? Master Muyun allowed Miss Liu to bring someone over. From what I can see, Miss Liu brought a pretty boy here to help cheer her up. Did you hear what she called him? What kind of relationship do they have? Since it's a pretty boy, then his alchemy skills are probably trash. Miss Liu is probably going to be last place again. These guards were not that familiar with Liu Bingqian since she's always in Liuzhou City, so they carelessly gossiped about her. Yang Jing, on the other hand, they don't dare talk bad about her. Yi Zifeng smiled as he walked around the area around the Muyun residence. He wasn't the type of person who would spend his time waiting. Time is precious, so he might as well look around. When he saw that there was no one else around him, he closed his eyes. A cold chi condensed in his brain and shot out of his body towards the profound sect. In the profound sect, Elder Zhao was eating and having fun with his acquaintances. Suddenly, he felt his soul fluctuate and immediately put down his food. Everyone, please continue eating. I'm full. Please excuse me. The people he was eating with saw that Elder Zhao had barely touched his food and looked confusingly at each other. After leaving, Elder Zhao hurriedly found a quiet place and communicated with Zifeng. You stinking brat, you woke this old man up last night and now you want to mess with me during my mealtime? Zifeng chuckled, no way. I'm just trying to see how you've been. Whatever. It seems like I've owed you in my past life or something. Tell me straight up, what happened? Zifeng smiled, nothing much. I saw that it was pretty late last night, so I didn't want to bother you again. By the way, how much do you know about Wang Rue in your profound sect? Hearing the words Wang Rue, Elder Zhao's expression changed. You stinking brat. Tell me the truth. Did you offend him or something? Zifeng suspiciously asked, what? Does he have a lot of influence in your sect? He's at the martial spirit realm. Everything was clear after these few words. A martial spirit realm cultivator was much stronger than one at the martial practitioner realm. Zifeng thought that Wang Ruoxing was randomly spitting out names, but now it seems like this Wang Rue is real and is part of the Wang clan. It seems like the reason why the Wang clan is so daring is because they have a martial spirit realm cultivator backing them. 20 years ago, Yi Chongtian was able to shake up the entire Liuzhou city by himself because he was at the martial spirit realm. However, the Wang clan now have 2 martial spirit realm cultivators and one of them even has influence in the profound sect. Don't worry. I haven't offended him yet. Zifeng laughed. What are you saying? What do you mean by yet? Elder Zhao froze up a bit after hearing this. You stinkin' brat. This is your first time in Tiandao City, right? Let me tell you this. In Tiandao City, there are 3 people that you cannot offend. Zifeng's eyes lit up and was interested in the topic. Oh? Which 3 people? I'd like to hear about it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 87, You Can't Really Judge a Book by Its Covers. Elder Zhao calmed himself down and they continued to talk. First is the people of my profound sect. Everyone has connections with each other and experts are like clouds in here. If you don't want to die, then don't provoke anyone from the sect. Zifeng nodded, continue. The second group is the people from the spirit martial school. However, this group of people is very mysterious as the school in Tiandao City is only a small branch of the main school. You probably won't run into them, so you don't even have to worry about them. Don't think too much about them. Zifeng smiled, alright. I'll remember it. You stinkin' brat. I'm telling you to not think about them. Elder Zhao was so mad that he was about to find Zifeng and slap him a few times. This kid is extremely infuriating. This guy was basically sent by Hades to deal with Elder Zhao. And the third? Elder Zhao gulped. The third is Muyun Old Devil. This person is kinda. Ha? Kinda what? Zifeng couldn't help but smile. Kinda. Right when Elder Zhao was going to speak, Zifeng felt as if he had bumped into something. He immediately broke off the divine sense communication. Zifeng furrowed his brow and opened his eyes to see who he had bumped into. Who are you? Why are you walking with your eyes closed? Simple preposterous. Zifeng turned around and saw a young woman wearing a long white robe. Her long sleek black hair went down to her waists.
With her big bright eyes and white teeth, she was an absolute beauty.
However, on her pretty oval face, she had a long beard.
From the looks of it, it seems like she had glued it on or something.
Yi Zifeng's jaws dropped. This woman was too shocking.
He had never seen something like this even in his past life.
Your beard. A beautiful girl like yourself. Why would you paste a beard on yourself? Yi Zifeng couldn't help but ask.
The beauty glared at Yi Zifeng and stroked her beard a few times and then fixed it into place again.
Little brother. Tell me the truth. Is my beard beautiful? Yi Zifeng's mouth began to twitch and wanted to say no.
However, he saw that her eyes were filled with killing intent and quickly shut his mouth again.
Yi Zifeng felt that this beauty was not simple at all. If he said something wrong, then he will definitely be killed. Come on. Tell me. Do I look beautiful with this or not?
Yi Zifeng sighed inwards and said, "This young miss, the beard gives you a special kind of beauty."
He really didn't want to say that it looked beautiful, so he took an indirect approach. Hearing this, the beauty laughed and patted her attendants next to her. Did you hear that?
You guys are always hating on my beard, but this little brother has good taste.
He knows how to appreciate real beauty. This? Yes. That's right. The attendants smiled and couldn't help but sigh. All right. I won't talk with little brother any longer. Both of my disciples have returned today and I should be greeting them soon.
Hearing this, Yi Zifeng furrowed his brows and felt that something was not right.
He turned and looked at the Muyun residence and then back at the beauty in front of him.
He put two and two together and his mouth began to twitch.
Hold on. Your disciples. Are they called Liu Bingqian and Yang Jing? Hearing this, the beauty stopped and stared at Yi Zifeng. What? Could it be that you know my disciples? Yi Zifeng was startled and took a deep breath.
Bingqian had told him that her master's character was a bit weird and even Elder Zhao tried to warn him about it.
It seems like it was exactly as they have said. The character of this beauty in front of him was more than a bit weird. It was a special kind of weird. So then, you're Muyun old devil?
Yi Zifeng began to sweat but forced these words out anyways.
The attendants besides the beauty all frowned and a cold expression appeared on their face. Impudent! What Muyun old devil? You should say Senior Muyun.
Muyun old devil waved her hands, telling them to shut up.
She then smiled. It's all right. Anyone who praises my beard is a good person. This little brother, I allow you to be my friend. I don't mind at all. She smiled and gazed at Yi Zifeng. Oh yeah. Little brother, it seems like you know me from somewhere. Did we ever meet before? Yi Zifeng was so shocked that he couldn't return to his senses at the moment. In his mind, Morong old devil was someone that was respectable and eloquent.
Elder Zhao said that this Muyun old devil is someone that he definitely cannot offend. Also, when Yi Zifeng entered the city, the guards were all scared shitless after they saw that the customs document was signed by Muyun old devil.
It seems like she is someone very amazing.
However, from what Yi Zifeng can see, this beauty looked like she had some problems with her head.
She didn't look like someone with any abilities at all. Yi Zifeng thought about it again. Could this Muyun old devil have shown her true strength if he said that he disliked her beard? Yi Zifeng was able to come to this conclusion but didn't dare to try it. He was not stupid.
At this moment, Liu Bingqian and Yang Jing saw Muyun old devil's back and a smile appeared on their faces.
They quickly ran over. Bingqian, Jinger. You're here. Muyun old devil laughed lightly. Master.
The two girls cupped their hands and bowed. Liu Bingqian giggled and grabbed her master's hand. Master.
I've missed you. You brat. If you really miss me, then why would I have to send Ginger to go pick you up every year? Why don't you come by yourself? You should know that the alchemy competition starts tomorrow. Alchemy competition, AI. Liu Bingqian's expression darkened. It was very clear what she was thinking about. Tomorrow? Zifeng was surprised. He didn't think that it would be so fast. Big brother rough guy, why are you with Master? Did she do anything to you? Liu Bingqian looked at Zifeng and felt worried. However, she didn't know what she was worried about. Peh. Do you think that I would actually do something? This little brother is very kind. He praised my beard and called it beautiful. How can I do anything to him? Muyun old devil laughed. Her age doesn't resemble her act at all. Zifeng wasn't surprised at this at all. After all, beauty-retaining pills can be concocted. Muyun old devil suddenly stopped and reacted to what Bingqian said. Hold on. Bingqian. What did you call him? It feels so intimate. Who is he to you? Earlier, she thought that it was weird that Zifeng knows the name of her disciples. But now it seems like that Zifeng wasn't outside her residence by coincidence. What special person? We don't have much of a relationship. An embarrassed expression appeared on Liu Bingqian's face. But Master old devil, do you remember that you gave me 2 invitations to the alchemy competition? Muyun old devil lightly yelped with a shocked expression in her eyes. No way. You gave the other invitation to this guy? I wanted you to give it to someone who's talented in alchemy, not some pretty boy. That Song Shiyun that you brought last time. Why didn't you bring him? Even though he's kinda ass at alchemy, he can at least help you out and gather ingredients. Do you really want to be last place again? When speaking about alchemy, Muyun old devil's expression turned very serious. She didn't play around anymore. Master, don't mention something like that. Even if I brought Song Shiyun, it won't change anything. Liu Bingqian retorted. Yang Jing stood on the side and suddenly chimed into the conversation. Master, you don't know about this, but this young Master Yi is much more knowledgeable and skillful in alchemy than that Song Shiyun. He knows alchemy? Is he even at the level of a common tier alchemist? Muyun old devil furrowed her brows as she didn't believe her disciples. Little brother. What's your name? What's your cultivation level? Can you condense a common tier flame? Let me tell you this, knowing alchemy and praising my beard is 2 different things. Don't like to me. Zifeng. 5 stage of Qi refining. As for a common tier flame, I still haven't condensed it yet. Zifeng truthfully replied. Muyun old devil blared at Yang Jing, you brat. What are you saying? This guy didn't even condense a common tier flame yet. If Bingqian brings him to participate in the competition, then she will lose even more face. Liu Bingqian softly laughed. Master, this time, you're really underestimating him. But Muyun old devil bitterly laughed and shook her head. Bingqian, you brat. You've been lied to. Can you not make your own judgment? His cultivation is low. No matter how talented he is, his alchemy skill won't be that high. Whatever. The competition is tomorrow and you won't be able to find a replacement anyways. We'll just have to let him join you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 88, To Be in Awe. Due to the fact that Liu Bingqian had been dragging her trip to Tiandao City out, her master had no choice but to send Yang Jing to go pick her up at the last second. This was why they had no time to prepare for the competition. In reality, the only reason Liu Bingqian came was because she respected her master and not actually for the competition. This was because the host for the competition this time was the Muyun house itself. Bingqian. It's the alchemy competition today. There's only an hour left before it starts. Why are you still trying to sleep?
Zifeng had been knocking on Liu Bingqian's door for a while now, trying to wake her up. Liu Bingqian was the one who dragged him to the alchemy competition.
Now that they're here, why is she trying to stay in her room and not come out? After Yang Jing finished washing herself, she saw Zifeng knocking on Bingqian's door and walked over.
Young Master Yi, you don't know about this, but Junior's sister has some past traumas with the alchemy competition.
If you guys go early, you'll ridiculed by other people. That's why she's pretending that she's asleep. Zifeng sighed, then Miss Jing, can you please go in and call her out? That's simple. Yang Jing giggled.
She walked towards the door and whispered, Junior sister, I know that you're up already. Young Master Yi has been waiting out here for a while.
It looks like he's getting a little angry. What?
Hurried footsteps sounded from inside the door.
To Zifeng's surprise, Bingqian rushed over and immediately opened the door.
Since she got up so suddenly, she didn't have time to get ready and looked like a sweet mess.
Big brother rough guy. Don't be mad. I'm up,
Liu Bingqian looked a bit anxious, but when she saw that Zifeng didn't look mad at all, she turned around and glared at Yang Jing.
Senior sister. Is it fun to mess with me? Yang Jing laughed, if I don't do this, then you'll be late to the competition like last time. That's not good, you know. Zifeng chuckled.
Who would have thought that weak-looking girl have such a side to her?
If she was healthy, then she would be a troublesome troublemaker. Liu Bingqian smiled embarrassingly and nodded, fine. Whatever. This time, I have big brother rough guy helping me anyways. Maybe I won't get last place anymore.
She looked at Zifeng and felt a bit more confident.
Let's go.
Zifeng opened up his mouth. He wanted to see what kind of alchemists existed in this continent.
He was looking forward to the competition. All right.
Liu Bingqian quickly fixed herself up and followed Zifeng and Yang Jing out. In just one day, the empty Muyun residence was now bustling with people. Right when the three of them walked out, they were crowded by the people.
Zifeng couldn't help but raise his brows. What's going on? Is this an alchemy competition or a food market? Why are there so many people here?
If 1 out of 10 people can be a cultivator, then it would take 1 out of 100 to become an alchemist.
Anyone who's attending this competition should be the elite of the elite. From what Zifeng can see, there shouldn't be that many people here.
Yang Jing smiled, Young Master Yi, you don't know about this, but during the alchemy competition, the pills concocted will be sold to the spectators. The competitors will give a portion of the earnings to the host for supplying the ingredients. These people aren't here to compete but here to buy pills concocted during the competition.
So that's how it is.
Zifeng smirked. This Muyun old devil is pretty shrewd to do something like this.
The crowd noticed Liu Bingqian and Yang Jing and began to giggle and gossip.
Old Hong, do you see that beautiful girl over there?
That's Miss Liu from Legacy City, the one who always gets last place. Her face is pretty thick, to come back every time. Ha 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 ha.
Old Foam, from what I can see, that Miss Liu is the most interesting part of the competition. To see her shed silent tears every time from being last.
I won't ever forget that scene. But look, this time she brought someone else with her. I wonder if he's strong or not. Maybe Miss Liu won't be last this time because of him. Preposterous. How strong can a hairless brat be?
Brother Chu opened up a betting stand.
Do you want to go bet? I'm betting that Miss Liu will be last place. Me too. I want to bet that Miss Liu will be last. Someone else screamed out. It was getting louder and louder until Bingqian and the others heard what they were talking about. Liu Bingqian frowned and wanted to refute but didn't know how to. After all, she had lost really badly during the other competitions and was so affected by it that she didn't want to attend another competition. This was why she was hiding in her room before. Yang Jing sighed and held Bingqian's hands. The looks in her eyes showed that she cared for her junior sister. Zifeng was silent for a bit and then opened his mouth. It's not time yet. I'm going to go look around and then come back. Don't go in without me.
Liu Bingqian gave him a weird look and wanted to ask for the reason but smiled instead. Alright.
Then come back quickly.
She was the one that dragged him here for the competition, so she won't restrict his movements at all. She didn't want him to get angry at her either.
Zifeng smiled and nodded. He walked into the crowd and disappeared.
A handsome and elegant youth suddenly appeared within the group of people that were slandering Liu Bingqian. Some of these people immediately recognized him as the person who was with Liu Bingqian and asked, "Kid,
what do you want?"
Zifeng coldly snorted, "It's fine if you guys gamble around, but this is the Muyun residence.
It is the alchemy competition today. If you guys do something like this..." The leader of these people's expression changed. "What do you want?" "We're making some private bets to play around. We're not doing anything wrong." Zifeng smiled. "What I mean is, can I join you guys?" Everyone present was shocked. "No way. You're a participant. If you enter the bet then, Aren't you guys just playing around private? Why are there so many rules?"
Zifeng smiled back.
The leader saw that he wasn't doing anything wrong inside. "You can join us if you want. But we have to see how you bet. If you bet that Liu Bingqian will lose, then I'm afraid that we can't comply with you." When he said that, everyone started to laugh. That's right. Everyone here believes that Liu Bingqian will be last no matter what. If Zifeng wants to bet that he loses, then there's no point. Also, do you have money to bet? You're just a kid from Liu City, do you even have that much money? Zifeng smiled and took out a large bag of gold coins from his robe.
From the looks of it, there was at least 1,000 gold coins in there.
Now they're finally respecting Zifeng. Money? I have that. There's 1,200 gold coins here. Not one less.
These gold coins came from Wang Lin and Wang Ruoxing. It also included some money that he got from Yi Chongtian.
The leader's eyes lit up and looked at Zifeng again. "I'm Liang 9. You can call me Brother 9. Tell me. How do you want to bet? Let's see if we can agree."
He wanted to do some small-scale betting, but who would have thought that it would become so big? He made Zifeng state the rules so it was easier for him to follow up.
Zifeng smiled. "Let me ask this first. How many people are there participating in the competition?"
When the group heard this, they all bursted out in laughter. They were laughing so hard that they had to hold on to each other. They all looked at Zifeng with a look of disdain.
"Little brother. You dare enter the competition without knowing this? It seems like Miss Liu really will be last again." "Yeah. The competition is for the 5 smaller cities that surround Tiandao City, so there are only 5 groups participating. Did Liu Bingqian not tell you this?" Zifeng smiled. 5 groups, huh? We'll probably at least be in the top 3. How about this? We'll make a blood contract. If my group can't get in the top 3, then you can have the 1,200 gold coins.
Liang 9 was so shocked that he stood there like a rock. Even with the vast amount of experience he had accumulated over the years, he was still shocked by this guy. This was definitely the first time that he's been here. How can he be so confident? However, the 1,200 gold coins was very appealing. It was a large amount for anyone other than large families/sections. Liang 9 gulped and nervously asked, "Then
what happens if you get within the first 3 places?"
"If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 89, Alchemy Competition. Zifeng grinned. "It's simple. If I get placed in the top 3, then you guys will have to make the highest bid and buy my pill.
Liang Nine and the others stared at Yi Zifeng and then laughed.
Little brother, I like your thinking. But do you know where we are? We're not in a city that's lacking alchemists and pills like your Liu City.
The prices for pills here are at least 3 times cheaper.
He. Just leave it, brother Nine. Don't talk to him anymore. He's talking like he's actually going to enter the top 3. The alchemists from the other cities aren't as weak as the people from his Liu City. Yi Zifeng smiled, so how about it? Are you guys willing to bet?
Bet.
Of course we're willing. Even if you can somehow get into the top 3, your pill probably won't be worth much either. Why wouldn't we take the chance?
Liang Nine roared out in laughter. He was the boss of these people. How could he not have the courage to bet with this kid?
All right then. Let's make a blood contract right now. Let's go. Who's scared of who? Little brother, let me tell you this first. Don't say that big brother is bullying you after you lose. This is what you asked for.
Of course. Yi Zifeng revealed a sly smile. Under the guidance of the guards, Yi Zifeng finally found Bingqian and Yang Jing. They had been waiting in the large hall for a while now.
I'm not late, right? Yi Zifeng smiled and looked around.
It was still very noisy, so he concluded that there was still some time before the competition starts. Yang Jing sighed, even though it hasn't started yet, you can still hear how these people are making fun of junior sister.
I can't comfort her anymore. Why don't young Master Yi try?
Yi Zifeng revealed an awkward smile.
He really doesn't know how to comfort women.
In his past life, all his relations with women were filled with pretense.
He didn't have many private relationships at all. Miss Jing. If you comfort her and if I comfort her, wouldn't it yield the same results?
Yang Jing looked deeply at him and helplessly smiled.
That. Of course it's different. Go comfort her.
I'm afraid this will affect her concocting abilities.
But. Fine. There were 2 people representing each city.
If there was something wrong with his partner, then it will affect the result of the pill. If they failed, then Yi Zifeng can only blame himself. Thinking about this, Yi Zifeng walked over to Liu Bingqian and smiled. Bingqian, are you scared that you'll get last place again later? Not. Seeing that Yi Zifeng had come, Liu Bingqian's eyes lit up and returned to her senses.
Big brother rough guy.
Truth to be told, the past few times that I've attended the competition, I've only gotten last place.
Everyone is treating me as a joke.
I overheard someone talking with my master before saying that if I got last place again, then Liu City's qualifications to enter the competition will be revoked in the future. I don't think I can assume such a big responsibility. Yi Zifeng smiled and tried to comfort her. It's only a suggestion by that person.
No one agreed to it yet. Also, have some faith. With me here, you won't get last place anymore. This is the promise that I made to you. Liu Bingqian was startled and looked at Yi Zifeng. But if it's like this, then wouldn't there be a lot of pressure on you? Pressure? A big smile appeared on Yi Zifeng's face. He was one of the greatest alchemists in the world. There were times where his life was on the line when he concocted pills. Compared to that kind of pressure, this was nothing at all. Don't worry about it. This won't affect me at all. Liu Bingqian giggled. I was a bit too unreasonable before. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. To have Yi Zifeng personally counsel her, she was feeling a lot better already. She even forgot about the consequences of her getting last place already. Yi Zifeng's expression suddenly turned cold. Anyways, who was the one who suggested to revoke Liu City's qualification? Liu Bingqian hesitated and then pointed at young man. The young man was dressed in all white with a light green belt on his waist. With a single glance, one can tell that he was from a very influential family. The one that suggested it is that guy. He's the son of the city lord of Tonghua City. He has a lot of influence around here and was second place in last year's competition. His flame is at the peak of common tier already. Yi Zifeng coldly snorted, no matter how strong it is still a common tier flame. Bingqian, tell me about the other competitors. It'll be easier if I know what they're capable of. Liu Bingqian looked at Yi Zifeng and thought, bro. You didn't even condense your common tier flame yet. However, she understands that even without a common tier flame, Yi Zifeng is still able to overpower normal alchemists like Song Shiyun. Alright. Let me start from the beginning. Other than our Liuzhou city, there are 4 other cities around Tiandao City. Yi Zifeng replied, Linfeng City, Tonghua City, Xushui City, and Huangtu City. Each city was named after an element, so remembering them wasn't a hard thing to do. Liuzhou City equals thunder, Linfeng City equals wind, Tonghua City equals fire, Xushui City equals water, Huangtu City equals earth. Liu Bingqian looked at Yi Zifeng with a surprised look. That's right. From each city, Master Muyun picked out the best alchemists from the younger generation to participate in the alchemy competition. Yi Zifeng listened carefully and noted the keywords, so everyone who's competing is a junior? Before he came here, Yi Zifeng had no knowledge of the competition at all. Now, he basically knew all the basic rules and stuff. That's right. The senior alchemists will all be judging the competition. It's usually like this. Usually like this? Yi Zifeng raised an eyebrow. Well, the competition is different every time, so even I don't know what's going on this time. My master wants to be impartial, so she didn't tell me anything either. She clearly wants me to be a fool out there. Liu Bingqian pouted and had an unhappy expression on her face. She was disappointed that she didn't get any special treatment as her master's disciple. At this time, a loud, clear voice sounded throughout the hall. Everyone, please settle down. Hearing this voice, everyone immediately stopped talking. They all know that this was the voice of Muyun Old Devil. Even if they have a high position in the city, they all shut their mouths to give her face. She was wearing a long white robe today with her a jade hairpiece stuck in her tied-up hair. As for her chin, the long beard was still glued on. This made some people laugh lightly. Muyun Old Devil didn't pay attention to everyone's gazes and smiled. Everyone, this competition is a very important competition in our Tiandao City. This year, my Muyun house is responsible for hosting this. I, Old Devil, am very honored. Now let me explain the rules for this year's competition. When the rules were mentioned, all of the representatives from each city all listened up. Yi Zifeng pretended to listen. Instead of listening, he looked around at the competitors and noted their movements. On the other side, Muyun Old Devil was explaining the rules. There will be 2 parts to the competition. For the first part, I will give everyone a topic to concoct. The time limit will be 1 hour. Those who go over the time limit or make slag with be immediately disqualified. If a pill is concocted, then it will be graded. The top 3 will enter the second round. After pausing for a bit, she smiled. As for the rules pertaining to the second round, I will explain it when we get there. Are there any questions? No questions. Let's begin. That's right. We can't wait to advance to the second round. Allow me to awe everyone with my Tonghua City's superior alchemy techniques. The young master from Tonghua City laughed. On the outside, he looked scholarly and elegant, but on the inside, he was brainless, arrogant bastard. This time, many high-ranking people from Tiandao City was in attendance. The young master from Tiandao City wanted to get them to notice him and have them take him in so he can forever cultivate in Tiandao City. Muyun Old Devil nodded and smiled. If there aren't any questions, then the alchemy competition will officially. Hold on. Senior Old Devil, I have a question.
Yi Zifeng's voice sounded all the way from the back. At the same time, his hand was raised up high. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 90, the last place will be eliminated.
Liu Bingqian and Yang Jing both stared at Yi Zifeng, thinking if he had hit his head or something. The only reason why they were standing near the back is because they didn't want any attention to themselves. After the competition is over, they can leave quickly and not be criticized. Also, Muyun Old Devil is being polite by asking everyone if they had any questions.
For Yi Zifeng to cut her off like this was not good.
Muyun Old Devil furrowed her brows. Little brother,
what do you want to ask? Let's not waste everyone's time and make it quick.
She was giving her disciple's face and restrained herself. If it was anyone else, she might have started to yell.
Yi Zifeng smiled. I want to ask that if there's someone who always get last place during the alchemist competition, then is there even a point in allowing them to attend the alchemist competition anymore?
After he said this, the entire audience was shocked. Young Master Hua from Tiandao City began to laugh. Did everyone hear that? Even the people from Legacy City feel that they don't have the qualifications to enter the competition.
How about we just leave them out next time? Watching them get last every time pains me as well. Many different thoughts were going through Liu Bingqian's mind as she shockingly looked at Yi Zifeng. Big brother rough guy. What are you doing? Do you want me to lose face in front of all these people? Other than her relatives, the person that Liu Bingqian trusts the most is Yi Zifeng. She trusts him even more than Yang Jing. However, now he was standing there, slowly pouring salt onto her wounds. Muyun Old Devil's face turned dark as she glared at Yi Zifeng.
On the outside, it didn't look like she was helping Liu Bingqian, but she had been doing things behind the scene. She was her disciple, so of course she would help her out. However, right now, Yi Zifeng was undoing all of her hard work. Since one of the representatives from Legacy City had opened their mouth about the matter, there wasn't anything she could do about it anymore.
That's right.
Lord Old Devil, I agree with this little brother.
The last place of this competition should lose their qualifications. How about we start an elimination system right now?
I agree. By having the last place eliminated, it would make the others work harder on their alchemy skills.
It will be useful for everyone. Everyone believed that Liu Bingqian would be last, so it doesn't really matter. They can say whatever they want.
After hearing all this, Muyun Old Devil's face turned very ugly.
Yi Zifeng, what do you mean by this? Say it clearly. Yi Zifeng smiled. I mean exactly what everyone is saying. However, I want to take it to an even higher level.
From now on, if you cannot enter the top 3, you will be eliminated and won't be able to attend the next competition.
What?
After Yi Zifeng said this, the people from Sushui City and Huangtu were shaken. Their abilities were not the best and would always take 3rd and 4th place.
That means that one of them would be eliminated as well. You brat from Legacy City. What are you saying? Are you trying to drag someone else down with you? The representative from Huangtu City, Su Jin, heard Yi Zifeng's suggestion and became angry. Yi Zifeng smiled. So what you're saying is that you won't be able to get into the top 3? Are you admitting that you're weak?
You. Su Jin didn't know how to refute. Yi Zifeng respectfully cupped his hands towards Muyun Old Devil. I hope Lord Muyun can meet everyone's expectations and allow this. Muyun Old Devil muttered to herself. If Yi Zifeng wants to eliminate one group, then Muyun Old Devil would not agree to it. However, if it was 2 groups, then it would look better for Bingqian. Thus, Muyun Old Devil started to think that Yi Zifeng suggested this idea because he didn't want to watch Liu Bingqian suffer anymore in the future. He chose the quickest way to end her suffering. While thinking like this, her expression became better. Aside from Muyun Old Devil, it seems like Liu Bingqian understands his action as well and began to smile.
Fine. I'll agree and change the rules this time.
Whichever group's not in the top 3, then they will not be able to attend the next competition.
Silence.
The place was absolutely silent. Everyone was shocked at the rule change / Of course, the competition will also have 5 groups.
It's just that there will be other people. In a bit, everyone started to talk about it. No way. Is this really happening? Muyun Old Devil is really bold. Rubbish. Who do you think Muyun Old Devil is?
Even the experts in the profound sect have to be polite with her.
Who dares to not listen to her words?
Muyun Old Devil's words were like the laws during this competition.
Eliminating the last place was supposed to be something not so tensed, and yet it escalated to this level. All right, everyone. Are there any more questions?
Muyun Old Devil looked over at Qi Zifeng, wanting to see if Qi Zifeng had any other tricks that he wants to pull. However, all Qi Zifeng did was shake his head and smiled. With this, Muyun Old Devil stroked her beard and became serious. Since no one has any more questions, then I, Muyun Old Devil, will hereby announce the start of the competition.
After this, everyone became serious. Bring out the ingredients.
Several of the guards in the Muyun residence appeared and placed 5 cauldrons onto the stage. Along with that, a massive amount of ingredients were brought out as well.
Every batch had the same amount to ensure fairness. We'll line up according to the results from last year's competition. Lingfeng City will be first, Tonghua City will be second, then Xushui City, Huangtu City, and finally Liuzhou City.
The 5 groups of 2s all went towards their respective areas and stood in front of the cauldron. Before the start of the competition, people started to gossip for a bit. I don't know about the others, but Qi Zimo from Lingfeng City will definitely be first and Liu Bingqian from Liuzhou City will definitely be last.
Maybe.
Young Master Hua from Tonghua City has improved quite a bit from last year.
Maybe he can beat Qi Zimo this time. Ah. After the rule change, we still can't be sure about who's going to be 4th place. Will it beat Xushui City's Yihao or Huangtu City's Suzhen? Liu Bingqian stood in front of the cauldron with an awkward expression. She looked at the ingredients and then looked at Qi Zifeng. Big brother rough guy. Do you know what kind of pills these ingredients make?
Qi Zifeng's expression changed and looked at her. No way, Bingqian.
You don't know?
Actually, Qi Zifeng felt that something was wrong since a while ago.
As the #1 Huang-tier alchemist in Liuzhou City, it's fine if she doesn't know the ingredient for a spirit-binding pill since it's a bit rare, but how could she not know the ingredients used to concoct a thunder spirit pill? That was a bit weird.
Liu Bingqian pouted and hung her head down in embarrassment. Ever since I was young, only when Master gives me a list of ingredients would I go and try to concoct the pills. I have never seen all these weird ingredients in my life, so how would I know how to use them?
Qi Zifeng was shocked.
Now he finally understand where the problem lies. It's not that her alchemy skills were bad, but it's the basics that she has problems with. Knowing the ingredient is the most basic step to becoming a great alchemist. Since her foundation was weak, her advancement in the way of alchemy was weak too. If she doesn't know how to recognize and measure the ingredients herself, then she will never advance to the next level.
Qi Zifeng had finally found Liu Bingqian's flaw.
Muyun Old Devil looked at the competitors and reminded them, the time limit is 1 hour. The pill that everyone needs to concoct is the yuan increasing pill.
Other than that, I won't give any more hints.
Also, anyone who cheats will have their qualifications revoked for the next competition.
If everyone understands, then begin. I hope that everyone does their best.
A yuan increasing pill can not only increase the quantity of one's spiritual qi, but also the quality of their qi.
People at all levels of cultivation can use this.
Muyun Old Devil used this pill for the competition because it will be easier to sell when they finish concocting it. All of the competitors began to move after Muyun Old Devil told them to begin. Even the playful young Master Hua from Tiandao City became serious.
Common tier flames lit up everywhere.
They were all different colors, showing that they all had different attributes and strength. Normally, the main alchemist will concoct the pill while the help will help with the fire. This was the reason why 2 people were needed for the competition. Compared to the other competitors, Liu Bingqian's positioning was slightly worse than theirs since she was used to concocting by the books. Next to her, Zifeng looked like he was doing even worse. Since the start of the competition, he didn't even move a single muscle. He was looking at the other competitors, especially at that young master from Tiandao City who suggested that Legacy City's qualification should be revoked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 91, Ancient Concocting Technique.
The spectators were all standing behind a red line, keeping a distance away from the competitors while watching them.
Are you guys seeing this?
I told you that Legacy City's Liu Bingqian will be last place.
Everyone else have already started to prepare their ingredients while these 2 aren't even doing anything. From what I can see, she probably doesn't know what ingredients she should use.
Liang 9 revealed a smile, this little brother, and here I was worrying about what sort of tactics you have to dare bet with us.
It seems like you were too overconfident. He. Brother 9, our group has 10 people. How are we going to use the 1200 gold coins?
Liang 9 laughed, that's easy.
Everyone will get 100 and we will use the remaining 200 to have a good meal at the Classic Moon Restaurant. The Classic Moon Restaurant is the best restaurant in Tiandao City. Their spirit wines are of the top quality.
Great.
Brother 9 is sure straightforward.
Seeing how the Legacy City group haven't moved, they've already established them as the last place already. They all started to talk about who the 4th place was going to be. The top 3 was able to enter the second round, but this time, the top 3 will be able to keep their spots in the competition next year while the other 2 will have their qualifications revoked.
Zifeng was finally done scouting his opponents.
In just a few glances, he was able to estimate his opponent's abilities.
He turned around and looked at Bingqian.
He noticed that Bingqian was having some trouble with the ingredients and revealed a kind smile.
Bingqian, just follow what I say and gather the ingredients. Liu Bingqian was shocked after hearing this, no way.
This yuan increasing pill isn't a qi refining realm pill.
You really know how to gather and prepare the ingredients?
Zifeng smiled, this isn't the first time I've concocted in front of you.
Do you still not believe me?
In front of normal people, he would hide 90% of his abilities, but in front of Liu Bingqian, he would only hide 50%. This 50% was probably enough for her to believe him. Liu Bingqian laughed, I don't really know how much ingredients to gather and how to prepare them.
I really need some advice from you.
Come on, big brother rough guy.
I'll do as you say.
Normally, when she concoct pills, she would have a book with her and follow the book step by step.
However, they were at a competition right now. Where is she going to pull her book from?
This was one of the reasons why Bingqian could not unleash her full potential in the way of alchemy. Now that she has Zifeng by her side, she has nothing to worry about.
That's better. Zifeng smiled and nodded, listen up.
3 fire wind fruits, 2 strands of goldenwood grass, 2 spirit converging ginseng, 3 fire dream leaves followed by 10 drops of dragon swallowdew.
Put them in the cauldron first.
All right.
Liu Bingqian nodded and became serious.
She quickly gathered the ingredients and put them onto a plate. Now that she has someone guiding her, her movements became way faster than before. Muyun Old Devil's gaze swept across all the competitors and stopped when she looked at Liu Bingqian.
Ha! When did this girl's ingredient allocation ability get so high?
I don't think I taught her anything about that recently.
Could it be that she's been studying and preparing for the competition? Muyun Old Devil also noticed that Yi Zifeng was saying something, but she thought that he was just chatting with her and didn't take any note of it. With this, Yihao and Su Xin from Sushui City and Huangtu City both became very anxious. The reason why they were able to beat Liu Bingqian was because she didn't know how much ingredient she needed to concoct the pill. When the pill formed, it would be much weaker due to the imbalance between the ingredients. However, it seems like Bingqian had learned to gather ingredients. Without moving, Yi Zifeng continued to talk. The profound tier cauldron has 32 star positions. A common tier cauldron is separated into north, west, south, and east, the 4 cardinal positions. Bingqian, if you want to concoct a yuan increasing pill that everyone can use, you must put different ingredients into different cardinal positions. Liu Bingqian was shocked and confused. Big brother rough guy, then how should I position the ingredients? If she didn't hear Yi Zifeng, then she would have randomly put the ingredients into the cauldron without caring about the rules. Fire wind fruit goes to the north side. The golden wood grass goes to the south side. Spirit converging ginseng to the west side and the fire dream leaves on the east side. Also put 2 drops of the dragon swallow dew on each side and the last 2 drops in the middle. Liu Bingqian's eyes lit up. While doing what she was told, she asked Yi Zifeng, "Big brother rough guy, how come you're so familiar with the yuan increasing pill? Could you have concocted it before?" The amount of pills that Yi Zifeng had concocted had already exceeded Liu Bingqian's knowledge already. This mere yuan increasing pill was easily something that he had concocted before. Right now, he didn't want to fully answer her. Don't worry about it and concentrate. If you put the ingredients in the wrong place, then it will affect the concoction process. Poof. You never tell me anything. Liu Bingqian pouted. She then nodded and finished up putting the ingredients into the cauldron. At that time, Yi Zifeng had started to light up the firewood under the cauldron. All of the competitors were all minding their own business and didn't care about anything else. What they didn't know was that everyone was chatting in the audience. This is. A few senior alchemists that Muyun Old Devil invited stared at Liu Bingqian and their faces turned white and then red. Some of them who are here for the first time were shocked. No way. She's so young. How does she know the ancient concocting method? How does she know how to put the ingredients in each cardinal position? Didn't you guys say that she's always been last place? Last place. The other judges felt their head go numb. If someone can use the ancient concoction method and still get last place, then the level of the alchemy competition must be extremely high. However, this was not the case. Even some outsiders can tell that something wasn't right. Some people returned to their senses and nudged Liang 9, Brother 9. Could it be that Liu Bingqian had been practicing all year for this? How come it seems like she's a completely different person? Say, are we going to? Liang 9 furrowed his brows. Shut up, you jinx. I'll admit that this Liu Bingqian had grown a bit, but look at her helper. He hasn't even condensed his common tier flame yet and is still using firewoods. I'd like to see how long they can last. Hold on. Brother 9. Look. That guy looks like he wants to condense his flame right now. What? Liang 9 rubbed his eyes and looked towards Yi Zifeng. They saw that Yi Zifeng was guarding his dantian with one hand while he was trying to condense a common tier flame with his other hand. Everyone had been watching him and was holding their breath. When they saw that Yi Zifeng had condensed the flame on his fingers, they all gasped. Now that he has condensed the flame, it would make Liu Bingqian's life easier. In the next moment, Yi Zifeng sat down and inserted the flame qi into the cauldron while adding firewoods. Yang Jing was standing on the side watching Yi Zifeng. It reminded her of how he concocted the pure Yang Dan. His movements were elegant and perfect. Brother Jin. Look at that guy. What? What is he doing? Su Jin's assistant couldn't help but ask.
Su Jin revealed a cold smile. Don't worry about it. From what I can see, his flame isn't enough to boil the ingredients, so he's using the firewoods to supplement it. However, even though it is a smart idea, it is very hard to control your flame to match the intensity of the firewood. From what I can see, the fire will go out of control soon and they will make a pile of slag. They're basically looking to die. He looked at his help and said, remember this. Don't worry about what Legacy City does. Yi Hao from Xiushui City is our true opponent. If you're so free, go look at what they're doing. From what Su Jin can see, even if Liu Bingqian's abilities went up by a bit, it won't be that much. It'll still be easy to beat her. Bingqian, when I'm controlling the fire, don't let any of the ingredients fall. Add some of your own qi into the cauldron. Alright. Liu Bingqian was in her follower mode and would do whatever Yi Zifeng tells her. She had been following his every step and can hear the praises from the audience. Yi Zifeng saw that preparation was almost done, and after he inserted the last firewood, he looked up. Bingqian, you've already secured the ingredients in place and the flames are strong enough already. From now on, I'll only be guiding you with my words and won't help out anymore. Liu Bingqian's expression changed. No way. No way. If you don't do anything, how can I beat them? What are you thinking? Yi Zifeng revealed a smile. Don't you think that it'll be better to let them show off first and then beat them down in front of everyone? It'll feel much better this way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 92, Battle of Dignity. Yi Zifeng had absolute confidence in her and had already completed the most crucial step already. If she can concoct the pill herself, it will help her get rid of her own inner demons. To get past the elimination round, Yi Zifeng feels like he doesn't have to do anything yet. Bingqian, if you don't use your own abilities to beat them, you will never get rid of your inner demons. It will affect your future potential. So, be more confident. Your only flaw is that you don't know how to allocate and distribute the ingredients. When it comes to concocting the pill, they're definitely not your opponents. After receiving praise from Yi Zifeng, a surge of confidence appeared in Liu Bingqian. Yi Zifeng was right. If she doesn't clear away the humiliation that she received during this competition, animosity will appear in her heart and will create bottlenecks when she wants to advance to the next level. Thus, this competition was also Bingqian's battle for her dignity. It was a battle for her to make a name for herself. All right. You don't have to help me, but I need you guiding me. Yi Zifeng smiled and looked at her eyes. Don't worry. I know what to do. Since I'm kinda free now, I'm going to look at the other competitors. Liu Bingqian's expression became much more serious than before and her common tear flame appeared in her palms, continuing what Yi Zifeng was doing before. When other people saw this, they were all shocked at this unbelievable sight. Oh my god. What is that helper from Legacy City doing? Why did he suddenly stop? Unless, did he think that he was going to lose so there was no point in continuing? They should have admitted defeat immediately. Look. That Bingqian is taking over right now. It seems like she's concocting the pill by herself. She's someone who always gets last anyways. There's nothing fun to watch anymore. They should have just forfeited. In a two-people group, the main alchemist controls the first while the helper helps control the qi. However, Yi Zifeng and Liu Bingqian was doing something completely different. Liu Bingqian was the one doing everything. Muyun old devil couldn't sit there anymore and stroked her beard in anger. Preposterous. Jinger. Look at the guy that Bingqian bought. He's basically causing trouble. Look at that attitude. If he isn't just a pretty boy, then what is he? Yang Jing looked at Yi Zifeng for a bit and felt that this wasn't that simple. Master, just watch for some more.
I feel like Yi Zifeng isn't what he appears to be. Maybe there's some deep meaning in doing this. Really? Muyun old devil was unfamiliar with Yi Zifeng, so it was normal for her to feel this way. After Yang Jing's reminder, she feels like that there is something deep behind his actions as well. In such a short amount of time, she can't really say what this deep meaning is. Alright. I'll just keep watching. If I find out that he's really negative and gave up, then I will punish him even if he praises my beard. Bingqian, listen up. First immerse the fire dream leaves on the east side with your qi. When you feel that it is filled with your qi, then immediately move over the fire wind fruit on the north side. Yi Zifeng stood behind Liu Bingqian with a calm look on his face. He was guiding her step by step as if he was teaching her how to concoct pills. Liu Bingqian was shocked. It seems like Yi Zifeng's knowledge towards alchemy is on the same level as her own master, or maybe even higher. Bingqian, concentrate. Don't think about anything else. Your flames are pretty steady. That's good. Now you can warm up the golden wood grass on the south. Yi Zifeng didn't use his qi to check what was happening in the cauldron. All he did was look at the color changes and the reactions when Bingqian inserts her qi. By doing so, he was able to tell how the concoction process was going. If he wasn't such an experienced alchemist, how would he be able to give such a detailed explanation and guidance? When Liu Bingqian inserted her qi into the cauldron, the senior alchemists all couldn't help but stand up. Holy shit! Am I seeing this correctly? It really is the ancient concoction method. Using the 4 cardinal directions to permeate the different types of ingredients. Incredible! This little girl from Legacy City is not simple at all. Even the senior who questioned Liu Bingqian couldn't help but praise her. It seems like after losing all these years, not only did she study the allocation of ingredients, she also learned the ancient concoction method. Knowing how to grow and never giving up after being shamed. She is worthy of being respected. Ancient concoction method, the pill created by this method will definitely be a big commodity. A middle-aged man wearing a purple robe calmly said. What? Even the esteemed elder of the profound sect is looking forward to the completion of the pill? One of the judges glared over at the middle-aged man. Who doesn't want a good pill? The middle-aged man replied, if that miss doesn't make any errors towards the end, then I will definitely buy the pill, no matter at what price. However, will she really succeed? With his free time, Yi Zifeng looked at everyone's expression and listened to them. He found that everyone was praising Liu Bingqian while loathing himself as if he was really just a pretty boy here to mess things up. However, he didn't care about it. At least it was better than when the people of Legacy City called him trash. He looked around at the other competitors. That young Master Hua can really back up his words. His alchemy skills are probably better than most people in his age group. However, this wasn't enough for Yi Zifeng to keep an eye on him. The one that Qi Zifeng had his eyes on is Qi Zimo from Lingfeng City, the winner of the last competition. This Qi Zimo actually has a few moves, huh? It seems like before I can condense my common tear flame, it'll be pretty hard for me to beat him. Yi Zifeng was muttering to himself, and at the same time, Qi Zimo felt Yi Zifeng's glare and looked over. What kind of expression is that? His expression looks so empty. Only someone whose heart is completely in tune with alchemy can have that kind of expression. Even Yi Zifeng was startled by this. Master! What's going on? Is there something wrong? Qi Zimo's servant felt that it was weird. His master had never lost concentration while concocting a pill. Qi Zimo looked back down, nothing. Let's continue. Yes. Yi Zifeng smiled and looked back at Bingqian. He then began to instruct her again. Bingqian, now concentrate all of your qi onto the qi condensing ginseng on the west side. Bingqian was startled and revealed a shocked expression. All of my qi? To put everything she had onto this was very daring. She was a bit worried. That's right. The other 3 cardinal directions are full. Now you should put the rest of the qi into the west. This is the single most important step. All of the other steps before were done to prepare for this one step. Don't make any mistakes. But I'm afraid. Hearing that this was the most important step, Bingqian's expression changed. Her hands started to shake. She had always been last place during the competitions, but now, with Qi Zifeng's help, she can finally escape her fate of being last. Of course, when it came to the real deal, she was still very nervous. Qi Zifeng knew how she's feeling and smiled. Bingqian, if you want other people to respect your abilities, you have to respect your own abilities first. Don't worry. With your skills, as long as you use all your strength, this won't be hard for you. Alright. After receiving some words of encouragement from Qi Zifeng, Liu Bingqian gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Next, she closed her eyes and inserted all of her qi into the cauldron, towards the qi condensing ginseng. She put everything she had in this one move. As long as Qi Zifeng asked for it, Liu Bingqian will comply. In a split second, right after Liu Bingqian inserted her qi, a purple light exploded from the cauldron and pierced the heavens. The light surrounded the entire area. The appearance of the purple light. Did she really complete the pill? The seniors that Muyun Old Devil invited here were all here just to comment and look around. None of them would have thought that Liu Bingqian would be able to use an ancient concoction method. They were all surprised. Right now, Bingqian had reached the stage where purple qi was appearing from the cauldron. All of the seniors couldn't help but stand and look towards Liu Bingqian. Even that esteemed elder from the profound sect had his eyes lit up. On the other side, the guy from Tiandao City didn't see Liu Bingqian's concoction method and only saw the purple light appearing from her cauldron. Suzhen coldly snorted, who cares if she's a bit faster? What's there to be surprised about? Those seniors really do get surprised so easily over something so small. Well, of course, since Liu Bingqian's master is the host, they're probably trying to be polite. I, for one, do not believe that she can make anything good. Brother Zhen. What are we going to do now? That Liu Bingqian. Quiet. That Liu Bingqian will never escape her fate of being last. Suzhen looked over at Yihao. After looking at Yihao, his expression darkened. Shit. It seems like that Yihao is going to finish too. We need to hurry up too and not fall behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 93, 2 pills at once? After the other groups saw that Liu Bingqian had already condensed purple qi in her cauldron, they all started to speed up. This was because none of them want to be slower than the one who was going to get last place. It would be too embarrassing. 1 stick of incense burned up. 2 sticks of incense burned up. Under Qi Zifeng's careful guidance, Liu Bingqian slowed down and focused on improving the pill's quality. Big brother rough guy. You're incredible. I can already feel that this is the best pill that I will ever concoct in my entire life. Qi Zifeng chuckled, don't say that. I can guarantee that this won't be the best one you'll concoct in your life. There will be more to come. Alright. Liu Bingqian's eyes lit up and became very excited. In her heart, she understood that without Qi Zifeng, she would never have been able to concoct a pill like this. In the 4 other groups, the first one to complete their pill was not the first and second place winners from last year. It was Tiandao City's Yihao. Right when he succeeded in concocting his pill, he started to laugh wildly as if he had been holding it in for quite a while. He then turned around and smirked at Suzhen. Brother Su, our abilities are almost on par. The pills that we concoct are about the same as well. When the judges give their judgment, they will definitely factor concoction speed into the evaluation. It seems like I won't be seeing Brother Su in the next competition. Actually, I feel kind of sad not being able to see you."
While saying that, his expression showed that he was rejoicing in Su Jin's failure. Su Jin let out a cold snort. After being provoked by Yihao's words, he began to work even faster. A golden light appeared from the cauldron, causing Yihao to stare in shock.
"Completed!" Su Jin laughed loudly and opened up his cauldron.
He slowly and carefully retrieved the pill from the cauldron and placed it onto a cloth.
The pill was sparkling and translucent.
A hint of black was infused into the dark green color, creating a shiny luster coating. Compared to Yihao's pill, anyone can tell that it was at least 1 grade higher.
You!
Yihao gasped, his eyes filled with shock.
"I'm sorry, Brother E.
I know that I won't be as fast as you, so I used all my strength to refine an even better pill. Look at my pill, it's at least an entire grade higher than yours. I believe that the judges already have their decisions." While saying that, Su Jin smiled as he turned around to look at the judges. Very quickly, his expression turned into one as if someone had stepped on his face. This was because none of the judges were paying attention to him or Yihao at all. They were all looking towards Liu Bingqian. Su Jin and Yihao both looked at each other. They can see the shock in each other's eyes.
What's there to see from a mere last place? What's so good about her? Could it be that condensing the purple qi early is some sort of phenomenon? Su Jin didn't understand why these elders were watching Liu Bingqian.
At this time, the first place Qi Zimo also completed his pill. However, his expression was very calm, as if he had finished some common chore that he was supposed to do.
It seems like Zimo's skills is still so exquisite.
I, young Master Hua, am impressed.
I'm not ashamed to be inferior to you.
Tonghua City's young Master Hua had been chasing Qi Zimo in these past few years.
However, no matter how hard he tried, his talents can't match up to Qi Zimo's at all.
He had been behind Qi Zimo his entire life. However, he had lost to Qi Zimo so much already that he didn't feel ashamed in losing anymore. Qi Zimo looked at young Master Hua expressionlessly. 3 things.
We're not close, so don't call me Zimo.
Second, I don't have a good opinion of people who call themselves young master.
Third, let me give you tips.
Don't think about anything else while you're in the process of concoction, or else you'll never be able to become a first-rate alchemist. When Qi Zimo said these words, he wasn't giving young Master Hua any face at all. Young Master Hua would have never thought that he would receive such a reply and was infuriated.
Qi Zimo, don't think that you're all that just because you can win the alchemy competition all the time. What else can you do besides concocting pills? Are you going to stay in your little Lingfeng city and concoct pills your whole life? Qi Zimo looked at him with a cold expression and didn't want to talk trash with him anymore. He went towards his cauldron and took the pill out. He looked at the pill and inserted his qi to clean out the last impurities. His actions didn't do much to the pill, but to someone who seeks perfection like Qi Zimo, it was a necessary action. When the judges saw what he was doing, they all praised him in their hearts. After a while, 4 teams had completed their concoction. The only group left was Yi Zifeng's group. Naturally, everyone had their eyes on the 2 of them. Miss Liu looks like she's improved quite a bit. It's just that she's a bit slower. It seems like she won't be able to escape her fate of being last. From what I can see, if Liu Bingqian loses, all the blame will be on her helper. Other than helping out with the fire, it seems like he didn't do anything at all. He pushed all the work towards Liu Bingqian. If they win, I will kill myself. When I saw that they had condensed the purple qi first, I thought they had a chance. However, it seems like I was thinking too much. Everyone started to talk about Liu Bingqian and Yi Zifeng. Liu Bingqian heard some criticisms and suddenly trembled. Bingqian, don't worry about what they say and concentrate on concocting. Shut their mouths with your ability. With Yi Zifeng's words, Liu Bingqian started to concentrate again. I got it.
They were already at the final step, so Bingqian cannot get distracted.
Bingqian, the purple qi had already formed.
We have to assemble the ingredients together and form the pill.
This is the most important part.
Use your qi to assemble the pill.
Don't let any of your qi leak out. Liu Bingqian took a deep breath and did what Yi Zifeng told her to do.
Actually, she didn't even need Yi Zifeng to tell her this step. She knew that she was at the final step and would have done the same thing.
In her heart, Liu Bingqian was feeling very happy.
This was because under Yi Zifeng's guidance, she was able to take her understanding of alchemy to a new level. Countless amount of silver sparks appeared and the cauldron lit up in fire.
This caused an uproar amongst the audience.
This was because many people had never seen flames appear inside a cauldron, especially a silver flame. Liu Bingqian was shocked herself.
She didn't dare make any mistakes.
At this time, all of the judges began to move towards the stage and anxiously watched her movements.
They didn't dare make any sounds. Amongst these senior alchemists, not everyone knows the ancient concoction method.
The people that do know, have probably used this technique many times over their career. If Liu Bingqian succeeds, then she will be the first person in the younger generation to concoct a pill using this technique during the alchemy competition.
Complete.
Liu Bingqian felt that the qi had condensed into the pill. A red light bursted out of the cauldron and knocked the cover of the cauldron off the stage. 2 pills surrounded with red qi descended from the sky.
2 yuan increasing pills? Everyone was shocked. Yi Zifeng saw how shocked Bingqian was and smiled. Bingqian, what are you doing? Retrieve the pills. Don't let them hit the floor. All right.
Bingqian was shocked and extremely happy at the same time.
She quickly retrieved the 2 pills and placed them onto the pill tray. She felt as if she was dreaming.
All of the seniors were shocked and immediately walked towards Muyun. Old devil, Master Old Devil, what's going on?
Isn't there only one set of ingredient? How did she concoct 2 pills? Did you give her some extra?
Muyun. Old Devil came back to her senses and looked over, preposterous.
You guys saw the ingredients that were distributed. Everyone had the same amount of ingredients. You're asking me about how she concocted 2 pills? Even I don't know. I was about to ask myself.
I get it, it must be a special effect of the ancient concoction method. One of the senior alchemists thought about it and understood what happened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 94, to obtain a whole new level of respect. 2 pills with 1 set of ingredient.
This was very shocking.
Even Lingfeng City's Qi Zimo couldn't help but look over at Liu Bingqian.
Everyone, including young Master Hua, was staring at her with their mouths opened. Huangtu City's Su Jin was the closest one to Liu Bingqian. When he saw this, he felt as if his heart was burning and couldn't help but open his mouth.
I don't believe this. Senior Muyun, did you give her an extra set of ingredient in secret? If not, then how can she create 2 pills?
Sushui City Zihao raised the same question. I agree with Brother Su. I don't believe that with Liu Bingqian's ability that she can concoct 2 pills with 1 set of ingredient.
I hope that Senior Muyun investigates this. The 2 people who always went against each other were now talking for each other. This was because they understood that if the pill that Liu Bingqian concocted actually works, then they would both be eliminated immediately. They were the ones who ridiculed Liu Bingqian the most every time she got last place. If they got eliminated by her, then this would be a big blow to them.
Muyun. Old Devil glared at the 2 boys.
How dare they be rude to her? So you're saying that I, Old Devil, as the host of this competition is cheating? I didn't say that.
Su Jin's voice got softer and softer. That Liu Bingqian is your disciple.
She's always been last, so you might have helped out a bit.
His voice was so soft that not many people could hear it at all.
Impudent! Muyun Old Devil is one of the most prominent figures in Tiandao City.
She was the leader of alchemy in Liu City of her time. Suzhen was impetuous when he said those words and immediately regretted it.
He immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to talk anymore. Muyun Old Devil's face darkened and didn't say anything.
She was filled with questions herself as well.
Did Liu Bingqian really use the ancient concoction method? Could this be a special effect of the ancient concoction method? Bingqian, how will you explain this?
Liu Bingqian hesitated. As the person who concocted the pills, she was shocked herself and didn't know how to answer. At this time, Zifeng pulled her over and was going to give an explanation. Zifeng smiled and looked at Suzhen. Let me ask you this. For 1 yuan increasing pill, even if it's one of the highest grade, how many fire wind fruit, goldenwood grass, fire dream leaf, and spirit converging ginseng do you need?
Suzhen was startled and looked at Zifeng. He had a disdain expression on his face. Who do you think you are?
A mere helper doesn't have the qualifications to talk to me.
Far away, Lingfeng City's Qi Zimo suddenly opened his mouth.
Even if it's the highest grade yuan increasing pill, the ingredient is still less than what Senior Muyun gave us.
But, what are you trying to say?
Muyun Old Devil was afraid that some people might make a mistake, so she gave a bit more ingredients to everyone. She gave around 30% more to everyone.
Zifeng looked at Qi Zimo.
If there are extra ingredients, and one separates their qi into two, then what do you think will happen when that person concocts a pill?
So what you're saying is that when the purple light appeared for the first time, the first pill has been completed? You used the time later on to concoct the second pill? Zifeng smiled. You're pretty smart.
So that's how it is.
Qi Zimo's eyes lit up.
He nodded his head like he had gained some enlightenment.
He finally understood what happened. So that's why Liu Bingqian used so much time to complete her concoction after the purple light appeared.
So they were concocting 2 pills.
After the judges heard what happened, they immediately realized what happened. I got it.
The ancient concoction method draws the extra potential of the ingredients. With the extra ingredients that Old Devil gave, she was able to draw out the ingredients' maximum potential and concoct 2 pills.
That's right. Zifeng nodded. This wasn't something hard for people to understand.
The senior couldn't help but take a deep breath. To be able to use ingredients to this extent, this is simply too shocking. To be able to see such a display of ability during this competition, it seems like I made the right choice in coming this year. When he said this, all the other seniors were like parrots as they repeated these words.
They all praised Liu Bingqian and Zifeng.
These words were like swords that pierced Suzhen and Yihao's ears. They felt as if they had been stabbed 100 times over.
After hearing Zifeng's explanation, Muyun Old Devil finally understood what happened. At the same time, she was shocked. She had to re-evaluate this Zifeng. All right. Since all 5 groups have completed their concoction, will all the judges decide on the top 3? Let's look at these pills, shall we?
The judges smiled and walked over to each contestant. First, they walked over to Qi Zimo and looked at his pill.
Liu Bingqian was feeling excited.
She was waiting for the results from the judges. She was always last place during the competitions. Now with Zifeng's help, she can finally escape her fate. If she fails this time, then she will lose her qualifications to compete next year and will also lose her confidence as an alchemist. It will be a big blow to her growth. If she succeeds in going to the next round, then she will be very happy. She closed her eyes and waited for the results.
Zifeng looked over at her and chuckled. Bingqian, they're starting with Qi Zimo. We still have quite a bit of time before they come over to us.
Liu Bingqian pouted and shakingly said, but
don't worry about it. Be more confident in yourself. Believe in me. If I'm not confident, then why would I tell your master to eliminate the bottom two?
You should know that this is a battle for your dignity and a battle for you to regain your confidence.
Liu Bingqian's expression changed and nodded.
Now, her eyes were filled confidence. At the same time, the judges have already finished grading Qi Zimo and had moved over to young Master Hua.
No wonder why Zimo is always the first place. His ability is simply too shocking. Such a big yuan increasing pill, its effects must be extraordinary.
It probably has the same effect as 2 normal yuan increasing pills.
Muyun Old Devil smiled as she brought the seniors to the second contestant.
Next, Tonghua City's young Master Hua.
Young Master Hua's abilities are very extraordinary as well.
However, you're still a few steps behind Qi Zimo. Hearing this, young Master Hua quickly waved his hands. Zimo's abilities are way higher than mine. I've tried very hard during every competition but still fall to him in the end.
I guess that I will wait for Zimo to teach me a lesson again in the second round.
It seems like young Master Hua has the qualifications to enter the second round.
Don't you guys agree?
One of the judges looked at the others and smiled.
Hold on.
Yi Zifeng's expression changed as he raised his hand.
Muyun Old Devil's face became stiff. Yi Zifeng, it's not your turn yet. What do you want this time?
Yi Zifeng chuckled. I only want to say that you should make your final judgment after you judge everyone else.
You haven't judged the other 3 groups and want to promote that guy with the surname Hua to the second round?
Young Master Hua looked coldly at Yi Zifeng.
So you're saying that the pill that your group concocted is better than mine?
Yi Zifeng smiled. Exactly.
What? Young Master Hua has a history of bullying Liu Bingqian at the competition. He would have never thought that Legacy City would have someone as hard-headed as Yi Zifeng. Listen to me carefully. The yuan increasing pill that Liu Bingqian concocted is way better than the one that you concocted. Yi Zifeng glared at him. That's right.
Liu Bingqian, earnestly request that you seniors judge the pill that I concocted before deciding whether this young Master Hua can be promoted to the next round. While saying this, she crossed her arms under her chest and puffed her chest out in an imposing manner.
In the past, Liu Bingqian would always try to find a place to hide during the competition and will immediately return to Legacy City after the competition. However, she had finally rediscovered her confidence. She was able to say what she wanted in front of all these people. Without Yi Zifeng, this would have not happened.
Yi Zifeng smiled at her and clapped his hands. Next, Yang Jing clapped, then Muyun Old Devil, then the other people from the Muyun residence.
It was as if these claps were contagious. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Many of the seniors praised her confidence. Since Legacy City's Liu Bingqian is so confident, then we'll make an exception and judge her pill first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 95, Advancement.
For Liu Bingqian, someone who had always been last place during the alchemy competition, to be so bold in front of the elders, this caused everyone to be stupefied.
The entire hall was filled with chatter as they talked about her. Some supported Bingqian, while some slandered her. All right. Stop chattering now. Quiet down.
As the host, Muyun Old Devil had to keep things in order.
Yi Zifeng is right.
We must consider all the factors before allowing anyone to advance to the next round.
We will make a decision once we judge everyone else's pill. Thus, Tonghua City's young master's advancement will be revoked for now. We will announce the results after we finish judging.
As the host, and one of the leaders of the Alchemy Society in Tiandao City, her words were like the law in front of others. After a round of applause from everyone, Hua Xiao looked over at Yi Zifeng.
If it wasn't for Yi Zifeng's meddling, he would have advanced to the next round already.
Yi Zifeng smiled at Hua Xiao. Don't keep staring at me.
Think about how you wanted to treat Legacy City before. To try and eliminate Legacy City from future competitions, this will be. Yi Zifeng's eyes suddenly became sharper as if his glare had pierced through Hua Xiao's soul. This will be the reason of your fall during this competition. You? Hua Xiao was startled. His eyes were filled with fear. For him to be scared by a little helper brought by Liu Bingqian. It was the most embarrassing thing that had happened to him in his life. From Yi Zifeng's tone, it seems like he was sure that he was able to advance and will also try to suppress Hua Xiao in the second round. In just a bit, they were broken up by Muyun Old Devil. Next, Sushui City's Yihao. Yihao longed for speed instead of quality. He was barely able to create the pill. The pill that he concocted was a common rank middle grade pill. Thus when the judges used their qi to check the pill out, they all shook their heads in disappointment. Yihao, you should work harder. If you have time, go learn a thing or two from Liu Bingqian. Look at how much effort she put into improving during the past year. That's right. Even if you get third place by luck the other times, that was then and this is now. You need to work even harder now. These words were always spoken to Liu Bingqian, but now it was spoken to Yihao. Yihao felt his heart shook. He knew that his skills were about the same as before. He's been studying hard for the past year, but now the elders were saying that it was not enough? Even though the elders didn't say anything, they had already eliminated Yihao. Alright. Let's go look at Huangtu City's Suzhen's pill. Suzhen had already taken a step forward and smiled. The elders have worked hard. This yuan increasing pill had been concocted using my Huangtu City's secret technique. The elders waved their hands, signaling for him to stop talking nonsense. They will judge for themselves whether the pill was worthy or not. This yuan increasing pill is not bad. It is definitely a lot better than the one that Yihao concocted. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Suzhen's face as he looked over at Yihao. They had been rivals all these years, so after the elders praised him over Yihao, he was very happy. But, I think that this Suzhen won't be able to escape the fate of being eliminated either. Alright. Let's go look at Liu Bingqian's pills. Suzhen's expression immediately turned ugly. He thought that he would be safe if he could beat Yihao. However, it seems like his real opponent was Liu Bingqian. The last group, Legacy City's Liu Bingqian. These elders were looking forward to this and quickly walked over towards Liu Bingqian. Actually, when they were off the stage, they were already watching Liu Bingqian already. She had used an ancient concoction method and had created 2 pills, whereas the others only concocted 1. The elders already had a good impression of her already. They all gathered around to look at the 2 pills. Not bad. Not bad. Looking at the streaks on the pill, it is definitely concocted with the ancient concoction method. Miss Liu, where did you learn such a technique? Another elder patted this elder on the shoulders. Old Sha, I know that you're filled with questions, but we're judging her pills right now. Don't ask too much right now. Old Sha smiled and reached for the pill. However, when he was about to touch the pill, his finger was burned by the red qi. This red qi? Could it be that this is a Huang tier high-grade pill? Old Sha gasped and couldn't help but yell out. What? No way. A Huang tier high-grade yuan increasing pill? For some pills, when it reaches Huang tier high-grade or better, there will be some special effects. This pill clearly had one of these special effects. A pill created using the ancient concoction method is sure extraordinary. I haven't seen such an outstanding pill during the alchemist competition in a long time. A Huang tier high-grade yuan increasing pill. It will have a tremendous effect on anyone that is under the martial spirit realm. This girl from the Liu clan sure is skillful. Even the people who didn't know alchemy were shocked when they heard Huang tier high-grade. They couldn't help but stare at the pill. In the audience, Liang Nine's face looked extremely ugly. Brother Nine, what do we do now?
This is a Huang tier high-grade pill. That little brother wanted us to buy the pill with the highest bid.
What are we going to do now?
Liang Nine started to curse. Who am I supposed to ask? I already made a blood contract with him.
Shit. No wonder why I felt that it was strange. Why would he have a blood contract with him anyways? I'm afraid that he carries them around to cheat people.
A Huang tier high-grade pill. It isn't as if it had never been done during the competition before. However, the person who concocted the pill isn't Qi Zimo but the girl who was last every year, Liu Bingqian. Even Muyun Old Devil was shocked by her own disciple.
She never taught Liu Bingqian how to concoct a yuan increasing pill. In the beginning, she was worried that Liu Bingqian wouldn't even be able to pick the correct ingredients, but she was wrong.
Muyun Old Devil was the host, so she had to show a calm composure. She stroked her beard and looked at Elder Shah and the others.
All right, everyone. You've seen the pills that the 5 groups created. It is time to deliver the results.
The elders all smiled.
It seems like they have all unanimously decided on the placements already.
Elder Shah stepped forward to announce the results. The 3 who will advance to the next round are Qi Zimo, Hua Xiaoan. Liu Bingqian was feeling a bit nervous, but she was confident that she will advance.
And Legacy City's Liu Bingqian. The 3 of you will advance to the next round. The results were very clear already.
Even without the judges saying anything, everyone could have guessed the results.
Is this real?
Liu Bingqian stared at Elder Shah with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. She quickly pinched her arms and felt the pain. Only then did she realize that she had escaped her fate of being last.
This is simply unimaginable. Yay!
She screamed and turned around to hug Zifeng.
In everyone's minds, Liu Bingqian won this by herself. However, Liu Bingqian knew that this was only possible because of Zifeng.
Without Zifeng, she would have had trouble picking the ingredients, let alone using the ancient concoction method.
Big brother rough guy. We did it. We really did it. Liu Bingqian cried out in joy as she held Zifeng's hands.
Zifeng had helped her when no one else could.
The people in her Liu clan couldn't help. That Song Shiyun couldn't help.
Even her master would only give her some pointers and wasn't much of a help either. Zifeng had fulfilled his promise in helping her out.
Zifeng laughed. Bingqian, don't get too excited. This is only the beginning. The real show is just starting.
He slowly turned his head and looked towards Qi Zimo. At the same time, Qi Zimo was looking at him.
A smile appeared on his usually expressionless face.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 96, To the highest bidder goes the pill.
The first round of the competition had ended.
Some people were very happy while others looked gloomy.
However, Sushui City's Yihaoanshinta City's Suzhen didn't leave the stage yet. This was because after the first round, the competitors will each auction off their pill. Muyun Old Devil didn't want to give these ingredients to the competitors for nothing.
Thus, she came up with a great idea.
She had the audience pay for the ingredients. During the auction, she will get 50% of the profits that the competitors receive. Big brother rough guy, you're the one that basically concocted the pills.
I won't take a single gold coin from you later.
Liu Bingqian's was all smiles. She had actually advanced to the second round. She didn't care for the auction at all, so she had Zifeng take care of it.
Zifeng smiled, looked at the audience and then looked back at Bingqian. If you really don't want a single gold coin, I'm afraid that you'll cry later. Liu Bingqian giggled. That's what you think. Do you think that I, Bingqian, am someone greedy for money? This time you helped me get rid of my past embarrassments.
I still have to thank you.
Why would I take your things? Yi Zifeng smiled and then sighed. Yi Zifeng treated Liu Bingqian as a close friend because she was treated him very sincerely.
Back then, he didn't even care for her last name and became friends with her.
If she wasn't sincere in the beginning, then he probably would not care about anyone from the Liu clan because of what Liu Ningzi did. Tiandao City Suzhen's pill. Is there anyone going to bid higher? 400 gold coins going once. 400 gold coins going twice. Sold.
Suzhen smiled towards Yihao. Yihao's pill only sold for 300 gold coins. Since the competition was stopped for the auction, everyone started to gossip around again.
A common tier cauldron is worth at most 300 gold coins. Who would have that Senior Muyun is so crafty?
She made 350 gold coins from these two pills alone. This was worth way more than the ingredients already.
That's not it. This is only the beginning.
The better pills have yet to come. Who knows how many gold coins the pills from the other three are worth?
Muyun Old Devil smiled and continued to host the auction.
Everyone saw how the pills were concocted. There were no tricks involved. Some people were here to buy the pills for their own personal use while some were here to flaunt their wealth.
Hua Xiao's Yuan increasing pill. The quality of this pill is guaranteed. Hua Xiao already told me that the starting price will be 600 gold coins. He won't sell for any less. 700. I'll bid 700.
From the group of audience, a voice called out.
I bid 750. 800 gold coins.
No one else dared to raise the price.
800 gold coins was a lot.
This was double the amount used to buy Suzhen's pill. In reality, Hua Xiao's pill was worth at most 600 gold coins.
Yi Zifeng smiled and looked at Bingqian. What do you think of the price? Liu Bingqian thought for a bit and then spoke. I feel that it's a bit expensive for it. However, it's not beyond reasonable limits.
Yi Zifeng nodded and looked at the group of people. If I'm not wrong, this Hua Xiao invited someone over to drive up the price of his pill.
You can even see through this.
Yi Zifeng laughed and pointed at the person who bid 750 gold coins. When everyone was concocting, I noticed that Hua Xiao had looked at this person quite a few times.
From my experience, they must be colluding together. Weren't you guiding me at that time? Could it be that you weren't paying attention to what I was doing? Liu Bingqian was stunned.
She had her back towards Yi Zifeng the entire time and couldn't see what he was doing at all.
In reality, Yi Zifeng had been looking around and didn't pay any attention to her since the beginning. Liu Bingqian's expression changed. Back to what we were talking about. I don't think that's possible. You should know that this is against the rules. Against the rule? Not really. That Hua Xiao is pretty smart. The auctioneer is someone close to him.
Even if the auctioneer wasn't there, Muyun Old Devil wouldn't care that much unless it goes out of hand. 800 gold coins for a yuan increasing pill like his was a bit much but not too much. In the eyes of the other people, this was very impressive.
Hua Xiao wanted to show off and had achieved his goal.
Liu Bingqian gasped and then nodded. I thought that this Hua Xiao was very arrogant and unruly, but now, he seems like someone who is cautious and calculative.
And Big Brother rough guy. How about you? What kind of person are you? Me? Yi Zifeng caught off guard by Liu Bingqian's question. Luckily, Yi Zifeng was called up for the auction, so he didn't answer Liu Bingqian's sudden question. Next. Liu Bingqian, it's your turn.
Muyun Old Devil was happy for her own disciple's success, and thus when she looked at Yi Zifeng, she had a kind expression on her face.
Bingqian, will you also make a starting price like Hua Xiao? Liu Bingqian smiled and looked over at Yi Zifeng, indicating that everyone was up to his choice. Yi Zifeng thought about it and then asked, can I make it any price?
Muyan old Devil's heart shook and felt that his kid was about to make some moves.
She quickly reminded him, yes, any price is fine. However, I suggest that you don't make it too high. Yi Zifeng smiled, it won't be that high. I've decided to make it 1 gold coin. A starting price of 1 gold coin? Everyone in the audience was surprised. The previous pills sold for 300, 400 and 800 respectively. Huaxiao's starting price was at 600. Right now, Yi Zifeng had put the starting price at 1 gold coin. No one knew what he was thinking about. Suddenly, before everything can return to their senses, a deep voice called out. 900 gold coins. Everyone looked towards where the voice came from. They wanted to see what kind person has so much money to burn. After hearing this, Huaxiao's face turned green. He had prepared so many things to make his pill worth 800 gold coins. However, in just a few seconds, Yi Zifeng easily surpassed him. It was a middle-aged man wearing a purple crane robe, tied together with a blue tiger-striped belt. Looking at this person, some people around him couldn't help but take a step back. Oh my God! Look at that attire. He's an elder from the profound sect. No wonder. But you heard it too. He raised the price up to 900 gold coins from 1 gold coin in one go. No matter how rich he is, he shouldn't be wasting it like this. What do you know? This 1 gold coin starting price is only a feint. It is a strategy. How can rich people go around bidding 5 or 10 gold coins? They would definitely raise the price up by a lot with the first bid. Oh. So that's how it is. Even though this Yi Zifeng doesn't look like he can concoct pills, he's pretty smart. He has potential in the business field. An elder from the profound sect had personally raised the bid on the pill. Normal people had to think about the consequences before they offend this big shot. The entire place was quiet. No one else dared to increase the price. No one except Liang 9. 901 gold coin. Liang 9's voice was trembling. The people who didn't know him would think that he was sick. 1,000 gold coins. The elder furrowed his brows and raised the bid once again. 1,000. 1,001 gold coins. Liang 9 was in pain. It was as if someone was stabbing his heart over and over again. 1,200 gold coins. The elder's expression started to change. Anyone normal person would respect him due to his status as an elder in the profound sect and give him some face. However, this Liang 9 had been increasing the price 1 gold coin at a time. It was obvious that Liang 9 wanted to fight. 1,201 gold coins. As expected, Liang 9 once again increased the price by 1 gold coin. When Yi Zifeng was betting with him, Yi Zifeng took out 1,200 gold coins to bet. Now, not only will Liang 9 not win this 1,200 gold coins, he had to use this much to buy Yi Zifeng's pill. The elders finally flipped and coldly looked at Liang 9, this brother. Why are you trying to fight me with for this pill? Liang 9 bitterly laughed, boss. I don't want to either, but I don't have a choice. What do you mean you don't have a choice? Fine. I'll bid 1,500 gold coins. Try and add 1 more gold coin to the bid. The elder was definitely angry now. Then, 1,501 gold coin. Liang 9's expression was extremely ugly. It looked like his entire family had died or something. He hated himself for signing the blood contract with Yi Zifeng. You? The elder's face turned pale. It doesn't matter how much money he bids. It looks like this guy will try to one-up him no matter what. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 97, to reap a large profit. When Liang 9 was trying to fight with Yao Chong,
an elder from the profound sect, many people that knew Liang Nine felt that it was weird.
Did Liang Nine eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall or something? When did he get so bold?
In the past, even though Liang Nine is a bold and unconstrained person, he would still act like a good kid in front of people from the profound sect. It seems as if he's a different person.
Yeah.
I heard that every year he comes to the competition to make some small bets with his friends.
There is absolutely no reason for him to be interested in this yuan increasing pill. At this moment, Liang Nine was crying in his heart.
When he made the blood contract, he was instigated by Yi Zifeng and prohibited any details regarding this matter to be leaked. At first, he laughed at Yi Zifeng for being so cautious, but now it seems like Yi Zifeng knew what was going to happen.
Yao Chang's expression was very ugly.
He really wanted Huang Tier high-grade yuan increasing pill created using the ancient concoction method. 1,500 gold coins was already a bit too much for the pills. He never would have thought that this Liang Nine would appear out of nowhere and try to outbid him.
Liu Bingqian's eyes lit up.
She never would have thought that the pill that she concocted would be so popular.
Big brother rough guy. If you really make 1,500 gold coins, then can you? Yi Zifeng smiled and deeply looked at her. What's wrong, Bingqian? Didn't you say that you wouldn't take any of the money? Now that there's so much money on the table, are you feeling jealous?
She'd be lying if she said that she wasn't jealous.
1,500 gold coins.
Even if Muyun Old Devil takes half, there will still be 750 gold coins. This was worth way more than a single pill.
Liu Bingqian giggled. Bingqian, always keep my words. But, you earned so much this time. Shouldn't you get me a gift? Gift? What gift? Yi Zifeng replied. From what he can see, Liu Bingqian was the elder daughter of the number one family in Legacy City. She was not lacking in money at all. Why would she need him to buy her a gift? Liu Bingqian cursed inwards, you dumb blockhead. She then looked shyly at Yi Zifeng. Well, get me whatever you want.
Yi Zifeng scratched his head.
Okay.
I'll take note of this. When the two of them were chatting around, a fight had broken out in the audience. Yao Chong coldly glared at Liang Nine. Because of you, I've already raised the price to 1,800 gold coins.
Do you still dare to outbid me?
Liang Nine and his brother had taken out all their money and can only gather around 1,800 gold coins in total. This was approaching their limits.
Senior Liang Nine, beg you. I really need this pill. I have to get it no matter what. Please let go of this matter and let me have the pill. Nonsense. When did my profound sect need to give face to others? Yao Chong never cared for these insignificant people and would not bother with them at all. Liang Nine was done too. His expression darkened. Let me tell you this. No matter what you say, no matter who you are, Liang Nine will take this pill today. Preposterous. Yao Chang's expression darkened as well.
He unsheathed his long sword from his back with a cold expression in his eyes.
With this move, everyone in the audience became very nervous.
As the host, Muyun Old Devil saw this and wanted to say a few words. However, Yi Zifeng moved faster and spoke, all you guys want to do is buy a yuan increasing pill. Why do you guys need to be so unhappy? It's all because of you. Liang Nine and Yao Chong both looked over and yelled at Yi Zifeng at the same time. Yi Zifeng smiled. Actually, there is a better way to resolve this matter.
What do you mean?
Yi Zifeng laughed and pointed at the yuan increasing pills.
Bingqian and I concocted 2 pills. You guys can each get it. Wouldn't that make it easier for everyone?
Yao Chong coldly stared at him. That's simple for you to say.
However, I want both pills. Why do I have to give him one? Liang Nine was very angry too. That's right. I'm using my money to buy the pill. Why do I have to give him one?
Yi Zifeng slowly revealed a sly smile. That's right.
I understand how you guys are feeling. Thus, I have an even better idea. Yuan increasing pill, 1 for 1,800 gold. If anyone is willing to offer 3,600 gold coins, then he will be able to take both. 3,600 gold coins? Why do you just rob me?
Even though Yao Chong had seen many things in his life, he was shocked by Yi Zifeng's highway robbery offer.
Yi Zifeng smiled. I do things very fairly. I know that 3,600 gold coins is not a small amount. Thus, it is better for you guys to both split it. Of course, if the elder wants to take out 3,600 gold coins, then the other person must accept the outcome, right?
Liang Nine sighed and gritted his teeth. I feel that this is acceptable.
Yao Chong looked over at Liang Nine in shock. You're going to agree to buy one pill at 1,800 gold coin?
Even if it's concocted using the ancient concoction method, a yuan increasing pill for 1,800 gold coins is very expensive.
If you don't agree, then we can keep on fighting it out. I can go even if it reaches 10,000 gold coins. What are you going to do then? Beat me down?
Liang Nine sighed.
This seems like a good idea. Yao Chong was too angry already. If it wasn't for Yi Zifeng, he would started to beat Liang Nine down already.
Now that Yi Zifeng suggested something that can help Liang Nine complete the contract, Liang Nine would definitely agree to it.
He didn't want to drag this on any longer either. If it goes on any further, then he would actually go bankrupt. Yi Zifeng smiled and looked towards Muyun. Old Devil, Senior Muyun, am I allowed to sell the pills separately?
Muyun Old Devil cursed at Yi Zifeng for being a devious thief and pulling her into his plans.
However, the higher Yi Zifeng sells his pills, the more money she'll make. Thus, she didn't object to anything.
This, if you and Bingqian both agree to it, then I don't see any problems with it.
Yi Zifeng turned back around and smiled at Liang Nine and Yao Chong, while Senior Muyun has spoken.
You guys should give Senior Muyun some face and buy the pills at 1,800 gold each.
Yi Zifeng had used Senior Muyun in his negotiation.
Even Yao Chong was admiring his mastery of the negotiation language. Liang Nine was the first to open up.
Okay. 1,800 gold coins it is. Liang Nine will buy it.
You, the big shot from the profound sect, if you have the ability, then buy both pills with 3,600 gold coins.
Yao Chong fiercely looked at him. Do you think I'm stupid?
Even if I'm rich, I won't be burning money like it's nothing.
Fine.
I'll give Senior Muyun some face and buy one for 1,800 gold coins then. The two seniors are sure understanding.
Very straightforward. Zifeng is impressed.
This time, Yi Zifeng was able to make 1,800 gold coins in one go after splitting half with Muyun Old Devil. He had reaped a large profit.
He didn't mind and complimented the two of them with a few words. It'll help them feel better. Yihao's pill sold for 300 gold coins. Suzhen's pill sold for 400.
Hua Xiao was a bit crafty and sold his for 800 gold coins.
The combined total was only 1,500 gold coins. It wasn't even half of what Yi Zifeng's pills sold for. The result caused everyone's jaws to drop.
Those who were calling Yi Zifeng a pretty boy immediately changed their tones.
Damn! Which family is so lucky to give birth to a business genius? This family must not have to worry about being poor anymore. It seems like Liu Bingqian brought someone to help her sell her pills instead of helping her concoct her pills. This guy is indeed worthy. While everyone was gossiping, Liang Nine and his brothers walked over to Muyun Old Devil and gave her the 1,800 gold coins. Muyun Old Devil was smiling very happily. After completing the transaction, he bitterly walked over to Yi Zifeng. Little brother, I knew that you had something like this up your sleeves. Why didn't you resolve the matter faster? Are you not afraid that I'll really fight that Yao Chong and make a big deal? Yi Zifeng smiled. I know what I'm doing.
I've been watching you guys since the beginning of the competition. I know how much you guys can afford.
So that's how it is. You know how much we can handle. Liu 9 nodded and then walked back to his brothers.
In his heart, however, he felt that something was wrong. After a bit, he finally understood what happened and cursed out loud, so that's why he didn't resolve the matter faster.
He wanted to squeeze everything out of us.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 98, Free for All. In the audience's minds, Yi Zifeng's way with words helped Liu Bingqian earn a huge profit.
But in reality, all of this happened because of the blood contract that he signed with Liu 9. If he didn't do that, then the pills would have probably sold for at most 1,200 gold coins. After everyone finished talking about Yi Zifeng, they all started to quiet down again. This was because on the stage, there was one more person who hasn't sold their pill yet.
It was Liangfeng City's Qi Zimo. The last one, Lingfeng City Qi Zimo's yuan increasing pill.
Muyun Old Devil's voice echoed throughout the entire hall.
2,000 gold coins.
Right after Muyun Old Devil finished talking, someone immediately raised their hand and bidded.
It was a high bid. That person was wearing a bamboo hat and a black cloak.
He clearly didn't want people to know who he is.
2,100 gold coins. Someone else raised the bid by 100 gold coins. 3,000.
The man wearing the bamboo hat was not patient at all. His tone behind his words sounded like a threat.
Everyone was shocked at the price and wanted to see what kind of person this man was. However, he kept himself well hidden and didn't reveal anything about himself at all. Muyun Old Devil, on the other hand, was extremely happy.
Yi Zifeng had just sold his pills for 3,600 gold coins, and now the bid for Qi Zimo's pill was at 3,000 gold coins already. She was making a killing. Due to the fact that Qi Zimo was always the champion of the competition, everyone knew that his pills were good.
Qi Zimo's control of his flame was at a very high level.
It had broken through the peak of common tier flame and had reached the level of a Huang tier flame. By using 3,000 gold coins to buy Qi Zimo's pill meant that the man in the black cloak was giving Qi Zimo face. He probably wants to invite him to help concoct some pills later on.
3,000 gold coins going once, going twice. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? All right then.
Sold. In just the first round of the competition, 8,100 gold coins worth of pills were auctioned off.
Muyun Old Devil had earned 4,000 gold coins without doing anything at all. Yi Zifeng smiled at the cloaked man. He actually used 3,000 gold coins to purchase a yuan increasing pill? It seems like this Qi Zimo isn't simple at all.
Muyun Old Devil's happy expression slowly faded away and turned into a solemn one.
Since the first round and the auction is finished, then. She revealed a smile once again. Then we should start the second round right now.
The three groups that were left on the stage all became serious when they heard this. Liu Bingqian and Yi Zifeng both looked at each other.
In the past, Liu Bingqian would be sneakily leaving the stage by now.
However, this time, she remained on the stage and will fight until the end. She will fight for her honors.
Muyun Old Devil turned serious too.
Since she had announced the start of the second round, she needed to act like a host.
Guards, listen up. Bring out all the ingredients. Yes, Master Muyun. The guards quickly answered and ran out of the hall.
They quickly brought tables of ingredients in front of each competitor. Seeing how the guards were bringing out all these ingredients without any hint of stopping, Liu Bingqian began to fret.
How many pills do we need to concoct? With all these ingredients, it's going to take us the whole day. Yi Zifeng smiled and didn't say anything.
He didn't believe that Muyun Old Devil would ask them to use all of the ingredients. If the competition was too long, the spectators won't like it. They would get bored very quickly. Massive amount of ingredients appeared in front of the competitors like they weren't worth anything. The ingredients were all the same and equal in amount. Muyun Old Devil had basically brought out half of all her ingredients, but when the guards finished moving everything, a stick of incense worth of time had passed already.
The pile of ingredients was like a small mountain.
They could not guess what kind of pill Muyun Old Devil wanted them to concoct at all.
Master Muyun, we've split the ingredients in threes and brought them all out.
One of the guards respectfully said.
Good. Muyun Old Devil revealed a smile and looked at everyone.
Since my Muyun house is hosting this competition, I, Muyun Old Devil, want to make the competition as interesting as possible. Thus, I brought out all these ingredients to test the limits of these young alchemists.
Limit?
The members of the audience looked at each other.
None of them can tell what was going on. That's right.
The limit of the young alchemists. I brought so many ingredients here to see the potential of these young alchemists. Without the shortage of ingredients, I want to see what kind of pills they can concoct. I want them to concoct the best pill to the best of their abilities and show me how far they have immersed themselves in the Tao of alchemy.
Zifeng was looking at these ingredients like a crazy pervert.
In his eyes, these ingredients were like beauties to normal men. Thus, he didn't hear anything that Muyun Old Devil said and continued to stare at the ingredients.
Not bad. Not bad. I guess that I didn't come here in vain after all.
I never would have thought it I would be able to see so much ingredient gathered in one place so soon after crossing over.
Zifeng laughed very loudly.
He was a crazed alchemist in his past life, so when he saw all these ingredients, he revealed his true self and laughed very loudly. In other people's eyes, Zifeng looked like a crazy person. Some people even cursed at him for being so crazy.
Hua Xiao glared at him. What kind of country bumpkin is he?
From the looks of it, it seems like he turned crazy from seeing so many valuable ingredients gathered in one place.
He's basically making a fool out of himself. Hua Xiao's follower reacted the same way and coldly snorted, "The young master is right."
From what I can see, they must have already known that they had to concoct the yuan increasing pill beforehand and had already prepared for it. Now, in the second round where you show your potential and concoct the best pill you can, they will definitely lose.
How can they be young master's opponent? Ha, that's right.
A lot of people had the same thought as Hua Xiao. They all know that Liu Bingqian was Muyun Old Devil's disciple and it isn't impossible that she might have some information regarding the first round.
Qi Zimo, however, was observing Zifeng.
He saw that Zifeng had the same kind of eyes that he does and smiled. He turned towards his helped, sword servant, "Listen to me.
Don't help me gather ingredients later. Observe Zifeng for me and tell me his every move." No way. Master is planning on going all out?
This sword servant was shocked.
He knows his master better than anyone else here. His master has never had this kind of serious expression on his face before. Stop chattering and just do as I say. Yes. Yes, master. Qi Zimo's looked very serious as he stared at Zifeng, this guy. He isn't as simple as he looks.
For Liu Bingqian to have this kind of performance this year, this guy must have been guiding her.
I can't be careless. All three group of competitors have become very serious. Muyun Old Devil saw this and was very happy. Allow me to explain the rules a bit. The time limit is 1 hour and you can concoct whatever pill you want.
The amount of attempts and the quality of the pill will be judged. Also, you cannot concoct more than 3 pills.
After a while, she looked over at Zifeng and asked, "Zifeng, do you have any questions?"
She was afraid that Zifeng might have some kind of weird moves up his sleeves, so she asked him if he had any questions first before asking everyone else. Zifeng finally returned to his senses from looking at all the ingredients.
"Oh yeah. I do have a question. I want to ask if the 3 groups are going to be far apart when we concoct our pills." What does the distance between each group have to do with anything? Muyun old devil was confused.
Yi Zifeng smiled and both his eyes lit up. If the distance doesn't have to do with anything, then I suggest that we should concoct our pills closely together. This way, the audience can watch all of us at the same time. Also, the judges can concentrate on one spot and thus further evaluate our alchemy techniques. Muyan old devil stared at Yi Zifeng for a while and couldn't tell what he was planning. She then looked over at Qi Zimo and Hua Xiao.
Do you guys have any problems with that?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 99, The Battle of the Top 3.
Hua Xiao stuck his nose out and coldly snorted, I don't really care.
It's actually better for me.
This way, the judges can easily tell that I'm way better than them.
Now that I think about it, this is a great idea. Muyan old devil nodded and looked over at Qi Zimo. Then, how about Zimo? Qi Zimo's expression was a bit stern.
He knows that Yi Zifeng didn't do this just so it makes everyone else's life easier. However, in such a short amount of time, he can't see through Yi Zifeng's thinking process at all. Since it's like this, he might as well let it pass and see what kind of cards Yi Zifeng has to play.
I don't really care. I'm fine with it. Alright. Since you guys don't have any objections, then we'll do as Yi Zifeng suggests.
After obtaining the agreement of the other two, Muyun old devil looked over at her guards, signaling them to prepare everything. Even though she didn't understand what Yi Zifeng was trying to do, there was one thing that she knew. Having Yi Zifeng on stage with her disciple, Liu Bingqian, was a good thing. His suggestion didn't break any rules, so she'll allow it.
As a result, Yi Zifeng's cauldron was moved in between Qi Zimo's and Hua Xiao's. The three cauldrons were side by side and had an imposing look to it. I will now announce that the second round of the competition will now officially start. This round wasn't the same as the last. One had to concoct their own pill and they can at most concoct 3 pills. Thus, the most important part of the round was choosing the right ingredients. Big brother rough guy, look. There's chalcedony grass, dragon leaves, silver horn fruit, and scarlet essence lotus. Why don't we concoct a golden marrow pill?
Liu Bingqian flipped through all the ingredients and smiled.
Bingqian, don't be impatient. Let's wait and see.
Yi Zifeng smiled back at her. Liu Bingqian showed a puzzled expression and then looked over at the other two groups. She saw that the Qi Zimo and Hua Xiao were both staring at the ingredients and wasn't in a rush. They only had 3 chances, so they can't be careless at all.
Yi Zifeng chuckled, what we have is time. Don't be impatient.
The most important part of this round is the quality of the pill. A golden marrow pill is a Qi refining stage pill.
It is not going to be enough. Then, what should we make? Liu Bingqian was confused once again.
She had never been in the second round of the competition. She would sneakily run away and have never seen Qi Zimo or Hua Xiao concoct with all their skills.
Wait a bit more. Don't worry. I will personally make a move this round. Yi Zifeng comforted Liu Bingqian.
At the same time, a strange smile appeared on his face.
Really? That's great. Hearing that Yi Zifeng was personally going to make a move, Liu Bingqian was delighted.
During the first round, all Yi Zifeng did was start the fire and then he sat there to observe. Liu Bingqian finished concocting the pill by herself. However, the existence of Qi Zimo gave Yi Zifeng some sort of pressure. He had to make a move himself. Of course, the reason why he's pressured is because of his cultivation.
He couldn't even form a common tear flame right now. Yi Zifeng would definitely beat anyone in alchemy if they were in the same circumstance as he was.
Look, that Hua Xiao couldn't help but started to concoct already.
Yi Zifeng smiled and looked at Liu Bingqian.
Liu Bingqian quickly looked over at Hua Xiao. As expected, Hua Xiao and his servant were starting to concoct. They were both very quick and nimble. From the pile of ingredients, they quickly gathered what they needed and put it to one side. From the looks of it, he's trying to concoct a spirit-nurturing pill for martial disciples.
Zifeng nodded as if he understood everything Hua Xiao was trying to do. He was able to see through Hua Xiao with one look. Liu Bingqian gasped, "Spirit-nurturing pill?"
This Hua Xiao is indeed very impressive.
To be able to think about refining a pill at the martial spirit stage. Zifeng just smiled and didn't comment at all.
Instead, he turned to look at Qi Zimo. However, all he saw was Qi Zimo standing there, not moving at all.
Qi Zimo also looked over every so often. It seems like Qi Zimo wants Zifeng to start refining first.
"Big brother rough guy, how about we start as well?"
Liu Bingqian anxiously looked at Zifeng, but all she got was a smile in return. Her heart sank. However, she trusted Zifeng. He must have some sort of plan. The amount of respect that Liu Bingqian has for Zifeng is already at the max, so she will follow his words. In the end, after a while, Qi Zimo couldn't control himself anymore. He looked over at Zifeng and then went to gather his materials to start concocting. It looked like he was casually gathering ingredients, but he was extremely fast and precise. However, Zifeng still saw through his movements. Qi Zimo was trying to concoct a supreme true Yuan Dan, but... What? A supreme true Yuan Dan? Hearing this, Liu Bingqian was shocked. She remembered when Wang Tianji won a supreme true Yuan Dan for finishing second during the Heavenly Clan gathering.
She would never have thought that she would be able to watch someone refine the same exact pill.
All right.
Since they've made their move, it's time for us to make our move too. Zifeng saw that it was about time that they started and became very serious.
Liu Bingqian was fretting, "Big brother rough guy. What are we going to do?
They're both refining such incredible pills.
What should we answer with? Bingqian, where did all your confidence go?"
Zifeng smiled.
"I was confident because you're with me. Now that you mention it, should I be looking forward to the results of the second round? Liu Bingqian was staring at Zifeng at this point.
"Well, I can guarantee that we'll beat this Hua Xiao."
Zifeng deeply nodded. Really? Liu Bingqian was getting excited.
She had always been last during the competition.
If she can get an even higher placement, then she would be extremely happy. But, are you sure?
Big brother rough guy.
What kind of good methods do you have? Bingqian, do you know why I suggested that we should all refine our pills together? Obviously, Bingqian didn't know the answer to this.
She looked at him hoping that he would give her an answer.
You'll find out after we're done. Seeing how Zifeng was teasing her, Liu Bingqian pouted. All right, Bingqian.
Use the fastest speed to gather all these ingredients and then put it into the cauldron.
Don't let anyone else see what you took. All right?
Okay. She didn't know why he wanted to hide what he was concocting.
Could it be that Zifeng was going to concoct some sort of forbidden pill?
However, she didn't have time to ponder about these trivial matters.
She quickly retrieved the ingredients for Zifeng. 2 strands of demonic fog grass, 2 wild steel flower, 1 golden thorn fruit.
Liu Bingqian was moving so fast that she was confusing herself.
She gathered all the ingredients and immediately put it into the cauldron.
She can guarantee that no one saw what she took from the pile. Even if someone saw, they probably won't know what Zifeng was concocting. On the other side, Zifeng was standing in front of Qi Zimo's camp and blocked them from seeing anything.
Qi Zimo's sword servant was supposed to be observing Zifeng's movement, but Zifeng had blocked his view. Liu Bingqian was also very fast, so he didn't get to see anything. Master, what do we do? Zifeng was blocking the way, so I couldn't see what they were trying to make. Qi Zimo was startled and looked up.
So it seems like this Yi Zifeng has treated us as the real opponents since the beginning. Yi Zifeng blocked Qi Zimo's view and not Hua Xiao's because in Yi Zifeng's eyes, Hua Xiao wasn't worth anything. From what Yi Zifeng can see, even if his whole process was seen by Hua Xiao, he would not be able to see what kind of pill Yi Zifeng was making.
Interesting. I was too impatient and started before him. Let's see if he can catch anything and challenge me. I really am looking forward to this.
Qi Zimo's eyes lit up and he licked his lips. His mouth curved up into a smile. This was the expression of a predator when it found a tasty prey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 100, To Burn with 3 Flames.
When everyone saw that Yi Zifeng was just standing there like a wooden doll, they started to talk about him again. I do admit that this Yi Zifeng's talent in the field of business is excellent.
But why did Liu Bingqian bring him to the alchemy competition? Can he even refine any pills?
At least that Song Shiyun can condense a common tear flame.
Right? At least he helped start the fire last round. Now, he's just standing there, not moving at all. What is he even thinking about?
Whatever, for Liu Bingqian to be able to get into the second round, this is a heaven-defying matter already.
You shouldn't ask anything more from her. She's already done her best.
The audience were busily gossiping and talking about what was happening while the other competitors were working very hard.
Big brother rough guy. This time, should we use the 4 cardinal directions to refine the ingredients? Liu Bingqian looked over at Yi Zifeng and asked.
Yi Zifeng smiled, no need. Even though the ancient concoction technique can refine high-quality pills, it has its downsides.
First, it takes too long. And second, it takes up a lot of energy. Do you not remember how tired you were after refining the yuan increasing pill? Liu Bingqian thought about how she felt when she was refining the pill.
She does remember how she used a lot of energy and felt a bit tired.
You should know that we aren't only refining 1 pill. We're refining 3. If we don't save some energy for our opponent's counterattacks, then how will we win? Liu Bingqian was confused and didn't understand what Yi Zifeng meant. No way. We're just refining pills. What kind of counterattack are they going to make?
Yi Zifeng revealed a mysterious smile. All right.
Let's not talk about this anymore. We still have to refine our pill.
We have to refine this pill very quickly. Hearing how they had to refine the pill very quickly, Liu Bingqian suddenly became very serious.
All right. Let's do this. I've condensed my common tear flame. Yi Zifeng smiled and added some firewoods under the cauldron.
At the same time, he ignited some fire qi on his finger. The natural flames created by the firewoods, Liu Bingqian's common tear flame, and Yi Zifeng's fire qi, it seems like Yi Zifeng is planning to use all 3 to refine his pill. The 3 types of flames burned wildly. Without a doubt, Muyun Old Devil and the judges were all surprised. It's not like this isn't allowed, but this was an extreme method. This method helps with the refining speed, but the quality will be very low. Thus, this kind of method was looked down upon by everyone.
That dumb brat. What is he doing now? Why can't he refine normally?
Muyun Old Devil pulled on her beard and was worried.
At first, she didn't have any expectations for Liu Bingqian.
But now, her disciple had entered the first round for the first time in her life. Muyun Old Devil had high hopes for her disciple once again. However, looking at Yi Zifeng's method, it seems like her disciple was fated to fail.
Everything was destroyed by Yi Zifeng. How could she not be worried? Everyone yelled at Yi Zifeng for not doing anything.
But now, Yi Zifeng made a move and everyone were still yelling at him. When Hua Xiao saw this, he started to laugh very loudly. Do you see that?
Those two dumbass actually used this kind of extreme method to achieve faster speed. Who cares if their pill forms faster than ours? The quality of their pill must be even trashier than trash. Hua Xiao's servant smiled and answered, young master is right. They're basically looking to die. They will definitely lose now. Liu Bingqian was also shocked. Hold on. Big brother rough guy. This isn't too good. The quality doesn't matter, but I'm afraid we'll directly burn the ingredients. Yi Zifeng chuckled, if we don't increase the temperature, how can we finish before the others? Don't worry. I have my plans. Just trust me. After hearing what Qi Zifeng said, Bingqian nodded and condensed more flame out of her finger. She was only able to reach this far because of Yi Zifeng. She trusts him, so she will do whatever he asks of her. Alright. Light it up. The three flames gathered around the cauldron and created a dazzling display. It looked as if a phoenix had descended onto the cauldron and was continuously circling around it. Bingqian, use your other hand to send your qi into the cauldron. Split your qi and flame equally. Got it. Yi Zifeng and Liu Bingqian both had their eyes closed and were sitting next to each other with a serious expression on their faces. Yi Zifeng controlled the flames from the firewood and the fire qi with his other hand, while Liu Bingqian controlled her common tear flame and her qi. The entire cauldron had turned red from the three flames. They had already interacted with each other for quite a while now and had a mutual understanding of what the other person wants. Even without Yi Zifeng explaining everything thoroughly, Liu Bingqian knew what to do. The flames were getting stronger and stronger. Some people in the audience who practiced alchemy were getting more and more anxious to give up quality for speed. This made everyone look at Liu Bingqian differently. Even the judges were talking about it. Insolent. They're basically fooling around. How can they refine a good pill like this? This Liu Bingqian is second-rated. No. She's a third-rate alchemist. But wait. Yi Zifeng is using 3 types of flame. With such high temperature, how come there's no burnt smell at all? If they have good control over their flame, then it shouldn't burn at all. Elder Sha pondered for a bit and then chimed in, from what I can see, that can be one of the reasons. However, I think that it has to do with the ingredients that they are using. Ingredients? The judges all looked at each other. Just before, when Liu Bingqian was gathering the ingredients, she did it very quickly. They were seated at a bad angle and couldn't see very clearly. Thus, they don't know what kind of pill they're refining. Elder Sha furrowed his brows. If I'm not guessing incorrectly, Liu Bingqian probably chose ingredients with yin attribute. Thus, after being burned by 3 different types of flame, it looks as if it was being refined normally. After thinking about it, the other judges believed Elder Sha's words. Using 3 types of flame was an extreme method, but that all depends on what kind of ingredients they use. If they really did use extreme yin ingredients, then maybe this was part of the refining process. We'll just have to wait and see. One of the elders sighed. At this time, Hua Xiao and Qi Zimo were both busily refining their own pills. They didn't have time to look at Yi Zifeng anymore. However, they were both sure that Yi Zifeng's pill won't be as good as theirs due to the method used. If they work a bit harder and refine a high-quality pill, then their victory will be guaranteed. Done. The pill is forming. After the time it takes a stick of incense to burn past, Liu Bingqian showed a happy expression. The purple light appeared from the cauldron and condensed into purple qi. Bingqian, don't relax yet. Stabilize your qi in the cauldron. If you make a single mistake, then there will be a big problem with the quality of the pill. Got it. Liu Bingqian nodded and became serious again. She closed her eyes and continued to stabilize the qi in the cauldron. Yi Zifeng wasn't idling around either. Liu Bingqian was pouring her qi into the cauldron and Yi Zifeng had to back her up.
If he finds any mistakes or holes, he would use his own qi to fix it.
Using 3 flames to refine pills is a very extreme method.
However, compared to Qi Zifeng's crazy experiments in his past life, this was nothing at all. If he wasn't crazy, then he would not have taken the risk to refine the 9 reincarnation pill that sent his consciousness into this trashy Zifeng's body.
Calm, completed. Liu Bingqian sounded very excited.
Big brother rough guy.
What kind of pill is this? I helped refine the pill and yet I don't know what it is.
She was filled with questions. If it wasn't for that fact that Qi Zifeng didn't give her permission, she would have opened up the cauldron to see what was inside.
Hold on, Bingqian. We'll take out the pill later. Qi Zifeng smiled and then looked at the other 2 groups.
He saw that Qi Zimo and Hua Xiao were almost done as well. They were at the last step of refinement already.
Why is that?
Liu Bingqian curiously asked.
She didn't know what he was planning at all. During the competition, one would usually take out their pill immediately and start to refine the second one. The opportunity isn't here yet.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 2. Chapter 101, the time is now.
All of the judges had been waiting for Qi Zifeng to make a fool out of himself for a while now. It's one thing to watch an expert refine a good pill and another to watch a noob refine the ingredients into slag. It was not fun to watch at all. As for why Qi Zifeng stopped moving after his pill formed, no one knows.
It gave everyone a mysterious feeling. The audience couldn't watch anymore and was very impatient.
Liang 9 was the first one to start yelling.
Qi Zifeng, you ugly good for nothing. Quit trying to be mysterious and open up the cauldron. Let everyone see what you made. Yeah. The time limit is 1 hour. If you keep this up, it won't be good for yourself either. You should pour the slag in the cauldron out and actually make some pills even if they're trash. Some of Liang 9's brothers yelled out as well.
After hearing this, Qi Zifeng turned around and smiled at them. But didn't you guys spend 1,800 gold to buy my trash pill?
You.
Liang 9 wanted to use this chance to make fun of Qi Zifeng, but who would have thought that he would be the one made fun of? He was the one who fought and offended an elder of the profound sect in order to buy Qi Zifeng's pill in front of everyone else. Even if other people call Qi Zifeng's pills trash, Liang 9 couldn't. After all, if the person who called the pill that he used 1,800 gold coins to buy trash, then isn't that person very stupid? Pa. A light appeared from Hua Xiao's cauldron.
Done.
Hua Xiao wiped off the sweat from his forehead and revealed a smile.
The spirit nurturing pill is a martial disciple level pill.
It was pretty difficult for Hua Xiao to completely refine it. However, after working so hard, he finally succeeded. At the same time, he received a lot of praise from the judges.
Qi Zifeng, you used 3 flames to refine your pill in order to achieve speed, but I finished before you anyways. If you have the skills, then why don't you open up your cauldron and let me see what's inside?
Hua Xiao was making fun of Qi Zifeng.
It was as if he was trying to step all over Qi Zifeng. Young master. Look at Qi Zimo.
Hua Xiao's servant also wanted to slander Qi Zifeng a bit to get on his master's good side, but when he looked at Qi Zimo, his expression changed. When Hua Xiao heard the words Qi Zimo, his expression changed as well. Hua Xiao had lost to Qi Zimo year after year. He's always wanted to beat Qi Zimo, but Qi Zimo was too strong.
Even Hua Xiao couldn't help but admit defeat. Hua Xiao furrowed his brow and looked over at Qi Zimo's position.
Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked at what Qi Zimo refined.
Supreme True Yuan Dan. There was a red qi surrounding the pill as if it was burning it.
This meant that it was at least a Huang tier high-grade pill.
No way, Qi Zimo can already refine this kind of pill? Hua Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath.
From an alchemist's point of view, Qi nurturing pills were entry-level pills, while pills like the golden marrow pill were on a little higher level. Pills with attributes like the thunder spirit pill and pills like the yuan increasing pill were normal level pills.
The supreme true yuan dan, however, is a much higher level pill compared to the yuan increasing pill.
It was very hard to refine such a pill.
It seems like in the way of alchemy, I can't beat Qi Zimo at all.
Hua Xiao bitterly laughed and shook his head. He had worked very hard for this year's competition, but Qi Zimo beat him once again. Qi Zimo didn't care about Hua Xiao at all. He wouldn't even look at a loser like Hua Xiao a second time.
Congratulations, master.
To be able to refine a Huang tier supreme true yuan dan meant that you'll now be recognized as a highly appreciated alchemist within Tiandao City.
The sword slave stood behind Qi Zimo and congratulated his master. No need to be polite with me. Qi Zimo didn't care about anything else right now. He was carefully observing someone. Zifeng. He can see that Bingqian's victory had something to do with this Zifeng.
However, he was confused about something.
For someone to be so well versed in the Tao of alchemy, why couldn't he condense a common tear flame? Zifeng didn't open up his cauldron yet? Didn't they finish a while ago?
Maybe they're scared that they'll be laughed at when they open it up and reveal a bunch of slag.
The sword servant replied. Is that so?
Qi Zimo's found it hard to believe that Zifeng would make a mistake like this.
Qi Zimo believed that he's done enough.
Zifeng's pill can probably outclass Hua Xiao's, but it won't be better than his Huang tier supreme true yuan dan.
Alright. Let's not talk about Zifeng.
Sword slave. Put that supreme true yuan dan to the side. We'll take advantage of the fact that the cauldron is still hot and refine the second pill.
Yes, master. Qi Zimo furrowed his brow and couldn't help but feel that something isn't right.
However, he calmed himself down and started to prepare himself to refine the second pill. The audience was praising Qi Zimo like crazy.
It sounded much better than when they were talking about Zifeng.
He deserves to be called the young alchemy genius.
Always getting first place at the alchemy competition.
Look at those movements and his expression.
Simple, magnificent. Zifeng. Qi Zimo is about to refine his second pill and you're still standing there. The second round is going to be finished by the time you start moving. Don't even compete anymore and go straight back to Legacy City. That's right. To put Qi Zimo on the same stage as Zifeng. It's basically an insult to Qi Zimo's skills. Liu Bingqian was getting angry at these people and started to shake.
However, without Zifeng's command, all she can do is stand there and watch. Zifeng looked towards Qi Zimo and Hua Xiao's direction and suddenly revealed a grim smile.
Bingqian. It's time. The opportunity is here. Liu Bingqian was startled. What opportunity?
Zifeng chuckled. Since Qi Zimo and Hua Xiao are both starting to refine their second pill, it's time for us to take our pill out.
Right now? Liu Bingqian didn't understand Zifeng's thinking but complied anyways.
She was wondering why Zifeng didn't take the pill out just like everyone else. From his tone just now, it seems like he was doing this on purpose. Why did they have to wait until the other two to finish refining their pills to take theirs out?
Do the two things have some sort of connection? Liu Bingqian walked towards the cauldron and opened it up.
A green smoke appeared from the cauldron and while a cold white streak of light exploded from it. This is, Muyun old devil's expression immediately changed. There was no burnt smell. There was no golden light either. All that came out of the cauldron was a cold and chilling aura.
Liu Bingqian looked as the cold aura appeared from the cauldron.
She was getting very nervous and confused at the same time. They had used 3 flames to refine the pill.
The pill in the cauldron should have been very hot.
However, the pill in front of her was very cold.
It didn't feel like a pill at all. It felt like a 1,000-year-old ice cube.
Bingqian returned to her senses after a while and retrieved the pill from the cauldron. When Muyun Old Devil saw this, her face ashen. She was extremely shocked.
No way. So that's it. That's how it is.
Yi Zifeng, so this is why you asked me to move you guys closer to each other,
Yang Jing's face showed a shocked expression as well and asked, Master Muyun, what kind of pill is this? Why are you so shocked? Muyun Old Devil was shook. This is a spirit-absorbing pill. Spirit-absorbing pill? What kind of use does this pill have? Yang Jing was startled.
She had followed her master for many years and have never heard of this pill at all. Before Muyun Old Devil could reply, spirit qi extruded from Qi Zimo and Huaxiao's pills. The spirit qi from the two pills converged together and released a golden light. When Huaxiao saw this, his jaws dropped. He was stunned at what was happening.
Come. Yi Zifeng smiled. More and more spirit qi was gathering in the air. Suddenly it seemed as if the spirit qi had found its destination and flew towards Liu Bingqian.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 102, Strong Competition.
The spirit qi was like a surging tide that gushed towards Liu Bingqian. Before she can even react, the spirit qi disappeared into the spirit-absorbing pill.
The originally dull green spirit-absorbing pill was now brimming with color. Liu Bingqian couldn't do anything but stand there and watch the scene.
She felt cold sweat running down her back.
Holy shit. What just happened? Someone tell me what just happened.
Huaxiao was completely stunned. He felt as if he had lost his voice and couldn't stop shaking. He stared at the spirit-nurturing pill that he refined. The pill looked as if it had a hole in it or something. The spirit qi inside the pill continuously poured out towards Yi Zifeng's spirit-absorbing pill.
No. My spirit-nurturing pill.
Huaxiao was frightened as he covered his spirit-nurturing pill with his hands, not wanting any more spirit qi to escape. However, his hands could not contain the qi.
It was no use.
He could not stop the qi from flowing out.
Yi Zifeng smiled, it's no use.
As expected, after all the spirit qi escaped from Huaxiao's spirit-nurturing pill, it slowly shriveled up.
It wasn't as elegant looking anymore.
It must have dropped a few tears.
At the same time, Yi Zifeng's spirit-absorbing pill was becoming more and more alive. It completely emptied out Huaxiao's spirit-nurturing pill. Qi Zimo's supreme true Yuan Dan also started to die down a bit.
The red aura surrounding the pill slowly turned blue, then white, until the aura completely disappeared. It was very obvious that this supreme true Yuan Dan was not a Huang Tier pill anymore. The scary part is that the spirit-absorbing pill was still absorbing the qi from the supreme true Yuan Dan.
The sword servant's face turned pale with fright and couldn't help but open his mouth. Master, what do we do now? Who would have thought that they would refine such a domineering pill that can absorb the qi straight from the supreme true Yuan Dan? A smile appeared on Qi Zimo's face.
He suddenly clapped his hands and laughed loudly.
Good. Yi Zifeng, I didn't make a mistake. You really didn't disappoint me.
So that's why you had us get closer.
You wanted to take full advantage of the spirit-absorbing pill's abilities. These words sent shock through the audience's minds.
It was not what they had expected.
To be able to receive an applause from Qi Zimo during the alchemy competition. This Yi Zifeng is not simple at all.
This was his first time participating and he had easily received an applause from Qi Zimo.
Not even Huaxiao had ever received one.
The sword servant looked at Qi Zimo's expression. His master rarely showed this kind of expression. However, the sword servant didn't know whether his master was happy or angry right now.
Master, what should we do?
Qi Zimo let out a cold smile and suddenly threw the supreme true Yuan Dan on the floor. With a stomp, the entire pill exploded. The pill was trashed. He basically refined this pill for nothing. Master, the sword servant was startled. He didn't think that his master would be so impulsive. Qi Zimo blared over, "What? Zifeng's spirit-absorbing pill is going to absorb all the qi and turn this pill into trash anyways. Might as well stop it early. Or do you want his pill to reach the peak of Huang tier?" The audience members were shocked at how Qi Zimo stepped on and destroyed his pill. No way. Just what the hell did Zifeng make? It looks so evil. How can it absorb the qi from Hua Xiao and Qi Zimo's pills? To be able to force Qi Zimo to this step, this Zifeng is not simple at all. I was wrong and thought that he was just a pretty boy. This year's alchemy competition is way better than the other years where Qi Zimo was dominating the whole time. I will support Zifeng. However, most people sighed in their hearts, it's a shame. For a Huang tier supreme true Yuan Dan to be destroyed like this. It's a shame. Why not sell it to me? Most people in the audience were in the Qi refining stage. Even though there were some who were in the martial disciple realm, they still have families and friends who were in the Qi refining realm. They were all sad to see such a pill destroyed like this. What a pity. Zifeng smiled and praised Qi Zimo, not bad. This Qi Zimo is not bad at all. To be able to make such decisive decisions at such a young age, he really isn't simple at all. Liu Bingqian stared at Zifeng. What are you talking about? Aren't you a year younger than he is? Zifeng bitterly laughed. He didn't know how to explain this. It was a good thing that Liu Bingqian didn't continue to press the matter. Instead, she shook her head, this Qi Zimo. To destroy his own pill after refining it. If it was me, I won't be able to. Also, that isn't any normal pill. It is a supreme true Yuan Dan. Zifeng chuckled and looked at her. It's because you can't do that you're not as strong as he is. To some people, a supreme true Yuan Dan is a very precious treasure. However, to an accomplished alchemist, it is nothing much. Only experts would be able to treat something like a supreme true Yuan Dan as an everyday item. Stop making fun of me. Liu Bingqian stuck her tongue out at Zifeng. Zifeng smiled at the scene and then looked back at Hua Xiao and Qi Zimo. Young Master Hua, are you good? Hua Xiao's servant was calling non-stop, but it doesn't seem to have any effect. The spirit nurturing pill is gone. All of its spirit qi was sucked away. Zifeng, how am I supposed to refine any more pills? Hua Xiao was still in shock. His confidence was at an all-time low. He doesn't know how to deal with this spirit-absorbing pill at all. If Zifeng makes 2 more of these pills, then he won't be able to compete at all. This had destroyed Hua Xiao's confidence. On the other side, after the initial shock, Qi Zimo had returned to his normal expression. Sword servant. Stand over there and block Zifeng's view. This time, I will use all my strength to beat him. Does he think that I don't have a way to counter this spirit-absorbing pill? Qi Zimo was very arrogant. He had never lost before. Yes, master. The sword servant quickly complied. Zifeng smiled and nodded. This kid is not bad at all. To be able to grasp the meaning of free for all in an alchemy competition. Not bad. Liu Bingqian was all smiles right now. Big brother rough guy, why don't we make 2 more of these pills? We'll suck all of their pills qi away and win. Before she met Zifeng, all she did was refine pills for elders and higher-ups. She didn't feel like it was fun at all. However, during this competition, Zifeng had shown her the true way of alchemy. That's not good. This pill is only good for a surprise attack. It's a one-time trick. If people know what we're refining, then there will be an easy way to counter this. This was the reason why I had you gather the materials very quickly and blocked everyone's line of sight.
Liu Bingqian was shocked. The spirit-absorbing pill is so strong. What kind of counter is there? This pill can even absorb a spirit-nurturing pill and a supreme true Yuan Dan. How can there be a counter to it?
Suddenly, Hua Xiao looked as if he thought of something and immediately raised his hand.
Master Muyun, I want to separate the three of us.
The further the better.
The spirit-absorbing pill is strong but the range is limited.
This was the reason why Yi Zifeng had them move closer to himself in the beginning.
Hua Xiao's reaction was very quick. He thought about it for a few minutes and immediately found a solution. Muyun old devil was silent. The spirit-absorbing pill is a bit domineering.
If she lets Yi Zifeng continue like this, then there might not be a point in competing anymore. On the side, bother Yi Zifeng and Qi Zimo opened their mouths. I agree. The two looked at each other and smiled as if they were old friends who haven't seen each other in a long time.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 103. The mantis reached the locust without noticing the bird behind him. Due to Hua Xiao's suggestions, the distance between the three competitors increased.
With this, the usage of the spirit-absorbing pill will drastically drop.
Of course, Yi Zifeng didn't care about this at all. This spirit-absorbing pill was made to kill Hua Xiao in the first place. An expert like Qi Zimo won't be shaken up like Hua Xiao at all.
If Yi Zifeng wants to concoct the same pill, then he's basically looking to die. Liu Bingqian was bewildered. Big brother rough guy, why would you agree to Hua Xiao's suggestion? This was a good chance to beat him. Yi Zifeng laughed. It's easy to beat this Hua Xiao. There are many ways to do it. However, don't you want to experience being first place at all? First place? Liu Bingqian's eyes lit up and looked at Yi Zifeng.
She had an extremely complicated look in her eyes.
She had always been last place during the alchemy competition.
It was a miracle that she had made it past the first round. As for beating Qi Zimo, she had never even thought about it. She didn't even think about beating Hua Xiao at all.
When we refined our first pill, didn't we beat them both? What? Do you not have confidence in yourself?
Yi Zifeng looked at her. Liu Bingqian replied shyly, I had confidence but now we're too far away from them.
We can't use the spirit-absorbing pill to its maximum output.
If we're talking about competing in alchemy, then Qi Zimo outclassed us by many times. She knew that Yi Zifeng was well versed in the Tao of alchemy. However, he can only condense some fire qi and not even a common tear flame. He is also at the 5th stage of qi refining and does not have any qi energy in his body. He can't compete with Qi Zimo, who is at the peak of qi refining at all.
If Yi Zifeng wants to fight Qi Zimo head-on, he will definitely lose no matter what. Bingqian, do you know what I used this one-shot wonder trick as the first pill?
Yi Zifeng revealed a mysterious smile.
Liu Bingqian realized what was wrong and thought about it. Could it be that you wanted to surprise them and take a W first? Yi Zifeng shook his head. Think about it. Do you think that Qi Zimo will think like you?
Liu Bingqian pondered.
Qi Zimo is an alchemist genius.
He is very self-centered.
He definitely despises us because you were last place during the other competitions. However, now that we beat him with our first pill, he will despise you even more.
Liu Bingqian was startled, but he was applauding you before.
It doesn't look like he's despising you at all.
He's treating you as a true opponent.
Opponent? Yi Zifeng smiled and then pointed at Qi Zimo. Nope. He sees us as a prey.
Only a self-centered person can act like this. When he sees that his prey has the ability to fight back, he will feel excited.
Liu Bingqian stared blankly at Qi Zifeng and felt that he was right.
She feels that even though she is physically close to Yi Zifeng, they weren't close mentally at all.
She didn't understand him at all. She didn't know what he was thinking about all the time. She doesn't know what kind of person he is at all. Can a 20-year-old have this kind of personality? Big brother rough guy, can you refine a pill that countered Qi Zimo's pill right now?
She was worried about the second pill. Yi Zifeng smiled, hold on.
Let me ask someone. Ask someone? Who are you going to ask? Liu Bingqian didn't know what was going on.
All Yi Zifeng did was smile back at her and then closed his eyes. A cold energy appeared from his brain and circled around the audience.
It then flew towards the audience area behind Qi Zimo. An elder suddenly lifted his head up.
His expression turned very ugly.
Elder Zhao, thanks for coming today.
Elder Zhao's was extremely rigid and angrily stroked his beard. You stinking brat.
I didn't tell you that I was going to come. How did you know what I was here?
He thought that he had hit his aura pretty well, but it was still discovered by Yi Zifeng.
Yi Zifeng smiled. First, the alchemy competition is very attractive.
There must be people from the profound sect here.
Didn't your friend come as well?
Yeah.
He randomly lost 1,800 gold coins because of you.
He's so mad that he's about to kill you after the competition ends.
Elder Zhao was pretty angry.
Yi Zifeng laughed. He knew that he had angered that other elder.
Second, I told you that I was going to be in Tiandao City before.
You probably came because you heard that I was participating.
Elder Zhao's face sank. It's all because of you. If not, then why do I have to act like a bodyguard and come watch over you?
Also, I've already noticed you since the beginning.
During the first round, Yi Zifeng didn't personally refine the pill.
He used this time to look at the other competitors and also look for Elder Zhao.
Elder Zhao was startled. You stinking brat. You're good. Who knows what kind of terrible being you'll become when you grow up?
To be called a terrible being by an elder of the profound sect, if it was anyone else, they would be so scared that they won't be able to sleep at night.
To Yi Zifeng, this was nothing at all. It doesn't matter what I become when I grow up. Zifeng will not forget Elder Zhao and Elder Shen's help during this time.
Yi Zifeng's words were very sweet.
It won't hurt to say a few good things.
He might need Elder Zhao's help in the future, so he was trying to get a good relationship with Elder Zhao.
You stinking brat, you really know how to kiss ass.
Elder Zhao was feeling good.
Elder Zhao, now's not the time to chat. I need your help with something. Yi Zifeng's tone suddenly became serious.
He knows that Elder Zhao was here to protect him in secret.
However, since he's here, Yi Zifeng might as well use him for a bit. Elder Zhao laughed. You stinking brat. You really are evil.
After confirming my location, you pretended to be calm and accepted Hua Xiao's proposal of separating the competitors.
In the end, you just want me to help you cheat, huh? Yi Zifeng smiled. This isn't the first time. Do you think that I would be so arrogant without my trump card, you? Good one.
Elder Zhao shook his head while smiling.
He admired Yi Zifeng's mature personality. Yi Zifeng was more meticulous and cautious than he was.
He was a special kind of genius.
Age and experience were both factors of personality. Even innate talents are a factor in determining one's personality. Alright, how do you want me to help? Yi Zifeng smiled. It's simple.
Tell me what kind of ingredients Qi Zimo picked for his second pill.
So you want to refine something that counters his pill, huh? Good thinking.
In the audience, there was only one person who believed that Yi Zifeng could actually beat Qi Zimo.
That was Elder Zhao.
In his eyes, Yi Zifeng was able to play around with two people in the martial practitioner stage.
What is a mere Qi Zimo to him?
Elder Zhao laughed and looked towards Qi Zimo. He saw that Qi Zimo was standing there, staring at the pile of ingredients. After a while, he quickly gathered some ingredients.
Qi Zimo's sword servant was blocking Zifeng's view. Demon Emperor grass, green azura fruit, golden ginseng, black lotus flower, and some other stuff that I don't really know.
Elder Zhao listed out what he saw to the best of his ability.
Zifeng smiled, that's enough. I know what he's refining.
Elder Zhao was shocked, no way.
You already know?
What is he making?
Zifeng nodded, spirit explosion pill. A martial disciple level pill.
It has the same effect as a Qi increasing pill.
It can counter my spirit absorbing pill.
Counter? How can it counter it? Elder Zhao didn't understand alchemy, but after watching such a display of excellence this year, he was a bit curious about it.
The spirit explosion pill contains a lot of spirit energy. It will make my spirit absorbing pill explode.
It can be said that it is my spirit-absorbing pill's nemesis.
This Qi Zimo is really not simple at all.
To be able to find something to counter my pill. Elder Zhao shook his head, however, he doesn't know that even though he's coveting gains ahead without noticing the dangers behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 104, Disregarding the Positions of Primary and Secondary Alchemist. Every pill has a weakness.
In certain situations, even a low-level pill will be able to beat out a higher-level pill.
The spirit-absorbing pill is a good example of this. If Qi Zimo successfully refines the spirit explosion pill, then no matter what, Zifeng's spirit-absorbing pill will lose its effect and become a useless pill.
This is what one would call countering the effects of another pill.
Zifeng's eyes lit up and looked towards Bingqian. Bingqian, block Qi Zimo's view for me. This time, I'll personally pick the ingredients. In a battle between experts, limiting the opponent's knowledge is very important. Hearing this, Liu Bingqian was surprised. Really? You'll personally do it this time? The reason that I didn't make any moves before was to help you get some face back. It's to let others know that you, Liu Bingqian, is not as weak as they expect. However, we're at a crucial moment right now. If I don't make a move now, we might even lose.
Liu Bingqian nodded. Big brother rough guy, so you've thought about me.
I thought you were.
What?
Did you think that I was being lazy? Zifeng coughed in embarrassment. I didn't say that.
Big brother rough guy, it's good that you'll make a move.
Liu Bingqian smiled and listened to Zifeng's instructions.
She continuously nodded while Zifeng talked.
Zifeng looked at the ingredients and smiled.
He shook his head and dove right into the small mountain of ingredients to pick out what he needed. When he picked up the ingredients, it didn't look as graceful as Liu Bingqian. He casually looked at some and threw them to the side. When he picked his ingredients, he grabbed a bunch at a time.
While watching this, Muyun old devil couldn't help but be shaken up. No way.
This brat's gathering method is too rough.
Either he's a complete newbie or he's an experienced expert.
With his age, he must be the former.
Yang Jing giggled. Master old devil, I forget to tell you something last night.
What?
Muyun old devil carelessly replied. Zifeng refined a pure yuan dan for me in one try. Muyun old devil yelled out a bit.
After staring blankly at Zifeng for a bit, she looked over at Yang Jing.
What did you say? Refined a pure yuan dan in one try? Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Muyun old devil was in a disarray.
She was so shocked that her beard was about to fall off.
Yang Jing bit her lips. This master never asked me anything. Zifeng's method of gathering ingredient was very simple and rough.
In just a bit, he gathered a large amount of ingredients already.
Big brother rough guy, why do we need this much ingredient? We can make 2 pills with this. Liu Bingqian looked at what Zifeng gathered and asked. Bingqian, listen up. This time, we are going to refine 2 pills. Qi Zifeng thought about it and replied. It seems like he has a plan already. Liu Bingqian nodded. Are we refining 2 pills like what we did during the first round? She would never forget about the time she refined the pill using the ancient concoction method. This was her single most glorifying moment in her career. Qi Zifeng shook his head. No. Refining 2 of the same pill won't do us any good in the competition. Then you mean? Could it be? Liu Bingqian's eyes lit up. That's right. We're going to refine 2 different pills. I plan on duo refining with you. We'll refine the 2 remaining pills and directly make them surrender. Oh my God. Liu Bingqian was shocked and was filled with disbelief. It takes extraordinary skill for someone to refine 2 of the same pills at once. Now they were trying to refine 2 different kinds of pill. This was harder than hard. The ingredients will mix and affect each other. Also, it will be very hard to control the flames. This was basically a desperation move. Qi Zifeng laughed. Bingqian, it's not that bad. Since this competition is allowing 2 people, there are 2 ways we can go about this. Liu Bingqian let out a soft sound. 2 ways. Isn't it so one person can be the primary alchemist while the other person is the secondary alchemist that helps out? How else can it be? But, what if both people are the primary alchemist? Qi Zifeng revealed a cold smile. Liu Bingqian was shocked. In all these years, all of the competitors have brought helpers. She has never heard of anyone bringing another primary alchemist. Every group will always only have one person refining the pill at all times. Anyone can see the way that Hua Xiao, Qi Zimo, and the other treated their helpers. They never thought of them as a partner. Liu Bingqian and Qi Zifeng on the other hand had mutual respect for each other. They didn't think about their positions at all. Bingqian, they're all underestimating their own helper's ability and cannot unleash their maximum potentials. This will be the reason for their failure. Liu Bingqian looked over at Qi Zifeng. You mean? I can help you? Qi Zifeng stuck out 3 fingers. Your skills aren't bad at all. There are 3 reasons for your past failures. First, you don't know how to gather ingredients at all. Second, you don't have enough experience. Third, you don't have enough confidence. If you can conquer these 3 weaknesses, then you will become an extraordinary alchemist. Of course, I will help you along the way. Alright. Since Big Brother Rough Guy said so, I, Bingqian, will try my best. Liu Bingqian didn't want to drag Qi Zifeng down at all. Then, let's begin. Qi Zifeng smiled and dropped the big tray of ingredients into the cauldron. He then separated the ingredients to the side since they are refining 2 different pills. There are many clear benefits when refining 2 pills at once. The most difficult part is keeping the ingredients away from each other. When Qi Zifeng was separating the ingredients, he casually reminded Liu Bingqian. That's what I was worried about. Liu Bingqian nodded and couldn't help but open her mouth. Then, watch me as I take care of this problem. Qi Zifeng mysteriously smiled and quickly placed the spirit-absorbing pill into the cauldron. Big Brother Rough Guy, you? Liu Bingqian was shocked. She finally regained her senses after a while. So that's how it is. She finally understood what Qi Zifeng was planning to do. The spirit-absorbing pill that they had refined was not only used to beat Qi Zimo and Hua Xiao, but it is used to refine the 2 pills later on. It can help balance out and stop the ingredients from mixing with each other during the concoction process. It wasn't hard to realize this after everything was put in place. However, who would have thought that Qi Zifeng had planned this all out since the beginning? Who other than Qi Zifeng would be so bold to refine 2 different pills at once? Qi Zifeng smiled and looked over at Liu Bingqian. I'll on the left and you'll be on the right. Remember to use your qi to keep the ingredients in place and not let it leak out to the other side. I got it.
Liu Bingqian nodded and condensed her common tear flame on her fingers to light up firewood under the cauldron.
Zifeng wasn't idling around either. He wasn't kidding when he was talking about having two primary alchemists. Right now, the insides of the cauldron had been split into two sides. Neither of them can mess up now. They have to do their best to finish their task. They were working together as equals. Neither Qi Zimo nor Hua Xiao could beat Zifeng in the aspect of teamwork. This was because Zifeng and Liu Bingqian were friends and mutually respected each other. However, Qi Zimo and Hua Xiao's situation was different. They would feel embarrassed if they had to share the same position with their helpers. This was because they were their servants. Two people refining, huh? This Zifeng is quite creative. Qi Zimo sighed and looked at his sword servant. When Qi Zimo saw this, he didn't seem to care at all. Say, sword servant. Do you think my spirit explosion pill will be able to take down Zifeng's spirit absorbing pill? Qi Zimo knew that his pill was the nemesis of Zifeng's spirit absorbing pill. However, he felt that something was wrong. The sword servant confidently replied, "That's not a problem. The end result will always be the same. Master will obtain first place. I am very confident in Master's ability." Really? Can I really get first place this time? Qi Zimo furrowed his brows. He didn't care about the first place anymore after winning so many times. However, after he met Zifeng, he felt a bit flustered as if he was going to lose his place at the top. Master. The sword servant was a bit worried about Qi Zimo. Of course, this only lasted for a moment. Qi Zimo's confidence returned very quickly. It's nothing. Maybe it's because I haven't felt like this in a while. Zifeng is only a prey. I will crush whatever dreams he have of obtaining the first place from me. I'll teach him what it means to mess with me, Qi Zimo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 105, I won. Qi Zimo wasn't really being arrogant right now. He was just so used to winning that this feeling came naturally. It's like how a successful general won't be startled by some movements in the grass. He was confident in his abilities to destroy whatever's in his way. Qi Zimo wasn't oversensitive. His gut feeling was correct in the fact that Zifeng was a dangerous opponent. After all, who in the world besides Zifeng himself knows that Zifeng was a supreme expert class alchemist that crossed over from another world into this trash's body? With Zifeng exerting his pressure and dominance, Qi Zimo couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. However, no matter how the opponent was feeling, Zifeng had to do his best. If he didn't, then he won't be able to win. Bingqian, you have to listen to my instructions because this is the first time you're refining with someone else. Don't mess up. Zifeng was very serious. He can guarantee that he won't make any mistakes, but he doesn't know if Liu Bingqian would. All right. I'll do exactly as you say. She had followed Zifeng for a few times now, so she's quite used to his methods. Zifeng nodded. The first step is to harmonize our qi. Give me your hand. Liu Bingqian squealed. Her face turned red. Do we really have to do this? Of course. Didn't you just say that you'll do as I say? Are you lying to me? Zifeng furrowed his brows and extended his hands towards Bingqian. I'm not lying to you. Then do it quickly. Zifeng saw that the qi energy inside the cauldron is starting to become unstable and hurriedly said. Liu Bingqian's beautiful face was flushed with embarrassment as she agreed. She extended her jade hands towards Zifeng's hands. When the hands touched, Zifeng quickly grabbed onto her hands. Her held it tightly as the qi from Zifeng's hands started to enter into Liu Bingqian. Liu Bingqian was at the peak of qi refining while Zifeng was at the 5th stage of qi refining.
If they refine the pills together, their qi won't match and an accident might happen. Thus, Yi Zifeng was trying to balance out the qi inside of Liu Bingqian right now. From her hands, Liu Bingqian can feel Yi Zifeng's qi enter her body. This unceasing stream of warm qi made her feel as if she was floating in the clouds. The feeling of their qi combining was very unique. It made Liu Bingqian's heart tremble a bit. Could this be the legendary duo cultivation? However, Liu Bingqian did not have a deep understanding of this matter. Compared to real duo cultivation methods, this hand touching was nothing at all. Bingqian. Bingqian was immersed in this unique and mysterious feeling until Yi Zifeng's voice brought her back to reality. She slowly opened her eyes and saw that Yi Zifeng was staring at the cauldron while calling her name. He didn't even look at her. Bingqian, did you rest properly last night? You're falling asleep on me. These words completely woke her up. With a red face she looked back at him. No, I'm not. Then concentrate. I've already harmonized our qi. Our qi won't be clashing with each other anytime soon. We have to start refining quickly. Hearing the words start refining, Liu Bingqian became nervous. She was responsible for half of this refinement. Yi Zifeng smiled at her. Don't worry too much. Relax and listen to my instructions. All you need to do is take care of the ingredients on your side and do everything normally. I'll try to help out if I have time. Also, don't let go of my hand. All right. I remember. Liu Bingqian's face was back to normal and started to become serious. Start. The two smiled at each other and started at the same time. Hua Xiao was sitting there with sweat all over his head. Congratulations to young master for completing the soul-controlling pill. Hua Xiao's servant's face was filled with joy. Even though this soul-controlling pill's quality was not as high as the spirit-nurturing pill, it was much harder to refine. To be able to regain his composure and refine such a difficult pill in a short amount of time. This wasn't easy for Hua Xiao to do at all. He had exhausted his qi to refine this pill. Hua Xiao was sitting there trying to catch his breath. Don't worry about me. Go take a look at what Qi Zimo and Yi Zifeng are doing. The servant quickly looked up and looked around. There's purple qi coming out of Qi Zimo's cauldron. It seems like he's almost done with his second pill too. As for Yi Zifeng, the servant was startled and didn't finish his sentence. A strange look appeared on his face. What are they doing? Tell me quickly. Hua Xiao saw that his servant had stopped talking and yelled out. They're duo refining. I think they're trying to refine two different pills at once. From what I can see, they're still at the beginning stages. The servant was afraid of his young master and quickly replied. Duo refining? Are they trying to lose? Hua Xiao was startled and then laughed. Even the heavens are helping me. I thought that I would lose to Liu Bingqian, but now it seems that they're so desperate that they have to use this move. They're basically looking to lose. Hua Xiao had lost his honor already. In this competition, he doesn't want to try and beat Qi Zimo anymore. As long as he beats Liu Bingqian, it'll count as a win. The purple qi had formed while Qi Zimo stared at his cauldron. In the last moments, he was still trying to increase the quality of this spirit explosion pill. After a bit, he sent the last strands of qi into the cauldron. Completed. He quickly opened up the cauldron and laughed. Yi Zifeng, even though you surprised me with that spirit-absorbing pill, you're still not my opponent. The winner shall be me. The dense qi that gathered inside the cauldron immediately shot up into the sky and created a large vortex of qi. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but feel astonished. It really is the spirit explosion pill. When Elder Zhao saw that Yi Zifeng was right, he couldn't help but feel shocked. It was true that he helped Yi Zifeng, but if it was anyone else that asked him, they would not have guessed what kind of pill Qi Zimo was making. Elder Zhao sighed. it seems like the profound sect will have to trouble this stinking brat for pills in the future, but... Besides Elder Zhao, all of the other elders stood up in shock. They all started to praise Qi Zimo. Even if a normal person was present, they would be able to tell how powerful Qi Zimo's pill was from the vortex of Qi energy.
Spirit Explosion Pill. A spirit explosion pill at the peak of Huang tier.
It was not easy for someone to refine a pill at the peak of Huang tier with a common tier cauldron. Also, this spirit explosion pill was the spirit absorbing pill's nemesis. Qi Zimo was confident that no matter what pill Yi Zifeng refined, it will not be better than his spirit explosion pill at the peak of Huang tier. This was especially created to counter the spirit absorbing pill. However, the pill itself was already a high-level pill.
Ha! Where did that spirit-absorbing pill go? Sword servant, did you see anything?
Qi Zimo looked over at his servant. This was supposed to the time when his spirit explosion pill shined.
However, it didn't go as planned. The sword servant shook his head. Liu Bingqian was blocking my view. I couldn't see what was happening at all. Could they have hid the spirit-absorbing pill? Qi Zimo was not satisfied with this answer and looked over at Yi Zifeng.
When Yi Zifeng looked at Qi Zimo's spirit explosion pill, he let out a soft laugh. He looked back at his cauldron and saw that purple qi was forming.
Big brother rough guy, I'm ready. Liu Bingqian looked at Yi Zifeng with an eye of anticipation.
She was so excited that her hand began to sweat.
Yi Zifeng could feel it with his hand as well. I'm ready too. Yi Zifeng smiled.
The two's fingers intertwined as they looked at each other. They counted to 3 and with their fastest speed, they simultaneously drew their qi out from the cauldron. In the next moment, the cauldron shook and a green light appeared. The qi bursted through the cauldron and opened up the lid by itself. It blew past everything and pierced through the heavens. At the same time, the spirit explosion pill started to release its qi as if it had found its target.
It started to fly towards Yi Zifeng's cauldron. Qi Zimo's eyes lit up. I won. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 106, Destroying Glory. 1. Yi Zifeng shook his head when he heard Qi Zimo's declaration of victory. All he did was smile and didn't make any comments. The qi from the spirit explosion pill disappeared into the Yi Zifeng's cauldron where the spirit absorbing pill lied. The already shaking cauldron began to shake even more violently as streaks of qi overflowed from it. Due to this, the cauldron suddenly ascended into the air. The cauldron started to buzz in mid-air, attracting everyone's attention. What kind of pill is he refining? How come it seems so scary? Right? This is the first time I've seen a cauldron float in mid-air. Say, is Yi Zifeng using his qi to lift it up? Not. Who the hell has so much time and energy to lift a cauldron with their qi? Nonsense. From what I can see, this site is created by the vortex of the spirit explosion pill's qi. At this moment, even Muyun Old Devil's expression began to change. Normally, a battle between pills shouldn't be this fierce. She pondered while staring at the floating cauldron. Suddenly, a small crack appeared at the bottom of the cauldron. A shocked expression appeared on her face as she yelled out, "Not good." The crack suddenly spread throughout the entire cauldron and with a crisp sound, the entire cauldron exploded like a melon being smashed open. The remains of the cauldron fell onto the floor below. Everyone was shocked. Even Elder Zhao was worried for Yi Zifeng. I won. I won. Qi Zimo came back to his senses and laughed loudly. Do you think that I, Qi Zimo, won't be able to find a way to stop your spirit-absorbing pill? This spirit explosion pill was created to teach you, Yi Zifeng, a lesson. It is to let you know that no matter how hard you try, you will not surpass me. Qi Zimo was very prideful.
When his supreme true Yuan Dan was beaten by Yi Zifeng, he was feeling a bit depressed. However, after a while, he found himself again and started to refine the spirit explosion pill to regain his glory. Lost glory can always be rediscovered. When Hua Xiao saw that Yi Zifeng's cauldron had blown up, he felt a lot better. He knew that he couldn't beat, so he tried his best to beat Yi Zifeng. Now, it seems like his victory was secured. Yi Zifeng, your spirit-absorbing pill is destroyed. Your cauldron blew up too. Let's see how you refine your third pill. Hua Xiao had a proud look in his eyes. Yi Zifeng looked at them and smiled. So what if the cauldron is destroyed? I don't need to refine anything else. Hua Xiao laughed loudly. So you've finally given up? Knowing when to back off is a good quality too. For you to understand something like this, it seems like there's hope for the future of Legacy City. Yi Zifeng didn't want to talk nonsense with this guy anymore and moved towards the broken pieces of the cauldron on the floor. He used his hands to move the fragments of the cauldron around as if he was searching for something. Alright Yi Zifeng. Stop being so muddle-headed. The cauldron is broken already. Your pill probably turned into slag from the explosion. There's no need to check. Hua Xiao laughed even louder. You sure that my pill turned into slag? Yi Zifeng revealed a smile. In the next moment, Hua Xiao's laughter suddenly came to a halt as he looked at Yi Zifeng's hand. He was so shocked that he couldn't say another word. Not only did Hua Xiao's expression change, everyone else's, including Muyun Old Devil's expression changed. Rays of bright light appeared from Yi Zifeng's hand while a hissing sound can be heard. It was clear that even though the cauldron exploded, Yi Zifeng's pill was fully intact. Spirit-absorbing pill. No, there was something else there, but... Two smaller pills appeared besides the spirit-absorbing pill while releasing a bright ray of light in all directions. When Qi Zimo saw this, his expression turned very ugly. This meant that his spirit explosion pill did not destroy the spirit-absorbing pill. This meant that he had failed. However, what he didn't understand was why the spirit explosion pill failed to destroy the spirit-absorbing pill. Hua Xiao was so shocked that his jaws dropped. Yi Zifeng's spirit-absorbing pill was still intact. His chances of victory had instantly dropped back down to 0. Muyun Old Devil was in shock as her voice shook. Yi Zifeng, could this be the spirit-absorbing pill formation? She see a lot of things in her life and was well versed in the Tao of alchemy. However, she couldn't believe her own two eyes at this moment. When the judges heard the words spirit-absorbing pill formation, none of them could sit still. They immediately stood up and stared at the three pills. What? Spirit-absorbing pill formation? How can that be? He can't even condense a common tear flame yet. How can he understand something like this? Elder Xiao shook his head. That's right. This is not possible. The spirit-absorbing pill formation is one of the most exquisite formations in the Tao of alchemy. How can someone from Legacy City learn something like this? This is indeed the spirit-absorbing pill formation. Yi Zifeng's statement shattered all doubts the judges had. Since Yi Zifeng had admitted it himself, all the judges couldn't help but be startled. Yang Jing looked over at her master. Master Old Devil. What is this spirit-absorbing pill formation? Judging from everyone's reaction, it must be incredible, right? Muyun Old Devil returned to her sense and nodded. It is definitely incredible. When you told me that Yi Zifeng refined that pure Yuan Dan in one try, I didn't really believe you. However, now I can't help but believe you. You've seen how powerful the spirit-absorbing pill is already. It can absorbing the qi from nearby pills. However, this kind of pill has a lot of counters. Thus, if you want to stop the pill from being countered, you need to use some other pills and build a formation. What Yi Zifeng built was the spirit-absorbing pill formation that is used to aid the spirit-absorbing pill from being dominated by other pills. Formation?
Could it be that if you group different pills together, they will create a special effect? Yang Jing was startled and shocked.
She had followed Muyan Old Devil for many years already but have never heard of something like this.
She did not get it at all. That's right. It's exactly like this. A normal person won't be able to do something like this at all. Who is this Yi Zifeng? Why is he so incredible? How come I didn't hear about him from Bingqian before?
When Muyan Old Devil first met Yi Zifeng, she thought that he was just a pretty boy strolling around. She felt that other than his slightly good looks, there was nothing much to him. But now, Yi Zifeng's abilities had far surpassed his imaginations. If Liu Bingqian had invited Yi Zifeng in the past few years, her placements might have been reversed and she would have taken first every time. Thinking about this, Muyan Old Devil couldn't help but become interested in this Yi Zifeng.
This Yi Zifeng is the young master of the Yi clan in Legacy City.
However, I heard that he was a trash before and have only started to show his abilities this year.
His rise to prominence was very sudden.
Yang Jing heard this from Liu Bingqian and told her master.
Is that so?
Muyan Old Devil stroked her beard in a profound manner.
All right. Whatever. The results of this competition is very clear already. Let's wait until the end before I go up and ask him some questions.
Muyan Old Devil decided this in her mind.
The existence of this formation brought despair to the other two competitors.
I lost, Hua Sha was on his knees as he looked up and sighed.
The one who couldn't accept this the most was Qi Zimo.
Yi Zifeng had forced him to destroy his own pill the first time around. This time, Yi Zifeng had completely dominated him. He couldn't beat Yi Zifeng even though he made a counter to his pill. There was no chance for Qi Zimo to come back anymore. The glory and honor that he had built up in so many years was shattered just like that.
Some people who supported Qi Zimo before was now supporting Yi Zifeng. Why? Yi Zifeng. Why do you know how to build pill formations? How did you know that I was refining the spirit explosion pill? If Yi Zifeng didn't know what kind of pill Qi Zimo was refining, then the effect of the spirit absorbing pill formation would significantly reduced. Qi Zimo would have had a chance to win. Qi Zimo didn't lose because he was weak. He lost because Yi Zifeng was his opponent.
Qi Zimo looked up at Yi Zifeng and question exploded from his mouth.
He started yelling at Yi Zifeng. Why? Why did you have to destroy my glory?
When Qi Zimo said that, his voice had become very weak. This was the first time he had tasted defeat.
To a genius like Qi Zimo, this was very humiliating.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 107, I am not your opponent.
Yi Zifeng saw that Qi Zimo was about to cry and finally replied to him, "It's because you didn't see me as an equal opponent in the beginning."
I didn't treat you as an opponent? Qi Zimo was startled.
He felt his heart shook. He believed that compared to Hua Xiao and the others, he treated Yi Zifeng with more respect.
However, Yi Zifeng actually said that he didn't see him as an opponent. If you really did see me as an equal, then I wouldn't have used the spirit-absorbing pill. Qi Zimo is a smart guy.
After listening to what Yi Zifeng said, he realized something and nodded.
So that's how it is. I lost, huh? Right now, I'm really not worthy to be your opponent yet.
Since the beginning, Qi Zimo looked at Yi Zifeng as if Yi Zifeng was his prey.
He didn't treat him equally at all.
His spirit explosion pill can counter Yi Zifeng's spirit absorption pill, but that didn't mean that Yi Zifeng didn't have more tricks up his sleeve.
The sword servant worriedly looked at Qi Zimo. Master, are you all right? This was the first time that Qi Zimo had admitted defeat in their life. Qi Zimo bitterly laughed and didn't answer his servant.
All he did was walk towards his cauldron.
He had admitted defeat. Master, Wait for me. Qi Zimo admitted defeat. That arrogant Qi Zimo. He still has time to refine one more pill and yet he surrendered anyways. No one in the audience thought Qi Zimo would lose. They had never talked about what happens if he lose. They all believed that he wouldn't lose a single round in the next 10 years. However, no one expected that a first-time participant, Zifeng, would come in like a clap of thunder. Not only did he disqualify 2 people from competing next year, he also took the championship from Qi Zimo. He had become known as the best alchemist in Legacy City. During this tournament, not only did he bring himself glory, he also brought glory to the entire Legacy City. They can already imagine how the entire city would react when Liu Bingqian and Zifeng brings this news back to Legacy City. Maybe their names will even go down in the record books. Then, how about you? Hua Xiao. Do you still want to go? Zifeng turned and stared at Hua Xiao. Even Qi Zimo had admitted defeat already. There was no point for Hua Xiao to continue anymore either. When Zifeng's gaze landed on him, Hua Xiao felt fear in his heart. I concede, I admit, that I am not your opponent. Zifeng smiled and pointed towards Liu Bingqian. It's not only me who beat you. If you have the face to concede to a newcomer like me, why don't you admit defeat to Liu Bingqian instead? Hua Xiao thought about it. If he was going to admit defeat, it's better to concede to Liu Bingqian instead of this newcomer. His expression turned green. All right. Liu Bingqian. I admit defeat. This time, you're better than me. But let me tell you this. Next year, don't think about beating me. After saying that, he followed Qi Zimo and walked away from his cauldron. At the same time, he bowed towards Muyun Old Devil, signaling that he was going to concede. Even after admitting defeat, he still had his manners with him. Just like this, the winner was decided even without the judges judging anything. 2 out of 3 competitors have conceded. That means that Liu Bingqian was the winner of the tournament. After Liu Bingqian heard Hua Xiao admit his defeat, she became so excited that tears rolled down her cheeks. All this time, all the other people treated her like a loser and would slander her whenever they could. However, she was able to walk out in glory today. Big brother rough guy. How can I ever repay you? I really don't know how to thank you. Liu Bingqian grabbed both of Zifeng's hand with an excited look on her face. Zifeng smiled. It wasn't all me. If you weren't here, I wouldn't have been able to beat Qi Zimo. Zifeng thought about using the duo refining technique in the spur of the moment. It was needed to create the spirit-absorbing pill formation. Without Liu Bingqian, he would not have been able to create such a formation. It was 2 against 1, so Qi Zimo was bound to lose. Big brother rough guy. I know. If it was just me by myself, I won't even get past the first round. In her heart, Liu Bingqian knew that she could not have won the entire tournament by herself. It was all due to Zifeng's help. Zifeng smiled and stared into Liu Bingqian's eyes. All right. Don't think too much. We should enjoy the praises from the audience. Oh yeah, what kind of prize are they going to give out? Prize? Liu Bingqian finally remembered about the prize for winning and a happy expression appeared on her face. However, she started to shake her head. Big brother rough guy, no matter what kind of prize we get, you should take it. If it wasn't for you, how could I have gotten here at all? Zifeng smiled. Maybe there will be prizes for the both of us. That would be great. At the same time, the audience erupted. Oh my god. Is this real life? The ones who have always been in the first and second place actually lost to that forever last place Liu Bingqian? Yeah. Qi Zimo and Hua Xiao didn't even concoct their last pill and yet they admitted defeat. They won without the judges even judging anything. This is simply outrageous. Who is that Zifeng? From what I can see,
Liu Bingqian was able to win all because of that guy.
I've never heard of him before. How about you guys? Some people were asking others if they have heard of Zifeng, but no one knew. This was a dark horse that came out of nowhere. I heard that Liu family has a Yi clan. However, their young master is a retard. Could this Zifeng be him? If a retard can refine such an incredible pill, then what are we? If a clan has an alchemist, they would treat him like an ancestor within the clan. It shouldn't be him.
People started to gather around Muyun Old Devil and started to congratulate her. Senior Muyun must have great teaching abilities to have raised such an incredible disciple.
Miss Bingqian is exceptionally intelligent as well. Congratulations on placing first. That's right. Senior Muyun. You should tell us how you are training your disciple. Maybe we can train our disciples the same way. These flattering words continuously entered Muyun Old Devil's ears. She smiled as a reply and didn't say anything at all.
Yang Jing felt a bit unhappy and was pulled her master aside.
Oof. These people are too fake.
In the past few years, they've all yelled at and slandered Junior Sister. Now that Junior Sister won first place, they all started to compliment her.
These people are too hypocritical.
Muyun Old Devil smiled and shook her head. Jinger, you can't blame them.
It's not like you don't know what the prize is for the alchemy competition. They can't help but kiss up. The prize? After being reminded, she finally understood the intention of these people. Oh? So Master's meaning is that after Junior Sister and Zifeng receives the passage medallion from the profound sect, they can freely enter and exit Tiandao City?
Yang Jing had known what the prize is for a while now.
She didn't tell Liu Bingqian what it was because she didn't think that Liu Bingqian would have a chance at first place at all. Muyun Old Devil is one of the highly respected people in Tiandao City.
She also has some connections with the people from the profound sect, so it wasn't extremely hard for her to obtain 2 passage medallions from the profound sect. As an exchange, some of the profound sect's elders were allowed to enter her estate and buy some nice pills for themselves. There were benefits to both sides. Muyun Old Devil will refine pills for the profound sect and the profound sect will help her do some favors. Muyun Old Devil smiled and nodded. The profound sect's passage medallion. Not mention the people from the 5 cities, even the people in Tiandao City would have a hard time obtaining something like that. I had to refine a few hundred rounds of pills before the higher-ups in the profound sect would give me one.
I guess Bingqian got lucky this time, but
this passage medallion is a very rare item. It is even rarer than a spirit tier treasure. If you don't have a medallion or if you're not a disciple of the profound sect, then you will immediately be seen as an enemy if you try to enter the sect.
Actually, this passage medallion is not that useful to the winners.
After winning the tournament, many elders from the profound sect will ask them to refine pills for them. Muyun Old Devil smiled and looked over at the group of people in the crowd. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 108, one more time. The result of the tournament was out of everyone's expectations.
Those who had placed bets on Qi Zimo winning the whole thing lost all their money.
Liang 9 was one of them.
He felt pain in his heart. He hated himself for coming to this year's alchemy competition.
He hated himself for being unlucky in meeting Zifeng. Zifeng and Liu Bingqian were treated as the dark horse going into the second round.
Not only did they become champions, they made a name for themselves.
They won glory for their Liu City.
They have also received the profound sect's passage medallion. With this, they have opened up another road in their path of cultivation. After the tournament ended, Hua Xiao slipped away without anyone noticing after losing all of his face.
He slipped away just like Liu Bingqian did in the past.
On the other hand, Liu Bingqian was basked in glory.
She wasn't ridiculed by others like before.
She was standing in the spotlight, receiving praises. At the same time, Qi Zimo gritted his teeth and walked towards Zifeng. He had a very dark expression and his hands were clenched. Liu Bingqian was scared that Qi Zimo would try to fight Zifeng and immediately walked in between them. She then coldly looked at Qi Zimo.
Qi Zimo, what do you want? The alchemy competition is over. Why don't you go back to your Lingfeng city? Don't try to do anything that will dishonor your city.
She knows that Qi Zimo was at the peak of qi refining.
If he really wanted to fight Zifeng, then Zifeng won't be able to do anything.
Even Qi Zimo's sword servant wanted to save some face and immediately walked forward. Master,
we should go. Let's not cause any trouble.
Qi Zimo turned around and fiercely looked at his sword servant, signaling for him to shut up. When Qi Zimo looked back, he didn't even look at Liu Bingqian and directly stared into Zifeng's eyes. After I turned 12, I have never lost in alchemy to someone of the second generation.
You are the first to defeat me. Zifeng smiled, showing that he didn't really care about it. There's always someone better than you.
I can beat you today, but tomorrow maybe someone else will beat you.
Qi Zimo's mouth twitched. He couldn't say anything back. That's right.
In the past, I thought that as long as I diligently study the Tao of alchemy, I can continue to refine incredible pills and be the best.
However, now I finally understand that there will always be someone better out there somewhere.
As for that spirit-absorbing pill formation, I have read every single book regarding alchemy in Lingfeng City and have never seen something like that before.
You have opened my eyes. Zifeng smiled. Then, what do you want? It doesn't look like you want to be my friend and talk the Tao of alchemy with me though. Making friends? Qi Zimo shook his head. I am very narrow-minded. I came here to make an appointment with you.
In this half year, I will leave to study alchemy in another place.
When I return, I want to have another match with you. So you're saying you want to have an alchemy competition with me in half a year?
Zifeng kept his smile on his face.
That's right. Do you dare?
Qi Zimo's words had a hint of arrogance. When he lost to Zifeng, he didn't feel like he lost because his skills were inefficient. He wanted to beat him and win back his pride. When Liu Bingqian heard that Qi Zimo only wanted to have another alchemy match, she calmed down a bit and took a step back so the two of them can talk face to face.
Zifeng laughed.
He was at his weakest state right now and could not use any of his abilities. In the future, the distance between their skills will only grow.
This competition was the one where Qi Zimo had the greatest chance of beating Zifeng.
However, Zifeng still won in the end.
No. I don't want to have another match with you.
Zifeng spoke without anything care.
Qi Zimo was startled. Why? Do you think you'll lose?
If Zifeng didn't want to have another competition, then that means that this will be the last time they compete against each other. He won't be able to win his pride back. I don't care about winning or losing.
Do you know why I entered this competition in the first place?
It is to find ways to help me increase my cultivation. It's all for myself. I don't even know you and I won't get anything out of competing with you.
Why should I agree? Zifeng shook his head. Qi Zimo's eyes widened.
He was one of the prominent figures of the younger generation that many people want to have connections with.
However, Zifeng just straight up rejected him. You want some benefits? Qi Zimo's jaws dropped.
This was the first time hearing about wanting some benefits from someone challenging you.
The sword servant bitterly smiled. Master, if he doesn't want to, then we don't need to. Qi Zimo was very stubborn.
How can this mere sword servant's words change his mind?
If Zifeng doesn't want to compete, then he will make him. He is someone who seeks perfection and will do anything to achieve that.
He looked fiercely at his sword servant again, telling him to shut up.
Zifeng looked at Liu Bingqian and smiled. Bingqian, let's go. Hold on, Zifeng. Qi Zimo finally gave in. He had finally found a worthy opponent. He had to do everything in his ability to compete with him again. Zifeng looked back. Do you need anything else? Benefits. What kind of benefits do you want? Qi Zimo's mouth began to twitch. Ingredients. Yeah, ingredients. You're crazy about alchemy, right? You must want a lot of ingredients. Come to my Lingfeng city and I will give you a lot of ingredients. Zifeng indifferently looked at him. It seems like you misunderstood me. Or maybe I didn't explain it clear enough. Before Zifeng could finish talk, Qi Zimo immediately added, you're in the 5th stage of Qi refining right now. You'll have to break through into the martial disciple realm sooner or later. I have the ingredients for a supreme true Yuan Dan. If you want it, I can give them to you. Zifeng shook his head. I forgot to tell you. I am a man of principles. I won't compete with you. Unless what? Qi Zimo's eyes lit up when he heard this. Zifeng took his passage medallion out and played around with it. He then sighed, I wanted to gift this medallion to someone else, but then I won't have one. Qi Zimo looked at him and understood what he meant. Shit. Fine. I won a passage medallion a year or two ago too. If you agree to compete with me, then I can give you this medallion. Oh? Zifeng smiled. The sword servant's expression turned ashen. Master, this medallion is very important to the clan. Don't be rash. Shut up. I won this myself. I can do whatever I want with it. Qi Zimo's expression sank as he looked back at Zifeng. How about it? Do you agree? Qi Zimo had a very arrogant personality. He won't be able to sleep well with this loss in his mind. Thus, if Zifeng doesn't accept this rematch, then he will go crazy. He will never be able to taste victory again. It will be very bad for his growth. Zifeng laughed loudly. Since I am a man with principles, I'll agree to it then. Really? Zifeng smiled and nodded. If Zifeng says it, then I won't go back on my word. If you don't believe me, we can draw up a blood contract. Qi Zimo felt refreshed after hearing that. There's no need for a blood contract. Half a year later, I will find you myself. Just don't forget about it. Of course. Zifeng smiled and extended his hand. Qi Zimo was shook. Since he agreed already, he looked at his sword servant. Give him the medallion. Yes, master. The sword servant shook his head while bitterly laughing. He took the medallion out and placed it on Zifeng's hand. Zifeng received the medallion with a big smile on his face. Now, he had 2 medallions. Compared to resources, this medallion was way more useful. Zifeng was going to help the Yi clan rise in power. With the medallions, he will spread his influence in the profound sect and bring the Yi clan along with him. Zifeng, I hope you will remember our promise today. After I come back, I will definitely beat you. Zifeng lightly chuckled. Alright. Then I'll wait for that day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 109, The Uses of the Pill Formation Formula. The winners of the alchemy competition could be said to be at the same level as the young geniuses in Tiandao City. They can be arrogant in their own ways. Qi Zimo was one of the many people that looked for Zifeng after the competition. After Qi Zimo left, many representatives from other clans tried to curry favors with Zifeng, hoping that he would help them refine pills. Of course, they were all rejected by Zifeng for one reason or another. Many of them were dejected and angry. With this, the alchemy competition officially ended.
Looking at how the guests were all gradually leaving, Muyun Old Devil let out a long sigh. After a bit, Muyun Old Devil and Liu Bingqian both looked each other. They have worked hard today and finally laughed. This time, Bingqian's victory helped Muyun Old Devil gain a lot of face. Now, people won't say that she sucks at teaching people anymore. Muyun Old Devil pulled Bingqian to the side and laughed. Bingqian, where did you find this Zifeng? Where did this guy come from? It was getting late yesterday, so I didn't have time to ask. Why don't we have a good chat now? Zifeng was busy dealing with the people from other clans and sections. Muyun Old Devil took this chance to pull Bingqian aside and ask her a few questions. Liu Bingqian giggled. Master, didn't you tell me that I would lose face if I brought someone like Zifeng, who couldn't even condense a common tear flame, to the competition? This. Muyun Old Devil blared at Bingqian. You brat. You're always forgetful when it comes to alchemy, but you can remember something like this? Are you trying to make me mad? Who said I'm forgetful when it comes to alchemy? Didn't I help you gain some face? Liu Bingqian laughed. Give me a break. Other people can see it, but I was the one that taught you everything that you know. Do you think I don't know what your alchemy level is? Ancient concoction technique? Duo refining? Spirit absorbing pill formation? If you know a single one of these techniques, you wouldn't have been last place in all these years. Muyun Old Devil yelled. A crafty and sly expression appeared in Liu Bingqian's eyes. Master, if you want to know about him, then why don't you ask him yourself? Muyun Old Devil was startled and pinched Liu Bingqian's arm. You brat! How dare you not listen to your master? Liu Bingqian puckered up and pointed towards Zifeng. All right, master. Look. He's coming here right now. When Muyun Old Devil saw that Zifeng was walking over, she put a serious look on her face. Zifeng, how was the discussion? Did they invite you to refine pills for them? The biggest benefit of winning the competition was not the prize but the reputation that one will receive. They can use this reputation to make connections with some big shots in strong clans and sections. If it wasn't for this, then Hua Xiao wouldn't have done so much to show off his skills. A lot of people have invited me to refine pills for them. However, I rejected them. Zifeng calmly answered. Muyun Old Devil nodded while smiling. The main sect in Tiandao City is the Profound Sect. You don't have to accept the offers from smaller sections. I like your guts. The ones that I just rejected were people from the Profound Sect. Muyun Old Devil was startled and her mouth started to twitch. You rejected the people from the Profound Sect? Did you somehow manage to get brain damage in this short amount of time? Do you know how many people would kill to enter the Profound Sect? And you still rejected them? What are you thinking? Even the arrogant Qi Zimo would comply and refine pills for them. Muyun Old Devil was going crazy. She was not an exception either. Even she would respect the Profound Sect and refine pills for them. Zifeng actually let such a good chance go by. In Tiandao City, the Profound Sect is the #1 power that no one wanted to offend. I rejected that person from the Profound Sect and not the Profound Sect itself. Zifeng's mouth curved up into a smile. What do you mean? Muyun Old Devil questioned. Zifeng calmly replied, the Profound Sect is very big. There's also a lot of different people in there. When I reject them, they will definitely go back to the sect and tell everyone how haughty I am and how I am failed to appreciate this opportunity. This is the so-called good things won't be said, but bad things will spread. This way, I can get more people from the Profound Sect to take the initiative and come to me. But what if they don't take the initiative? Zifeng smiled. While I still have the passage medallion, I also know some people in there. So that's how it is. It seems like everything's going according to your plan. Zifeng looked like a youngster, but when he spoke with a mature personality. Muyun Old Devil continuously praised Yi Zifeng in her heart. She slowly became more and more fond of Yi Zifeng.
Yi Zifeng, have you ever thought about working in my Muyun estate? Muyun Old Devil couldn't help but ask. Liu Bingqian was surprised. Master, are you trying to take him in as a disciple? That's great. With this, I can be his senior sister. With the two of us, we will win first place in the alchemy competition everywhere. Go go go. What are you blabbering about? Go play with your senior sister Jing. Muyun Old Devil showed a slight hint of anger. Liu Bingqian giggled. She knew that her master wanted to talk with Yi Zifeng alone. She respected her master's wishes and walked out. Yi Zifeng watched as Liu Bingqian left and then spoke. I thank Senior Muyun for appreciating me, but... Muyun Old Devil laughed. You want to reject my suggestion too? Yi Zifeng shook his head. I want to stay in the Muyun estate, but I have some problems. Hearing that Yi Zifeng was willing to stay in her estate, a happy expression appeared on Muyun Old Devil's face. Yi Zifeng had even rejected the profound sect, but he was willing to stay with her. This Yi Zifeng knows how to behave. What problems do you have? Tell me about it. Yi Zifeng is someone from Legacy City. According to the rules, I can't stay in Tiandao City for over 15 days. If I stay in the Muyun estate, then I can only stay for a few days. Muyun Old Devil laughed. So this is what you're worried about? Well, Tiandao City's rules are very strict. Even I can't help you immediately. However, as long as you work for me, I can guarantee that you will be able to raise your cultivation easily. Raise my cultivation? Yi Zifeng was startled. He looked at Muyun Old Devil with an interested look, wanted to hear what she had to say. Right now, he wanted to reach the martial disciple realm more than refining pills. Muyun Old Devil smiled. That's simple. I am very interested in your spirit-absorbing pill formation. Let me have the formula for it and you can choose whatever ingredients you want from my collection. After saying that, Muyun Old Devil felt that she went a bit too far and corrected herself. Of course, it can't be that much. I'll limit you to ingredients for one type of pill in the Qi refining stage. This is what you call whatever I want? Muyun Old Devil embarrassingly chuckled. This, if you want money, I can give it to you. However, my ingredients are like my children. I can't help it. All alchemists loved their ingredients. Muyun Old Devil was not an exception. Yi Zifeng smiled. The formula was something that he could give away easily. Exchanging it for rare ingredients was very worth it. Yi Zifeng pondered for a bit. He had used a profound tier golden marrow pill already. In the Qi refining stage, he can use 2 more. It's too wasteful if he uses his contribution points to exchange for the ingredients. Thus, it's better to take them from Muyun Old Devil. All right. Get me a pen and paper. After I write down the formula, bring me straight to the storage room. Muyun Old Devil quickly got one of the servants to come over. Did you hear that? Bring a pen and paper. The servant brought the pen and paper to Yi Zifeng while shaking in fear. First, Yi Zifeng wrote down. After a while, the formula was completely written down. Muyun Old Devil read over the formula a few times and clapped her hands. Good. So you really do know how to form the spirit-absorbing pill formation. Where did you come from? Who is your master? She was very curious about Yi Zifeng. She was wondering why she didn't know or hear about such an incredible person before. Yi Zifeng smiled. I was Legacy City's #1 trash. Yi Chongtian is my father. As for my master, I don't have one. Everything is self-studied. Hold on. Did you say that Yi Chongtian is your father? Muyun Old Devil furrowed her brows. Her mouth was wide open. A shocked expression appeared on her face.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, The Heaven Knows, the Earth Knows, I know, nobody else will know.
What happened? Could Senior Mu Yun know my father?
A suspecting look appeared in Yi Zifeng's eyes.
Mu Yun old devil sighed, Yi Zifeng. Yi Chong Tian. So that's how it is. My mind was muddled.
How could I not have figured this out earlier? She lightly laughed and then explained, 20 years ago, Uncle Chong Tian was already an expert of the martial spirit realm. At that time, I was a young girl and have heard about his prestige. Unfortunately, the once proud Yi clan of Legacy City has sharply declined recently.
Yi Zifeng furrowed his brows. Wait. So you're not that old? Could it be that you're not even 30 yet? Mu Yun old devil was shocked. An angry expression appeared on her face. You damn brat. Do you think that I'm very old? Yi Zifeng chuckled. There's something called anti-aging pill. Mu Yun old devil sighed. I didn't use that appearance-halting pill or whatever. I'm all natural.
Mu Yun old devil was a very beautiful woman. Even if she did use the anti-aging pill, that would mean that she was very beautiful when she was younger. Hearing how her tone of voice was like Bingqian's, Yi Zifeng started to believe that she was actually pretty young. However, to be able to be at the top of the alchemy food chain in Tiandao City at such a young age, she must have immersed herself in the Tao of alchemy and put in a lot of work.
All right. Since Senior Mu Yun is someone close, then it'll be easier for me too.
I've already written down the ingredients for the pill I want.
Can I get a bit more than one set of ingredient? Yi Zifeng had a mysterious look in his eyes. Who's close to you? I just happen to know Uncle Chong Tian. Don't play games with me, boy. What ingredients?
I told you that it has the ingredients to one type of pill at the Qi refining stage. When the ingredients were mentioned, Mu Yun old devil's expression changed immediately.
During the tournament, she can be a bit more generous and give out a large amount of ingredients. She had to keep her face and do so. Also, she was going to get money back for it anyways.
She had to put on a facade in front of all these people. In front of Yi Zifeng, she will treat her ingredients like her own children.
Yi Zifeng weakly laughed. Bah. Whatever. One set is fine then.
I want the ingredients to the profound tier golden marrow pill.
Profound tier golden marrow pill? Mu Yun old devil couldn't help but be shocked. That isn't much. But, you can only refine this pill with a profound tier cauldron. It'll be useless if you only have the ingredients. Don't worry about it.
If Mu Yun old devil continued to probe Yi Zifeng, Yi Zifeng will view her with disdain and thus she stopped asking him questions.
Since that's the case, then let me bring you to the storehouse. No need to trouble yourself. You can just ask one of your subordinates to bring me. Yi Zifeng had a calm expression on his face. However, on the inside, he was smiling sinisterly. No one knew what he was planning. Oh. You're right. Where's Yang Xin? When the guard heard this, he quickly ran over. Master Mu Yun, what do you need? This is the keeper of the storehouse. Mu Yun old devil introduced him.
Now bring this little brother over to the storehouse and give him one set of ingredients to the profound tier golden marrow pill.
Got it?
She glared at Yang Xin, warning him that he should not let Yi Zifeng get more than one set of ingredients.
I got it. Don't worry, Master Mu Yun.
This way, young Master Yi. Yesterday, Yang Xin was treating Yi Zifeng coldly, but now, after the competition, he was treating Yi Zifeng with the utmost warmth.
Yi Zifeng lightly laughed and sized Yang Xin up.
He then followed him to the storage room.
Brother Yang, may I ask how long you've been in the Mu Yun estate? Yi Zifeng chatted him up on the way. They talked about things in Tiandao City and then things in the Muyun estate. Yi Zifeng even called Yang Xian brother, making Yang Xian feel very satisfied.
He was quite a bit older than Yi Zifeng and no one respected him as a mere keeper of the storage house. However, right now, the champion of the alchemy competition was calling him brother. He was feeling very happy. When they entered the storage house, an extremely happy expression appeared on Yi Zifeng's face when he saw all these ingredients. During the competition, all of the ingredients brought out was only a small portion of what was in this room. There were many types of ingredients in here. The amount of ingredients in this storage house was not less than the amount in the medicine cage in the Ashen Spirit sect. Muyun Old Devil's fame isn't based on nothing after all. For Senior Muyun to have such a storage house, it is a blessing. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but compliment this place. Little brother Yi, there's something that I don't understand. How can one person refine all these ingredients? If you keep it here too long, won't they rot? Yi Zifeng smiled and nodded. Brother Yang is correct. If you leave some ingredients out for too long, they will indeed rot. It is very serious. It might even affect other ingredients. Yi Zifeng pretended to look at some ingredients. He casually picked up a vermilion lotus fruit and inserted some of his own death chi into it. In a while, the sparkling vermilion lotus fruit started to turn black. Some of its skin started to peel off while some parts of it turned rotten yellow. Holy shit! Brother Yang, look at this. Isn't this thing rotting? Yang Xian's heart thumped and quickly walked over. When he saw the fruit, a buzzing sound could be heard from his brain. No way. This ingredient really does rot. The death chi was from a martial spirit. Even if Muyun Old Devil was present, she wouldn't have been able to see that it was Yi Zifeng who did something to do. If she suspected that Yi Zifeng had to do with it, she would be laughed at. After all, how can a fifth chi refining stage kid have a martial spirit? Yi Zifeng gave the fruit to Yang Xian to let him inspect it. While Yang Xian was looking at it, he ran around and repeated the process again. Brother Yang, come look. This illusionary dream grass is rotting too. If you keep it here in the storage house, the other ingredients will start rotting too. Look at it. After saying that, he threw the illusionary dream grass over to Yang Xian. Yang Xian was so shocked that he stood there blankly like a wooden doll. What should I do? If Master Muyun finds out that I've been slacking off, I'm afraid that she'll kick me out immediately. Yang Xian was startled. Suddenly, it seems as if he realized something and pulled Yi Zifeng over. Little brother Yi, it was a good thing that you found these today. You saw at first hand how much Master Muyun cares for her ingredients. If she comes around one day and sees something like this, she will definitely explode in anger. He swallowed and continued, so, can you help me out and not tell Master Muyun about this? Yang Xian was feeling very anxious. Yi Zifeng sighed and pulled Yang Xian's arm away. Brother Yang, it's not that I don't want to help you. This is a very big deal. If I don't tell her about this, she won't have a good opinion about me. Yi Zifeng was calling Yang Xian brother and yet he wasn't willing to help him out. This made Yang Xian feel more and more anxious. How about this? Little brother Yi, didn't you want to get some ingredients for a profound tear golden marrow pill? It seems like Master Muyun only wants to give you one set. I'll let you take 3 sets. Is that better? Yi Zifeng's eyes lit up but still had a complicated expression on his face. 1 set or 3 sets, there was no different. It'll only make Muyun Old Devil's heart ache a little more. It'll be better in a day or 2. However, having the ingredients rot was a big deal. Who knows how many ingredients will be affected? Even if she killed Yang Xian, it won't calm her down. 4 sets. Little brother, you're a sincere guy, right? I won't let you be at a disadvantage.
Yang Xian saw that Yi Zifeng was hesitating and added one more set of ingredients. He even called Yi Zifeng a sincere guy. If Yi Zifeng is a sincere guy, then everyone else in the world can be counted as sincere. Yi Zifeng was still hesitating. Little brother Yi. There are 6 sets of ingredients here. You can take 5 sets. Leave one for me so Master Muyun won't suspect anything when she comes around. Yang Xian looked as if she was going to cry. Yi Zifeng smiled. Brother Yang, then we'll do as you say. I'm a sincere person after all. If I don't help you, and you get kicked out, Senior Muyun, then your whole family might go hungry. I don't want to feel responsible for it. Yang Xian felt touched by Yi Zifeng's words and thanked him profusely. Little brother Yi, Yang Xian, will forever remember little brother Yi's kindness today. Without saying anything else, he packed up 5 sets of ingredients and gave it to Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng smiled and put the ingredients into his interspatial ring. Oh yeah. Brother Yang. I'll bring those rotten ingredients away too. I'm afraid someone else will see it and suspect something. Right. Little brother Yi sure is considerate. Yang Xian thought about it and immediately gave the rotten ingredients to Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng smiled satisfyingly and looked at Yang Xian. You should know about the consequences if this leaks out. So? Yang Xian smiled and immediately replied, the heaven knows, the earth knows, you know, I know. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 111, Profound Sect. With this 5 sets of ingredients, not only can Yi Zifeng take care of himself, he can use the leftovers for someone else. Yi Zifeng's actions wasn't too excessive either. He did everything according to what Muyun Old Devil said. He took the ingredients to one type of pill in the Qi refining stage. He just took a little more than she wanted. It's nothing much. Even if she finds out, she'll probably be mad for a few days. It's probably not a big deal. You guys? Why were you gone for so long? A suspicious expression appeared on Muyun Old Devil's face. Yang Xian and Yi Zifeng both looked at each other. In the end, it was Yi Zifeng who spoke. It's like this, on the way there, I was admiring how elegantly refined and elaborate your home is. The pavilion in the air, the azure-colored walls, and the engraved jade fences that you have are all so grand. I couldn't help but stop and admire these structures and wasted some time. Right. That's right. It's exactly like that. That's why we were a bit slow. Yang Xian's old face was filled with smiles. So that's how it's so. Alright Yang Xian, your work is done here. You can leave. Yes, Master Muyun. Yang Xian quickly nodded and replied. He gave Yi Zifeng a deep look before he left. Muyun Old Devil lightly laughed. She pays a lot of attention to her house in order to make it so exquisite. Seeing how Yi Zifeng appreciates her home, she's starting to like this guy more and more. One should know that youngsters around 20-year-old are all scatterbrained. Those who know how to appreciate things are few in numbers. At this time, Yang Jing and Liu Bingqian both returned. They were both laughing as they walked into the room. No one knows what they were talking about that made them so happy. Bingqian, Jinger, good timing, ... What's the matter, Master Muyun? Liu Bingqian giggled as she asked. I was going to ask you if you guys were going to go back to Liu City anytime soon. Liu Bingqian wanted to say that she was going to stay a bit more, but after thinking about it, she looked over to Yi Zifeng to have him decide. Big brother rough guy, what do you think? Yi Zifeng laughed. Tiandao City is filled with spiritual qi. Cultivating here is way better than cultivating in Liu City. I feel like we should use the remaining 10 days to increase our cultivation here. An outsider can only stay in Tiandao City for 15 days. After entering once, unless a special circumstance arises, they won't be allowed in for 2 months afterwards. This is one of the iron rules that not even Muyun Old Devil can break. If not, then why would she need Yang Jing to bring the custom documents to Liu Bingqian every time? Liu Bingqian nodded. Master Old Devil, since Big Brother Rough Guy isn't leaving, I'll stay here. I'll use this opportunity to accompany you some more. Muyun Old Devil rolled her eyes. Don't try to sugarcoat me and say that you want to accompany me. From what I can see, you probably want to accompany the Zifeng kid alone for a few more days, right? Liu Bingqian giggled and rubbed her chin. Master, actually I think Big Brother Rough Guy is right. I want to try to cultivate and break through into the martial disciple realm. Muyun Old Devil shook her head. Alright. Since you really want to cultivate, I can ask some people to bring you into the profound sect and take care of you guys. I'll get them to open up the gravity multiplier rooms for you guys tomorrow. The gravity multiplier rooms? Really? That's great. Thanks, Master. Liu Bingqian was very happy after hearing this. With the gravity multiplier room and the copious amount of spirit Qi in Tiandao City, the training speed will increase many times compared to training in Liuzhou City. Many thanks to Senior Muyun. Zifeng cupped his hands and thanked Muyun Old Devil as well. The Profound Sect is the official and #1 sect in Tiandao City. To enter the Profound Sect, you must be a genius amongst geniuses. There is no exception. The disciples in the sect are all in the martial disciple realm or higher. To the seniors in the Profound Sect, a Qi refining stage newbie should not even have the qualifications to enter the sect at all. This wasn't discrimination but a threshold. People like Wang Lin shouldn't even consider entering the Profound Sect just because they have power and money. They can't even step through the gates. The next day, Muyun Old Devil brought Zifeng and Liu Bingqian to the Profound Sect. Yang Jing was feeling a bit tired, so she was resting in the estate. The Profound Sect is located in the southern side of Tiandao City. It is built on a grand mountain peak and stands there in an imposing manner. This is the Profound Sect? Zifeng looked up towards the mountain peak. He can see the stone tablet in front of the doors that gave off a grand feeling. Muyun Old Devil smiled. Zifeng, this is your first time coming to the Profound Sect, right? It is very hard to maintain your mental state when you come here. When I brought Bingqian over last time, she was so shocked after seeing the stone tablet that she couldn't speak for a half a day. Zifeng smiled back. He was a martial lord in his past life. He had seen many large sects already. This Profound Sect was nothing in his eyes at all. Liu Bingqian shot a glance at Zifeng and an embarrassed look appeared on her face. Who says? Master Muyun, please don't make things up and tarnish my reputation. I'm tarnishing your reputation? Whatever. I won't talk about those embarrassing things then. Liu Bingqian pouted. Should have done that from the beginning. Even though Master is famous, you're not that much older than Senior Sister Jing and I. You shouldn't be doing this. Fine. Whatever, you brat. Muyun Old Devil and pointed towards the Profound Sect. It seems like there was already someone waiting for them at the door already. Profound Sect's inner court disciple, Jin Peng, greets Senior Muyun. The person who just spoke looked at Muyun Old Devil and immediately bowed. He was wearing a dark blue robe with a black cloud-patterned belt. With one glance, you can tell that this guy is probably a distinguished disciple of the Profound Sect. You know me? Muyun Old Devil glared at the guy. Zifeng wanted to cry. In Tiandao City, what woman, other than yourself, would wear a beard when going out? We have met once before. Maybe Senior Muyun have forgotten. Oh right. The one behind Senior must be Miss Bingqian, right? Jin Peng smiled and looked at Liu Bingqian. Liu Bingqian nodded and smiled. You remember me? Of course. Jin Peng, remembers that time when Miss Bingqian visited very clearly. Last time I visited? That was very long ago. You still remember? Liu Bingqian couldn't help but be surprised. Of course I remember. Muyun old devil didn't want this to drag on and nodded. Jin Pang, did your master Adept Bailey send you?
In the profound sect, Adept Bailey would often ask Muyun old devil to refine pills for him. After many transactions, their relationship with each other have also improved. With old devil's name and an elder from the profound sect, allowing Yi Zifeng and Liu Bingqian use the gravity multiplier room was an easy task to accomplish. That's right. Master has said that I, Jin Pang, will follow everything that Senior Muyun orders. Muyun old devil laughed loudly. This is just a polite thing to do. If she didn't know that, then she doesn't know anything about worldly matters. Actually, it's nothing much. My disciples wants to borrow the gravity multiplier rooms for a bit. I hope you can give them some pointers. Muyun old devil called Yi Zifeng her disciple, so Jin Pang will treat him better. Jin Pang laughed and cupped his hands. Don't worry, Senior Muyun. I know Miss Bingqian, so we can say that we're familiar with each other. I will bring them over according to your wishes. Muyun old devil turned around and looked at Yi Zifeng and Bingqian. All right. Just follow Brother Jin and do whatever he says. If you have any questions, you can ask him about it. You can come back whenever you're tired. The Muyun estate isn't that far. Anyways, I'll take my leave now. Yes, Master. Many thanks to Senior Muyun. Muyun old devil looked at them and then said her goodbyes to Jin Pang. Jin Pang accompanied Muyun old devil out and returned to Yi Zifeng and Liu Bingqian. May I ask if this is the first time that junior sister Bingqian have come to the profound sect's gravity multiplier room? After Muyun old devil left, Jin Pang didn't even spare Yi Zifeng a glance and went straight towards Liu Bingqian. Liu Bingqian lightly nodded. I've come to the profound sect before, but this is the first time I'll be entering the gravity multiplier room. She waited for a bit and then pointed at Yi Zifeng. Don't ask me anything. Why reason I came here this time is because of Big Brother Rough Guy. He wants to cultivate a bit, so I tagged along. If you have anything to say it to him. What? Big Brother Rough Guy? Hearing this, Jin Pang was startled. He turned around and viciously stared at Yi Zifeng. Then, what kind of relationship do you guys have? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 112, Faster Than You. Liu Bingqian's face turned red as she shyly looked at Yi Zifeng. Our relationship. Yi Zifeng replied straightforwardly as Bingqian was hesitating. We're friends. Friends? Jin Pang looked deeply at Yi Zifeng. What kind of vague response was that? Do friends walk around calling the other Big Brother Rough Guy? He wanted to continue questioning them but felt that it was inappropriate, so he stopped. Liu Bingqian disappointingly looked at Yi Zifeng. A complicated expression appeared in her eyes. In Jin Pang's mind, he feels that they aren't just friends at all. All right. Follow me. The gravity multiplier room is a bit far from here, so we need to pick up our pace. Why don't we use our Qi to run there? Transferring your Qi towards your legs does make you run faster in a short amount of time. However, to a Qi refining disciple, it will deplete their Qi very quickly. Of course, Jin Pang had other thoughts when he suggested this. Liu Bingqian was shocked at this suggestion. It's not much of a problem to me, but Big Brother Rough Guy's cultivation is a bit low. I'm afraid that his Qi will run out quickly. Jin Pang took advantage of the situation and asked, low cultivation? What realm is he in? 5th stage of Qi refining. Yi Zifeng nonchalantly replied. 5th stage of Qi refining? Jin Pang almost laughed out loud. However, he held it in and kept a calm look on his face. He thought that Yi Zifeng was a lot stronger since he was able to capture Liu Bingqian's heart.
However, Qi Zifeng was far weaker than Liu Bingqian.
In the martial spirit continent, strength meant everything.
If a guy couldn't even reach his spouse's cultivation, how would he be able to protect her? He would definitely not be approved by the elders of the girls' clan.
When Zifeng thought about this, he felt much better.
So that's why.
Your cultivation is a bit low, so you want to cultivate in the gravity multiplier room.
Alright.
We're going to use our Qi to get there quickly.
You'll have to do it the hard way and walk there. Think of it as training.
Right after saying that, he poured his Qi into his feet and disappeared into the distance.
Liu Bingqian wanted to stop Zifeng, but he was too fast. He glared at Liu Bingqian and Qi Zifeng, signaling for them to follow him. Qi Zifeng couldn't help but sigh.
He thought that the quality of these disciples in the profound sect would be better than the ones in Ligacy City.
However, it seems like problematic people existed everywhere and cannot be avoided.
Only when he increases his cultivation and reach the peak will he be able to meet people.
Big brother rough guy. Let's go. If we don't get moving, we won't catch up to him. Liu Bingqian had already started to move. All right. Qi Zifeng smiled and nodded.
He moved his Qi towards his feet and followed up.
The gravity multiplier room is located on the audience mountain.
At the foot of the mountain, many disciples gathered around and jested with each other.
Senior brother Jinpeng. Is it true? That beauty that you've been thinking about every day and night has finally come? And here I thought you were joking around about her.
I didn't think that she'd really exist.
Jinpeng laughed. Quiet down.
She's on her way here. Also, she has a guy with her.
It might be someone that she likes.
However, he's only at the 5th stage of Qi refining.
5th stage of Qi refining?
All the disciples couldn't help but let out a laugh.
Ha ha ha.
Senior brother Jinpeng, no wonder why you asked them to run with their Qi. So he was someone in the 5th stage of Qi refining. On top of that, senior brother Jin ran in such a loop.
I bet you wanted to torture that kid. Jinpeng chuckled. Some things are better left unsaid.
This is a good opportunity for me to show Miss Bingqian the difference between me and that kid.
All right.
They're here. From the direction that Jinpeng pointed at, Bingqian's delicate-looking figure appeared. When she appeared, many of the disciples gasped in shock.
Liu Bingqian is basically a beautiful painting. Senior brother Jinpeng, you have good tastes. So the person that you've been thinking about was such a beauty. Shu Jinpeng smiled and then looked at Liu Bingqian.
Liu Bingqian was still in the Qi refining stage. She couldn't be compared to Jinpeng, who was already in the martial disciple realm already.
It took her quite a while to get here and she was panting.
When Jinpeng saw that Qi Zifeng wasn't with her, he felt very happy.
He walked up to Bingqian and asked, Sister Bingqian, how come I don't see the person that was with you? Is it because he doesn't have enough Qi to maintain his speed? Damn. It's my fault. His cultivation is low, so I should have looked after him more. Bingqian was confused and looked at Jinpeng with some doubt. That's not right. Big brother rough guy was in front of me. Did you guys not see him?
Jinpeng stared at Bingqian with a shocked expression.
Sister Bingqian. What did you say? He was in front of you? How is this possible?
Liu Bingqian looked around and suddenly started waving her hands toward the other side of the mountain.
Look!
Big brother rough guy is here already, but... Jinpeng was dumbfounded.
What's happening here? Qi Zifeng was already halfway up the mountain already. He was even closer to the gravity multiplier room than he was. Could he have arrived before Jinpeng? Qi Zifeng walked over slowly with a calm and collected expression on his face. No one could tell that he was actually panting on the inside.
Jin Peng and all of the other disciples were shocked.
Brother Jin, Bingqian, you're here. Hearing this, Jin Peng's expression turned very ugly.
How did you get here so quickly?
That's not possible.
You're only at the 5th stage of Qi refining.
How can you be faster than me?
Zifeng laughed as he replied, from what I can see, Brother Jin probably took the long path to show us some sights. I thought about it and figured that I shouldn't bother you guys and take a shorter route since I don't have as much Qi as you guys. Seeing how calm Zifeng was, Liu Bingqian was startled. Big brother rough guy.
You're incredible.
This is your first time here in the profound sect, but you can already get your way around.
If it was me, I wouldn't have been able to do it.
Jin Peng looked at Zifeng with shock. This guy's sense of direction was way too good. It was as if someone was guiding him. After all, there were many hidden paths and traps in the profound sect. If one didn't know their way around, they could even die to these traps. However, no matter how hard Jin Peng thinks about this, he would never guess that the one guiding Zifeng around was Elder Zhao, someone who treated the profound sect as if it was his own backyard.
Zifeng chuckled. What happened, Brother Jin? You're not looking too good. Is it because you're feeling a bit tired from taking the long way?
Liu Bingqian giggled and stared at Zifeng. Big brother rough guy is sure awesome. You're only at the 5th stage of Qi refining and yet you arrived way before us. You're not even out of breath either.
Jin Peng's face turned green.
This time, not only was he unable to embarrass Zifeng, he had embarrassed himself instead.
All right, Bingqian.
Since we're already here, we'll take care of ourselves from now on. There's no need to bother Brother Jin anymore.
Zifeng turned towards Bingqian. Bingqian listened to whatever Zifeng said and nodded. Okay. Whatever you want. Let's go.
The two turned around, cupped their hands and slightly bowed. Many thanks to Brother Jin for escorting us.
Hold on.
Jin Peng quickly returned to his senses. If he let them go like that, then he wouldn't have any chance to get close to Liu Bingqian at all.
Zifeng raised his brow. Brother Jin, do you have some advice for us? Jin Peng's mouth twitched. That's right. We're in front of the gravity multiplier room right now. However, do you think that you can get inside so easily?
Liu Bingqian furrowed her brows and pointed towards a group of disciples. But aren't they going in easily? They're formal disciples of the sect. Everyone here is given a ranking and were assigned to a certain room, so that's why they can freely enter and exit.
However, you guys are outsiders. Before entering, you should be tested first.
Jin Peng made up some random things and shot a few glances at his brothers.
If you don't believe me, then you can ask other people. Say, Ah Chang, there's a rule like this, right? Ah Chang was startled but immediately answered, that's right. We have to test you first. Otherwise, if someone in the low Qi refining stages enter a top room, wouldn't they be crushed to death? That's right. Jin Peng is right. There is something like this. All outsides must be tested before they enter the rooms.
Jin Peng believed that it was due to luck that Zifeng was able to make it to the mountain before he did. This time, he was going to make use of the testing steel. It was almost impossible for them to cheat or get outside help. Thus, this was the best opportunity to embarrass Zifeng.
Liu Bingqian looked towards Zifeng. Big brother rough guy, what do you think?
Zifeng smiled back. Brother Jin makes a lot of sense.
Since this is the rule, then we just have to follow it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 113, Testing Potential.
The highest multiplier in the gravity room was 20 times while the lowest was 2 times. Normally, a Qi refining stage practitioner from the outside would start from 2 times and slowly advance. However, Jin Peng suddenly suggested that there was a test before entering. This was breaking the rules of the profound sect.
Yi Zifeng didn't report him to Elder Zhao. He was too lazy to care about a small fry like Jin Pang.
People like Jin Pang were like wet flour.
When they stick on you, it is very hard to get rid of them.
Jin Pang brought Yi Zifeng around to a large testing steel.
This is very simple. Just insert your qi into the steel and a color will appear based on the quality and thickness of your qi.
Yi Zifeng looked over at Jin Pang and asked, "So?
What are you saying?"
Actually, Yi Zifeng had seen this kind of steel before. He had administered examinations using these in his past life.
Simply put, the gravity multiplier room will help bring out one's hidden potential.
Thus, we will use this to test your potential.
Liu Bingqian was shocked. It's that incredible? It can use colors to determine one's potential?
Jin Pang laughed, of course.
There's a reason why the sect's name is Profound Sect. There are many profound treasures in the sect. This steel is an example of this.
It is placed here for Qi refining stage and martial disciple realm disciples to use.
Really?
Liu Bingqian was curious about the treasure. Jin Pang smiled back, "If you don't believe me, then watch."
Jin Pang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then inserted his qi into the testing steel.
Immediately, the other disciples around Jin Pang began to talk.
The color on the steel is starting to change and is getting darker. This means that senior brother has good potential, right? How far do you think senior brother can go in his life?
I remember that when he tested himself the last time, he had reached the first rank of spirit tier, which is a light green color.
I feel like it will at most be only a little bit darker. That was a long time ago. I feel like he should be at the second rank of spirit tier right now.
Everyone watched in excitement. They all wanted to see what kind of potential their senior brother has. At the same time, they all tried to guess. They all watched as Jin Peng Qi entered the steel and circle around the 16 holes. After a while, the steel made a pang sound and the colors started to stabilize.
Dark green. It represented third rank of spirit tier. Congratulations, senior brother Jin Pang. With your potential, it will only be a matter of time before you reach the second rank of the martial disciple realm.
That's right. Senior brother Jin Pang, when you become famous in the future, don't forget about us brothers. It didn't matter whether they were sincere or not, they all congratulated Jin Pang.
They might as well do it.
Saying a few words of praise won't hurt them and they might get some benefits in the future.
The steel in front of the gravity multiplier room was different from a normal testing steel.
After the results appear, it will also reveal the cultivation of the person who just inserted their qi.
This was the first time that Liu Bingqian had seen such thing. She was becoming more and more curious about it. So there's actually something like this in the world, huh? All right. Let me try it too.
Jin Pang smiled and took a half a step back. Miss Bingqian is exceptionally intelligent and gifted.
Your potential must be very high.
Liu Bingqian furrowed her brows. She had heard these words before. These words were exactly the same as the words that noble guys would say when they chased after her.
She hated it. I said I want to try it out.
Jin Pang remained still, then come over here.
Then why are you still standing there? Are you trying to take advantage of me while I go over?
Liu Bingqian had a cold expression in her eyes.
You? Jin Pang's expression changed.
His intentions had been seen through by Liu Bingqian. Those words were basically slapping him in the face.
All right, fine. I'll move. Then you can come over.
Jin Pang snorted and walked towards the other disciples. He had been slapped in the face by this woman's words in front of everyone. His fellow brothers saw this and patted his back in sympathy.
Liu Bingqian smiled and walked towards the testing steel.
She stood in front of the steel and then looked back at Yi Zifeng. After receiving a nod from him, did she finally insert her qi into the steel. She really wanted to see what kind of potential she had. In an instant, a brilliant light bursted out from the steel. 3 rays of light entered the hole and continuously rotated in there. This is... Jin Peng's jaws dropped. He knew what was going on, but he didn't want to believe it. Red. The other disciples called out and started to chatter. No way. How can it be red? Who is she? How does she have the potential at the peak of spirit tier? Senior brother Jin Peng, did you forget to clear out your Qi from the steel? If not, how can a Qi refining stage disciple have such a high potential rating? Could she be a super genius in the martial way? Liu Bingqian pouted, hey. Didn't you see? I'm at the peak of Qi refining, . So what if you're at the peak of Qi refining? Senior brother Jin Peng is already at the martial disciple realm and he was only rated at the 3rd rank of the martial disciple realm. How can your Qi refining stage Qi be rated higher than his Qi? This doesn't make sense. Occasionally, people would be rated 1 or 2 ranks higher than their cultivation. It's not like they haven't seen people rated 3 or 4 ranks higher either. They would be shocked at that but would then recover quickly. However, Liu Bingqian's results were beyond comprehension. Only a genius-class cultivator could achieve something like this. Jin Peng wanted to show off his potential in front of Liu Bingqian. However, Liu Bingqian's results had exceeded his own by many times. His efforts were basically for naught. If Bingqian was stronger than himself, then wouldn't he be whipped in the future? Jin Peng was bitterly laughing in his heart. He suddenly looked over at Zifeng. He didn't have to be stronger than Bingqian. It's fine as long as he's stronger than the guy she likes. After he thought about this, Jin Peng felt much better. He put his hopes on Zifeng failing. You're Zifeng, right? Since Bingqian tested her potential already, it's your turn now. One of Jin Peng's brothers heard this and muttered, Zifeng? This name sounds kind of familiar. Where have I heard about him? What are you talking about? Didn't you hear senior brother Jin Peng before? They're not from our profound sect. They came here to cultivate in the gravity multiplier room with some inside help. How could you know them? But I'm not lying. I'm very sure that I've heard this name before. The disciple scratched his head while thinking about where he had heard this name before. All right. Stop thinking too much and watch his test. I feel like he doesn't have much potential since he's still at the 5th stage of Qi refining at his age. Zifeng smiled and walked towards the steel. He wanted to insert his Qi but suddenly retracted his hand. He turned around and looked at Jin Peng. Brother Jin. Can I say something to you first? No matter what happens here, it has nothing to do with me. If something goes wrong, you'll bear responsibility and compensate for everything. I hope you can make an inner demon's oath for this. Jin Peng was startled. What are you saying? It's only inserting your Qi. Why do you have to make it sound so serious? If you don't do it, then I won't insert my Qi. I'll go find Senior Muyun. After hearing Muyun Old Devil's name, Jin Peng really got scared. He was a mere disciple of the younger generation. He can't afford to offend someone like Muyun Old Devil. Alright, fine. I promise. I'll make an inner demon's oath stating that I will bear the consequences and compensate for anything that happens. Is that fine? Jin Peng rolled his eyes at Zifeng. After the oath, Zifeng smiled and nodded. He then began to insert his Qi into the steel. At first, everything looked normal. However, all of a sudden, the steel began to shake. It looks as if it was being filled with darkness. Black lights appeared in the holes on the steel. This. At the same time, a burnt smell emitted from the testing steel. Holy heavens! What is happening?
Yi Zifeng, stop!
Jin Pang and the others were shocked at the strange scene and yelled at Yi Zifeng.
Remember. You're the one that told me to stop.
Yi Zifeng laughed and retracted his hand. In a few moments, countless amount of black smoke appeared from the steel. The highest multiplier in the gravity room was 20 times while the lowest was 2 times. Normally, a Qi refining stage practitioner from the outside would start from 2 times and slowly advance. However, Jin Pang suddenly suggested that there was a test before entering. This was breaking the rules of the profound sect.
Yi Zifeng didn't report him to Elder Zhao. He was too lazy to care about a small fry like Jin Pang.
People like Jin Pang were like wet flour.
When they stick on you, it is very hard to get rid of them.
Jin Pang brought Yi Zifeng around to a large testing steel. This is very simple. Just insert your qi into the steel and a color will appear based on the quality and thickness of your qi.
Yi Zifeng looked over at Jin Pang and asked, "So? What are you saying?"
Actually, Yi Zifeng had seen this kind of steel before. He had administered examinations using these in his past life.
Simply put, the gravity multiplier room will help bring out one's hidden potential.
Thus, we will use this to test your potential.
Liu Bingqian was shocked. It's that incredible? It can use colors to determine one's potential?
Jin Pang laughed, of course.
There's a reason why the sect's name is Profound Sect. There are many profound treasures in the sect. This steel is an example of this.
It is placed here for Qi refining stage and martial disciple realm disciples to use.
Really?
Liu Bingqian was curious about the treasure. Jin Pang smiled back, if you don't believe me, then watch.
Jin Pang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then inserted his qi into the testing steel.
Immediately, the other disciples around Jin Pang began to talk.
The color on the steel is starting to change and is getting darker. This means that senior brother has good potential, right? How far do you think senior brother can go in his life?
I remember that when he tested himself the last time, he had reached the first rank of spirit tier, which is a light green color.
I feel like it will at most be only a little bit darker. That was a long time ago. I feel like he should be at the second rank of spirit tier right now.
Everyone watched in excitement. They all wanted to see what kind of potential their senior brother has. At the same time, they all tried to guess. They all watched as Jin Pang Qi entered the steel and circle around the 16 holes. After a while, the steel made a pang sound and the colors started to stabilize.
Dark green.
It represented third rank of spirit tier.
Congratulations, senior brother Jin Pang. With your potential, it will only be a matter of time before you reach the second rank of the martial disciple realm.
That's right. Senior brother Jin Pang, when you become famous in the future, don't forget about us brothers. It didn't matter whether they were sincere or not, they all congratulated Jin Pang.
They might as well do it.
Saying a few words of praise won't hurt them and they might get some benefits in the future. The steel in front of the gravity multiplier room was different from a normal testing steel. After the results appear, it will also reveal the cultivation of the person who just inserted their qi. This was the first time that Liu Bingqian had seen such thing. She was becoming more and more curious about it. So there's actually something like this in the world, huh? All right. Let me try it too. Jin Pang smiled and took a half a step back. Miss Bingqian is exceptionally intelligent and gifted. Your potential must be very high. Liu Bingqian furrowed her brows. She had heard these words before. These words were exactly the same as the words that noble guys would say when they chased after her.
She hated it. I said I want to try it out.
Jin Pang remained still, then come over here.
Then why are you still standing there? Are you trying to take advantage of me while I go over?
Liu Bingqian had a cold expression in her eyes.
You? Jin Pang's expression changed.
His intentions had been seen through by Liu Bingqian. Those words were basically slapping him in the face.
All right, fine. I'll move. Then you can come over.
Zifeng snorted and walked towards the other disciples. He had been slapped in the face by this woman's words in front of everyone. His fellow brothers saw this and patted his back in sympathy.
Liu Bingqian smiled and walked towards the testing steel.
She stood in front of the steel and then looked back at Zifeng. After receiving a nod from him, did she finally insert her qi into the steel. She really wanted to see what kind of potential she had. In an instant, a brilliant light bursted out from the steel.
3 rays of light entered the hole and continuously rotated in there. This is... Zifeng's jaws dropped. He knew what was going on, but he didn't want to believe it. Red.
The other disciples called out and started to chatter.
No way. How can it be red? Who is she? How does she have the potential at the peak of spirit tier? Senior brother Zifeng, did you forget to clear out your qi from the steel? If not, how can a qi refining stage disciple have such a high potential rating? Could she be a super genius in the martial way? Liu Bingqian pouted, hey. Didn't you see? I'm at the peak of qi refining. So what if you're at the peak of qi refining?
Senior brother Zifeng is already at the martial disciple realm and he was only rated at the 3rd rank of the martial disciple realm. How can your qi refining stage qi be rated higher than his qi?
This doesn't make sense. Occasionally, people would be rated 1 or 2 ranks higher than their cultivation. It's not like they haven't seen people rated 3 or 4 ranks higher either. They would be shocked at that but would then recover quickly. However, Liu Bingqian's results were beyond comprehension.
Only a genius-class cultivator could achieve something like this. Zifeng wanted to show off his potential in front of Liu Bingqian. However, Liu Bingqian's results had exceeded his own by many times.
His efforts were basically for naught. If Bingqian was stronger than himself, then wouldn't he be whipped in the future?
Zifeng was bitterly laughing in his heart.
He suddenly looked over at Zifeng. He didn't have to be stronger than Bingqian. It's fine as long as he's stronger than the guy she likes. After he thought about this, Zifeng felt much better. He put his hopes on Zifeng failing. You're Zifeng, right? Since Bingqian tested her potential already, it's your turn now. One of Zifeng's brothers heard this and muttered, Zifeng? This name sounds kind of familiar. Where have I heard about him? What are you talking about? Didn't you hear senior brother Zifeng before?
They're not from our profound sect. They came here to cultivate in the gravity multiplier room with some inside help.
How could you know them? But I'm not lying. I'm very sure that I've heard this name before.
The disciple scratched his head while thinking about where he had heard this name before.
All right. Stop thinking too much and watch his test.
I feel like he doesn't have much potential since he's still at the 5th stage of qi refining at his age.
Zifeng smiled and walked towards the steel.
He wanted to insert his qi but suddenly retracted his hand. He turned around and looked at Zifeng.
Brother Jin. Can I say something to you first? No matter what happens here, it has nothing to do with me.
If something goes wrong, you'll bear responsibility and compensate for everything.
I hope you can make an inner demon's oath for this. Zifeng was startled. What are you saying? It's only inserting your qi. Why do you have to make it sound so serious? If you don't do it, then I won't insert my qi. I'll go find Senior Muyun.
After hearing Muyun Old Devil's name, Zifeng really got scared. He was a mere disciple of the younger generation. He can't afford to offend someone like Muyun Old Devil.
All right, fine. I promise.
I'll make an inner demon's oath stating that I will bear the consequences and compensate for anything that happens.
Is that fine?
Jin Peng rolled his eyes at Yi Zifeng. After the oath, Yi Zifeng smiled and nodded. He then began to insert his qi into the steel. At first, everything looked normal. However, all of a sudden, the steel began to shake. It looks as if it was being filled with darkness. Black lights appeared in the holes on the steel. This. At the same time, a burnt smell emitted from the testing steel.
Holy heavens! What is happening? Yi Zifeng, stop.
Jin Peng and the others were shocked at the strange scene and yelled at Yi Zifeng.
Remember, you're the one that told me to stop.
Yi Zifeng laughed and retracted his hand. In a few moments, countless amount of black smoke appeared from the steel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 114, Cultivating by Force.
The testing steel was designed to withstand a large amount of qi. It was made so that martial disciple realm and qi refining stage disciples could not destroy it even if they wanted to. Thus, when the black smoke appeared from the steel, everyone thought that it was weird.
Yi Zifeng.
What did you just do? Why did the testing steel turn like this? Jin Peng yelled out at him.
Liu Bingqian's eyes lit up and stared at Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng laughed. You guys saw exactly what I did.
I just followed your steps and inserted my qi into the steel.
Didn't everyone see this?
Jin Peng furiously shook his head. Impossible.
I have never seen something like this happen before. How can the steel be broken like this? If you've never seen something, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
Jin Peng wanted to continue asking Yi Zifeng's questions but was pulled aside by one of the other disciples. Senior brother Jin, there's something that I don't know if I should say or not. Jin Peng furrowed his brows. If you have something to say, then say it.
Don't beat around the bush. He was feeling very angry right now and wasn't in the mood to play any games.
That disciple muttered, Senior brother Jin, this testing steel can only test the potential within the qi refining stage and the martial disciple realm.
Is it possible that Yi Zifeng's potential have already surpassed the limit of the steel? Surpassed the limit of the steel?
When Jin Peng heard this, he glared at that disciple and stood there silently.
Jin Peng hesitated a bit but continued to talk. You mean, this 20-year-old fifth stage of qi refining person has a potential that cannot be gauged?
That disciple had worried look on his face but still nodded. If it's not like this, then how someone at the fifth stage of qi refining destroy the testing steel with his qi?
Let me calm myself down.
Jin Peng felt that his temples were stinging a bit.
How can Yi Zifeng let him calm down and think about it?
He immediately opened his mouth. Since Bingqian and I already have been tested, you should bring us to cultivate in the gravity multiplier room.
Hold on. Jin Peng's expression changed. What else do you want? Do you want me to pay you for this testing steel?
Yi Zifeng saw that Jin Peng called for him again and felt impatient.
Don't worry. I won't ask you to compensate for anything at all.
However, I forgot to tell you that entering the gravity multiplier room has a time-based fee. Yi Zifeng's expression turned ugly. I didn't think that a large sect like the Profound Sect would charge people money to use their facility.
Let me ask you this then. Who's measuring the time? Who's collecting the fees?
Jin Peng laughed and pointed at himself. Naturally, it would be me, a disciple of the sect.
Liu Bingqian was angry. Brother Jin, how come you didn't tell my master any of this?
Jin Peng awkwardly smiled and tried to comfort her. Bingqian, don't worry. I know that you're Senior Muyun's disciple and will not charge you.
But Yi Zifeng isn't. However, I will do things fairly and won't upset Senior Muyun. Let's see.
I'll take 100 gold coins as entry fee. Someone patted Jin Peng's shoulder all of a sudden. Senior brother Jin.
Stop talking. That Yi Zifeng isn't even paying attention to you. He left a while ago. What? Jin Pang looked up. It was just as the disciple had said. Yi Zifeng left as if Jin Pang's words meant nothing. He ran very quickly towards the training room at a speed that exceeded everyone's expectation. Very quickly, he had reached the doors to the multiplier rooms. Having Yi Zifeng test himself at the testing steel was nothing. However, making him pay 100 gold coins was too excessive. Yi Zifeng didn't want to deal with these little things at all and went straight to the rooms. Jin Pang yelled out again, Yi Zifeng. Stop. This is the profound sect's territory. How can an outsider like yourself be able to do whatever they want? I didn't want to use this, but you left me with no choice. Look at this. A smile appeared on Yi Zifeng's face as he retrieved a medallion from his sleeves. What? The passage medallion? How did he have something like this? How can a 5th stage of Qi refining brat like Yi Zifeng obtain the passage medallion that was meant for the higher-ups of Tiandao City? Right. Is this medallion fake? At the same time, one of the disciples' eyes widened. I remember now. Yi Zifeng is the person who beat Qi Zimo in the alchemy competition. No way. He's the champion? Some of these people didn't pay attention to the alchemy competition at all. However, once they knew that Yi Zifeng was the champion, they were all shocked. Jin Pang suddenly remembered something. He had a martial uncle that attended the competition and purchased a high-quality pill. However, the fact that he spent 1,800 gold make him into a laughingstock. Jin Pang remembered that the pill that his martial uncle bought was refined by the champion of the competition. That meant that the pill was refined by Yi Zifeng, an expert in the Tao of alchemy who also has connections with Muyun Old Devil. Even though his cultivation is low, he can't be offended. All right. Can I go in now? Yi Zifeng smiled towards Jin Pang. With the passage medallion, let's not mention this mere training facility, he can even go stroll in an adept's garden. If it wasn't for the fact that Muyun Old Devil wanted Jin Pang to lead the way, Yi Zifeng would have gone to the gravity multiplier room by himself. Of course. Of course. This is not a problem at all. Jin Pang's face was frozen in shock but still managed to force a smile. Are you still going to make me pay a fee? Jin Pang's heart shook and hurriedly replied, no. Of course not. Yi Zifeng's expression was very cold. All right. Bingqian, let's go in. Okay. Liu Bingqian laughed as she watched the scene unfold in front of her. The gravity multiplier room was designed and constructed using many different formations. Each level will have different kinds of formation imbued into the room. Since the multiplier goes from 2x to 20x, each respective room will be able to help cultivate disciples from the 2nd stage of Qi refining all the way to the 9th level of martial disciple realm. Big brother rough guy. Which room are you going into? Do you want me to come with you? Liu Bingqian was looking forward to training with Yi Zifeng. I'm going to the 20x multiplier room. Do you want to come? Yi Zifeng smiled at her. Liu Bingqian pouted, you're doing this on purpose, right? So you don't want to train with me? Yi Zifeng laughed and shook his head, no, I just think that it's better to train separately. Also, I don't like people watching me train either. Liu Bingqian sighed, alright. Since I'm on the 9th stage of Qi refining, I'll go to the 9x multiplier room and try it out. She wanted to go to the 5x room with Yi Zifeng and cultivate together, but since Yi Zifeng didn't want it, all she could do was train by herself at the appropriate level. After Liu Bingqian left, Yi Zifeng stood by himself in front of all the rooms. He looked around as if he was looking for something. After a while, he smiled. Found it. The core of the formation is right here. He looked up at the room, 3x multiplier room, huh? All right. It'll be easier for me anyways. He smiled, looked around and then walked into the room.
When he entered, the gravity made Zifeng to move a bit slower. After a while, he regained his normal speed. With his 5th stage of Qi refining cultivation, this was nothing to him.
How is it? Did you see which rooms they entered?
Jin Peng hurriedly asked.
Brother Jin, Miss Bingqian went to the 9x multiplier room and Yi Zifeng went into.
Jin Peng hurried him up and asked, where did he go?
Tell me now. The 3x multiplier room. The person quickly answered. What? The 3x multiplier room?
Jin Peng was doubting this. No way.
He was so overbearing before. Why did he suddenly go into the 3x multiplier room? Isn't he just wasting his time there?
Senior brother Jin, that guy was so arrogant before.
I know that you're in a bad mood too. I say, we should just enter it too and teach him a lesson. Jin Peng frowned. No.
He has connections with Mu Yun Old Devil and is also the champion of the alchemy competition. If we directly deal with him, it'll be bad for us.
We can't directly deal with him?
Jin Peng's brothers caught the keywords in his reply.
Wait. So how are we going to deal with him?
Jin Peng grinned evilly, hee hee. You guys don't know this, but you can actually mess with the gravity multiplier rooms.
I've been here for many years and found out a while ago.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 115, You Want to Mess With Me?
Yi Zifeng circled around the room slowly. The pressure from the gravity was exerted upon his body, but he was able to handle it. When he was outside of the room, he can tell that the core formation of the gravity room lied in this room. However, as for where its exact location is, he had to carefully look for it. If a person didn't have enough experience in this expertise, they would not notice something like this at all.
So the core formation of the gravity multiplier rooms is here, huh?
Yi Zifeng chuckled and have already walked to the deepest part of the room. He bent down and looked at the Blood Emperor drawing on the wall. He gently placed his hand on the drawing and closed his eyes. Through his hand, he slowly sent his qi into the drawing. At the same time, a mysterious energy was released from the frames of the drawing and slowly filled up the room.
The thickness of the qi started to change within the room. It became much more concentrated. Yi Zifeng smiled. The setup of this room is similar to the ones in the Black Tortoise continent. As long as I insert qi into the painting, I can change the multiplier in the room.
This means that he can change the multiplier in the room to anything that he wants. Even though he was in the 3x multiplier room, he can bring it to 10x or even higher if he wants.
Yi Zifeng looked towards the door.
There was no movement at all.
Since they're not here yet, I'll just cultivate a bit first then.
Yi Zifeng wouldn't waste his precious cultivation time just to wait for Jin Peng to come. He inserted his qi into the drawing again and increased the gravity.
He pondered for a bit and finally decided, let's try 5x gravity first. I'll warm myself up. The gravity became stronger and stronger. Yi Zifeng's knees started to bend a bit from the pressure exerted by the gravity.
His mouth curved up into a smile. All right.
Let's get used to this first.
Saying that, he started to run around in the room.
The invisible energy started to suppress Yi Zifeng.
At the same time, his body shook every time he took a step. It stimulated his body and his nerves. It slowly started to change his body's physique.
All right. Let's try 6x gravity now.
As he inserted his qi into the drawing, the invisible energy became stronger. Yi Zifeng felt the pressure of the gravity through his entire body down to his bones. His face started to become red.
Nice. Excellent.
Yi Zifeng laughed out loud. He can clearly feel the essence of energy entering his body as he slowly gets used to the pressure.
Tiandao City is a city filled with an abundance amount of qi.
On top of that, the profound sect is built on top of the area with the most abundant Qi energy.
It is the best place for Yi Zifeng to cultivate at the moment. Even if there was a fee to enter, Yi Zifeng would definitely pay for it.
Right now, Yi Zifeng was still at the peak of the 5th stage of Qi refining, and have not fully reached the 6th stage yet. Even if he has the ability to fight with people at a higher level, the gravity room tested the limits of his body. It would be difficult for Yi Zifeng to keep up as the multiplier gets higher and higher. Under the pressure of 6x gravity, Yi Zifeng's pace became slower and slower. It felt as if there was a giant on his back. The profound sect really does deserve its fame. It would be great if these gravity rooms were in the Ashen Spirit sect, and I was able to visit it every day. Since he wasn't originally a person from Tiandao City, it is very hard for him to stay around. Also, the profound sect won't take outsiders as disciples if they're below the martial disciple realm, so he can't really join the sect right now either. Thus, he wants to continuously use this room to the full extent of his time. There was only around 10 more days before he had to return home. However, he knows that he'll return sooner or later. Yi Zifeng snickered and his eyes lit up. Since I'm here, I might as well train harder.
Let's move on to 7x gravity. The gravity become a level stronger. Yi Zifeng started to sweat.
His veins started to bulge out. His face became redder and redder. All of his veins looked like they were about to explode. It was clear that Yi Zifeng wasn't able to handle the sudden change in gravity. He retracted some of his qi from the drawing and the pressure on the body started to weaken. It was not long before the gravity returned to 6x. To be able to control the gravity with the Blood Emperor drawing made Yi Zifeng's life a lot easier. This was because if he couldn't handle the pressure from the next level, he can easily retract his qi and have it return to a more comfortable level. Even though he had never entered a gravity multiplier room on the Black Tortoise continent, he knows the theory behind the formation.
He would rather work from the bottom than skip levels and not be able to handle it.
If he was cocky and jumped all the way to 20x gravity, his body would have exploded already. He took a deep breath and prepared himself before he slowly changed the gravity to 7x. The energy returned again and an immense pressure was exerted onto his entire body. It made his head very dizzy. He felt as if all the cells in his body was exploding. It was very uncomfortable. Qi exploded out of all his pores and covered his entire body. This helped him cope with the intense pressure from the 7x gravity. He held onto his knees with his hand, not allowing himself to kneel down. He gritted his teeth and finally stood up. This meant that he was able to withstand the pressure from the 7x gravity room.
All right. Let's take it one step at a time. Yi Zifeng was panting, but he didn't stop at all. He gritted his teeth again and continued to move. He couldn't relax at all. He doesn't even have enough strength to stand up straight right now. He slowly took a step forward and took a deep breath. A white mist appeared from his body with some lightning energy concealed within. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Every step took an enormous amount of energy. It slowly consumed his physical strength. When he couldn't take it anymore, he would retract some of his qi from the drawing and rest for a bit. After a while, he would repeat the process and try again. Eating high-quality pills and learning techniques would only help him increase the quality and quantity of his qi. Right now, Yi Zifeng was refining his body. The former would change one's cultivation realm while the latter would determine one's actual strength. This is a really good place to cultivate. If I can cultivate here for a few more days, then I can redevelop this entire trashy body. When the body gets stronger, it'll be easier for me to cultivate. Right when Yi Zifeng was thinking that, the sound of people walking around can be heard from the door. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't think much of it. However, this is Yi Zifeng. He had been keeping his eyes on the door even though he was training very hard. Yi Zifeng had guessed that it was about time that Jin Peng started to make his move. So you're finally going to make a move, huh? Yi Zifeng smiled. A small straw appeared from the door. From the straw, a colorless smoke entered the room. At the same time, the gravity within the room started to change. Even though it was only a small change right now, it will soon add up to become something problematic. If Yi Zifeng wasn't paying attention to it, it might be too late when he realizes the change. So this smoke can change the gravity in the room. That's interesting. No wonder why this Jin Pang is a senior brother to everyone. Yi Zifeng laughed. He retracted the qi from the Blood Emperor drawing. The smoke can increase the gravity while retracting qi from the Blood Emperor drawing will decrease the gravity. With this, it came up to a net change of 0. Outside the door, Jin Pang was showing off in front of his junior brothers with this smoke. Do you see how incredible this smoke is? Yi Zifeng probably didn't notice it, but in a bit, he will probably be suppressed by the immense pressure of gravity. The junior brothers laughed and gave him a thumbs up. Senior brother Jin is sure worthy of being Adept Bailey's disciple. You have increased this junior brother's knowledge. That's right. Senior brother Jin, do you still have some more of this smoke? Can you give me some so I can use this against anyone that offends me? Senior brother, this method is sure cruel. However, I like it. Laughter sounded throughout the area. Yi Zifeng didn't respect them, so now they feel much better after doing this. Yi Zifeng was also the champion of the alchemy competition. By doing this, it satisfied their vanity. Jin Pang stopped laughing and pointed at someone. Old Wu, go over to Miss Bingqian and call her over. Tell her to come watch the show. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, I'll mess with you instead. After training for a while, Liu Bingqian was filled with sweat. It was clear that she achieved some results while training in the 9x gravity room. I wonder how Big Brother Rough Guy is doing. That stupid blockhead actually refused to train with me. Could it be that I, Liu Bingqian, do not have the charms to attract him? Right when she was thinking about Yi Zifeng, a sound came from her door. A happy expression appeared on Bingqian's face. She quickly ran towards the door to open it. Big Brother Rough Guy, you. However, the person in front of her was not Yi Zifeng but a complete stranger. This stranger was a short-statured man who continuously stared at her. It made Bingqian feel disgusted. An awkward expression appeared on her face. You, who are you? Old Wu snickered. I'm Old Wu. You don't know me, but you should know my senior brother Jin Pang, right? Hearing that Jin Pang sent him, Liu Bingqian could somewhat tell what was going on. Mei Cham, okay. So you're Jin Pang's junior brother? That's right. A cold expression then appeared on her face. What does he want from me while I'm training here? Could it be that he wants me to pay a fee too? She thought about how Jin Pang wanted Yi Zifeng to pay a fee and got a little angry on the inside. What's Miss Bingqian talking about? Your senior Muyun's disciple. How can we ask you to pay a fee? Brother Jin Pang told me to come because Yi Zifeng strained himself while training and wanted to tell you about it. Big Brother Rough Guy. Liu Bingqian was startled, but then she remembered something. No way. You guys are lying. Before I entered this room, I looked at where Big Brother Rough Guy went. He went into the 3x gravity room. How could he have strained himself? Miss Bingqian, I'm not lying to you. She saw that Old Wu had a serious look on his face as if something really did happen and became flustered. Actually? No way. Quick! Bring me over. Liu Bingqian became very anxious all of a sudden. Jin Pang heard their movements and turned around. Coincidentally, he saw the anxious look that Bingqian had on her face. When he saw that, his expression turned gloomy. When he thought about how Yi Zifeng would embarrass himself in front of Bingqian,
he felt a lot better. In his view, even if Liu Bingqian didn't care about himself, her impression on Yi Zifeng would decrease due to this. After all, he, Jin Peng, was a disciple of Adept Bailey. To compare himself to Yi Zifeng was like comparing the light of a firefly to the light of the moon.
Miss Bingqian, you're here. Jin Peng smiled. What happened to Big Brother Rough Guy? If he strained himself, then why aren't you helping him?
Liu Bingqian started to blame Jin Peng and his friends.
Jin Peng shrugged. Help him? Did you see how he treated us?
A mere cultivator at the 5th stage of Qi refining should be respectful towards us.
If we want him to pay a fee, then he should.
Instead, he threatened us with the passage medallion.
You? Bingqian was very angry. Miss Bingqian, don't stare at me like this.
He strained himself in there. It has nothing to do with us.
Jin Peng laughed very loudly and then waved his hand towards his junior brothers. Since Miss Bingqian requested it, then what are you guys doing?
Open the door and let her see how weak this Yi Zifeng is, to fall in the 3x gravity room.
Yes, senior brother Jin.
Old Wu laughed and opened the door.
Jin Peng laughed and pointed inside the door. Look. Fellow brothers, do you guys have a lot of free time? Why are you guys all gathered up here in the 3x gravity room? Could it be that you guys want to train here too?
Yi Zifeng's calm voice could be heard from inside the room. Jin Peng stopped laughing and his mouth started to twitch.
He looked inside the room. Yi Zifeng was standing straight up in an imposing manner. He was looking very sharp and grandiose while standing there.
It wasn't how Jin Peng had imagined at all. You. Jin Peng was overwhelmed with shock as if he was struck with lightning. He stared at Yi Zifeng and couldn't finish his sentence. The other disciples had the same expression on their face. They all watched as Jin Peng injected the smoke into the room.
How could the plan have failed?
Jin Peng slowly walked into the room and felt the pressure exerted on his body.
There was only 3x gravity in the room. No way. Senior brother Jin, did you use too little smoke? One of the disciples was surprised and couldn't help but call out.
Jin Peng immediately glared at him.
Hearing this, Liu Bingqian became suspicious. Smoke? What smoke? Jin Peng smiled and explained, it's nothing. We lit up some incense to measure the time that he was in the room. It's to help the person inside. It lets them know how long they've been training for and lets them know their limits.
Jin Peng was a natural con artist.
Every time he opened his mouth, lies would come out of it.
Yi Zifeng smiled back at him, so that's how it is.
So brother Jin brought some friends to watch out for me, huh? Really? Liu Bingqian's eyes widened, not believing what Jin Peng had said. Jin Peng quickly replied, yeah. This is what we wanted to do.
He didn't understand why the smoke failed to increase the gravity in the room. However, since Yi Zifeng went along with him, he'll continue to play along too.
Yi Zifeng nodded, so that's how it is. Brother Jin, can I have the incense then?
This.
Jin Peng stared at Yi Zifeng.
He did have a spirit incense, but that's used to increase the gravity in these rooms. If he gave it to Yi Zifeng and Yi Zifeng checks it out, then he would find out about everything. What he doesn't know was that Yi Zifeng had figured his plan out since the beginning. Yi Zifeng stuck his hand out, signal for Jin Peng to give him the incense. What's up, brother Jin?
I see some of the dust from the incense in your sleeves. Is it in your robe?
Where? Jin Peng quickly pulled his sleeves down and patted his robe. Suddenly, he realized what was going on. Yi Zifeng was playing with him.
To be played by a youngster like Yi Zifeng, Jin Peng was feeling angry.
He took a deep breath and finally reached into his robes.
He took the spirit incense out and gave it to Yi Zifeng.
It's here.
All of his junior brothers were eyeing the incenses with envy.
All they could do was watch Qi Zifeng take them into his hands.
Not bad.
I'll use these later.
Oh yeah. Bingqian, why don't I give you some of these and light one up in your room? Liu Bingqian smiled, okay.
It's pretty depressing training by myself. I'll use this to keep track of time. If Jin Peng doesn't understand what Qi Zifeng meant by his words, then he is very stupid. He knew that he was in the palms of Qi Zifeng's hands. Jin Peng let out a bitter smile. You don't need to use the spirit incense.
It will get very stuffy in the room. I have a spirit alarm. Why don't you guys have it? So you have something like that too?
As expected from the disciple of Adept Bailey. You sure have a lot of treasures.
I, Zifeng, really admire you. This is all because my master loves me a lot.
Jin Peng forced a laugh and gave Qi Zifeng his spirit alarm.
Qi Zifeng looked over the alarm and then immediately put it into his interspatial ring along with the incense. Many thanks to Brother Jin for your care.
Senior Muyon asked me to take care of you guys, so I, Jin Peng, will do my best to.
Jin Peng bitterly smiled again.
Qi Zifeng nodded. I, Zifeng, am from Legacy City. There aren't many chances for me to train in the profound sect, so I've decided to stay here for the next few days. If Brother Jin wants to give more pointers, I, Zifeng, will always welcome it. After Jin Peng experienced this loss, he didn't dare come bother this demonic being anymore.
All he could do was laugh it off. Liu Bingqian giggled, if Big Brother Rough Guy is going to stay, then I'm going to stay too.
Qi Zifeng smiled at her, whatever you want.
Seeing how Bingqian was completely focused on Qi Zifeng, Jin Peng clenched his fists.
As he walked away, he softly muttered, just you watch Qi Zifeng. After my master returns from secluded meditation, I will definitely ask him to take care of you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 117, 8 times gravity.
Jin Peng was gloomy to the extreme and was filled with anger. After he left the mountain, he continuously cursed.
Qi Zifeng, that fucking brat. How dare he treat me like this?
Not only did he swindle my spirit incense and alarm away, he also made me lose face in front of Miss Bingqian.
This is too angering.
His junior brothers knew that he wasn't in a good mood and didn't know if they should comfort him or not.
They all stood there inside.
In the end, it was old Wu who spoke. Brother Jin, just hold out for a bit. We can wait until Adept Bailey returns to teach that Qi Zifeng a lesson. Jin Peng felt a bit better and nodded, that's right.
I was just thinking about that. Master is fond of me and pampers me. He will not allow me to be humiliated like this.
We'll let Qi Zifeng off for now and wait until Master returns.
Old Wu laughed loudly, yeah. That's the way. I'll be the host today and invite you to dinner. It'll help you feel better.
Yeah, that's right, Brother Jin. We'll take care of him later.
How dare he use Miss Bingqian as a shield? Jin Peng gritted his teeth and then cursed, fuck that Bingqian. Who cares if she's pretty? She's a bitch anyways. Let's go. Let's get some drinks tonight. I, Jin Peng, will drink my fill tonight.
It was rare for Jin Peng to be like this, and all the disciples followed along.
Let's go, Senior Brother Jin. We'll have fun until Adept Bailey returns. We'll take care of Qi Zifeng then. Yeah, Brother Jin. It's not too late to teach Qi Zifeng a lesson later. We'll beat him up until he turns into a big. By that time, that girl will definitely belong to Brother Jin. That's right.
Brother Jin, you have all these cool things with you.
Do you happen to have some aphrodisiacs?
Old Wu had an expression that only men can understand.
Jin Peng smiled, heh. I won't be rough with Miss Bingqian unless it is absolutely essential.
You should know that I truly do like her. So remember this, don't go around saying things about her.
If I find out, I won't let you go that easily. On matters regarding Liu Bingqian, Jin Peng didn't dare to play around. All right. We don't have to be so serious. Tonight, we will all drink our fills. We will take care of Yi Zifeng in a few days. Old Wu shouted.
On the other hand, Yi Zifeng was wildly training in his room.
They shouldn't be bothering me anytime soon.
I'll just use this chance to cultivate then.
It's not like Yi Zifeng doesn't want to play around, but right now, he needs to focus on increasing his cultivation in order to survive in the world. He doesn't have an impressive background and can't directly enter the profound sect. Right now, he has less than 12 days to train here. He needs to make use of this time.
He calmed down a bit and inserted his Qi into the Blood Emperor drawing.
He quickly changed the gravity to 6x.
After training for so long, his body had completely adapted to the 6x gravity. Right now, he was warming up and preparing for 7x gravity.
Oh yeah.
By using the lightning Qi, I can lower the pressure exerted on my body and it will also help with my cultivation.
What will happen if I use the power of the martial spirit?
After he thought about this, he started to smile.
8x gravity. Let's try this. A horrifying energy appeared in the room and immediately pressured Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng groaned and used his Qi to cover his body in order to keep himself up.
Slowly, blood seeped out from his mouth. Traces of blood appeared on his arms as his blood vessels started to burst. His entire body was becoming sore and was on the verge of breaking down. However, he gritted his teeth and tried to sustain himself.
Not enough. Slowly, blood seeped out from his ears, nose and mouth.
If it was anyone else in Yi Zifeng's position, they would be on the ground already, unable to lift their heads. After all, it was extremely hard for someone at the 5th stage of Qi refining to sustain themselves in 8x gravity.
If his resolution was any weaker, he would have collapsed and passed out already. For Yi Zifeng to even reach this stage, this showed that there was no one that can fight him at the same level, even in Tiandao City.
After feeling his 7 apertures bleed, Yi Zifeng didn't want to force himself anymore and retracted his Qi from the drawing, decreasing the gravity back down to 7x. If he wasn't able to control the gravity easily like this, then he would not dare to try 8x gravity. Now, let's try using the martial spirit's power. Very quickly, he gathered his Qi from his dantian into the red blood vessels in his arms. The bright red vessels then started to glow. Right now, he wasn't attacking anyone and wasn't trying to harm anyone. He wasn't using the death Qi but the life Qi of his dual martial spirit. Streams of Qi filled with vitality flowed from his arms and covered his body. The blood vessels that exploded started to heal up. Other than some scabs, it was completely healed. Wherever the Qi goes, his injuries would heal very quickly. When it reached his head, Yi Zifeng could feel his entire body and his mind clear up as if he was bathing in high-quality medicines.
It was an indescribable feeling.
His 7 apertures quickly returned to normal as if there was no blood in the first place.
This martial spirit uses death and life Qi. It can attack enemies and heal allies when he retreats. It can be considered as one of the best quality martial spirits there is. When I reach the martial disciple realm and truly awaken the martial spirit, then its power will be unimaginable.
Yi Zifeng looked at his body and exclaimed.
Yi Zifeng is confident that if he can handle this martial spirit, he will definitely stand at the top of this continent. After he rested for a bit, he stood up again. All right. Time to continue training. With this martial spirit's help, I can train much faster now. He covered his body in Qi and increased the gravity to 8x again. Bleeding a little is nothing to Yi Zifeng. As long as he can increase his cultivation, he was willing to make the sacrifice. No pain, no gain. Sometimes, a cultivator can take medicines to increase their cultivation. However, there is a limit. The cultivator's physique and strength depends on his own training. Having a refined physique is very important when fighting against another cultivator.
Thus, this gravity room is the best place for Qi Zifeng to train right now. Against people with the same cultivation or even someone a rank higher, body strength will determine the winner in the end.
The day passed by very quickly. When Qi Zifeng returned to his senses, it was already late at night.
He can feel his stomach rumbling with hunger.
He wanted to go find Liu Bingqian and get some dinner with her. When he opened the door, Bingqian, who was leaning by the door, almost fell in.
It was a good thing that Qi Zifeng had fast reactions and caught her before she fell.
Qi Zifeng was shocked and asked, "Bingqian, what are you doing here? Have you been waiting outside all this time?" Qi Zifeng was very sensitive to what was happening outside, but he didn't notice Bingqian outside at all.
This meant that she had been there for a long time and didn't move at all. Bingqian rubbed her eyes and smiled. "Big brother rough guy, you were too busy training, so I didn't want to bother you.
I sat outside and waited for you instead." Qi Zifeng was moved by Liu Bingqian's actions. "I was too into training and forgot about you. It's my fault." Hearing that Qi Zifeng had admitted his mistakes, Liu Bingqian was filled with disbelief.
In her heart, Qi Zifeng was a smart and stubborn person. He will make other people kneel and admit their mistakes while he himself won't take the initiative and apologize.
Liu Bingqian giggled and felt moved.
She extended her legs in a position that made Qi Zifeng froze.
"Since you admitted your wrongdoings, then help me rub my legs. I've been sitting here for so long that they've turned numb."
Qi Zifeng stood there for a bit until he finally started to rub her leg.
Liu Bingqian suddenly cried in surprise and immediately stood up. She had a weird and shocked expression on her face. "I asked you to rub it and you really started to rub it?" Qi Zifeng felt helpless. "You told me to do it. When did I do anything wrong?"
Liu Bingqian looked at him and laughed. "Big brother rough guy, you're pretty smart in other fields, but you really don't understand a woman's heart, don't you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 118, Sure. You can have it.
In the gravity multiplier room. Qi Zifeng had locked himself in here for a few days now after having dinner with Bingqian. He continuously trained as if his life was on the line. It was a rare chance for him to train in the profound sect right now, so he needs to make use of all the time that he has. During this time, he had experienced thousands of falls and yet he got up again every single time. He was sweating so much that if someone saw him right now, they would think that he was just in a thunderstorm. The powerful gravity made Qi Zifeng's entire body bend over many times. It had suppressed his body as if he had tons of weight on his back. It made it very hard for him to breathe. Every time he got injured, he would use his martial spirit's ability to heal himself up by a bit. After a long time, his body had finally gotten used to the pressure from 7x gravity. His muscles have become stronger. The originally weak-looking body was not so weak-looking anymore after all this training. However, he still needed to train more. Qi Zifeng had been occupying the 3x gravity training room for quite a while now. He was lucky that this was a low-level room and no one would use it. He can concentrate on training here without anyone bothering him. When it's mealtime, Bingqian would bring some food over to eat together and then he would go right back to training. All he did was eat and train. Some other people became aware of Qi Zifeng's crazy training schedule. His method of training was terrifying. A lot of willpower was needed for something like this. I have never seen someone train in there for so long. It seems like he's not sleeping at all. Say, do you think he's crazy, Odot? Old Don, this is called perseverance. If you have half of his diligence, you would have reached the 7th stage of Qi refining long ago. Talk about yourself. Come to think of it, there's a beauty from the 9x gravity room that goes and bring him food every day. Talking about that girl, those people's eyes lit up. Damn. It really is like sticking a fresh and beautiful flower on dog shit. What does that beauty see in this weak brat?
Is it just because he's a little cute?
Yeah. If she's gonna pick someone like that, then might as well pick me.
At least I'm in the 7th stage of Qi refining. Old Dong chuckled. Old Dong came from a very prominent family.
Even though he's not a disciple of the profound sect, he used his family's influences to let him train in the gravity rooms.
Hearing these words, Bingqian started to twitch and became angry. She coldly snorted and yelled at them. What are you saying? What fresh and beautiful flower on dog shit? Big brother rough guy is an incredible man. You guys can't even compare to him. Oh? Did you guys hear that?
She's calling him Big Brother Rough Guy.
How close? What rough guy? In what places is he rough?
Old Dong started to laugh crazily.
Bingqian's expression didn't change. She was getting angrier and angrier. You guys? Old Dong smiled and looked at Bingqian's body. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Everyone listen up. Let's go into the 3x gravity room and meet that kid. Old Dong, that's kinda going too far. We don't know anyone here. We're just borrowing these rooms for training. If something happens, we won't be able to do anything.
One of Old Dong's companions tugged his sleeves.
Old Dong was getting annoyed. Who said I was going to do anything? That kid's been in the 3x gravity room for quite a while now. He should let us use it. It's only fair.
Liu Bingqian stepped in front of the door and blocked the way. Bullshit. You guys just want to disrupt his training.
If you want to go in, then you'll have to get through me first. Liu Bingqian saw how hardworking Qi Zifeng was for the past few days. If these clowns want to bother Qi Zifeng, then she will stop them.
Old Dong turned around and exchanged glares with a few others.
Miss, have you ever heard of the saying that 2 hands cannot beat 4?
My brothers and I are all around the 7th stage of Qi refining.
We have the advantage in numbers. Do you really want to block our way?
Liu Bingqian gathered her Qi in her hands and stared at them, showing that she was not going to budge.
Okay. You forced me. Old Dong and his brothers started to walk towards Bingqian with hostility. Actually, Old Dong's real objective wasn't to get into the gravity room. He used that as an excuse because he saw that Liu Bingqian cared for the kid and would definitely block their way. With the situation like this, he can try to take advantage of her and touch her a few times when they're fighting. Suddenly, Qi Zifeng's voice sounded from the room. Bingqian, they're right. I've been using this room by myself for way too long. I should let them train too. You can let them in. But... Hearing this, Liu Bingqian was confused. What was Qi Zifeng thinking about? This wasn't like him at all. Don't worry. Let them in. Liu Bingqian nodded and moved out of the way. Then. Okay. Did you hear that? He said that he's going to let you in. Old Dong and the others furrowed their brows. If they don't fight with Liu Bingqian, then they can't take advantage of her and touch her. They were feeling a bit angry about this. But Old Dong have already said that they wanted to go in. If he doesn't, then he would be losing face. Go. Let's go in then. We'll drive the kid out. Old Dong was going to let out his anger on Qi Zifeng. A few others cursed as they walked into the room. You brat. Give us the room. Right when they stepped into the room, an enormous pressure was suddenly dropped onto them. Every inch of their skin, every part of their bone, every vein in their body felt as if they were suppressed. After a while, Old Dong and the others couldn't take it anymore and dropped onto their knees. They used their hands as support so their faces won't fall onto the ground. Qi Zifeng smiled and sent his Qi out to slowly close the door. Holy shit! Isn't this the 3x gravity room? Why is the gravity so strong here? I'm at the 6th stage of Qi refining and I can't even handle it.
Old Dong's face was on the floor with his arms and legs sprawled out. Look at me, I'm at the 7th stage of Qi refining and I can't handle it either.
How is this even at 3x gravity? This is at least 7x gravity.
At the same time, their faces turned pale and their breathing became heavier. On the other side, Zifeng, who was used to the gravity here, smiled and looked at them.
How come you're fine? That's not possible. Your cultivation shouldn't be higher than mine.
Old Dong's face was extremely ugly at the moment. He forced his head up and opened his mouth.
Zifeng smiled and replied, I'm at the 5th stage of Qi refining.
Old Dong was shocked when he heard this. You're
lying.
It's fine that the room feels so scary, but the person in front of them was even scarier.
Big brother rough guy, are you alright? Liu Bingqian called out.
She was worried. Even though these people don't have any grudges against Zifeng, she was still anxious about what was happening.
No problem. Bingqian, I'm coming out soon.
Since they took my training spot, I'll come out and relax for a bit.
We'll take a walk around and go eat.
Zifeng smiled and replied to her.
Really? That's great. Liu Bingqian was bored of training already but didn't want to disturb Zifeng.
Now that Zifeng was willing to go eat with her, she was feeling very happy. On the inside, she thanked Old Dong and the others.
If it weren't for them, Zifeng would not have left the training room. No way. You're going to leave?
At least help us and throw us out of the room or something. Old Dong had an agonized look on his face.
Since you guys said that you wanted this room, then you guys can stay here to train. It's pretty easy to negotiate with me, you know.
Zifeng had a cold smile on his face.
It sent shivers down Old Dong's spine.